In a small room, the soft white curtain fluttered with each gentle breeze that slipped through the slightly opened window, and the soft morning light poured in, painting everything with a warm, pale yellow hue. In that room, a young man slowly sat up on a small bed, his disheveled hair falling over his drowsy face, his eyes still carrying a hint of sleepiness. However, the light that filtered through the thin white curtain illuminated his face, giving it a gentle, absent-minded look. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Outside the window, ancient castles stood tall, with towering domes and stone walls covered in lush green vines. "Am I in the game from earlier?" he exclaimed, his voice full of surprise and bewilderment. The hazy feeling of reality and illusion sent a chill down his spine. Was this a dream, or had he actually been drawn into another world? He remembered that 3 years ago, he had a role-playing game called The Legend of the Arhan Heroes. It was a famous game, attracting countless players with its deep storyline and vast open world, revolving around an academy where numerous dangerous events occurred. He remembered it clearly, and they happened constantly. Ultimately, even when the end of that world came, with monster invasions and dark forces hidden deep within the world, the story continued. He snapped his fingers and chuckled dryly, consoling himself, "Oh well, it doesn't matter, because the main character in the story will take care of everything." Looking at his information card, his name was Karan, with a level of 1. He continued to think and mutter, "I was just added for the sake of it. I'm just playing the role of an NPC in the beginner's quest, where the main character saves all the villagers." Familiar images from the game appeared clearly in his mind, an old man praising him. "Wow, the graphics are great," Karan mused. "If things keep going according to the storyline, everything will be resolved." He excitedly strode forward, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Let's go find the main character. Park Sihu will become famous and rich soon." As he walked, he wondered, where's the starting point again? Suddenly, he stopped when he saw another character sitting by the side of the road. He was clenching his hands tightly, his face filled with sadness. Karan approached him, surprised to hear him say, "Sweet potato, no, sprite." Karan was puzzled for a moment, not understanding. There was no such thing in this game. Who is this guy? The character jumped up, his face becoming crazed as he muttered, "I have to live for myself. That's it." As if recognizing a friend, Karan grabbed his arm. "Hey, me too," he said happily. The character looked at him blankly, asking, "What do you mean? So, you're Park Sihu?" They were both silent for a second, and then Karan was shocked to realize that Park Sihu was also a player who owned this role-playing game. The scene of Sihu facing a ferocious beast made Karan a bit envious. He sighed, "Just the difference between the two of us. He had artifacts to suppress the giant beasts." It was Park Sihu who was given the privilege of a role-playing player, a status window. Sihu looked at the system screen in front of him, with many stats displayed like a spider web, and finally, not understanding anything, he asked blankly, "Stats? What am I supposed to do with all of this?" Karan suddenly realized a serious loophole. There was a problem. Sihu had never played this game before. "But I will make up for that." Karan approached him, putting his arm around his neck in a friendly manner, saying, "Hey, you said you were going to become a mage, right? Then you have to upgrade your intelligence stat." He didn't forget to advise him in a serious tone, "And there will be skill books in the next chapter. That's very important, so don't forget." Smugly, he pointed at himself and added, "I've played through all the chapters, and I know all the ins and outs. Just trust me." Karan smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride. He couldn't hide his joy at thinking about his illustrious experience in the game. "I'm an expert in the Legend of the Arhan Heroes game. Having me as your strategist is like a 3-lifetime blessing." While he was happy, a red-eyed wolf suddenly charged from behind. It roared, creating a loud noise that made both of them jump back. But Sihu reacted quickly, placing himself in front of Karan, and with his weapon, he quickly finished the terrifying creature with just one slash. The space fell silent for a moment, with only their breathing echoing. Sihu lowered his weapon, turned slightly to Karan, and smiled warmly, asking, "Are you okay?" From that day on, the two began to fight together on every path. Karan had all the information about this game, and Sihu had a status window and player system. They didn't know how long had passed, but together they were the perfect pair. One day, the two of them were brazenly sitting on a pile of monster corpses. He thought, "With Sihu by my side, I'm sure we can save many people and stop the apocalypse, and then return to our own world." In the desolate ruins of this world, Sihu suddenly found a multicolored bottle. He brought it to Karan. "Here," he said. Karan looked at the bottle, his eyes lit up, and he happily poked it. "Oh wow, where did you find this? It looks like a small recovery potion." Without hesitation, Karan opened the bottle and brought it to his mouth to try it. As the strange liquid flowed down his throat, he glanced away and muttered, in a humorous tone, "If there's anything that disappoints me, it's that this place is full of guys. Seriously, it's just a bunch of hunks here. He recalled that the appeal of the game included fantasy elements, along with a variety of hero tales and fantasy dating. Park Si-hoo didn't have any connection to any females, only adding them to the party when needed. And then, at one point, it was just a bunch of men. The more Korin thought about it, the more irritated he became, and he exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "Why is my party just full of guys?" He felt self-reproach. I should have realized this sooner, when the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor died on the way to the memorial. When the first boss of the game, Mariette, disappeared. All sorts of images of death and pain appeared clearly in his mind. Those deaths and mysterious disappearances, events that didn't exist in the original storyline of the game. The images immediately shrank, disappearing into thin air. Korin glanced at his companion, his tone becoming lost, and more importantly, at Park Si-hoo's thoughts. He was smiling at him very affectionately, but Korin felt a chill run down his spine as he thought, I'm curious to know his personality, his real personality. At this time, Korin didn't yet realize the danger of his opponent, and he cheerfully replied. He blamed himself. I should have been a bit suspicious of him. One day, Korin was bewildered when he saw something strange, so he asked, what is this? The thing in front of him was Mariette Dunelef, a female hero of this game, but neither he nor Si-hoo had ever met her because she had disappeared. The hidden artifact that Mariette used to cast her spells. So, why is her magic staff here? Thousands of questions suddenly appeared in Korin's head. He was angry, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, Park Si-hoo, that bastard. He's been secretly going somewhere every night, so I followed him here. But is there a place like this underground? He went deeper inside, entering a dark space full of objects. This is his storage. Korin wondered, bewildered, as he saw another item. Why is this here? The hidden artifact, Odachi. This was also an object that was lost when another female hero, Alicia, also vanished. A feeling of unease arose in Korin's heart. Everything became hazy, and his suspicions grew stronger. He scanned around, not just these things, Jaeger's rare hammer, and these things too, Lark's rare spellbook, the objects of the characters who disappeared during the game, and, suddenly, Korin stopped, his face showing confusion and fear when he saw a pair of legs hanging in the air, carefully chained up. Inside a red tube, the image of a pitiful girl began to appear clearly. Korin stood there for a long time. The girl was very weak, with a pale face. He didn't know if she was alive or dead. He recognized her, and in shock, he exclaimed, Mariette. At that moment, Si-hoo appeared from behind, saying, busted, startling Korin. He kept his cool and covered half his face with his hand, asking, why are you here? Korin turned around and angrily questioned him. What's going on here? Earlier, you said you were chasing Mariette and lost track of her. Si-hoo casually replied, that? Well, she's a demon anyway. His eyes suddenly became sharp, looking towards Mariette, who was lying there, gasping, almost lifeless. In an icy tone, he asked, do you want to waste the blood of a high-level vampire? Si-hoo also shamelessly said, I'm just using it properly. Korin was stunned by his attitude. He looked back at Mariette, and his heart suddenly pounded. Before he could fully understand what was happening, Si-hoo continued, and you've already drunk some of it. When he heard that, Korin's face immediately changed, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately remembered drinking that colorful bottle earlier, without any suspicion. A feeling of horror surged in Korin. He felt his throat tighten and nauseous, as if he had just drunk something unimaginable. Si-hoo, still cold-faced at the reaction, asked, huh? What's wrong? I worked hard to create this place, capturing her and building this room for a whole month. Korin, enraged, gritted his teeth, struggling to get the words out. Why do this? Si-hoo, with the same expression, replied, to complete the storyline more effectively, of course. Your way of playing is too tiring. Why keep saving people only to lose? Why not just kill Lark and Jaeger? You're constantly protecting those we can't control, even with maxed out affinity. Park Si-hoo's eyes were icily indifferent. It's better to use them like this. From the start, he was lying. This bastard isn't a newbie, Korin thought bitterly. Korin, sitting on the ground, struggled to breathe, managing to question, you, how? How many times already? No. Si-hoo's eyes were devoid of emotion. I don't know anymore. Let's see. If I kill 3 more, that'll be 100,000. He's not human anymore, Korin thought angrily. Those words made Korin clench his teeth, his anger reaching its peak. He jumped up and grabbed Si-hoo's collar, yelling, you monster. Si-hoo showed little reaction. Wake up. They're just NPCs. You've killed some already, haven't you? Korin retorted, the ones I killed were incurable, monstrous beasts. They were trying to destroy the world. Korin clenched his jaw. What effective way? You've disappointed me so much. Karin angrily slammed Sihu against the wall, causing it to crack, questioning, "If you're so obsessed with efficiency, why did you take the Odachi? Why did a mage take a knight's fragment? Huh?" Sihu stammered, "Ah, that." Before he could finish, Karin yelled again, "And what's wrong with using normal potions? You can easily create them through the character window. Why did you even create this hellhole?" Karin raged, but Sihu just smirked. "You are." Sihu's eyes turned cold. "You need a serious brainwashing for your pathetic tendency to try to balance society." Karin was stunned. "What?" Suddenly, Sihu's arm shot out, catching Karin off guard. With a single hand, Sihu sent Karin flying without much effort. Karin's head hit the glass behind him, his mouth filling with syrup, and he lost consciousness. Sihu lazily spoke, "You're driving me crazy." Sihu approached and said contemptuously, "After everything I've done for you, don't talk to me in that tone." Sihu became more agitated, finally losing his temper. He grabbed Karin's collar and shouted, "All I think about is you. I should be your reason for living. I should be your world. But you don't know your place and keep sticking your nose into other people's business. All you care about are those sluts." Karin's face was cold. "I won't hold back anymore." Instead, Karin's expression turned blank, a bit confused, wondering what the hell this guy was talking about. Startled, sensing something, Karin frantically backed away, screaming, You can't be that kind of character. We've been together for 199 chapters. Why are you suddenly changing genres?" Sihu, with oppressive eyes, moved closer. "I've eliminated all obstacles in our path until now, all for our future." Karin finally understood, yelling, "You bastard, the only reason the party is full of guys." Sihu said quietly, "The others are just for show, so don't worry about them. The only one I love is you," Sihu growled. As soon as he finished, Karin lunged forward and punched Sihu in the face. Karin frantically ran away, leaving a groaning Sihu behind. "You perverted bastard, you scared the crap out of me. I don't even have a girlfriend yet." His footsteps hurried, not noticing the strange occurrence. Vines tightly wrapped around his ankle. Those vines climbed up, constricting Karin's body before he could struggle. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. "No way," Karin cried out in pain. "You can't escape me. I'll bind you, forever." Sihu approached and warned calmly, "You are mine." Sihu smiled with twisted desire. Sihu looked at the terrified Karin. "In this fake world, you're the only thing that's real." Karin desperately yelled, "You're scaring the hell out of me, you bastard." Sihu didn't care, smiling and forming a seal. "Everything will end soon. Once it ends, we'll be together forever." Sihu's eyes showed a cruel, twisted gleam. "This is Park Sihu's plan all along?" Karin wondered. The final chapter is opening. It's starting. Karin was now lying on the ocean waves. He had always acted alone. The final boss shouldn't be a problem for him. Once he defeats the final boss. "Damn it," Karin muttered groggily. "What's going to happen to me?" "Player has died. Quest failed," the system announced. Karin was silent for a long time. That bastard lost? Karin wondered. Still the light in that window. Karin suddenly opened his eyes, waking up in that room. Like escaping from a nightmare. Karin sat up. Still he ran to the window. "I regretted it, 3 years ago when I first got here." Karin looked at his hands. Then he clenched them until they trembled. Tears also fell uncontrollably. "I have to kill that bastard, Park Sihu. I have to kill that player," Karin angrily and resolutely thought. The Rhodian River Dam breach occurred during the Living Monster capture quest. When the dam unexpectedly collapsed, it swept away an entire village, causing thousands of water monsters and countless innocent people to drown. Despite such a horrifying scene, Park Sihu couldn't stop gloating. "Aha, that's wonderful." Karin remembered the twisted, evil look on Sihu's face. At that time, he didn't understand why Sihu was so happy. But thinking back now, even though dozens of people died, the only thing he cared about was the experience points gained from the disaster. "Just 3 more kills, and I'll reach 100,000. The image of Sihu saying that echoed in Karin's mind. "That damned demon, I can stop him now," Karin thought as he rushed through the space. Right now, he was only at level 5, like Karin. All the factors that made players stronger were at the Merkaba Academy, and since he entered it, he had grown very strong. Although he wasn't a true monster yet, Karin couldn't predict how quickly he would develop after entering the academy. Determined, Karin put all his effort into rushing forward, because the enrollment ceremony was only 5 days away. The image of the lush green forest with strange mushrooms still beckoned from afar. Just moments later, Karin ripped one off the ground with his bare hands. In other words, the only way to kill Park Sihu was right now, Karin resolved. The system notification stated that the transport from Mercata City had been attacked by monsters in the forest, blocking the road. The guards were protecting everyone until it was fixed. In the foggy night, the moon was the only source of light in the sky. At a corner of the forest, a couple had just finished a rabbit hunting quest. The young man sighed in relief. Phew, finally done. The girl next to him smiled in praise. You were really good. But the girl wasn't praising the young man standing next to her, but rather Park Si-hoo. Si-hoo scratched his head, embarrassed, and smiled. Ha ha ha, thanks. A moment later, the coachman called out loudly, Sir Leon, Lady Laura, the carriage is ready. Leon and Laura stretched and walked together. Let's go. Laura replied lazily, I want to sleep now. But suddenly, a piercing scream made them both turn around warily. A strange object was hurtling toward them. Watch out! Leon quickly pushed Laura to one side, letting the object fly toward him. But Leon's reflexes were incredibly sharp, and he dodged the attack. As a result, the object crashed to the ground. Leon drew his sword and shouted, Laura! Laura immediately understood, drawing her sword to defend herself. I know. At the same time, shouts rang out from the distance. Both of them were on alert, recognizing the sounds of werewolves, level 2 monsters. The large wolf, with bulging muscles and sharp claws, was terrifying to look at. It let out a long, piercing howl. In the distance, Corin also heard it, frowning and muttering, Damn it, it started. I tried my best to run at full speed, but I still couldn't stop it. If only I had more time to prepare, Corin angrily thought. The wolf quickly lunged forward, slashing at Laura, who didn't have time to react. Blood splattered everywhere. I can save them, Karen thought. On the other side, Laura fell after the attack. Leon cried out in shock, Laura. However, Leon didn't hesitate and quickly shouted to Si-hoo, Hurry, get in the carriage, I'll buy you some time. But Park Si-hoo acted like a hero, pushing the driver up and urging, Just go, I'll follow behind. The girl in the carriage called out worriedly, Hey, kid. Si-hoo just shouted back as he left, I can't leave Leon behind. Go. A weak voice called out. The wolf had now tightened its grip on Leon's neck, making it impossible for him to resist. Si-hoo faced the wolf, his eyes flashing with fear, but he held his sword and prepared to fight. Corin stood nearby, watching silently. I need to confirm before intervening, he thought. Is this Park Si-hoo truly a hero who will save the world, or just another player like me? You're big, Si-hoo said, the fear in his eyes now replaced with a clear look of malice. The wolf sensed the contempt and roared loudly. At that moment, a woman with a sword rushed forward and shouted. She slashed at the wolf, but it didn't even flinch. The girl stood stunned. It blocked it? The wolf pushed her away, and she barely managed to land on her feet. Si-hoo coldly said, Stand back, I'll take care of this. The second daughter of the Arden family, the owner of Odachi, one of the 6 royal swords, the most influential factor in the team and a named character, Alicia, was the one who had just rushed forward. I'm so scared, Si-hoo said, pulling his sword from his belt. The girl stood still, looking back. Although this was just a tutorial, there were still hidden features, including Alicia's death. Here it is, the moment has finally come. Without warning, Si-hoo's eyes turned vicious as he stabbed his sword into Alicia's back. Corin also stood stunned in the distance. Corin's eyes were filled with hatred, his jaw clenched. So, it was you, Si-hoo. Huh? Why? Alicia said in confusion, covering her wound with her hand, asking Si-hoo. At this moment, Alicia started to feel dizzy. Si-hoo's image became blurry, and she only heard him say, Sorry, I was scared, so my hand slipped. The wolf let out a ferocious roar. Alicia was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. At this point, Alicia had almost no strength left to resist the wolf's attack. If Alicia died in the quest, he would get the Odachi, and then, he would join Lunia's team, obtaining a legendary holy sword. She's been poisoned, but not dead yet. Is it because she's an important NPC in the story? Si-hoo observed Alicia apathetically as she tried to use her sword to block the monster's attack. Alicia used all her strength to jump away from the wolf. Calm down, Alicia struggled to stand firm, even though she wanted to collapse. Focus, focus. Alicia closed her eyes and calmed herself. Alicia opened her eyes with determination. Alicia's ultimate skill, absolute severance. The monster charged again, roaring once more. Si-hoo thought in boredom, at this level, she can kill that monster herself. But Si-hoo smirked again, swinging his dagger. How can I let that happen? Without a word, Si-hoo immediately threw his dagger at Alicia. Alicia angrily deflected the dagger with her sword. You. So it wasn't an accident after all, Alicia shouted, affirming it. But at this moment, the wolf charged, opening its mouth full of scary fangs. Alicia directly swung her sword. Then, The sword pierced right through the ferocious wolf. Blood sprayed everywhere. The wolf died, falling on top of Alicia, who was now lying on the ground exhausted and panting for breath. Why? Why, you? Alicia weakly said when she saw Sihu approaching. Here it is, I got the Odachi. Sihu ignored her and raised Alicia's sword, happy with his loot. Sihu stroked it and said, chuckling, this thing can only be used with special skills, but I'll figure it out later. Sihu was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Oh right, killing NPCs gives experience, doesn't it? Alicia was now completely exhausted, helplessly watching Sihu approach. Alicia's eyes were filled with tears, ready to burst at any moment. Sihu smiled incredibly evilly, twistedly, and vilely under the moonlight, ready to attack. But suddenly, a strange bag of powder was thrown straight at Sihu's head. Sihu covered his face, coughing, and yellow powder spread everywhere. Sihu's eyes were glazed. What the hell is this? Sihu looked at his hand. Sihu angrily shouted, who is it? Which damn bastard did this? Show yourself. A group of strange small monsters suddenly appeared. Topanic mushrooms are the favorite food of forest monsters, and they were covered in a thick layer of powder. Damn it, Sihu realized, unable to stop himself from swearing. In the eyes of the monsters, Park Sihu was nothing more than a delicious piece of meat covered in a special sauce. The monsters charged. Sihu swung his sword wildly. Get out of here. You damn bastards, Sihu yelled. On the other side, Korn approached, pulling Alicia away from the wolf, thinking, thank God, she's still breathing. Korn observed the wolf. He got closer and pulled the dagger from its mouth. Damn it, Sihu's voice made Karen stiffen. Who the hell are you? Sihu held his sword behind Karen, asking in a cold voice. Karen calmly said, killing 3 horned rats in one go, the Odachi is really great. Sihu froze. You're Karen, Sihu exclaimed. Sihu warily asked, how could you get here? This bastard, did he lose his memory before? Karen wondered while holding the dagger. Karen chuckled inwardly, if that's the case, all the better. And then he spoke, you'll hurt yourself if you hold your sword like that. Sihu stood still. What? Taking advantage of Sihu's confusion, Karen rushed forward, grabbing a handful of powder and throwing it directly into Sihu's face. Sihu didn't have time to react. Angrily cursing, you bastard, he swung his sword, his eyes still closed, and shouted, die. Karen easily dodged the blow, and even had time to assess the situation. This guy swings his sword clumsily, but he's also fast. Anyway, Park Sihu was still stronger than him physically. Karen ducked low, dodging the attack and gritted his teeth. I have to risk it, there's no other way. Karen swung the sharp fang at Sihu, causing him to dodge in panic. At this point, Karen had almost lost all reason, his hand still throwing attacks continuously. That's right, this fang can pierce his neck and kill him, dodge it. Sihu focused only on the fang in Karen's hand, continuously using his sword to block the attacks. But suddenly, Karen swung the dagger from his other hand without any warning. Sihu's eyes widened, but because his hands were busy blocking, he had no choice but to stand there and watch. Just as the fang was about to pierce him, Karen smiled confidently. The dagger had plunged deep into Sihu's shoulder. Sihu cried out in pain, his face pale. His eyes were now filled with fear, and tears were about to fall at any moment. Karen raised the fang in his other hand high, and then quickly brought it down towards Sihu. A stream of blood gushed out. However, the fang didn't pierce Sihu, but instead got stuck in his hand. Karen stared intently at Sihu, who was using his hand to support himself, tears streaming down his face. But in the end, the result was decided. Karen used his strength, pushing the fang through Sihu's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Thank you for everything in my past life, Karen thought. At this moment, there was only the sound of their gasping breaths. I have to admit, thanks to you, I've become stronger. But even so, I don't regret doing this. Karen pulled the fang out. Because I've killed the seed of a monster, Karen stood up, looking at the corpse that had been dealt with neatly. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The system displayed Sihu's and Karen's player cards, along with a series of notifications. Player has died, calculating anomalies in the main storyline, checking backup world, transforming Karen, running potential test, running ideology test, running compatibility test, running player log, transferring experience from previous player to hero Karen, converting minimum reserve amount for storyline collapse and minimum stats, running backup player program, Karen, _A level knight, martial arts successor, backup player. Karen observed the notifications, panting and thinking, backup player, huh? So now I'll have a status window. Suddenly, a coughing sound rang out. Karen startled and turned his head. Alicia, who was now covered in syrup, was having difficulty breathing, lying on the ground. Alicia, Karen noticed her at this moment. Karen anxiously ran over, supported Alicia in his arms, and asked carefully, "Are you all right?" "It hurts too much," Alicia tried to answer in pain. "I can't see anything," Karen sighed in relief. "At least you still have the strength to talk." Karen continued to ask, "Do you feel dizzy? Can't smell anything, right? Are your ears ringing?" Alicia closed her eyes, answering with slurred speech. "How do you know?" Karen looked at her, noticing that these symptoms seemed to be caused by the poison of the tree frog. Karen thought for a moment and said, "In a tutorial chapter, to lack a stat window, it is very difficult to make this type of poison. If this poison was made at a slightly higher level, you'd be dead." Karen looked at the fang embedded in Alicia's hip and quickly took off his belt, trying to save her. Although the werewolf's fang was still in her body, she was still in critical condition. "I have to quickly stop the bleeding and detoxify." Karen used his belt to flip Alicia over, wrapping it around her arm and tightening it. The sudden pain made Alicia cry out. Karen tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I'm an expert in stopping bleeding and detoxifying. You can trust me." He glanced around, worried that she might bite her tongue and be in danger. Karen's eyes stopped at Sihu's arm, lying to one side. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled Sihu's arm and placed it in front of Alicia's mouth, telling her, "Bite it." He was confident in his decision and began to take off his shirt, saying, "It's going to hurt a lot. Bite as hard as you can. It feels like I've gone back 3 years, but this time I won't hesitate," Karen thought while pulling the fang from Alicia's hip. He pulled the fang out forcefully. In the empty forest, painful screams echoed endlessly. The people who died in his previous life were still alive. Saving one person is enough for now. Alicia had been successfully given first aid and was lying unconscious on the ground. A moment later, Karen designed a simple pot, cooking over a crackling fire. He watched Alicia lying behind him while guarding the pot, comforting her. "Hold on, I'm making the antidote. Don't worry. People aren't that easy to kill." Alicia closed her eyes, murmuring, "Benefactor." She struggled to whisper, "Please, tell me your name." Karen placed a wet cloth on Alicia's forehead, gently answering, "It's not important." Alicia was puzzled. "What?" Karen reminded Alicia, "Don't think too much, rest. When the medicine is ready, I'll wake you up." From now on, he had to act in the shadows. The fewer people who knew about him, the better. Karen used a small stick to draw circles on the ground, thinking to himself about the situation. The storyline of the Legend of the Arhan Heroes, as the name implies, is the story of a hero. While dealing with the incidents that occur at the academy, the player becomes a hero, saves the world, defeats countless monsters, and destroys the final boss. A rotten person like Park Sihu also had to follow the storyline. If the final boss isn't defeated, the world will perish. But now Sihu was dead, so who would take on that fate? Karen wondered. The system displayed, A-level knight, martial arts successor, backup player. Karen looked at it, revealing his disgust. "Who else but me?" he thought. "But if I'm going to do this, I have to do it properly." Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. "System window. You are not allowed to access." Karen sat still, pondering. "I've become a backup player, but I'm not allowed to use player support devices." I was so excited, but it's like this? By the flickering firelight, only Karen was left, the tall young man muttering to himself. "It's going to be difficult to do anything in the future. Just having the memories of my past life isn't enough. I have to use elements outside the system to help me complete this." In 3 years of training, Karen was no longer just a successor or a backup. He used his fingertip to draw on the ground. A symbol and a magic circle appeared. That power created a strong wind, making the fire burn brighter. Everything was swept up in it. Karen observed with satisfaction. He smiled. As expected, it worked. The magic he had learned in his past life was rune, ancient language, ancient characters that contained power within them: duty, restraint, oath. These were the 3 ancient command languages, one of the powerful rules that govern this world, and also the source of human power and the cause of destruction. "And I will engrave them all on my body." As soon as he finished thinking, Karen raised his finger and bit down hard. His finger bled, and he used that finger to draw a line on his arm. Among the characters that appeared following the line of his finger, the first letter appeared. These characters started to appear following the trace of his finger, but also caused pain that made Karen wince and cry out. "Duty," he muttered. "This command will increase the power of the caster when they pledge something to themselves. It may be easy to pledge things like not eating chicken, but because they are too easy, they receive almost no stat boosts from it." However, Karen needed to pledge something that he could easily follow through to the end. Karen rested his arm on his leg, his body tense with pain. He told himself, "I will not turn a blind eye to greed before the treasures of good people." The system displayed, "Duty, you will not turn a blind eye to greed before the treasures of good people. Your stats will increase when the mission is completed. If you do not complete it, you will be penalized 10 stats." Karen continued to bite his finger, continuing to draw on his other arm. The veins in his neck had also bulged from the pain. The system displayed again, restraint, I am not aware of spirits. In this world, everything has their own psychic abilities. Spirits can only interact through a connection, so they cannot use their power to affect things that are not sensitive to them. If you do not obey, you will take 600% of the enemy's damage. Restraint has been activated, the system announced. Spiritual damage, 0%. Physical damage, plus 50%. And the benefit of the spirits when following the rules with him is that the incantation will become a shield protecting him from all other spirits. Korin continued, his voice full of determination. Now, the last one, the vow. This vow carried the weight of ancient language, creating a powerful connection. Ancient characters appeared all over his body and arms. However, it was also a very big risk, but also brought significant benefits. For this reason, both Park Sihu and him, Korin, had used it in their previous lives. Korin remembered Sihu, but even Park Sihu, who had been able to use everything in the system, had failed against the final boss. If so, Korin couldn't help but worry. The heaviest vow he had to make was, I will save this world. Korin opened his eyes wide, full of determination. This was the noble purpose that all warriors pursued, a vow with the greatest ambition. The 3 rules were completed. Duty, restraint, vow, all rules will be applied to the backup player, the system announced. If you fail to fulfill your vow, death is inevitable. At this moment, Karen's body underwent a strange change. His eyes turned blood red, and he cried out in pain. Alicia suddenly opened her eyes wide, the pain from the wound in her hip making her wince. She was now lying on a bed, tucked in neatly with a blanket. She sat up, but immediately felt the pain from her wound. A nurse entered and inquired, "Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Alicia asked, "Where am I?" The nurse replied, "You're in Merkaba City Hospital." Alicia wondered, "Who brought me here?" The nurse smiled and answered, "Your relative just left." Alicia was surprised. "Just left?" The nurse anxiously reminded her, "Oh, you can't move yet." Alicia turned her head to look around and then asked, "It's okay. Where are my things?" She then saw the blood-stained belt in a backpack on the table. She noticed it and asked, Is this from the person who saved me?" "It's still covered in blood." Alicia picked up the belt to examine it. Her eyes sharp, Alicia called, "Nurse." The nurse startled, "Yes?" Alicia spoke loudly like a child, "Is there anywhere that sells honey candy?" The nurse was helpless. "You can only eat soup right now." 3 days passed with newbie quests. The Merkaba Academy's opening ceremony began. At the same time, Karen stood in front of the school, rummaging through his wallet. "Let's see, I need a student ID to get in." "Oh, what's this?" Korin pulled out a letter, wondering, "A letter? I don't remember putting it in here." He held the letter, reading it as he walked. "To my son, you don't know how proud I am of you. Please become a protector of those around you." Korin sighed. When did she put this in here? He remembered his family. Korin was a normal, lackluster child, but he also had a family. When he first arrived in this body, Korin had acted awkwardly and distant, but they still treated him the same, and that was when he began to love his family in this world. That was the difference between Park Sihu and him. Korin held the letter tightly and smiled happily. At a train station, a crowd of people stood close together at the platform, all looking a bit bewildered. "Wow, there are so many trains. This is Merkaba Academy." A beautiful girl with blue hair, wearing a hat with a flower, approached and said with a smile, "Hello, new students, gather here." The girl approached Karen and greeted him. "Are you a new student too?" Karen introduced himself awkwardly. "I'm Karen." The girl exclaimed, "Wow, you're really tall. You must eat a lot." She held out a potato, enthusiastically offering, "Would you like a potato?" Karen was a bit surprised. "A potato?" Finally, the train began to move. The girl stood on the train, introducing as they went, "That's the construction building, where magic students gather and study." She continued to point to some areas around. "That's Mariette, a second-year student, head of Merkaba Academy, loved by everyone and with a bright future." Mariette exuded the energy of a leader but was very approachable. "That's the physical training room, where they lend out lots of cool weapons," she added. Mariette paused for a moment, then continued. "In life, people will encounter many unexpected misfortunes, and in the future, Mariette will encounter a great misfortune. She's the final boss of Chapter 1. When the train stopped, Mariette reminded them, "All right, when you get off, each of you take a potato and a sweet potato." She didn't get off with everyone but stood by the train pole, waving and saying, "Good luck, see you later." Merkaba Academy was a free place, a large academy where the most outstanding young people gathered. Karen entered and noticed, the expansion of magic has already begun. Suddenly, as Karen stood in the crowd, the lights in the building went out, causing everyone to panic. What was that? Did anyone see anything? A voice rang out, "Don't panic, students. Why are the students of the academy scared by something so small? Suddenly, the students were lifted into the air. Corin wiggled his ear, thinking, that's old man Haman's voice, he always says that. It's like a training camp. This world has a long history of fighting demons. The most effective weapons to fight against them are the superhumans who can use aura or mana, and the place to train these people is the Merkaba Warrior Academy. A figure appeared from afar. Ah, hello. It was a stylishly dressed man, who approached and greeted them. I am Professor Furmak Damon, in charge of this year's opening ceremony, professor of the night department. Corin smirked, remembering that it had been a long time since he had seen this guy. Furmak continued, most of you probably came here to become knights or mages. When you came here, you were given a certificate. Furmak added sarcastically, but don't be an empty barrel. Let me see your abilities. All the students stood still. A small screen lit up in front of them. Corin's profile appeared. Corin, aura rating 680, low, mana rating 120, very low, ability rating 0, very low, overall rating 6th, very low. Corin looked at the screen, feeling disappointed. That's disappointing, but my physical stats are shocking. A series of numbers appeared, and Furmak said loudly, ah, you are looking at your ratings, stand in front of the number that matches your rating. Corin stood in line, smiling wryly. There are about 400 people, so I'm in the bottom 1%? Furmak suddenly smiled mischievously. Good luck to you all. The students lined up, beginning to search for their numbers. A strange voice spoke while observing the students through a crystal ball. This person commented, this year's batch has many hidden talents, ahem. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and said, there's no need to measure the first and second ranked students, wait until we assess the others. The list of the top ranked students was called out. Second rank, granddaughter of the sword genius, Alicia, clergyman of Avaloan, Yule, mercenary of sword forging, Dron, golem engineer, Krenal, and the only first ranked, a girl wearing plain clothes, with a gloomy aura. Heavenly Knight Cross, Warren, a black-haired girl with captivating red eyes. The blonde girl continued to observe through the crystal ball, adding, that kid actually got in. What is the principal thinking? A man stroked his chin and asked, is there a need to check the 6th-ranked kid? The 5th rank doesn't look much better, just eliminate the 6th rank directly. The bespectacled girl, holding a whip, spoke in a threatening tone, causing the man to break out in a sweat. The principal said that all students have the right to study. Do you dare to go against his wishes? Ugh. The man snapped his fingers. Then let's begin. Suddenly, a metal locker fell in front of Corin with great force. Corin observed and wondered, hey, it's a weapon locker. A voice announced, monsters will invade in 30 minutes. Please deal with as many monsters as possible. This was a test, putting him in an empty place and forcing him to fight monsters according to his level. Corin clicked his tongue. It's really difficult. 5, 4, the countdown began. Corin approached the locker and opened it. Let's see. Most students ranked 5th or 6th wouldn't think much and just take whatever they wanted. And most would choose a sword. Corin touched a sword in the locker. I did the same in my past life. 3, 2, time was running out, and the monsters also started to appear. They were short-legged hounds, rank 5 monsters. Corin held the sword, trying a few slashes and commenting, ah, the sword is very cool, but people say it takes 100 days to use a spear, 1,000 days to use a broadsword, and 10,000 days to use a sword. 1. Time ended. So the answer is the spear. Corin used his strength to throw the weapon towards the monsters. As expected, the spear pierced through the head of a monster, the illusion fading. Corin smiled. Sorry. The wolves charged in fear. Corin continued, landing another blow. The last 2 remaining wolves were also defeated. Corin said, but I have. Corin laughed confidently. Too much experience in killing you guys. Corin pulled the spearhead out of the monster carcass lying below, and then spoke, let's see, 20 seconds, that's a bit slow. He thought to himself, in my past life, I couldn't even kill these hounds and was wiped out, but this time is different. Corin was extremely confident, stating firmly, I'm going to kill them all until I reach the next rank. Then he spoke again. All right, bring on the next wave. 5 minutes had passed, and there was nothing around him. Even he himself was silent. A confused look gradually became apparent, sweat dripping from his forehead, wondering, why isn't there anything? Is the system broken? On the other side, Count Cassius, who was monitoring the students' battles, looked incredibly disappointed and clicked his tongue. TSK, 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 they can't even kill those things. What are they good for? Back in the day, I could kill level 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. He glanced at another screen and complained incessantly, if the level 5s are like that, then I don't have any expectations for the level 6s either, huh? Count Cassius saw Karen, the level 6 student, leisurely yawning, and wondered, what? The monsters aren't being summoned? There must be an error. At that moment, 3 more monsters appeared in Corin's room. Why aren't the next level monsters coming? Why these ones? Count Cassius was still watching the students being attacked, yelling loudly, and cursing, "Ha ha, these pathetic bastards," but he didn't notice Karen eagerly fighting the monsters behind him. Bang, clang. Count Cassius's lips curved up slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Ah, this is the first one to succeed. Wow, it only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Then he turned towards the crystal ball and said, I thought level 3 would only take 23 minutes, so what are levels 5 and 6 doing, hey? Once again, seeing Karen relaxing as if he were on vacation, Count Cassius became too helpless and yelled, "What's wrong with that bastard? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are always summoned." Amen, seeing something strange, approached and asked, "Broken? Impossible. Josephine's experimental magic has never been wrong in 20 years. Count Cassius pointed at the crystal ball, frowning, but he should have been eliminated a long time ago. Clearly, the monsters aren't being summoned. Amen looked at the person next to him and questioned, "You see that the monsters aren't being summoned?" Count Cassius felt a bit guilty, so he coughed a few times before replying, "No, I don't necessarily have to see that." Amen immediately understood the issue. "So you didn't see that happen?" Count Cassius, feeling questioned all this time, ignored right and wrong. "Oh my god, I told you it was an error, I'll summon them again." Corin, seeing the familiar monsters in his room, was very annoyed, shouting, "Arg, what the hell? Why have I been getting the same monsters over and over?" Then, he angrily took 3 spears and charged, "You're nothing more than training dogs." As soon as he threw them, in an instant, 3 magic wolves immediately logged off. Everything happened in just 7.3 seconds. The 2 people outside witnessed that unbelievable scene and panicked. Count Cassius's face distorted, and he yelled, 7.3 seconds, what? Then, Count Cassius turned behind him, stuttering, "Look, Professor Fermac." Fermac, with a confused look, asked, "What's going on? What is it?" Count Cassius continued to ask, "What's the fastest time you've recorded for level 3 and level 4? Fermac, still not understanding what was happening, calmly replied, "There was a kid named Jaeger who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why are you asking?" Count Cassius hesitated, then replied, "Ah, it's nothing." He looked at Karen, commenting, "He throws his spear so well, he must be the son of a hunter." After saying that, he immediately summoned a level 4 monster boar to see how Karen would deal with it. As a result, the boar was still defeated, and this time the time was even faster than before, just 3.7 seconds. Count Cassius angrily shouted, "This won't be so easy." Then, he directly summoned a level 3 monster owlbear. Corin looked at the owlbear and was as calm as if he were looking at a small bird. He gripped his spear tightly, lowered his body and charged, and quickly angled his body to plunge the spearhead into the monster. However, his attack did not harm the owlbird at all. It was still strong enough to push Karen away. The system notified that Kenneth had been activated, and immediately Karen's hand glowed. The owlbird immediately burst into flames, screaming in terrible pain. At the viewing area, Count Cassius yelled, attracting everyone's attention towards him, "Ancient rune magic." Even Fermac was drawn in. Ancient runes? Although burned, the giant owlbird was still very resilient, shaking the flames off its body, but Corin just calmly said, "Looks like it doesn't have much effect." Immediately after that, Corin jumped high, swinging the spear forward, and then using the momentum, fell and stabbed strongly downwards. Amen, observing the entire situation, thought in admiration, "That kid is definitely not a normal level 6. It's a pity that the monster test only has a maximum of level 3 monsters." Amen felt interested and thought, "Wow, it's been a long time since we had someone this interesting. I'm looking forward to when he fights the evil spirits." Meanwhile, Count Cassius, standing next to him, felt a bit embarrassed, and said, "Ah, well then, after this, let's start the test with the level 5 evil spirits." Corin stood solemnly, sensing his surroundings. He was certain that something had been summoned, but he couldn't hear or see it. "It's due to the restraint penalty," the system notified. "The restraint prevents me from perceiving or accessing spirits. If so, that means I can't touch the evil spirit." Karen gently closed his eyes to check his assumptions. He quickly calculated in his head, 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. After confirming, Corin opened his eyes, a mysterious smile on his lips. "Done. It must have been activated," he thought. Suddenly, he raised his hand high and declared, "I will give up." The test with the level 5 evil spirit, Ghost merged with Hex Wraith level 4 failed, and Banshee level 3 also failed. The test with the level 5 Hound monsters only took 7.3 seconds, the level 4 Boar was 3.7 seconds, and the level 3 owlbear was 11 seconds. Karin came outside, happily saying loudly, "Great," while Count Cassius stood there blankly, unable to understand. He gave up? Count Cassius was frozen. He couldn't believe it. This kid, who is he? Just a few minutes later, everyone had gathered in the hall. Around them, everyone eagerly asked each other about the recent fights. "Hey, what's your rank? Level 4? Well, I give up. And you?" "Hee, level 3. Wow, so you beat both the owlbear and the gluttonous demon." Jaeger was standing proudly, head held high. Karin recognized him. He was the one who had started the fight with the player in the story. In Karin's memory from his past life, Park Sihu had killed Jaeger because he had provoked Sihu. He rubbed his neck, feeling a bit awkward, thinking, although Jaeger is a bit arrogant and careless, it's normal for someone his age. Well, whatever that idiot is doing. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Look, they're level 5. Wow. So they couldn't defeat those monsters either?" Someone even lost to hounds and ghosts. In a corner, Lark was trembling with fear. Karin realized that Lark had been too careless, and after mocking him and Sihu, he had gotten the same result as Jaeger. Someone stepped forward to speak. "Ahem. Good morning everyone." The person continued, "I am the director, Aryu Kasar. To become stronger, you have joined the academy, where the strong gather." Aryu looked down at the students and added, "There are those who are already strong enough, but there are also those who still have to try very hard. Although I cannot guarantee that you will achieve everything here, I hope you will find your own path. We are here to help you take your first steps, from the second step onward. That is your responsibility." Finally, he smiled gently and concluded, "Have a good day." Everyone began to disperse. Jaeger, full of pride, shouted, "From today onwards, I am a level 3 knight, Jaeger." But as he was speaking, Jaeger suddenly noticed Lark sitting in the corner. He quickly went to start a conversation. "Hey, Lark." Lark was startled. Jaeger asked, "What's your level?" Lark replied timidly, "Level 5. Jaeger immediately scoffed. "Level 5? How pathetic. You couldn't kill the ghosts or the hounds?" Karin couldn't help but step forward, putting his arm around Jaeger's shoulder, smiling brightly. "Hey you." Jaeger frowned. "Who are you?" Karin didn't answer, but instead praised, "Wow, your tattoos are really cool. Your tattoo artist must be very skilled." Jaeger was surprised. "Huh?" But then he felt happy. "That's right, my mom did them for me. She's a professional tattoo artist, her specialty is line work, but I asked her to do it in the old school style." Karin also kept complimenting, "She's really good. Do you have any other tattoos?" But that was just a casual question, because Karin already knew everything. How did Karin know? Because in his past life, when Jaeger went missing, his mother had come to the academy and said that Jaeger's tattoos were not only beautiful, but also had special meaning, helping her protect her son at the academy. Back in reality, Jaeger happily rolled up his sleeve, showing off his mother's work. "I also have this tattoo, a flying chariot, the symbol of Merkaba Academy." Karin marveled, "Wow, that's really cool." After chatting for a while, Karin finally introduced himself. "I'm Karin, and you?" Jaeger, full of energy, replied, "I'm Jaeger." Karin continued to ask, "And you?" Lark, a bit startled, replied, "Lark." The three of them continued to chat enthusiastically, not noticing that from a distance, a pair of eyes was observing them. Alicia, looking at them from afar, smiled warmly. She noticed that Karin had saved her friend who was being bullied. It was wonderful. Karin's cheerful and friendly demeanor made Alicia think that he might be a good person. Back with Karin, he told himself that it was his way of leaving a good impression on Lark, who had a good memory. A cunning smile spread across Karin's lips. "Found it, my free skill book." While Karin was smiling mischievously, Alicia, blinded by the love demon, felt that his smile was so cute and was curious to know what kind of person he was. Most of the facilities at Merkaba were provided free of charge. Coffee here was cheaper than outside, and dormitories were also free. Among them, the most highly rated facility was the training room, which had spacious, modern facilities and advanced equipment. Karin was practicing using a spear. He turned around to prepare to unleash a skillful blow. The simple reason was that when using this room, training that seemed impossible became feasible. For example, fighting with spirits that he couldn't see. Karin used all his strength to throw countless blows into the empty space in front of him. Outside, two people were standing and discussing. One of them spoke, "Look, that first-year kid is training with spirits." They continued to exchange, "Usually you have to train with spirits in the second semester. This kid must have heard about it and is trying it out. Hey, I've heard that many second-year students can't even capture wind-type spirits." Suddenly, the spirit knocked Karin away, causing him to crash into a wall. The group of people outside laughed triumphantly. "Look, he dared to show off his strength, huh?" Karin panted after the training session, wondering to himself, "Is it still too much for me?" Amen. who was standing behind him, approached and asked, "So you're a first year?" Karan was a bit startled. "Huh?" Karan politely replied, "Hello coach." Aman wondered, "Why are you fighting with spirits?" He answered, "To practice spear techniques." Aman probed, "Are you confident that you can do it?" Karan firmly affirmed, "I will do it." Although he answered calmly on the outside, Karan was still very cautious inside. Why is he approaching me so suddenly? Is there something wrong with the test? Aman's eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through his opponent. Finally, Haman smiled brightly and praised, "Great spirit, here, I'll give you 10 meal tickets." Then he turned around to leave, cheerfully adding, "If you succeed, come find me, I'll reward you." Karan stood there, not understanding anything, but he only knew how to answer, "Yes." When Haman left, Karan sighed in relief, wondering why he had been so worried. Rewards with food? That's good, isn't it? Karan turned around to continue his unfinished work. Now, he would start over from the beginning. Not noticing that Mariette had been standing outside since a while ago, Karan continued to practice, more eagerly than ever. Once again, his spirit hit him back, causing him to be severely injured. Ugh! He was thrown backward, hitting the wall, making a painful sound, UHA. And then he lay there, panting. Suddenly, a soft cloth fell from above, covering Karan's face. Mariette gently lowered an empty cup and asked, "Is it very difficult?" Karan still lay on the ground, replying, "Yes, it's very tiring." Mariette used her power to create a stream of cool water. "Rest for a bit. You've been working hard." Then, Mariette brought the cup of water to Karan's face, gently saying, "You just need to get used to it. One day you will be able to do it. Try again next time." Karan reached out to take the cup of water, but inside, he denied it. "No, I won't have a next time." Although he was sure that he would have 1 or 2 years. Before, with Park Sihu, they had a player window, both medicine and skill books. But now Park Sihu was no longer here. He had killed him, so now he had to do everything alone. Thinking of that, Karan spoke, "Thank you, I will give up later." Those words made Mariette a little surprised. After saying that, Karan immediately stood up, full of determination, affirming to himself, "I must become the strongest." Then, he continued to fight with his own spirit. "First, I must determine my limits. It may be a bit much, but I have to test my abilities now compared to the past." One blow after another, Karan released his strikes very accurately and forcefully. Finally, he defeated his spirit with the spear that he had put so much effort into. Karan breathed a long sigh, knowing clearly, "I don't have a strong body, nor strong magic power or aura." Information about Park Sihu and the future is also useless when facing monsters and these geniuses. But to fight monsters and geniuses, he had only one path, which was to work harder than anyone else. That was the only way he knew. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Karan again clenched his weapon in his hand and continued to practice. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. The last 3 years would not betray him. Karan charged to receive an attack. Suddenly, he threw the spear high up into the air. Mariette, seeing this, thought in surprise. He threw the spear away. Did he give up? But in just an instant, Karan caught it and grasped the spear tightly in his hand. Mariette now realized the intention of this young man. No, he hit it. And he's catching it. On the opposite side, Karan was leaning back, his strong hand reaching straight forward, then changing direction, pushing his other shoulder up. His arm, gripping the spear, also moved forward. He threw the spearhead straight, piercing through the spirit. It created a large explosion in the air, the space as bright as outer space, making Mariette look up. Powerful? Excellent? Those words didn't suit him at all. Mariette was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Whoa!" she internally exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Looking at Karan's magnificent aura in the air, she couldn't help but admire, "He's amazing." But after just 3 impressive seconds, Karan fell freely to the ground. Mariette panicked. "Are you okay?" Mariette's cry didn't wake Karan. He was still lying motionless on the ground. "I overdid it," he thought to himself. The spear next to him was also broken after that blow. Karan told himself, "At least with this body." The next day, at the large and magnificent academy building, Mariette still had a pure and cheerful look, welcoming the students. "Hello, juniors. Today, I will introduce the school's facilities to you. This is our school's pride." Mariette was speaking, but Karan didn't pay much attention. He was only focused on his thoughts, that in order to fight properly, physical condition was the most important. To improve my physical strength without relying on Park Sihu's medicine, there was only one way. At this time, Mariette had taken the students for a walk around. Karan still didn't care much, his eyes only glanced slightly behind, listening to the teachings. Don't ignore the unhappiness of others. Lark was still focused on the book in his hands. So Karan friendly approached, put his arm around his shoulder and started a conversation. "Hey there." Lark was slightly surprised. "Huh?" Karan immediately continued, wanna go eat with me? Then, he took the opportunity to whisper in his ear about a magic book. Magic books, Karen explained. Simply put, it's a skill book, a powerful artifact that helps you acquire magic or certain traits just by reading it. The Merkaba Academy library is as large as the whole academy, storing and passing down knowledge to future generations. In fact, this place is not just a simple library, but also a place where magic books are hidden. The two of them had entered to look for those books. Corin laughed, saying, "If you want to hide trees, you have to hide them in the forest, right?" Lark frowned seriously. Yeah, you have to keep your promise." Corin replied very confidently, "Of course, as long as you meet the requirements, you will have a magic book." Thinking, Lark is very diligent, a model student of his family. He remembers all types of magic and records them in his notebook. Even so, no matter how many spells there are, using them all is still very difficult. If your level and mana are too low, then even if you are good at theory, it won't help. Right at this moment, a few books fell at Corin's feet, attracting Lark's attention. But with magic books, it was a different story. A, B, C, D. Lark sweated, reminding him, "Don't mess around anymore." Just thinking about that, Corin opened a secret passage behind a tall bookshelf. Lark was extremely shocked, exclaiming, "A secret door? How did you find it?" Corin didn't directly answer the question, only urging, "Let's go in." Lark stood behind him, calling out, "Wait for me, let's go together." Lark followed behind, his eyes darting around. His mind panicked. "It's so scary," Karen called softly. "Lark." Lark startled, asking, "Huh?" Corin said seriously, "It's time for you to keep your promise. You have to do a good job." Lark immediately resolutely grabbed Karen's hand, stating firmly, "Ah, okay, you want me to help fight the evil spirits, right? But what do I have to do?" Before he could finish speaking, Lark was punched so hard by Karen that his cheek looked unrecognizable. Seeing his opponent fall, Corin smiled smugly. Hee, let's begin, shall we?" Lark lay flat on the ground. Corin thought to himself, "Even though I came here to save Lark and complete the special mission, if I catch the evil spirit here, I can get the hidden fragment I want." However, his eyes glanced sideways. A small problem appeared behind him, as a tall and fierce figure materialized. It was Duke Sabancia, a mutated evil spirit. He could confirm that this was an impossible mission. Corin rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression, wondering, why couldn't I have caught a normal one instead of having to face a mutated evil spirit? Sabancia, with his blazing red eyes, radiated a terrifying killing intent, wanting to suppress everything. An attack from the commander-in-chief who had once commanded the South 800 years ago, causing most players to lose their lives as soon as the mission began. But facing those magical orbs, Corin remained calm. "Of course, I'm not one of them." His extraordinary calmness made him stand tall before a ferocious beast. The system announced, "Restrictions prevent seeing the spirit." Sabancia continued to strike at Corin, and he thought to himself, "The Duke's attacks have no effect on me." He even calmly picked at his ear, then wondered, "What's wrong?" "The problem is, I can't see him either." Corin spoke, "Duke Sabancia, I'm sorry, but I can't see you." Then, he scooped up Lark and suggested, "How about you possess this guy's body?" In this world, there are many different factors, including those that turn ordinary people into demi-humans, like vampires or werewolves. One day, Duke Sabancia had awakened, becoming a vampire and killing his servants. Although he tried to restrain his vampire instincts, he couldn't succeed and feared he would kill his wife and daughter. So, the Duke had to move his entire family elsewhere and close the city gates to avoid a massacre. He used magic to seal himself into a book, the magic book in this library. After being possessed, Lark's entire body erupted with a blood-red magical energy. His eyes became terrifying, his fangs lengthened, and he howled like a wild wolf. Sabancia, in Lark's body, lunged, wanting to tear Karen apart. Corin couldn't help but exclaim, "He's aiming straight for me. Has he become some kind of vampire who's been stimulated and suddenly gone mad?" Even so, he maintained his composure and analyzed, "The second reason I chose Lark is that when he's possessed by a mutated evil spirit like Duke Sabancia, he can unleash the maximum potential power within himself." Sabancia, in Lark's body, jumped high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow downwards. Remembering that in the legends of the hero of Arhan, his physical strength stat was the lowest, Corin immediately punched, causing Sabancia to smash his face straight into the ground. After hitting him, Karen thought, "I really care about Lark, but this is the best strategy to complete the mission." He told himself, "Okay, if I kill Lark while he's possessed, I'll be able to get the highest level items, like the Duke's cloak or the vampire armor." These items had been used by Park Sihu and played an important role in the events that would happen in the future. The corners of Karen's mouth turned up, forming a smug smile. But then, he suddenly spoke, asking, Aren't you curious? About your wife, Duchess Louina, and your daughter, Duchess Cecilia. He sat down, chatting intimately. How did they live after you sealed yourself away? Then, he told the Duke about what had happened. How your wife passed away after leaving the city, and how your daughter became such a talented person. How she traveled around the world. Corin looked at the Duke with sincere eyes. I don't like Park's methods, it's true. But as Corin, who also has a family he loves in this world. After finishing, Corin asked, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer? I just wanted to let this poor soul die peacefully. Sabancia's tears slowly fell. The untold feelings of a man finally being revealed. Sabancia gently wiped away his tears, his voice also becoming softer. I'm sorry for rushing at you. Thank you for helping me. Corin laughed and replied, it's okay, I wasn't hit anyway. And even if I was, Lark's punch is weak. Then, Corin continued, I still have something I want to ask. Before he ascended, we talked for a long time. Finally, Karen completed the mission and received the spoils, including the epic, soul ashes of the mutated evil spirit Duke Sabancia. Grimoire, the magic book that once contained the Duke's sealed soul. Inside it are mutant powers and enchantments. If you read it, you can learn them. Resilient Warrior Rebirth, you've received a new mutant power. And finally, the most valuable and mysterious thing. You have used the magic book and received a new mutant power. Resilient Warrior Rebirth, like a warrior who never loses the will to fight. As long as you are determined, your body will continue to recover. Corin held the items in his hand, his face unhappy, thinking, Resilient Warrior Rebirth is the mutant power that Jerk Park had, but I don't know how much it can recover, because he was never injured. Lark then woke up, the pain in his jaw making him more alert. Corin saw and spoke. You're awake? Don't worry, an evil spirit possessed your body just now. Lark wondered, shouldn't my chin hurt when I'm possessed? Corin then asked back, looking away, avoiding the question, I don't know, maybe. Then he gently grabbed a blue book and gave it to Lark. Don't say any more, take this. Lark hugged his face in confusion. Is it a magic book? For the final reason I chose Lark, Corin replied. He approached with surprise, and asked again to be sure, I really get to take it? Seeing Lark's excited and delighted expression as he read the first pages, Corin thought, sometimes I want to see how a person strives to receive a reward. The system announced, mission. Do not be indifferent to the misfortune of good people. Completed the Duke Sabancia mission difficulty B. Reward of 80 points is evenly distributed. Details cannot be viewed. Corin supported Lark's tired body. Seeing the announcement, he was very surprised. I got 80 points? In this game, each level up gives 5 stat points. So this number must correspond to leveling up 16 times. I didn't even see a level up notification, meaning that the level 1 reward is only 80 points. Is it to compensate for the fact that I can't directly increase stats? But with that much experience? While thinking, Karen carried Lark and went out to the platform. Mission commandment. Do not be indifferent to the misfortune of good people. 40 stat points evenly distributed reward x2. Karen was not indifferent to the misfortune of Lark Bugman. 40 stat points evenly distributed reward x2. Karen was not indifferent to the misfortune of Duke Sabancia. Cut to the physical training room. Mariette's cheerful voice rang out. Guys, does anyone want to eat potatoes? Everyone was very enthusiastic about this simple dish. Me too. Ah. Mariette approached Karen and asked, are you planning to catch another spirit today? He replied, yes. Mariette hesitated. Then she smiled and said, I believe you can do it, Junior. I'll cheer you on. Some people munching potatoes behind. We're all contemptuous. Mariette, how can a first-year rank 5 catch a spirit? I concentrate, but even I failed yesterday. Don't give him hope anymore, that rookie, just keeps attracting Mariette's attention. She laughed. Is that so? She bet 2 gold coins. She wagered on Karen's success. The crowd was noisy and blamed her for caring so much for Corin. Others bet 70 silver coins on Corin's failure. Over here Karen had a helpless expression. Why use me to bet? I just want to practice. He slowly picked up his spear, thinking, whatever, just focus. I had stat points from helping Sabancia ascend, so I can definitely catch it, but now I don't even know how strong I am. He decisively swung the spear in a long, powerful arc. Just start with the weakest basic ones, piercing serpent burst. Then he rushed in like a storm. The technique I used to defeat the spirit before was the snake's creep among the snake intent drawings. That technique is quite difficult, so use the most basic move among the basic moves, piercing serpent burst. Maybe one hit won't be enough to take it down. Immediately the spirit was hit and scattered everywhere. Who? The people who had just been contemptuous of him, now had their mouths and eyes wide open. Just one hit, huh? Did piercing serpent burst reach that level? What was strange was that even Karen was surprised by his ability at this moment. Wait, Isn't that too strong? Mariette came over to praise. He shocked everyone with just 3 moves yesterday, right? This time he only needed 1 hit. He replied a little hesitantly, yes. He thought to himself, what is this? She must have witnessed everything yesterday, right? More importantly, a mage can see snake intent with the naked eye. What kind of ridiculous keen eyesight is that? Mariette next to him then asked softly, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Then suddenly handed him a small bag and said, here, your share. Karin was confused, yes? Looking at the desperate crowd behind, Mariette explained, thanks to you, I also earned a bit, of course I should give you a share. Karin asked back, my share? Mariette wondered, what, don't you like it? He smiled slyly, thinking, of course I like it, who would turn down money? Getting the money, Karin was thrilled, Mariette, you really are smart, keep it up in the future. Night came. The full moon shone brightly over the sky. Karin was eating dinner while pondering, in my past life, it was the same. I worked hard to refine my martial arts, now it's the same. I'm almost at the 5th step of the 6 steps to reach enlightenment. He ate one cake after another. The road is long, but my spearmanship is improving faster than I thought, so I'm not worried about that. The problem is ancient rune magic. Karin was drawing a symbol when the system appeared. Hagalars, you lack mana. He said in his head, I couldn't fully practice it in my past life either, because ancient rune magic requires a huge amount of mana. If I can practice it, I'll definitely be much stronger than in my past life. I should think carefully. Suddenly a voice rang out. You. Karin stopped. This voice. No matter how much he honed his spearmanship and mastered ancient rune magic, the jerk he couldn't defeat was already at this academy. The only woman even Park Sihu couldn't kill, one of the strongest forces in the legends of the hero of Arhan, the notorious balance breaker. The person sitting there was a girl known as the extraordinary Yakshi Warren. He was extremely puzzled. Why did she suddenly appear here? And even talk to me? I don't know the reason, but just ignore her and leave. I can't handle this bomb. Warren spoke, but the words were fragmented and incomprehensible. You have been merged. Warren's eyes were as cold as ice. The low voice echoed steadily again. I don't think you are the owner of that body. Karin froze, sweat pouring down like a shower. Huh? He wondered in his head. How does she know? I've taken over this body. His eyes widened. His pupils contracted, but confirming what Warren had just affirmed. Warren sat silently, lost in thought. It seemed that her existence, a body carrying 2 souls, one human and one demon, was a paradox. It was said that those who stood between life and death, with yin and yang eyes, could see the colors of the soul. She didn't realize this, which was perhaps even stranger. Karin's eyes were sharp, following his opponent. Suddenly, Warren spoke. How does it feel to crush and swallow that original soul? Karin calmly folded his arms and replied, I don't know. Warren was surprised and questioned him. What do you mean? She wondered if she was really Karin or just another version, an assimilated memory. If so, who was it that had attended the all-boys high school, the all-boys graduate school, with a major in military dynamics? The image of Karin lying on the water, his eyes dreamy as he looked into the distance, once again appeared in her head. He thought it was all useless, but Warren didn't, she said seriously, because that body was truly original. The real owner of that body isn't you. You are just a usurper. You don't have the right to control this body. Each and every word of Warren was like piercing through the truth that few people knew. Suddenly, Karin told another story that had nothing to do with it. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there was a guy who turned into a green giant whenever he got angry. His name was Bruce. Do you know him? Warren was a bit bewildered, and asked, Bruce, what? Karin chuckled, acting like a child. The funny thing is that these 2 opposite personalities hated each other. How is that? Isn't it interesting? They were both good at different things. Warren still didn't understand and sat silently. After a long time, Karin finally became serious. What I'm trying to say is that whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, they both have their own personalities, and that's how they coexist. The corners of Karin's mouth slightly turned up. A bright smile. His words gentle and natural. Whether we want it or not, we were born in one body. And when we are born, no one is at fault. Warren was silent, as if blocked by an invisible force. After waiting for a while, when the wind blew past, Warren finally spoke. In this world, there are people who are born as sin. Karin thought, he understood the pain she had to endure when saying these words. Only now, he no longer hesitated, resolutely turning and leaving, not forgetting to call out, see you later. Warren was just silent, not even bothering to turn her head to look at him. The next day, Karin was walking on the road, scouting for something, heading towards the south of the academy. The only reason he had left the dorm before he could hear the bird song signaling the weekend had arrived was the mission board. Through the large and small commissions here to help himself level up for the next main quest, he understood that this was necessary for his progress. Even so, his goal was not to level up, so it wasn't too important how he chose the quests, he just wanted to try something. His eyes carefully examined the request papers on the board. Suddenly, he was attracted by the girl standing next to him. Why is she looking so intently? Looking at Alicia's serious expression, Karen thought, now that I think about it, I don't know much about Alicia. In my past life, that bastard Park killed her, and now my memories are different from what I saw in the game. Thinking that, he called out, Alicia. Hearing him call, Alicia immediately bowed politely. Ah, hello, she replied. What are you wondering about? It's only the first week. Why are you already taking quests? Isn't there no need to rush for achievements before level 2? Alicia hesitated to answer. Ah, because I need money. Corin felt a bit strange and asked again, huh? Don't level 2 students receive a lot of activity support money? Alicia was so sad that she almost cried, explaining, they said they won't give it to me, because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom. After understanding, Karen felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see. His eyebrows furrowed as he pondered, that's right, it's like the scholarship system in Korea. Those with rich families won't receive activity support, Alicia continued, her voice sad. Moreover, my family follows a hands-off policy, so I have to earn my own living at a minimal level. No matter what I say, they won't listen. Hearing that, Karen felt that she was very pitiful. Her situation seemed very complicated. Then he pointed at a piece of paper posted on the board and said, if you need money urgently, how about the patrol quest? It has pretty good rewards. Alicia excitedly exclaimed, ah, really? Seizing the opportunity, Karen opened his mouth. They will accept a maximum of 3 people. Would you like to do it with us? Corin answered straightforwardly, I can't, I have other things to do. Without hesitation, he took a mission paper with a small cat drawn messily on it. This weekend, he would do the most worthwhile quest to quickly increase his stats, and the first quest was to find the cat named Nabi. What had to be done? He arrived at the cat owner's house to take the quest. Although the reward and experience points weren't high, that didn't matter. His goal was to fulfill the rule, rescue and return Nabi the cat, preventing it from being killed by a water monster. In his imagination, he would have to face a terrible monster to save the small cat, and thus, would prevent the owner's unhappiness from losing her pet and falling into depression. Finally, when he found the kitten, little Anna was so happy that she burst into tears, while the cat looked clueless. The system notified, you have fulfilled your duty, not being indifferent to the unhappiness of Anna Macmillan. Difficulty, E, reward, 5 points, divided evenly. Corin laughed like crazy with delight. Great, it really works like that. Even small quests help me increase a lot of stats. Anna, on the other hand, ran away in fear. Perhaps he was the one who made Anna cry, boo-hoo. Mom, that person is so strange. Corin kept accepting quests to eliminate evil for the people. He kept thinking about the points, nothing else. Then he accepted a quest to recover a lost ring. Repeatedly repeating the 2 words in his mind, as if possessed, points. Suddenly, he remembered something important and stopped for a few seconds. Ugh, wait, there is a quest that is more important than points. I wrote it down before going out today. I almost forgot. The scene changed to a house that looked very strange. From inside, a shout was heard. This isn't it. It turned out to be Yoon Kai-jo angrily slamming the table. This isn't it either. Yoon Kai-jo didn't understand why he was so angry that he broke the table, even though he had made a sauce from more than 10 ingredients like garlic, carrots, and chili, but he still couldn't find the right formula that made cold chicken taste good. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. That's not it. Yoon Kai-jo curiously turned around and asked, who's there? Corin stood at the door, the light shining on him, making him look as radiant as a leading man in a movie. Add malt, your problem will be solved. Then he leisurely left, like an idiot. Ah, okay, I'm going now. Yoon Kai-jo, feeling unlucky to have met him, mocked, who adds malt? This won't change anything. But after trying a little malt, Yoon Kai-jo immediately yelled in surprise, huh, this flavor, it's it. Corin stood outside the door, flicking his hair like a cool guy. This is the mission I have to complete. This world would be chaotic without seasoned fried chicken. The system notified, fulfilled duty, not being indifferent to the unhappiness of Yoon Kai-jo, difficulty E, reward 5 points, distributed evenly. Corin frowned, not believing his eyes. What? Does this rule still work? I just wanted to fulfill my personal wish. Then he exclaimed happily, great, that's right, the people who make flavored fried chicken are never bad. He stood in the middle of the town, laughing like a lunatic who had just escaped from the asylum. Ha ha ha. He was unaware that Warren was watching from the rooftop. Warren kept her indifferent, emotionless face, and spoke, a strange person. Professor Josephine suddenly appeared behind her and said, you're here? I left you alone because you didn't leave the city. But you should at least get an exit permit before you go. Warren didn't answer, just turned away. Professor Josephine was puzzled by her actions. In Warren's mind at this time, Corin's words from before still echoed, because being born is not a sin, it's a happy thing. And the unintentional words of another man made Warren remember, you should not have been born. Thinking of that, Warren just stood quietly on high, watching the red sunset slowly going down. The next morning, at the hunting grounds, in the dense forest, Professor Josephine was announcing the rules to the first-year students. Today they would be evaluated based on their survival skills at the hunting grounds. For those who reach the hut at the north of the forest, you will temporarily pass, she said in a serious tone. Professor Josephine continued to give detailed instructions. Please wear the wristbands corresponding to your rank. You will need to return them at the hut at the destination. You will receive points based on the time you reach the destination with that wristband, and the rewards will be proportional to the number of points you have. Karin thought, as expected, Warren didn't appear. Anyway, Warren didn't participate in practical sessions, perhaps for fairness reasons. Suddenly, there was a call. Corin. He turned around and replied gently, Alicia, did you complete the quest well? Alicia replied, yes, thanks to you, I was able to earn some living expenses. Corin smiled, I'm glad it was helpful. Then suddenly, he took out a fairly large round candy and asked, do you want a candy? I was going to buy it for my sister, but it's too sweet, so she can't eat it. Alicia excitedly exclaimed, what? Honey bomb candy. Can I eat something this precious? Professor Josephine announced, all right students, the hunting ground test begins. The whip was swung, and immediately a magic circle appeared, covering the entire sky, surprising everyone. Only Karin was very relaxed, enjoying this moment. I've seen countless mages, but to use spatial magic for this many people, it's only Professor Josephine. The Grand Mage was still as amazing as ever. In an instant, he was teleported to a strange forest. Hiya! A desperate scream made Karin turn around, sighing. It started fighting already? The hunting grounds were an important event that even veterans had to try countless times. This was a battle royale system, where you started in random locations and had to grab your opponent's gauntlets to accumulate points. That's right, fight fiercely. I'm not interested in you people. Karin dashed past two people who were tearing each other apart. The corners of Karin's mouth turned up, full of smugness. The most dangerous person right now is level 2 Alicia with the blue wristband. Karin used his finger to guide himself. Currently, Warren isn't here. As long as I can deal with Alicia, the rest are no different than free points. Alicia, maybe you don't know, he whispered. I put a tracking rune on the candy you ate. This rune will ensure that we meet again. His eyes became cunning, like a bogeyman with a long, snake-like tongue. Then he rushed off, laughing and calling Alicia's name. Ah ha ha. Alicia, Alicia. Professor Josephine, on the other side, spoke up, Principal, I'll enter the forest too. Although the mages have been deployed everywhere, it's better to be careful. Suddenly, Professor Josephine stopped for a few seconds, and then continued, wait, now that I think about it, where's that kid? Principal Eryu calmly replied, I didn't bring him. Professor Josephine asked in bewilderment, did he come on his own? Eryu replied firmly, yes. Karin was rushing forward, while Warren followed closely behind. Eryu said, I think there has been some change in his heart. Warren's eyes at this moment became extremely terrifying, red as fire. In the forest at that moment, the sounds of collisions and fighting echoed everywhere. Hey, take this, Alicia shouted. Why are you acting like this? Aren't you ashamed? In the end, only Alicia stood tall, questioning them. So many people were attacking her alone, while the others who had been defeated still tried to respond. Being shameless is their specialty. Suddenly, from behind, someone appeared out of nowhere, planning to attack Alicia. Wah! You monster, just surrender. But in an instant, a large stone flew in, knocking that person away, accompanied by a cry, Arg! Only Karin was seen standing far away, his eyes blood red with killing intent. Alicia was very grateful. Karin, did you come to save me? TSK, he really is a good person. Karin suddenly spoke, Alicia, you look so beautiful. Alicia hesitated slightly. Yes? Karin immediately used his spear to attack Alicia, yelling, I said that the blue wristband is so beautiful. Alicia was continuously attacked, her heart so upset that she wanted to cry. Karin, I trusted you because you gave me candy. I thought you were a good person. Karin thought to himself, Alicia is a level 2 knight and belongs to the pure martial arts school. Her special defensive abilities probably aren't at the stage where she can use them proficiently yet. In terms of combat power, she is at an intermediate level 2. So Karin laughed evilly and said, you'll also become a good person when you give me that wristband. Even though he was nothing compared to Alicia, a true genius who was ranked in the top 1% of talents, Alicia, who had just easily defeated 7 members of the student council at levels 3 and 4. When seeing Karen, a level 5 knight, Alicia immediately became wary. Of course, up until 30 seconds ago, she was fiercely deflecting every powerful attack from him. What is this? He's too strong. Karen was like a madman, his eyes full of killing intent and a crazy smile. He kept attacking while Alicia constantly dodged, closing in at a very close distance and combining weaving and attacks at a long distance. He teased, counterattacked, and pressured her continuously. But that didn't mean that there weren't openings. His breathing had a strange difference when he switched between thrusting and slashing stances. If I can grasp that opening, then, Alicia shouted and swung her sword straight forward. But Karen was unfazed, even mocking. If you only rely on talent and not real combat, then it's useless. His spear then struck heavily against her opponent's sword. This technique had the effect of suppressing Alicia's momentum. Then, Karen used his strength to push Alicia's sword to the ground, thrusting straight at her. He looked at his opponent like she was a piece of fat prey. Alicia looked up, sweating profusely. What? Looking at Karen's movements and attacks, Alicia was bewildered. Combining 3 basic techniques into an effective attack and at the same time a sharp counterattack was the spear extremity. As soon as she thought of that, she was knocked back. Karen didn't know the meaning of being gentle with women, directly throwing a powerful move, 6 harmony spear chaotic kill. Alicia was pushed back but still tried her best to resist, arg. But in the end, her body was still severely injured. Hurt. It was a good thing that she managed to circulate her energy to block the attack, otherwise it would have been life-threatening. Her expression became very unpleasant, clenching her teeth in pain. Although he wasn't strong or had incredible speed, his level of perfection of each technique was extraordinary. What is he? Looking at Karen, who was full of momentum, Alicia couldn't help but wonder, is he really a level 5 knight? I've been completely defeated. He didn't hold back at all. Taking the gauntlets, I'll use these in the right place. Suddenly, from behind, a loud sound echoed. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Hick, this is definitely a scam. Karen turned around, wondering, huh? What's that sound? Suddenly, a large sword flew in, intending to stab straight at Karen. Hiya! He frowned, trying his best to resist. It's too heavy. It was a sword made of dark iron, with a density 4 times that of steel, combined with supporting magic. It was an effective magic sword to fight against large-sized monsters. I've been attacked by this, it's really hard to defend. A voice full of admiration rang out. What? You blocked the heavy iron sword? You're not messing around. Dron grabbed his sword and then spoke up. That wristband, put it down and get out of here. Level 5. Karen looked at his opponent and felt incredibly uncomfortable. Oh no, it looks like that's Dron. I really don't want to run into him at all. Looking at the number of enemies lying defeated at Dron's feet, Karen couldn't help but be wary. Although he had overwhelming achievements when fighting dozens of enemies alone, not even mentioning being injured, that comfortable look showed that he was definitely different from Alicia. And so, he had to choose the most effective option. Well, there's no other way, it's come to this. The best of 36 strategies is to run. He ran away quickly, leaving the 2 people behind. Okay, there's no point in fighting right now. Dron watched him and became stiff with shock. He never expected the main character to do that. Dron's legs slowly coiled down to gain momentum. What are you holding in your mouth? His eyes suddenly turned red, filled with terrifying killing intent. It must be blue, right? Dron charged like a beast, throwing all his weapons at the 2 people who were running. Karen yelled, "Hey, you're crazy. Why is he like this? Normal people don't do things that don't make money. Alicia, why are you running after me?" Alicia, teary-eyed, said, "Because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way out." He thought seriously, okay, there's no need to fight, as long as I can take this wristband away, that's fine. But just thinking about that, the scene that appeared before him made him awkward. It turned out to be Cranel, standing in front with a smug look. Behind him was a giant earth monster. Well, sorry. If you want to pass, you have to leave your rank behind. The person speaking was Cranel, a first-year golem master. Alicia angrily cursed, "You coward, I can't believe you're blocking the exit." Karen sighed tiredly. Ha, I'm in big trouble now. In front was Cranel, blocking his way. Behind him was Dron, rushing to kill him. Karen tilted his head, thinking while trying to avoid confrontations, and ended up facing 2 dangerous people at the same time. This time there really is no other way. So, he got into a stance, ready to fight. Alicia was extremely surprised, thinking, what? Is he really planning to fight Cranel and Dron at the same time? Karen calmly replied, if the fight is unavoidable, then I have no choice but to face it. All 3 of them immediately charged at each other, starting an intense battle. A while later, as the sky gradually darkened, Karen gently knocked on the door of a house. A voice rang out, "Oh my, it seems like the champion has arrived." May I ask who it is? He was holding 3 pairs of gauntlets in his mouth and spoke. I'm Karen. I'll choose a product. Is that okay? The person inside the house came out with a bright smile, praising, "Oh my, you brought back the blue rank. This is truly an amazing student." He replied, embarrassed and politely, "Ha ha, it's nothing. I was just lucky." The battle earlier had ended with Cranel's complete defeat and Dron's powerlessness. Alicia witnessed everything and couldn't help but be shocked and amazed. Amazing. Remembering each of Karen's movements and skillful techniques made Alicia even more admiring. He had cut through the paths of the heavy sword with his agility before the sword could unleash all of its attacking power. After taking his opponent's sword, he had stabbed it firmly into the ground, making it impossible for his opponent to retrieve his weapon. The swords that couldn't be blocked, he evaded and chose to direct them towards the golems. With his quick adaptation, he quickly hid behind Dron, using him as a shield from the golem's attacks. As a result, while Dron was blocking the golem, he attacked the golem's core and neutralized it. Immediately after that, Cranel also lost his life because he no longer had a golem to control. With his agility, judgment, and even determination, he had shown himself to be someone who had participated in hundreds, thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a short moment. Alicia still couldn't believe her eyes. That could be experience gained over a long time, but he was still young. How could he be so skilled? Observing him, she saw the shadow of her sister again. Remembering what he had said, don't just rely on talent, but be lazy in real combat. A slight smile touched Alicia's lips. After that, she learned a valuable lesson for herself. I have to work harder. Dron, on the other side, with a hint of a frown and discomfort, thought, before my power could be unleashed, he had quickly found a way to deal with me. How did this kid know my weaknesses? In an instant, he understood all my techniques and special moves like the back of his hand. Cranel, on the other hand, was still injured, lying on the ground. Karen stood on high, reminding them, for small weapons with high attack power and high speed, golems are no different than a shield. If I were you, I would first ask a friend to escort and protect me instead of a golem like that. Cranel suddenly asked, friends? Hearing that, he became flustered. Huh? Cranel stuttered, I don't. He immediately understood, you have friends? Karen coldly replied, then try to find yourself a friend. Karen's words made Cranel tear up, cursing inwardly, this bastard is making fun of me. On this day, 3 talented students in the first year each remembered Karen in their own way, and he was now happily waiting for the winner's reward. Alright, I didn't think it could go so smoothly. Currently, among the remaining participants on the hunting grounds, the strongest person was said to be the one who received the protection of the forest, Yule, a small and beautiful young woman. But there were not only ordinary players participating. Above, Mariette, the top mage of Merkaba Academy, was performing water magic, creating a giant water ball. Mariette, with a smile that looked friendly but was full of killing intent, was preparing to drop the water ball. The water ball fell, as if it wanted to create a tsunami that would wash everything away. Yule, soaked and teary-eyed, was helping the other members training by taking on the role of the monster. For Yule, this was the first time she had encountered an opponent too strong for her. Thus, the training process at the hunting grounds had come to an end. Mariette sat down, asking, are you a new student? Hello, I'm Mariette. Yule stuttered to reply, my name is Yule. Mariette continued, so, and, over there, Warren had been standing behind them since who knew when. Warren's cold eyes made Mariette even more curious. What's your name? Warren stepped forward, her tone mocking. Oh my, you must be looking for someone. Mariette refused to back down, replying, I'm just gathering my friends and facing me if you encounter me. Suddenly, Warren passed by Mariette as quick as lightning, surprising her so much that she didn't even have time to react. Immediately, Mariette reacted by creating a large mountain of ice to block Warren's path. Forgive me. You can ignore me, but according to the rules, I'm still a monster. Mariette's voice was cute but full of hidden meaning. Hearing that, Warren turned to look at her with a cold look and spoke, how annoying. At this moment, Karen's excited voice echoed from inside the store. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I saw such a high score. Can I choose a reward? The reward had been prepared and was just waiting for him to choose. The shop owner smiled. There's a boar-killing knife, protective leather armor, shark bear honey, and many other attractive items. Karen looked around and fell into thought. The most valuable item was the shark bear honey, but he had a plan in advance. After a minute of deliberation, Karen decided, I'll take this. The shop owner praised, oh, you have a good eye choosing the ginseng seed. The shop owner continued to ask, what about the remaining 17 points? Karen thought again. With 17 points. A moment later, Karen held up 2 reward cards. One was a nutritional supplement for plants, 6 points, and the other was earplugs, 10 points, and happily said, "Please, let me take these." He joyfully walked out of the shop. Wow. Shopping is great, he thought, and in front of him were a pile of ruins with unconscious soldiers. Jaeger's excited voice rang out, "Even if I played this 1,000 times, it would never be as smooth as this. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them complete this with so many points." Second rank with 19 points left. Lark was tiredly running after them from behind. "I have 15 points. Karin stood there, praising them wholeheartedly. "Both of you cooperated really well." Hearing that, Jaeger was pleased. "This game is easy. I'll train more in the physical training room tonight." Karin spoke, "If you still have the energy to go to the training room, then help me find the cores of those golems, okay?" Luden turned around in surprise, looking quite unwilling. "Huh?" Karin didn't easily let Luden go. "They're precious, right? We'll help you." Luden felt guilty. "Okay then." Karin immediately said, "At times like these, you should say thank you." Looking at Luden, Karen remembered his past life. "I worked a lot with Kranel. Without good heavy-duty tanks like the golems in large monster battles, everything would gradually come to an end." Second-rank Mage Kranel was restoring the golem's cores. Second-rank Knight Alicia was injured. Second-rank Knight Dron was out of energy. Second-rank Druid Yule had fainted. Karin sighed, supporting Yule up, thinking, how could she die here? What are the professors doing? If life is so important, then she probably just fainted. Yule whispered, "Mariette, that girl, she..." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the forest. Karen was startled. What's going on? A horde of all kinds of beasts charged at them with unimaginable speed. Seeing that, Yule quickly urged, "Run, Mariette." Karen frowned, wondering, what about Mariette? Mariette, with her innate ability to analyze magic and her unlimited mana energy, was a mage who had never experienced despair or failure. She was Mariette, a true genius, as the senior professors had said. For her, the hunting grounds were just a playground. She only needed to adjust the difficulty and help her juniors grow as a senior. That was how she did things. While being overwhelmed in a battle, Mariette would try to keep calm and think, "I need to analyze." However, she no longer had time to do that when Warren jumped up, preparing to attack. Mariette also tried to use a move to stop her, but it didn't work at all against Warren's power. When seeing the situation getting worse, Mariette frowned. "TSK, I can't just rely on basic magic to stop this." Although she had promised the senior professors that she wouldn't use magic stronger than intermediate level, now she was forced to use high-level magic. In other words, even though she didn't want to admit it, Mariette had started using her full power. And at that moment, Warren rushed in, kicking her straight in the stomach, causing her pain. Then, she slammed her into a tree trunk, creating a large hole. Mariette struggled to resist, the pain tearing through her body. At this time, Mariette was trembling, fearfully begging, "Don't come near me." What was in front of her was not a knight, a mage, or any kind of game, but a natural disaster. Warren was in human form. Mariette tried to gather the little strength she had left to prepare to attack, but then she shouted in despair, "Don't come near me, that's enough." A familiar voice rang out from somewhere, "Warren, stop." Hearing that voice, Mariette was surprised. "Huh?" A woman appeared, blocking in front of Mariette, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Mariette looked in bewilderment. "Professor, Josephine." Knowing that she was safe, Mariette sighed in relief. "Ah, yes, I'm fine." But as soon as she finished speaking, her strength completely vanished, and she fainted. Professor Josephine glanced at Mariette's pitiful state without saying a word. In the hunting grounds, unexpected results had appeared. Karin shared, "First of all, the person who finished first and got the most points was me, a level 5 student, and the top-ranked first year was Warren. And the top-ranked second year, Mariette, had a conflict. She is now being treated in the medical room, severely injured, and hasn't woken up yet." Karin thought, "That was scary. I thought she had awakened into a boss. She seems okay, so everything will probably go according to the original storyline. Well, I'll leave it at that. There are still 3 weeks left before she awakens, so I have to go prepare a few things." After thinking, he walked out of the room. Outside the edge of the hunting ground forest, Karin looked around, searching for someone who lived there. He took out some eye drops and then pretended to carelessly drop the seed into the pond. "Oh, I slipped. What should I do?" As the seed gradually sank, Karin pretended to be pitiful. "No, the precious seed my mother left me, no." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Why are you crying?" Karin inwardly smiled smugly. Here he is. In the Legend of the Arhan Heroes, there was an Easter egg that could only be used once. It was a hidden detail that was there to make the game more interesting for the player. The story of the hermit's golden axe for the woodcutter, when he accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The hermit asked him if the golden axe or the silver axe was his. This hermit could appear with the gold and silver axes, but was limited to unique or lower-level weapons. If you threw other weapons into the water, there would be no reaction, and the story would end there. Karin had tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but some veteran players had tried dropping a lot of random items, including rare items, which made this Easter egg even more interesting. At this moment, the hermit leisurely asked, "Is this golden seed yours?" Karin shook his head, denying, "No sir." "Or is it this silver seed?" Still shaking his head, "No sir." But inside, he was cursing. What idiot would dare throw away the ginseng seed that we struggled so hard to get just to exchange 100 points into the lake? The kind hermit smiled and said, "Ha ha, then, this must be your seed." Karin replied, with tears streaming down his face, "Yes, that's right, this is definitely my seed." He admitted, "Yes, that crazy hero is me." The hermit praised, "Even though you saw gold and silver, you were not greedy but very honest. I value your honesty and will give you these seeds, the silver ginseng seed and the golden ginseng seed." When the act was completed like a play, the hermit slowly sank. "Well then, goodbye, ho ho." Karin bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank God, thank you. Please take care of yourself." When the hermit had disappeared, Karin immediately revealed a bizarre face and laughed savagely. He, the items can be multiplied. Normal ginseng seeds help increase mana, but the golden and silver seeds have special effects. The golden ginseng seed will make the ginseng plant glow golden when planted, while the silver ginseng seed will make the plant glow silver. This was a hidden fragment that could only be collected this way in the legend of Arhan heroes. Although some people had shouted when collecting them immediately after harvesting, that wasn't a big problem. Karin happily thought, "In my past life, Park Si-Hoo ate the golden seed and I ate the silver seed, but now they will both be mine." What made Mariette the first boss and awakened her as a special vampire was the real quest that would take place in the next 3 weeks, the confrontation with the murderous vampire of the Misty City, John Doe. Karin didn't know how the demon's underlings in Mariette had awakened, but there were still 3 weeks left, and that was why he had decided to show his power to the strong people in second rank. Because no one wanted to fight a weak level 5 knight, even if he asked for help. The first thing that interested them in a player was innate talent and strength. Karin calculated, "In a week, they will have fully recovered. At that point I will propose to form a party." The first boss in the legend of the Arhan heroes, Special Vampire Mariette. On a full moon night, Mariette suddenly sat up, but she still had 3 weeks before her awakening. Isbel, who was on duty next to her, noticed that she had sat up and asked, "Mariette, how are you?" Then, she anxiously asked, "Mariette, are you okay? How is your throat?" That first year, she should have known when to stop. You were also restricted with basic magic. However, Mariette remained silent, not responding. If Karin had enough preparation, faith, and the right members, he would easily save the girl from her unfortunate fate. Until then, he would train Alicia, help Dron, the mercenary, control his sword, recruit the druid from Avalon Forest, and become closer with the golem witch, Krenal. A series of goals were set, making Karin extremely excited. He thought to himself, "Okay, perfect. If I prepare thoroughly, this will be as easy as eating candy, as long as no variables occurred." At this moment, Mariette's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing red, bloodshot pupils. Before Mariette's eyes, Isbel appeared as real prey. Immediately, she rushed forward, pinned Isbel down, and opened her mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. She moaned hoarsely, "I'm so thirsty." Suddenly at this moment, Professor Josephine slapped her hand on her book and sighed, "You're so annoying." Then, she propped her chin up, frowned, and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have sent you out. If you want to learn, I'll tutor you separately. Reflect on yourself." Hearing that, Warren was distraught, and said sadly, "Should I just jump off the building?" Suddenly, Karin appeared from somewhere, upside down outside the window, excitedly speaking, "Well, I knew you'd be here." This sudden appearance startled Warren, who was confused. Karin, while clinging to the tree branch, was holding a box of pastries in his hand, and continued, "Warren, right? I think I've seen you before. I'm Karin. Can you open the window?" Warren hesitated and opened the window. Karin held out the box of pastries and said, "Here, this is for you. I don't know what you like, so I just bought this. Besides, it would be weird to come empty-handed." Hearing that, Warren still remained silent, not saying a word. A moment later, she spoke, "Climbing trees like this violates school regulations." Karin just smiled, teasing, "I didn't come in. I'm hanging on a tree. And if I did come in, it seems like Josephine isn't here, right?" Although he was joking, Karin was thinking inside, "I came here to see if she was injured, but I don't see any injuries. It seems she's forbidden from going out because of what happened at the hunting grounds." He thought again about Professor Josephine, his expression becoming slightly serious. Warren is a demi-human, so she's worried, but locking her up for more than 4 days is too much. While Karen was lost in thought, Warren suddenly spoke, startling him. She went out. I haven't seen her come back here in more than 4 days. Hearing that, Karen was shocked. What? She hasn't returned here even once? Warren calmly replied, yeah. Warren's indifference made Karen even more shocked. While in a panic, he accidentally slipped, falling from the tree to the ground, creating a loud noise. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Activated Tenacious Warrior Reborn. Karen lay on the ground, hugging himself and crying out, ouch. That hurts too much. I'll see you again. I'll bring you food tomorrow. Warren still didn't say anything, only silently watching. At this time, Professor Josephine had left the academy, leaving Warren, the most dangerous person in Merkaba, behind. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A thought flashed through his mind. Something is definitely wrong. 2 people appeared, Professor Dima and Professor Fermac Damon, a martial artist representing the Knights Department, who used to be a bodyguard. They were running while talking. Professor Dima anxiously asked, have you found her yet? Fermac, while running, replied, not yet. I'll try searching the city outskirts. The representative martial artist's footsteps became even more urgent. Warren noticed that and thought, these 2 are in such a hurry too. It can't be. In another place, at a gate, a soldier blocked Karen and spoke, Karen, what's going on? Your request to meet her has already been rejected. Hearing that, Karen smiled, held out a delicious sandwich along with a refreshing drink, and then cheerfully replied, oh my, it's not that. You're a level 3 security guard, Kron, right? Josephine asked me to bring you food and drinks. Kron, without any suspicion, took the food from Karen and replied, really? She really cares about her subordinates. While that was happening, Karen was thinking, my request to meet Mariette was rejected. Isabel, Mariette's bodyguard, has disappeared, and the infirmary is guarded by soldiers outside. From the beginning, I felt something wasn't right. Kron was eating the sandwich and drinking happily, without even a hint of suspicion. Karen continued to observe and think, the more I think about it, the more my suspicions seem to be correct. Suddenly, Kron took a bite of the sandwich and immediately experienced severe abdominal pain, only being able to say a few broken words. Seeing that, Karen was secretly happy, but still pretended to be worried. Oh my, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? There's a restroom over there. Kron quickly ran away, not forgetting to tell him, can you keep an eye out for me for a bit? But remember, don't go in there. Karen waved, smiling and replying, yes, please go ahead. I definitely won't go inside. When Kron was out of sight, Karen sighed in relief. However, his thoughts continued to swirl in his head. Impossible. There's still a month left. How could it be this early? I hope that my suspicions are wrong. As he thought, Karen tightly grabbed the piece of cloth in front of him. Then, he threw open the cloth and called out loudly, Mariette. However, the person in front of him was not Mariette. Karen exclaimed in surprise, Isabel. He hesitated, thinking in disappointment, Mariette was supposed to be lying here. Why is it Isabel? Isn't she missing? Without a doubt, seeing the 2 round bite marks on the neck of the person before him, Isabel, Mariette silently confirmed. This was definitely the secret that the professors were trying to hide. Mariette, while observing the person in front of her, Karen, couldn't help but feel angry. Isabel had awakened as a vampire and become the biggest threat in the first chapter. Karen quietly sighed, his hands still tightly holding onto the cloth. Inside his head, his thoughts kept spinning. Everything was happening 3 weeks faster than the original script. He remembered the 4-phase attack strategy to defeat the final boss of Chapter 1. The first phase, quickly deal with the monster's attacks. The second phase, use magic circles to imprison her. In Karen's mind, the image of Isabel locked in a dark and gloomy space appeared clearly. By inflicting damage, they gained the upper hand. The third phase was to directly confront the powerful enemy raging in the blood zone. At this moment, the image of the terrifying enemy appeared again in Karen's mind. Finally, when the enemy was defeated, it would transform into its final form. This was the core of the strategy. Karen thought, if the outstanding first-year students worked together, they might not need the player's assistance, and this wouldn't be too difficult. The image of his 4 close friends suddenly appeared in his mind, but immediately after that, he felt regret. To reach Phase 3, but, Alicia, with red eyes and a resentful face, injured by him. Dron, his companion, had his important weapon destroyed, also his fault. Cranel, whose golem hadn't fully recovered, yet another fault that was his. Karen held his head, both surprised and angrily blaming himself. This isn't good. Damn it. At that moment, the image of an evil vampire appeared in his mind. A familiar image from the original script. In the story, After the encounter with the murderous vampire in the Misty City, Mariette had lost control and attacked her roommate, and then entered a state of rage. In his past life, when this happened, Karen remembered that the setting had changed to a dark house. At that time, he and his team had waited for Mariette and Isabel in the dorm to deal with things. The scene in Karen's memory was of all 5 members of the team gathering there, but Park Si-hoo had intentionally let Mariette escape. Everything is now messed up because of my actions. He suddenly remembered the image of Alicia being attacked, flying far away, and suffering severe injuries with 8 broken bones. Meanwhile, Kranel's golem was completely destroyed, leaving him unable to fight, a scene of complete disappointment. Suddenly, the image of Warren appeared with a terrifying power. I also thought about Warren joining, but I can't predict how the battle would change if that happened. The scene changed to a corner of the physical training room. Karen spoke up, "Here's the job application. This mission is particularly difficult. I need to find and capture someone alive." Dron frowned, replying, "Are you crazy? The principle of mercenaries is to only take battles that they are sure to win. Besides, you broke my sword. Now I only have 2 left." Before Dron could finish speaking, Karen interrupted, "The reward is 20 gold coins. If you still don't believe it, I'll leave this as collateral." He pulled out a pure spirit ash card, which made Dron pause. After a few seconds of thought, Dron smirked, saying, "You're really a boss who knows my psychology." At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Dron has joined your team." Karen chuckled, looking very pleased. The scene changed to the library. Karen opened a book on the shelf, observing carefully. Suddenly, Yule appeared, hesitatingly asking, "How did you know?" "I thought all the records had burned along with the forest." Karen calmly replied, "I had read a book about it before. The alphabet you're using is the OM alphabet, right? You're here to find it, aren't you?" Saying that, Karen resolutely closed the book. Looking at Yule, "If you help me, I'll teach you all of this magic." Yule hesitated, frowning as he asked, specifically, "What do I have to do?" The system displayed a notification, "Druid Yule has joined your team." Karen couldn't hide his satisfaction. The final scene changed to the canteen. Karen was trying to convince Lark and Jaeger, who were sitting in front of him. Lark slowly said, "I'm forming a team, but this quest is both difficult and dangerous. The pay is also low, and we might have to face an extremely powerful demon tribe." Karen patiently persuaded them, "But if we succeed, we will gain honor and fame." His words made both Lark and Jaeger stop what they were doing, dumbfounded. Karen was a bit flustered, thinking, "Is it too hard to convince them?" Suddenly, Jaeger and Lark abruptly changed their attitude, exclaiming in unison, "That sounds appealing. Let us join your team." Seeing that, Karen smiled, happily replying, "All right, you guys are really obsessed with romance." The scene changed to a dense forest. Karen led Lark, Jaeger, Yule, and Dron. While walking, Karen was thinking, 1 person to deal damage, 1 person to heal, plus 3 people supporting. That's enough to get through the first phase. This meets the minimum requirements. He slightly smirked, telling himself, this team is in its best shape now. Suddenly, Karen remembered his meeting with Si-hoo, who had told him a few things before bursting into tears and running into the forest. Recalling it, he thought, it took so much effort to find her. Who knew such a strong person would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide there for a month? Karen's thoughts became sharp, and he was decisive. He said she was hiding in the forest, and there's only one forest near Merkaba Academy. A moment later, at the hunting grounds, a team member spoke. "Is Mariette really here?" Dron hesitated, replying, "Boss, I understand the goal of this mission, but how are we supposed to find her?" Karen replied in a calm voice, "Looking for her might take another 5 years. If we want to know, we should ask around. There will definitely be a clue. Don't worry." Hearing that, Yule frowned suspiciously, asking, "You actually know something already, don't you?" Without waiting for Karen to answer, Yule planted her staff on the ground, creating a mystical green light. He shouted, invoking, "Spirits, lead us to her." From the earth, green energy surged up, surrounding Yule, her body filled with spiritual power. Lark exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Spirits are surrounding us." Jaeger grabbed Lark's shoulder, excitedly saying, "Look at this, a whole bunch of spirits." Karen stood and observed, thinking, judging by their reactions, the spirits must be responding to Yule's invocation, but I can't see anything at all. He scratched his head, asking, "Did the spirits find Mariette?" Hearing that, the 3 of them, Lark, Jaeger, and Yule stuttered, "Yes, but," Karen curiously continued, "What is it? Where is she?" The 3 of them replied in unison, their voices panicked, "Right behind you." Karen immediately reacted, turning around and planting his staff behind him, stabbing directly into the monster that had just appeared. After attacking several times in a row, he cursed, "Damn it! What the hell? Where did this come from?" Before he could even steady himself, Dron shouted a warning, "Up ahead! There are more monsters!" In front of Karin, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared, preparing to charge at his team. Lark and Jaeger exclaimed in panic, "Did Mariette turn into a monster?" Hearing that, Karin immediately dispelled their thoughts. There's no way that could happen. Without thinking too much, Lark quickly channeled all his spiritual power through his book to assist in attacking the monsters, but the situation was extremely difficult. Jaeger, on the other hand, didn't sit still, but laughed excitedly at the monsters in front of him. "You dare to face Jaeger head-on? It's just the right time for me to warm up my body." Seeing Jaeger charge forward, Karin anxiously warned, "Jaeger, don't rush in, they'll surround you." But Jaeger ignored him, continuing to advance. Karin had to shout loudly, "Hey!" The situation became more intense, causing Karin to immediately order, "Retreat 3 steps. Don't be rash. Just attack slowly, their numbers will gradually decrease." Lark, support from behind, okay? Lark, hearing that, replied, "Okay." Karin continued to instruct, "Yule, you stay with Lark. Dron, you know what to do, right? Don't go too far forward." Yule, despite being busy, still followed the order, while Dron nodded in agreement. Seeing Karin's calm, Yule thought in admiration. Even though he was attacked suddenly, he didn't panic at all, and even outlined a rational strategy. Not only is he strong, but he is also a true strategist. At the same time, Karin and Dron worked together to eliminate the monsters. Yule thought in surprise, who would have thought that he was just a 5th-level knight? The student ranking exam must have been flawed. Karin, with his broadsword in hand, continued to work with others to eliminate the monsters, but at this time, Jaeger called loudly, "Yule, I thought Mariette was supposed to be here. Why are there only monsters?" Yule stammered to reply, "I'm just doing what the spirits told me." Lark began to guess what was happening and angrily said, "Is Mariette controlling them? Monsters don't hunt in packs like this, and they're more aggressive than normal." While supporting, Lark observed the situation. Suddenly, Karin interrupted, "That's not it. Mariette couldn't possibly be the one behind this. If she were controlling them, they wouldn't attack so chaotically. That's not like her." Karin's eyes were filled with faith and pride when he mentioned Mariette. Hearing that, Dron asked, "Then why are these monsters attacking us?" Karin replied, "Both possibilities are incorrect." The entire group asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Karin explained in a pensive tone, "Each monster species has its own hunting habits, but sometimes they fall into desperate situations, to the point where they forget their instincts, like when they face something that they can't fight against." Hearing that, Jaeger, Yule, Lark, and Dron were all stunned. Something is making them run. As soon as the words were finished, the atmosphere suddenly became strange, signaling the appearance of a new danger. Seeing the dangerous situation, Karin immediately warned, "Prepare to fight. Yule, Lark, retreat behind me." Lark, while frantically opening his book, complained, "Ugh, I can't even catch my breath." Yule also replied, "Is this far enough?" Karin continued to instruct, "Dron, Jaeger, retreat 1 step and support me." Dron, hearing that, guessed his intentions and replied, "It seems like you already have a plan in mind. I trust you, my boss." Jaeger chimed in, "1 step as in your step, or 1 step as in my step?" Suddenly, Karin's eyes flashed with killing intent and determination. "I will go first." At this moment, the system suddenly appeared along with a notification. The third rule, "I will save the world Mariette." The system announced a 50% increase in Group C stats, and immediately after that, Karin's stats were displayed clearly. Stamina, magic power, physique, strength, and agility were all significantly enhanced. Looking at the numbers that appeared, Karin gradually understood that Mariette's fate was not just a minor event, and her influence on this world was much greater. These reserve stats were clearly based on the scale of her influence in the future, not just a small incident that happened in Chapter 1. Thinking of this, he tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand, his eyes becoming sharper. The system displayed a new notification, "I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." Seeing that the situation seemed stable, everyone's spirits gradually rose. Karin couldn't hide his excitement and confidently ordered, "All right, let's charge." The system at this moment displayed another notification, "I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." This conflicted with the first rule, "Don't be indifferent to the unhappiness of others." At the same time, Mariette's image also appeared, with her transformed, demonic appearance. At this time, the system also displayed the final line, "Save Mariette. Hero Karin, good luck." Suddenly, Mariette's demonic appearance burst into tears, looking incredibly pitiful. Seeing that, Yule spoke with some concern, "She's crying." Hearing and seeing that, Dron, being more aware, warned them, "That won't change anything. Just eliminate the demons." Suddenly at this moment, a sword flew towards Mariette with extremely high speed. But suddenly, Dron saw something that made his eyes widen in shock. At this moment, the sword had been blocked by a shield, protecting Mariette and preventing the attack from reaching her. Seeing that, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "What was that? I didn't think my heavy sword could be blocked." It seemed that Lark had also realized it, and explained, "That's a blood orb, an artifact born from vampire blood. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could have a blood orb with her." Seeing that, Corin turned around, his eyes filled with determination, and said, "There's no need to be afraid. It's just newly formed, it hasn't received any blood or magic from her. Without replenishment of blood and magic from its master, it can't do anything other than block attacks." Suddenly at this moment, Dron spoke, "For a mage like me, facing an opponent with such defense is a big problem." Hearing that, Corin nonchalantly replied, "It'll be fine. Don't worry." Suddenly, Mariette's demonic form let out a loud shout, yelling, "Get out!" Seeing that, Corin immediately reminded everyone, "It's a wide-range magic attack." Seeing that, Corin then called out, "Yule." Hearing that, Yule also became extremely determined, and started using her power, not forgetting to reply, "I know." While Yule was summoning her domain power, Karen, looking very pleased, said, "I don't know about other places, but this is in the forest. This is my domain." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the domain that Yule had created formed a shield to protect everyone instantly. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification: increased attack speed and protected souls from negative effects. At this time, Mariette had been blocked by the shield of life that Yule had created, making it difficult for Mariette to continue. And Yule, at this moment, was both resisting and struggling, letting out a strained cry. Seeing the situation like that, Jaeger anxiously warned, "If that defensive wall breaks, what will happen?" Hearing that, Lark chimed in, "Jaeger, what are you talking about?" Yule, who was now resisting with great difficulty, gritted her teeth and thought, "Just that one attack has made me lose half of my mana to maintain the defense. The poisonous hunting ground effect of the vampire is affecting me, but I have to endure to give everyone a chance to attack." It seemed that the shield was now unable to withstand Mariette's power. Corin also realized this and asked, "Yule, you've reached your limit, right?" At this time, Corin stood out, telling everyone to have faith in him. Yule, seeing Karen, remembered, he promised he would defeat this vampire. Corin was holding a sharp knife in his hand, looking calm, and laughed to himself, "Just endure a bit longer, I'll handle it in 5 moves." Hearing that, Yule, who was almost exhausted, panted and said, "Can you really do it?" Hearing that, Corin replied, giving everyone reassurance, "Yeah, of course I can." At this moment, Mariette was also being restrained by some mysterious power, and was painfully hugging her body. Corin was silently observing everything to find a way. The battle with the vampire Mariette is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1 is when the monsters around her attack the player team. Phase 2 is after the monsters are defeated. Mariette will fight on her own. You need to face her from Phase 2 to Phase 4 to see her strongest magic being unleashed. By that time, Mariette will suddenly become a crazed beast. In other words, before the final phase comes, she still hasn't used all her power. At that time, Mariette will have almost become a real vampire. It's similar to in the game as well as my previous life. Thinking that, Karen now held the knife in his hand and turned around, instructing, "Lark, you should leave before Yule. You can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so take care of yourself." Hearing that, Lark was very surprised at Karen's calculations and said, "You thought of that too? I understand." At this time, Karen also praised Yule. "You did well. Once you've used all your mana, run as far away as possible." Hearing that, Yule replied, "Okay, I'll think about that when the time comes." Up until now, even though their team had a wide attack range, they weren't very lucky. The truly dangerous thing, suddenly, while Karen was thinking, the shield was now unable to withstand the power from Mariette outside and was almost completely shattered. At this time, Mariette's power was also seeping through the cracks in the shield, causing Karen to think, the alchemy spell will happen next. She's coming. At this moment, Karen was looking determinedly, waiting for Mariette to appear. Suddenly, a freezing alchemy spell was used to break the shield. At this moment, the shield seemed to have shattered completely by the freezing alchemy spell, making everyone look up with extreme fear. At this time, Jaeger, in extreme fear, cried out loudly, "The wall is collapsing." At the same time, Yule was ceaselessly resisting with prayers, Mother Earth and the nourishment from plants and grains, gods and insects, ashes covering the world. At the same time, sounds were heard, Sail, Ifin, Ua, Struff, and after that, the light of the spirits that Yule had summoned became clearer. At this moment, a gust of wind came from somewhere, making Yule realize it and think, the gods are responding. Although she was the one who had written those ancient characters, only a pure druid could activate it, Karen thought, frowning to himself. Although it was similar to ancient runes, it was a system language belonging to a different civilization. Suddenly, at this moment, tree roots and sprouts burst from the ground, rising at an extremely fast speed. This made Karen realize and think. Those are secret languages that you can only obtain after completing the storyline of Yule, who always strives to become a forest mage, a mage of the old forest, a darling of nature, a secret language of thousands of years belonging only to people of a tribe friendly to spirits. At this moment, both Jaeger and Dron were shocked by everything in front of them, so shocked that their eyes widened and their mouths hung open. At this time, a giant willow humanoid appeared, with an extremely large form created from the roots of the gods, with 5 eyes and a dark form, making everyone exclaim in panic, "What is that?" Seeing that, even Yule was just as surprised, blurting out, "That ancient rune summoned this?" Hearing Yule's surprise, Karen chuckled to himself and thought, "That's right, it took time when I helped him summon this, but in this situation, there's no other way." Thinking that, Karen then called out, "Jaeger, there's still a horned owl alive, throw it at the willow humanoid quickly." Hearing that, Jaeger was very surprised and asked, "A horned owl is still alive? Wow, you're amazing, Karen. There's really one left." Hearing the surprise from his teammate, Karen immediately showed an extremely pleased expression. Then, he thought to himself, "I was prepared, even though they didn't notice while they were busy fighting." Thinking that, Karen then gave the order, "Quick, throw it into the willow humanoid's chest." Hearing that, Jaeger quickly took action, not forgetting to reply, "Okay." Suddenly, at this moment, the horned owl was defeated in an instant, creating a large explosion that scattered the owl. By burning the sacrificed object inside the willow humanoid's chest, it acted as energy for the summoned humanoid's magic to activate. At this time, the willow humanoid also stood up abruptly, and the explosion didn't have any impact on the willow humanoid's neck. At the same time, everyone simultaneously ordered the willow humanoid, "Go, willow humanoid." Immediately, the willow humanoid obeyed and charged forward, attacking non-stop. This seemed to affect Yule as well, causing her to clutch her chest and moan in pain, and Karen also realized this and thought, "It seems too much for him. It's really difficult for him to withstand such a powerful summoning magic for a few minutes." Thinking that, Karen then spoke firmly and encouragingly, "Don't stop, Yule. If you stop, everyone will die." Hearing that, Yule, who was now in pain to the point of tears, still struggled and said, "I know, I'll try." At this time, the willow humanoid was standing in front of Mariette, making Mariette a bit contemptuous and making some noises, but it couldn't stop Mariette's will to attack, so Mariette let out a loud shout and at the same time released poisonous golden beams. Seeing that, the willow humanoid was being attacked non-stop, causing his teammates to anxiously ask, "Corin, is this going to be okay?" Hearing that, Corin replied, making everyone feel at ease, "Don't worry." At this time, Corin thought to himself, the willow humanoid isn't a living thing, just a humanoid, so a few holes on its body won't kill it. And theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, fire can never lose. While Jaeger and Dron were anxiously watching the battle unfold, that's what I thought. Suddenly, at this moment, a poisonous blade that Mariette had released was flying towards the willow humanoid at an extremely fast speed. This made Karen open his eyes in surprise and mutter, "That magic, it extinguished the willow humanoid's fire." And suddenly at this moment, the willow humanoid suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to avoid it in fear. At this moment, Karen was frowning, gritting his teeth, and anxiously thinking, common knowledge is being completely overturned. This is definitely Mariette's special difficulty. At this moment, Mariette had truly turned into a demon, with her murderous appearance. At this moment, Yule was also badly affected, collapsing on the ground, clutching her chest and crying out in pain. Seeing that, Corin immediately said, "Yule, retreat, that's enough." Hearing that, Yule stammered and asked, "What?" But at this time, Corin chimed in, "Your mana is all used up. It won't change anything if you stay here." Hearing that, Yule also understood the situation and said, "I understand. I'll retreat first," and quickly left the scene. Seeing that, Jaeger anxiously asked, "Hey, will we be able to do it, Corin?" At this moment, Karen also explained the situation to his teammates. Mariette, she used all her wide-range attacks. Now her magic power is weakened. Do you know what that means? Hearing that, Jaeger asked in confusion, "What?" "It's time for us to act." Suddenly at this moment, Karen, as if transformed into a beast, charged with an extremely excited expression, causing both Jaeger and Dron to shout in fear, "Hey, hey, wait a bit." Immediately after that, both Jaeger and Dron quickly followed. At this time, the three of them were facing Mariette, a true demon, who was constantly releasing poisonous golden blades. At this moment, Dron quickly used his techniques, link, acceleration, and then immediately attacked back, but failed. This made Dron become a little annoyed, cursing, "Damn it, that blood orb is so tough." Suddenly at this moment, Jaeger appeared from the air with a determined yell, "I'm here! Eat this! Now!" Immediately, Jaeger struck a blow at Mariette, creating a blinding flash of light. And Karen also realized it and, very pleased, laughed to himself, "That's Jaeger's special, destructive, overlapping attack. The damage that the opponent has to endure will be multiplied many times. He's very useful. I'm glad I called him to join the team." At this moment, after finishing his attack, Jaeger smiled smugly and said, "I broke it, you idiot, watch out." Immediately after praising himself, Mariette suddenly activated Phase 3, with her eyes turning blood red. Immediately, the Level 3 phase appeared, the Blood Realm. At this moment, the scene suddenly created a loud, blinding explosion. At this time, his teammates' blades, swords, and drills suddenly fell freely without anyone around. At this time, Karen was also trying to resist the situation. But it seemed that Karen also realized the current situation and thought coldly, "We're trapped in this barrier now. As soon as the blood orb was destroyed, it would activate a trap, and now we're trapped in it. It's really intense." Instead of being passively defensive before, the blood orb has now absorbed her blood and magic, and created this. In front of Karen now was Mariette, and a genuine demon had appeared. Karen then sighed to himself and laughed, full of bitterness. "I didn't think I would be the only one fighting her in this phase. At least 3 people are needed to fight this Phase 3 in my past life. But now," suddenly at this moment, Karen, with extreme arrogance and power, said with great pleasure, "Well, it's not much of a problem. The result will be the same. I'll still be the winner." At this moment, the moon became rounder and redder than ever, making the scene even more gloomy. If you were born as a normal human, you could distinguish between animals and humans. If you were truly human, the fear to the point of closing your eyes would be natural. At that time, the scene had shifted to a dark castle. When looking at the animals struggling for their lives in despair, a strange air flowed. Also, at a certain room in the castle at this moment, with a blurry image, a cold air went down my spine, completely different from the burning sensation in my throat. Suddenly, Mariette had returned to normal and was faintly opening her eyes after a coma. At this moment, Mariette began to look around, silently surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, someone was calling her name loudly. "Et! Hey!" Mariette still couldn't see clearly, but could only think, "My throat is being drawn to someone's neck, I don't know who it is." Suddenly, at this moment, Mariette transformed into a vampire again, with sharp fangs and claws. Mariette thought to herself, "I bit it." My fangs, which have always been there, tore through the skin and reached the blood vessels of the creature that was now trembling. Suddenly at this moment, the person who had called Mariette's name suddenly opened their eyes wide and tears streamed down their face. I don't know if this is the fear of being hunted or a fierce resistance, and it doesn't matter anymore. The fear of having to close my eyes was gone. At that moment, Mariette, like a bloodthirsty beast, rushed to bite and devour the prey before her. The moans of pain were like a piano melody. The warm blood flowed onto my tongue, wetting my entire throat. At that time, the body of the person Mariette had bitten into suddenly trembled and then slowly fell backward. It ran down the whole body and warmed my cold skin until, suddenly at this moment, after biting the person and with the blood that had splattered on her, on the bed, Mariette still looked innocent, thinking, "My blood vessels, which I thought had stopped flowing, feel like they're being widened again." Isabelle's moans and the creaking of the bed stopped. The person whom Mariette had bitten was Isabelle, who had completely collapsed after being bitten. Only the sound of my heart pounding like it was about to explode echoed throughout my body. The fragrant smell of blood was both suffocating and disgusting to myself. Suddenly at that moment, Mariette seemed to recognize that the person she had just attacked was someone she knew well, and began to cover her mouth and hug her trembling body. My entire body, which was full of life, wanted to completely collapse, because only now did I realize that it wasn't a beast or anything. Isabelle, at that time, seemed to have no strength left and fell in front of Mariette. Mariette was a true demon when she turned into a vampire. "I've committed a crime, I've almost killed my friend," and at the same time, the moon had returned to normal like any other night, no longer the red blood moon from before. As if she had only killed an animal. No, even more heartless than that. At that time, Mariette seemed extremely afraid of what she had just done, and she was remorseful to the point of crying uncontrollably. As soon as she realized that she had treated humans like animals, she hugged her rumbling stomach, and ran away. Gone. Right after causing the disaster, Mariette seemed to be unable to think of anything other than running away. Until the young man found her, who was Karen, the one Mariette had mentioned. At this time, the battle between Karen and the demon Mariette continued. At this moment, the bizarre demon dog, which was on Mariette's side, suddenly charged at Karen like a tiger, but suddenly, the demon dog used all its power to release a spike attack. At this time, the spikes that the demon dog released towards Karen were becoming more numerous and faster. Seeing that, Karen, without any fear, became even more excited, laughing loudly and saying, "You damned dog," then immediately used his technique. Thrust 6 steps, 4th step, "How dare you bite humans?" As soon as he finished speaking, Karen turned his broadsword and charged at the demon dog with extreme speed, then used the technique Skyward Whirlwind. Immediately, the demon dog was attacked by surprise, making it shiver and get goosebumps. At this time, the demon dog suddenly released 2 more small demon dogs to attack and block Karen's path. Seeing that, Karen felt a little interested and provoked. This dog is really making me angry. But the 2 small demon dogs, despite charging towards Karen to attack, were easily evaded by Karen due to his swift and agile body. Immediately at this moment, Karen tightly gripped the broadsword in his hand and then used the technique Thrust 6 steps, 5th step. Immediately following that was the technique Wooden Mountain Throw. At that moment, Karen decisively threw his broadsword at that other demon dog. Immediately after that, he retrieved his broadsword and smirked, saying, "Did you give me an appetizer? That's too simple compared to your roar. Anything else?" While speaking, Karen looked at the giant demon dog with a provoking look, as the small demon dogs that the giant one had released now lay at Karen's feet. Suddenly at this moment, the giant demon dog began using magic, preparing to release something from its eyes. This made Karen even more interested, but suddenly, the giant demon dog disappeared in an instant. This caused Karen to think seriously. It disappeared? No. It's because it moved so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up. It seemed that Karen had realized it at this moment, and he slightly smirked, then began to show his power with a blue aura surrounding his body and said in provocation, "Let me teach you a few things, doggy. The key to victory isn't a 100-step plan, but more than anything else." Suddenly at this moment, the giant demon dog suddenly appeared in front of Karen. "Find the weak point, just 1 step." Immediately, Karen appeared behind and slashed the giant demon dog. Then, Karen, looking very amused, laughed and said, "That move is old, darling. You can't use a move twice." Not stopping there, Karen began to continue his attacks. Serpent drawing, serpent ascending to heaven, and poisonous dragon destruction. In an instant, the eyes of the giant demon dog seemed to shatter. Immediately after that, the giant demon dog's entire body disappeared in an instant before Karen. But suddenly, the things that disappeared into the air suddenly joined together again. The giant demon dog returned once more, lying collapsed in front of Karen and moaning in pain. At this time, the giant demon dog, due to being hit to the point of pain and with countless wounds, couldn't stop Karen from speaking up. "You still choose to protect your creator until your last breath, right? Why do you need to do that? Just wait." Saying that, Karen then stabbed his broadsword into the ground. "I will definitely save her, your mother." Saying that, Karen showed an extremely determined attitude, carrying his broadsword on his shoulder. At this time, Mariette's image, with her demonic appearance, also appeared. This caused Karen to think, the final phase. As soon as this phase began, Mariette pushed one of her team members into a dangerous situation. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked as if something had just flown up. A dark figure, like Mariette at this time, suddenly appeared above the full moon. That's why it's impossible to erase the bloodthirsty combat effect of her alone. At this time, Karen thought and blamed himself. Normally, to rescue a team member who was being targeted by a vampire, all the team members would have to stand close together and trick her to make it difficult for her to target the weakest member of the team. As Karen thought that, he froze in place, allowing Mariette to charge at him. But currently, no one could help him. At this time, with Karen's sorrowful eyes, it was as if he wanted to end everything in an instant. Suddenly at this moment, the system displayed a notification. Vampire boss Mariette's stamina and mana are recovering. Immediately after that, Karen let Mariette bite him without any resistance. At this moment, while being bitten, Karen thought, "So this is what it feels like to have your life taken away." Along with that, at this moment, Karen clenched his hand tightly and trembled, then thought, "I can endure it. I have skills to deal with this." Suddenly at this moment, the system displayed a notification. Tenacious Warrior Reborn. Like a warrior who never loses their fighting spirit and always maintains their own will, their body will continuously recover. I can endure this. At the same time, Karen was struggling and suffering, gritting his teeth, and still continued to sink into his thoughts. "I'm remembering the moment that kind child was talking to everyone, sharing the potatoes with her small hands." At that time, an image of Mariette when she was still human appeared in Karen's head. Since I've grown up, thinking that, suddenly at this moment, Corin reached out and placed his hand on Mariette's head. Then, with care and gentleness, he patted her head and said, "Come on, slow down, you'll choke." Hearing that, Mariette stopped biting and quietly let out a few cries. Then, she widened her eyes, looking at Karen with an innocent expression. At this time, Corin was also silently looking at Mariette and thought, the moment Duke Sabancia awakened into a vampire, he sucked the blood of his servants to death. Even the greatest commander left in history couldn't restrain his desire to drink blood. At this time, Karen also suddenly remembered a story about vampires. It took a month for Park Sihu to capture Mariette alive, and because he made her drink monster blood, which was no different than seawater, it only made her even more thirsty. At that time, Mariette had been constantly drinking animal blood instead of human blood. But Mariette had never killed a human. She endured her desire and thirst thanks to her extraordinary will. Then Karen remembered the moment that Mariette had been captured, tied up and left in place, and he felt a little heartbroken. This is an unnecessary arrangement for a final boss with only one weakness. That's why I want to believe that a better ending must exist. Suddenly at this moment, tears began to fall down Karen's neck, along with a choked voice, "My subordinate. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." At this moment, Mariette burst into tears like a child in front of Corin right after biting him. Seeing that, Corin was secretly happy and thought, I don't care how many times I die, or whether she's the head witch or not, or the truth that she's a vampire, it doesn't matter. Maybe I've always looked at her personality like Park Sihu did. Just as he thought that, Karen looked at Mariette with pride and let himself be swept away by his thoughts, but the teachings of the teacher I met in this world have changed me into a different person. Suddenly at this moment, Karen thought of the scene of a woman with a broadsword in her hand, in front of a burning fire. The woman turned her back and spoke, "I'm an adult, son. As long as I'm an adult, I will always bear the responsibility of protecting you." Remembering those things, Karen was a little moved, thinking, the person I always looked down on because she was just an NPC in a game had said that to me and called me a child. As her successor, I saw her last moments and heard her teachings. At the same time, Mariette was still crying nonstop, sitting on Corin's lap, but Corin was overjoyed, thinking, it'll be okay when I'm sure that I'm an adult. Then at this moment, Corin looked up at the sky with extremely prideful eyes, and told himself, just look, Park Sihu, I will choose a different path from you. Finally at this moment, the system displayed a notification. Mariette, difficulty S reward, aura stat increase low to above low. Mana stat increase lowest to low. Gained 100 pain tolerance points distributed evenly. The joyous time between Mariette and Corin at this moment, Mariette was happier than ever, and excitedly said, I thought my taste would have changed, but it turns out you like potatoes? Is it good? Potatoes are always good, no matter how I cook them. She stopped speaking as she turned red with embarrassment, while Corin teased, is that so? Hearing that, Mariette could only stammer a few words without saying anything. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette began playfully hitting Karen and said loudly with embarrassment, go over there. I smell bad now. Hearing that, Karen used his hand to block Mariette's attacks, then replied, so what? When you bit my neck, I hadn't even showered. Hearing this, Mariette became even more embarrassed and shouted, stop it. After the playful fighting, Mariette went to a corner and sat quietly, making Karen sigh in defeat, oh my, you don't smell at all. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette spoke after a moment of silence, I'm scared. Hearing that, Karen slightly exclaimed, huh? At this moment, Mariette sat in a corner, sadly recounting to Karen, that girl, Warren, she's very scary. I really thought I was going to die. I was so scared, but I couldn't do what you did. Hearing that name, Karen slightly frowned, thinking, I met Warren and triggered some emotion in her heart, making her change her mind and participate in the hunting practice. Warren had accidentally met Mariette during practice, and in order to fight the top-ranked mage Mariette, she had used her real power. That had provoked Mariette, and the vampire inside her had awakened. At that time, Warren didn't seem to understand everything, so she had acted rashly. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette began to blame Karen. How could you get back up? Why didn't you give up the spirit back then? Everyone mocked me, saying that I couldn't succeed, but in the end, you still succeeded. You're really amazing. Hearing the praise from Mariette, Karen chuckled and replied, TSK, it wasn't anything impressive, but I like happy endings. Hearing that, Mariette looked confused at what Karen had just said. Karen leaned back and explained, good people will be rewarded, and bad people will be punished, something like that. A touching story with a moral lesson. You're a good person. At this moment, the image of Mariette, who was incredibly kind and pure, was displayed. At this moment, emboldened, Karen continued to tease her, you're very good and beautiful. In short, I like happy endings. So, I really want you to be happy. After hearing Karen's confession, Mariette's face turned red again. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette, in a flustered voice, stammered, Karen, I need to shower and eat all the potatoes. Can you please go out? Hearing that, Karen replied, Huh? I just got here. Well, okay. See you later. Saying that, Karen waved goodbye, and Professor Josephine appeared beside him. See you later. Mariette silently smiled in satisfaction and thought, thank you for comforting me. But I'm not sure if I have the right to be happy. Thinking that, Mariette pondered, falling into a sad train of thought. Immediately after that, Mariette would be temporarily imprisoned, and that had already happened, making it difficult to return to normal right away. TSK, I think she'll be released soon. Because the demi-human Warren will attend school normally. While thinking that, Karen subconsciously thought of Warren. Even if Mariette awakened and became an individual, most people wouldn't feel threatened by that. At this time, Karen was walking and looking at the ground, thinking silently about Mariette's situation. Suddenly at this moment, someone called out his name. Karen. Hearing that, Karen looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly at this moment, Eru came from somewhere, and excitedly said, Can you meet me for a bit? Seeing Eru, Karen also called out, Chairman. Hearing that, Eru approached Karen and, very happily asked, This is the first time I've met you privately, right? How are you finding it? Hearing that, Karen scratched his head and cheerfully replied, I'm fine. What's the matter? It's about Mariette's punishment. Hearing that, Karen froze for a moment and stammered, Her punishment? He widened his eyes, thinking about Mariette with great worry. I didn't think she would be punished, so is the ending not going to be happy? Thinking that, Karen quickly spoke, Wait, I can explain. Hearing that, Eru calmly replied, It's okay. Her punishment has already been decided. But at this moment, Karen still didn't listen and resolutely spoke again. But please listen to me. As someone who has truly fought with her, why was the punishment decided so quickly? Mariette. While Karen was extremely worried, Eru chuckled and said, It was as expected, wasn't it? Hearing that, Karen became even more confused. Suddenly at this moment, Eru smiled kindly and replied, Don't worry, there is no punishment. Hearing that, Karen was even more shocked and loudly replied, Huh? At this time, Eru calmly explained, I also thought she wasn't dangerous, so I wanted to see the reaction of someone who had truly fought with her. Now, I have no doubts about my decision. Don't worry, she will be released soon. We just need to confirm her stability. While saying that, Eru was smiling very happily. Oh, I've also heard other students talking about it, but I'm curious to hear the details. Even if it's simple, could you explain it to me? Immediately after that, I explained what should be revealed, that Mariette was very safe, that the child wasn't a monster. I don't know how much he believed, but I clearly stated my point of view. At that time, while explaining to Eru, Professor Josephine was also present. Right after hearing Karen explain everything, Eru fell into contemplation for a moment and then said, I understand, thank you for letting me know. We will have to make an official announcement about this matter, but of course, we won't clarify everything. Anyway, now that I've heard the details, I have to go do my work. Hearing that, Karen widened his eyes, looking a bit surprised. Suddenly at this moment, Eru bowed his head slightly, saying, Thank you, Karen. Seeing that, Karen was very embarrassed and stammered, Yes, ahem. In order to help us prevent the dangers caused by the inexperience and complacency of adults, I truly thank you and apologize. If you need anything, I will do my best to repay you. At this moment, Professor Josephine was secretly listening to what Eru was saying, and slightly adjusted her glasses. Suddenly at this moment, Karen smirked and sighed to himself, Eru Kassar, the chairman of the academy, is very valuable. This is someone who always knows his weaknesses and tries to take on more responsibility. Then, Karen gently recalled the scene of meeting the mysterious person who stood before him, saying, Even though I've failed countless times, you were never one of them. Then at this moment, Karen, looking extremely happy, thought, Those were the words that he said back to me in my past life, so I believe he means well. Then he said to Eru, Please lift your head, that's my request. Hearing that, Eru smiled lightly to himself. The scene changed to Mariette's prison cell. Mariette was deeply distraught and sad, silently recalling her past. At this moment, Mariette remembered the moment Karen had held her in his arms and gently patted her head, saying, Slow down, you'll choke. At that time, the hand patting her back was very soft, and the skin touching her felt warm. At that moment, Karen had spoken very gently, comforting. It's okay, because at that time, her reason, which had disappeared, was being pushed away by waves of emotion. When she pushed the cold monster inside her out and found her human side again, it was the moment that Mariette's emotions had erupted, tears falling non-stop as she kept apologizing, I'm sorry. The only thing she could do was say sorry. At this moment, Mariette blamed herself. What right do I have to ask for forgiveness? Is Isabelle safe? Because she was someone who loved everyone the most, the feeling of guilt was eating away at her. That was why she hadn't resisted Professor Josephine's magic but had accepted it, and had locked herself inside iron bars. At the same time, dark air currents suddenly flew from somewhere. At this moment, Mariette thought of the moment she had met Corin, and blushed as she thought, when he visited, she pretended to be different, but really she was exhausted. Then she remembered the image of herself as a demon when she had turned into a vampire, and thought, I'm a monster and a demon, an enemy of humanity who could suck human blood at any time. But, at the same time, Karen's image suddenly appeared in Mariette's head, when Karen had proudly said, so what I mean is, I want you to be happy. A sentence of his had made all her worries disappear. That sentence was the most sincere sentence that she had ever heard, because she remembered the image of him risking his life to save her, a person who had transformed into a monster. Thinking that, Mariette was crying non-stop, blaming herself. That powerful moment, his sacrifice and sincerity. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette, with great resentment, covered her face with a cloth and murmured, Corin. And at that moment Mariette realized that a part of her life would forever remain in her memories. The scene changed to a classroom. Someone called out, hey, have you heard? At the same time, Corin had also perked up his ears to listen. At this moment, a light brown-haired student suddenly spoke, about the magic power of Senior Mariette. Hearing that, the student next to him also replied, oh, that potato senior? And at the same time, it was 1 week after Mariette's accident. Although there had been some chaos because some idiots had revealed that Mariette was in the school, because the demi-human Warren had obediently enrolled, that matter had quickly cooled down. At this time, in the cooking class, the two students were still discussing, but she's still locked up? I heard she wasn't coming to class. Is she really dangerous? Hearing that, Karen, who was nearby, was listening with wide eyes, thinking in surprise, she's still locked up? It's already been a week. On paper, that is, Mariette has been released. At this moment, the scene showed Mariette who had appeared in front of Corin. But, at that time, Mariette seemed to have been released, making the people around her look a bit surprised, asking, Mariette, are you okay? I heard that you've become special. Congratulations. And at the same time, Mariette was trying to find the image of her friend Isabelle in the crowd before her, then thought in disappointment, she's not here. Isabelle isn't here. Then at this time, Mariette had returned to her dark room with a bag of blood already in the room. At this time, Karen's thoughts also realized, so that doesn't mean she was released. And at the same time, Mariette was pensive, blaming herself. She must be scared of me and hate me a lot, right? Then, she faintly remembered the moment she had bitten Isabelle, and thought, if I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who sucked my blood. I don't want to get in anyone else's way, or Isabelle's way. If that's the case, then thinking that, Mariette slightly glanced in one direction. I need to disappear from this academy. At this time, Mariette stared at the bag of blood in front of her with a look of disappointment and despair. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside, making Mariette have to ask, who is it? Who could be here at this hour? Thinking that, Mariette walked over and opened the door, not knowing who the person on the other side was. Suddenly at this moment, a person rushed over and hugged Mariette, sobbing, Mariette. Mariette was still surprised and hadn't had time to react. Suddenly at this moment, Isabelle cried and asked, Mariette, are you okay? How are you feeling? Seeing the person she was looking for in front of her, Mariette called out, Isabelle. Then, at this moment, Mariette, extremely flustered, said, wait, why are you here? And Isabelle, while still hugging Mariette tightly, replied, why shouldn't I be here? Hearing that, Mariette stammered, it's not that, but, and Isabelle, hearing that, also asked, then you don't want to see me? Hearing that, Mariette quickly denied it. No, it's not that. At this moment, Mariette seriously asked, aren't you scared of me? Hearing that, Isabelle was surprised and asked, what? Suddenly at this moment, Isabelle smiled slightly and said, sorry, but I saw everything before I fainted. Your face after biting me, a face that didn't know what to do and felt guilty. At that time, Mariette had a very remorseful face but couldn't do anything. Suddenly at this moment, Isabelle gently touched Mariette's cheek and said, you know what, Mariette? No matter what happens, I will always consider you my friend. So no matter what happens, I want you to consider me your friend, okay? While saying that, Isabelle showed an extremely determined attitude. Hearing that, Mariette called out her name with tears in her eyes, Isabelle. Then at this moment, Mariette burst into tears like a child, saying, thank you, I thought you would hate me. Hearing that, Isabelle asked, hey, you still feel guilty? Then, at this moment, Isabelle smiled happily and said, honestly, I feel completely fine, but I haven't been discharged yet, so I couldn't go out right after you were released. If that junior hadn't secretly taken me out, then, slightly realizing something, Isabel exclaimed, "Huh? Where is that junior? There was a tall junior behind me a while ago." Hearing that, Mariette was very surprised and bewildered. Junior? And at this time, the junior that Isabel had mentioned was none other than Corin. At this time, Corin, after leaving, was thinking, yes, I believe a girl like Mariette wouldn't collapse after this accident. Suddenly at this moment, Mariette hugged her face in embarrassment, making Isabel a little surprised and calling out, "Mariette?" At this time, Mariette had realized it and thought, I understand, so he helped me again. Corin. Then at this time, Mariette, with an extremely embarrassed face, could only call out Corin's name in her thoughts. The first part of the story had come to an end, and everyone had a happy ending. Something that never happened in my past life. Although there were some things I didn't expect that had happened and nothing had gone according to plan, I still liked this ending more. At the same time, at the academy, Eru and Professor Josephine were very happy with the academy. Even without a player, the world still continued to operate. Although not according to plan, everything had a happy ending. Thinking that, Corin showed a pleased attitude towards everything as he stood beneath the sunset. This moment has confirmed the starting point of a new world. Thinking that, Corin smiled to himself very contentedly. The scene shifted to the next day, at the academy's training grounds. At this time, Corin was making tireless efforts in his training. Then he sighed, "My schedule is quite monotonous, just going to class, eating lunch, going to class, training, eating dinner, and training. But I have to become stronger. Considering the scenario that's about to happen quickly, with that girl, I have to be even faster." At that time, even if his body was injured, Corin would still train without stopping. Suddenly while training, Corin practiced the techniques, Supreme Fire Serpent, Serpent Ascending to Heaven, and Poisonous Dragon Eruption. Right after finishing practicing those techniques, someone suddenly exclaimed "Wow," causing Corin to say, "Huh?" It was none other than Mariette, who was proudly clapping her hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, "That was really impressive, Corin. You're very hard-working today too." Seeing Mariette, Corin then said, "You're back to normal," as if nothing ever happened. But Mariette didn't care at all, immediately changing the topic. "Okay, because you worked so hard, you have to eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but you should eat it all, okay?" Saying that, Mariette then displayed a table full of food, mostly pastries, making Corin a little hesitant, saying, "You prepared so much, and it's all made from potatoes." Saying that, Corin then sat down and, very excitedly, said, "Well, I'm also hungry, so I'll eat it all." Hearing that, Mariette was very happy, replying, "Okay, eat it all." But suddenly, Mariette saw the blood on Corin's hand and looked greedy, muttering, "Blood." Seeing Mariette act strangely, Corin, while eating, asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hearing that, Mariette then turned her head away, hiding her 4 fangs that were now visible, making Mariette very flustered and stammered, "No," and then silently lamented, "No. I saw blood and almost drooled." Suddenly at this moment, Corin asked, "Anyway, recently you've been drinking blood a lot, right?" Hearing that, Mariette then replied, pointing to the bag of blood next to her, "Yes, it's here." Seeing that, Corin then asked, "Fresh blood and packaged blood are a little different, right?" Hearing that, Mariette, without any suspicion, replied, "Yeah, it's a little different, the freshness and taste. And your blood is super delicious. I mean, this is making me feel very strange." Suddenly at this moment, Mariette was flustered as she explained, while Corin, hearing that, was laughing to himself and teasing, "So, it's like organic food and pesticide-sprayed food." Mariette, finding it reasonable, then replied, "Yeah, it's similar to frozen meat and fresh meat." Hearing that, Corin, while eating, then replied, "So that means you've decided to eat frozen meat for the rest of your life, huh? Sometimes, you can drink it, it's fine." Hearing that, Mariette blushed in embarrassment, replying innocently, "Huh? What?" Suddenly at this moment, Corin replied loudly, "My blood." Hearing that, Mariette became extremely embarrassed, flustered, but also a little pleased, revealing her fangs and replied, "What the hell are you talking about?" Then, at this time, Corin suddenly stuck out his neck, showing a prideful attitude, "I can regenerate, so if you're tired of packaged blood, then you can look for me, or are you already feeling thirsty now?" Seeing that, Mariette turned her head away, extremely flustered and angrily saying, "Don't say things like that. I refuse. I don't want to bother you." Then at this moment, Mariette suddenly took out a blood-red bottle and, extremely embarrassed, offered it, "Anyway, this." Seeing that, Corin then asked, wondering, "What is it? Blood?" At this time, Mariette, extremely flustered, explained, This might be a little nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. Immediately, without thinking too much, Corin snatched it and drank it, making Mariette a bit surprised and said, "Seeing you drink it in front of me like this is very embarrassing." Suddenly at this moment, the system displayed a notification. You have absorbed a level 2 elixir. This is an elixir containing special ingredients. Your aura level has increased by 1 level. Your maximum aura has increased by 500, and 10 points have been distributed evenly. At the same time, Mariette asked, "Was it good?" Suddenly, at this moment, Karen's entire body was surrounded by an extremely burning power, making Karen's power seem to have increased, and he silently thought, "It's not good at all, but I'm sure I'm stronger than in my previous life." Then at this time, Karen, very pleased, smirked and spoke, "Too amazing," then silently exclaimed, "With this, I can probably start the scenario with that girl." The scene changed to outside the city. At this time, there was someone walking very imposingly. It was none other than Alicia, a direct descendant of the famous sword-fighting family, Arden, and a second-ranked knight. Her life had changed a lot compared to before. After feeling the invisible wall between her and a 5th-ranked knight she had met at the hunting grounds, she realized that she needed to improve herself even more, and started making efforts for that. Of course, suddenly Alicia's cool appearance disappeared and was replaced with Alicia looking very greedy for something. It was only a few minutes ago. At this time, Alicia was like a small fox, hugging a lot of candy and happily eating them, exclaiming, "So much honey pop candy." That's right, Alicia was basically very lazy, lacked ambition, and wasn't interested in sword fighting. This and that, I want to try everything. Even though her swordsmanship talent was nearing a genius level, her attitude toward learning was extremely bad, as she always received below-average scores. At this time, Alicia was suddenly going all around the market, buying things non-stop, with a look of joy. This and that, I want to try everything. At this time, Alicia, looking extremely excited, thought to herself, "When I'm here, I don't need to swing my sword 10,000 times a day, and the tests are just basic movements, and I don't have to sweat when I have fierce confrontations with my siblings either. Moreover, my sister isn't here." While happily holding the things in her hands, she jumped for joy and shouted, "I should enjoy this time." Suddenly at this moment, someone asked, "Enjoy what?" It was none other than Corin, who had appeared here, making Alicia tremble slightly in fear, calling, "You, Karin," and Karin, at this moment, showed a dangerous attitude, smirking and saying, "You haven't been to the training room lately, have you?" Hearing that, Alicia stammered, searching for a reason to speak, "Recently I've been very busy, I have homework and quests to do." Hearing that, Karin slightly hummed. Then suddenly at this moment, Karin changed his attitude completely, showing an extremely excited expression, saying, "I know that this makes a lot of money. Do you want to join my team?" Hearing that, Alicia had to say, "Forgive me." Then, at this moment, Alicia was extremely scared and also extremely angry, frowning and gritting her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, why does he keep looking for me?" In some ways, Karin had become difficult for Alicia to approach. When standing before him, she felt her lazy habits and neglected talents being exposed. The mediocrity of a genius swordsman who had received a second-rank bodyguard knight certificate at a very young age, and the granddaughter of a genius swordsman had all been laid bare. Suddenly at this moment, the clothes in Alicia's hands all fell to the ground. Then, Alicia thought of Karin, who was emitting a lot of killing intent, and thought, above all, his method is also very difficult. He keeps talking about the basics. The image of Karin saying, "The basics are very important" appeared more and more clearly in Alicia's head. Isn't it normal to perform a cool, deadly move at this age? Thinking that, Alicia was feeling scared. Suddenly at this moment, Karin spoke up with an extremely excited tone. 2 teams will receive 2 gold coins. The difficulty is only at level 2. Hearing that, Alicia's eyes widened like car headlights, and she, extremely excited and drooling, said, 2 gold coins? As soon as Alicia finished speaking, her ambitious intent echoed in her head. With that amount of money, I can buy so many clothes and honey pop candy. So, will you go? Karin, at this time, had just finished his sentence, and Alicia, extremely excited, replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Karin then replied, "Okay, we'll go mid-next week, so prepare your things." As soon as Karin finished speaking, Alicia immediately replied, "Yes, Karin." Then at this moment, Karin said, "Oh, and today I plan to participate in a short-term mission for 20 silver coins. Let's do it together, okay?" Hearing that, Alicia's eyes lit up with the smell of money, and she very excitedly replied, 20 silver coins, okay. This made Karin extremely pleased, thinking, she's obsessed with money, how easy. Well, that's enough for the scenario. I'm not sure, but based on my prediction, it should be today. Then, Corin pondered for a moment, thinking about a few things. At this time, Corin began to think about Alicia. Alicia liked patrol missions on the mission board. She would just follow the existing routes in the city center and check if there were any problems. The scene at this moment also shifted to the city where they were. Monsters that approached the city were only level 4 or 5 at most, and intermediate-level monsters rarely appeared, so the probability of problems occurring was very small. At the same time, Corin's thoughts returned to the beasts that were lying around in the forest. Suddenly at this moment, someone called out, "The night over here, is it done?" Hearing that, Alicia, who had just finished dealing with the monsters, turned her head with a happy look and said, "Captain, you should take the claws and fur to sell them later." This made Karen think, the work is easy, but the pay is high. Alicia doesn't seem to feel any burden at all. Moreover, suddenly at this moment, countless male students showed an attitude of respect and admiration for Alicia, saying, "Of course, this knight is amazing, defeated 10 monsters at once." Hearing that, Alicia, looking slightly arrogant, replied, "Huh? It's nothing special." And the male students, hearing that, immediately added a few words, "Oh, you say the horned owls you beat were nothing special?" As expected from the swordsman from the famous Arden sword-fighting family. Hearing this, Alicia was extremely pleased and looked even more proud. Then, at this time, Alicia thought about how she had been looked down upon by her family before. At that time, her entire family had constantly criticized and mocked Alicia. TSK, your sister could have already reached her peak at your age. Finally, they found a successor to the Arden genius swordsman family. Lumia Arden is the most talented genius of this generation. But the second daughter, she's just an illegitimate child, not even of high enough bloodline. Thinking that, Alicia then shook off her previous thoughts and, very proud of herself, thought, "My family looks down on me, but I'm not that bad." Suddenly at this moment, Corin called out, "Alicia, there's a horned owl over there." Hearing that, Alicia nonchalantly replied, "That one is easy to handle." Hearing that, Corin then replied, "Oh, impressive. Good, the patrol is over. Now for a safe and happy completion of today's mission. As long as nothing else happens." Suddenly, the sky turned to night, and a very mysterious blue light appeared in the sky, causing the knights to silently discuss with each other. "It's a signal from the previous patrol team. It's a monster nest, at least level 2. Huh? I can't see anything." Seeing that, a male knight student stepped forward and explained, "It's a magic flare, only visible through the special glasses we're wearing. This is a secret method of the patrol team. Anyway, let's go." Hearing that, Alicia also understood. Then, she showed a sad attitude, silently thinking, if nothing else happens during the patrol, it'll end without having to kill any monsters at all. Failing at the last minute, but when an emergency happens, everyone has the duty to participate in the raid. Suddenly at this moment, the student said excitedly, "It's okay, we have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman here." Hearing that, Alicia then tried to stop them. "Wait." And Karen, at this moment, seeing that, slightly smirked and said, "Oh, I know." At this time, Corin thought, that's a level 2 monster nest discovered by the previous patrol team, and a gathering place for wolves around a werewolf. A werewolf, a monster that Alicia could defeat even if she was poisoned. This time, we can easily defeat it. At that time, an image of the werewolf appeared, looking very terrifying. Even so, at the same time, Alicia was ready to charge into the battle. But suddenly, Alicia saw something and exclaimed, "That, Dullahan, a level 1 monster." At this moment, the Dullahan monster appeared with a bizarre appearance that made people feel very horrified. Seeing the dangerous situation, Alicia thought with some difficulty, "Damn it, why is a Dullahan here? It's not over yet, but I have to." Without saying much, Alicia quickly drew the sword by her side, along with a blinding light from the sword. Immediately, Alicia used the Arden family's technique, 1/domain eruption, then charged to fight. But suddenly, Alicia saw something and stopped her actions. Nothing else, her opponent, despite being slashed by Alicia, was still completely unfazed, causing Alicia to silently think, what kind of flexibility is that? It's like a boneless animal. Suddenly at this moment, Alicia was tightly bound by the long scales of that monster, causing Alicia to scream out in pain. At this time, facing a formidable opponent, Alicia calmly thought of a way. It's too fast and experienced. It must be at least a level 1 monster. If that's the case, then... Suddenly at this moment, Alicia burst into tears like a child, shouting loudly, "Damn it, help me, Corin." But in her heart, she was thinking, the honor of a warrior is something that Alicia doesn't have at all. Hearing that Alicia was crying non-stop, the other knights explained, "Corin is dealing with a different monster." Hearing that, Alicia cried even louder, yelling, "Why aren't you here when I need you?" Suddenly at this moment, the monster used another technique to attack Alicia, making Alicia stop crying and unable to do anything. At this time, Alicia had closed her eyes tightly. Immediately, the monster's head was chopped off, which shocked Alicia as well. At this time, Alicia and the monster fell to the ground. Because of that, Alicia cried out. A moment later, Alicia then thanked the person who had saved her. "Ah, thank you for helping." But suddenly, seeing the very sharp sword, Alicia seemed to realize something and thought, "Huh? This sword?" Suddenly at this moment, the person before Alicia spoke up, scolding, "You're still as weak, lazy, and arrogant as ever." It seemed that Alicia had recognized this person, and she gaped in silence, thinking, the eldest daughter of the famous ardent swordsmanship family, who is destined to be the next successor, the strongest swordsman of this generation who will follow the path of the genius swordsman. It was none other than Lunia, who had saved Alicia from the monster. At this time, Alicia, very stunned, stammered, "Sister?" The person before Alicia was none other than Alicia's older sister, the eldest daughter of the renowned swordsmanship family, the Ardens, and destined to be their next successor, the strongest swordsman of her generation who will follow in the footsteps of the genius swordsman, Lunia. At this moment, Alicia stammered, calling out, "Sister." Seeing this, Lunia spoke up, scolding, "How did you get into such a state?" Hearing this, Alicia looked down at the ground, avoiding Lunia's gaze, and fearfully couldn't say a word. Lunia, with an extremely cold demeanor, added to her scolding, "You saw a Dullahan and didn't retreat. Why didn't you analyze the enemy before you? And most of all, that stupid way of drawing your sword, who did you learn that from?" As she spoke, Lunia openly expressed her disgust for Alicia. Alicia, terribly frightened, trembled and repeatedly stammered apologies. I'm sorry," but Lunia didn't listen, angrily retorting, "Excuses, excuses, enough. The consequences of your actions are entirely your responsibility. A few words won't change anything. You must remember that your actions put the soldiers who trusted you in danger." As Lunia spoke, she looked at the knights helping each other up. "Are you all right?" "Ah, yes, thank you." Hearing this, Alicia could only meekly respond, "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, Lunia sternly tapped her sword on Alicia's shoulder and said firmly, "Stand up straight." Alicia, startled, replied, "Yes." Lunia, carrying her sword on her shoulder, then taught in a serious tone, "As an ardent swordsman, you must always be confident." Alicia, being lectured, could only stammer, "Yes, sister." "And you?" Lunia suddenly turned her gaze and pointed directly at Karen. Karen, who was training, realized he was caught and thought, "Am I in trouble?" He had just been watching Alicia while pretending to be busy. Lunia, her eyes now extremely cold, looked at Karen but didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Lunia approached Karen and introduced herself. "I am the Holy Sword's senior disciple, the first wielder of the heavenly sword, Lunia." Hearing this, Karen seemed to already know who she was and didn't react. Suddenly, Karen stood at attention, bowed, and greeted, "I am the 8th disciple of Lanza Colgante, Karen, Alicia's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lunia just looked at him coldly without speaking. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes widened as she emphasized, "Her friend?" Hearing this, Karen realized the implication and thought, yes, I understand what you mean, but I can't reveal my abilities. Only 2 people use spears in this way." Thinking this, Karen glanced up and smiled inwardly. Suddenly, Karen thought of 2 very important people and reminded himself, "Besides me, there are only those 2. But then, Lunia turned and left, not forgetting to say, "If you don't want to talk, it's not a problem." Suddenly, the knights came to announce, "Chieftain, we have eliminated all the monsters in this area." The elite Ardent troops, they were all level 2 knights, also known as the 5 swords, Jenny the Swift Sword, Lena the Soft Sword, Siren the Twin Swords, Milia the Magic Sword, and May the Berserk Sword. The 5 elite Ardent swordsmen had arrived. At this moment, Jenny stepped forward and asked, "Should we pursue the monsters that escaped?" All of them were at or above Alicia's level. Thinking this, Karen observed them. Hearing her elite team's report, Lunia coldly scratched her head and replied, "No need, let's head back." Hearing this, Jenny stepped up and said, "Yes, ma'am." "You too, Alicia," Lunia suddenly said, startling Alicia and causing her to break into a cold sweat. "Yes," she replied. A while later, the story was told how traveling swordsmen often formed groups called sword guilds. They followed their leader, gathered together, and eventually considered themselves a sect. They didn't travel alone but always with their sect. 60 years ago, the genius swordsman Garand ushered in a new generation of swordsmen. As head of the family, he began to spread martial arts styles, making the Ardens a renowned swordsman family representing the entire continent. The Merkaba Arden Sword Village was now illuminated in the night. Suddenly, Lunia held up a smoking pipe and ordered, "Fire." A subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, chieftain." With a dictatorial, disciplined, and underworld-like organizational tendency, she was the female chief of Merkaba Arden. All the knights bowed before Lunia. This had been the case since its formation and remained so to this day. Suddenly, Alicia knelt on the ground, her head bowed, and said, "I, Alicia, a direct disciple of the Level 2 swordsman family, greet the female chieftain." Hearing this, the other knights behind Alicia were horrified, sweating profusely, and thinking, "What the heck? Even if she's the senior direct disciple of the family, why is she making a descendant kneel like that?" Suddenly, Lunia, observing the records, reminded, "Patrol duty, merchant protection duty, eliminating level 4 monsters, all kinds of nonsense, and there's even a cafe assistance duty." Hearing this, Alicia looked up and explained, "Oh, that duty is where I have to wear a uniform and hand out flyers." Lunia, realizing something, asked, "Your friend recommended that, right?" Hearing this, Alicia began to stammer, "No, I just thought that cafe uniform was cute." Alicia looked embarrassed as she spoke, "It's very pretty." Alicia's affirmation made Lunia freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, Lunia, smoking her pipe, criticized, "Pathetic, Alicia. I never thought you'd use your family's guard certification for something like this. Do you want to bring shame upon the Ardens?" Alicia was stunned for a moment. Lunia added, which made Alicia think back to when the knights praised her, "All these tasks are just going around beating low-level monsters, aren't they? Did you think you'd become a hero by killing those kinds of monsters?" Hearing this, Alicia's eyes widened, never blinking as she recalled a mysterious person calling out, "Alicia, don't forget, the essence of humanity." The mysterious person looked at Alicia coldly. The mysterious person, who had spoken to Alicia before, then affirmed, "It cannot be changed." Alicia, after remembering this, fell silent and didn't say a word. A while later, the wooden carriage took someone away, the elite troops escorting it. Suddenly, Jenny spoke, "Miss, no, she still seems healthy." Hearing that, Lena looked on and commented, "She seems to have gained some weight." Hearing this, Lunia wondered, Anyway, does no one know that guy's name?" Hearing this, the elite troops replied, "That guy? You mean Karen? He's just a level 5 knight." Lunia then asked, "Level 5? Then," she said disbelievingly, "no way. Is the Merkaba student's level test unreliable?" Hearing this, the elite team asked, "What was that?" Lunia recalled the image of Korin and thought, Korin's gaze was fixed on Alicia from start to finish, but the monsters couldn't even touch him. He was so distracted in battle, yet he was never confused, as if he had decades of experience. That's the sensitivity and stability that you can only achieve by honing your skills in real life. And his spear technique. At first glance, it seemed simple, but as a female swordsman at the top of the Ardens, she recognized it. As she recalled the moment when Karen was training with his sword, she confirmed, his spear technique. Suddenly, Lunia smirked and thought, the encounter was short, but I'm quite satisfied with that friend. If that boy sides with my sister, then, she said, the students have asked me to visit for an exchange of experience. If so, I might see him again. As she finished speaking, Lunia looked up at the moon illuminating the dark night sky. On the other side, Karen was very embarrassed, thinking while eating the food Mariette had made, with countless pastries. Whenever Mariette, also known as the Potato Senior, came, she brought many things. At the same time, Mariette said, "These are potato pastries. I've put minced lamb inside and baked them. Eat them when you're hungry." Karen, eating with his head bowed, was amazed, "Senior, because of the lamb." Mariette, delighted, exclaimed, "You noticed? The fresh meat just arrived today. Professor Josephine asked me to help cut up the lamb, so I practiced." Hearing this, Karen was a little heartbroken and teary-eyed, but also very happy with the food. He thought, damn it, while she lives the life of a boring vampire with packets of frozen blood day after day, it's so delicious. I'm touched, Mariette. Mariette, seeing Karen's expression change slightly, asked, "How is it? Is it good? Next time I'll bring beef. Do you like braised oxtail?" Mariette excitedly blurted out. Karen put down his food and grabbed Mariette's hand and said loudly, "Then?" Karen looked at Mariette with adoring eyes and said, "I love it." Mariette then asked, "You're talking about the braised oxtail, right?" Mariette was very embarrassed, her face turning red, and she broke into a sweat. "Well, next time, I'll definitely bring braised oxtail. Besides, your hand is really big, Karen. Rough, veiny, firm, a man's hand full of energy, so wonderful and strong." But suddenly someone called for Mariette. Mariette was startled and stammered, "Huh?" Seeing her friend, Mariette acted like a child, running up to her and stammering, "Isabel, have you eaten?" Isabel, seeing that Mariette's face was extremely red, asked, "Why is your face so red?" Mariette yelled over Isabel's words, "No, I didn't do anything." She didn't forget to wave goodbye to Karen. "Bye-bye, Karen. See you later." Karen, still diligently eating, thought to himself, "Women are so complicated. In my past life, for 3 years, I couldn't even go outside once because of that Park Sihu guy. Well, you can't say what will happen. All the reasons why I can't date are all thanks to that jerk Park, he was too strict." As he spoke, Karen looked down at the food and sighed, "But, when am I going to finish all this?" The scene changed, and it was almost noon. Karen thought, "My current friendships are quite different from my previous life. Sometimes Yule brings rare forest mushrooms. Then, we go straight to the library and start learning the OM alphabet." Karen remembered Yule like a child, always bringing food for Karen to eat while they studied books. "Dron also comes to find me often. More than a friend, he seems to see me as a useful companion. So, if there's a difficult quest with a high reward, he'll ask me to team up." At those times, Dron would always come to Karen after they finished defeating monsters, and they would devour some incredibly delicious monster meat skewers. And usually, I'm with these guys because we're in the same class. Suddenly, Lark and Jaeger saw something and their faces turned pale. Their eyes wide, mouths agape, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing his teammates react so dramatically, Karen asked urgently, "What is it? What happened? Is there a monster?" Suddenly, Warren appeared out of nowhere and said with a very bored expression, "Food, promise." Karen thought, what is it with Warren? Well, I guess he can be considered a monster, but what about the food promise? Suddenly, Karen remembered when he had brought food for Warren. "I'll buy you food later, okay?" And thought, he remembers that from a month ago. He really has a good memory. Thinking this, Karen turned and instructed his 2 friends, "I can't eat with you today." Hearing that, both Lark and Jaeger had already run off, replying, "It's okay. I suddenly remembered I haven't done my homework." "Okay, then. You look a lot like a cat, so I brought you here. Do you like fish?" Then, Karen took Warren to a fish pastry shop. Warren, like a hungry tiger, put a whole fish into his mouth very calmly, making Karen stop him. "Hey, are you crazy? What's with your throat? Hold on, that's disrespectful to the food." As Karen finished speaking, Warren just stared at the food and said, "Just chew and swallow." Hearing that, Karen instructed, "Hee, just wait and see." Then, Karen took out a bowl of rice with a piece of fish on top and proudly presented it to Warren. "How's that? It looks much better now, right? Instead of just swallowing it, you have to look at it and smell it too. That's respecting food." Seeing the food, Warren's face flushed with excitement. Respect. Then Warren began to devour it, cheeks puffed out, causing Karen to laugh. "Eat slowly." Then, Karen thought of something else. Weapon production is almost done. It's a bit early, but step 2 will start soon. Sometime later, in a large castle, it was the start of step 2. Suddenly, Jaeger looked up after soaking in a tub of water and shouted, "What is it now? I haven't studied anything." Step 2 that Karen had mentioned was the component test. At the same time, Lark consoled, "It's in 10 minutes, and you're regretting it now? I told you to study." Hearing that, Jaeger blamed, "You should have nagged me more." Lark snapped back at Jaeger, "You should have listened to me." As they argued, Jaeger turned to Karen and called out, "Hey Karen, did you study?" Suddenly, Karen, with a cold laugh, replied, "I don't need to." Hearing that, Jaeger asked curiously, "What do you plan to do?" But his spoken attitude was different from his inner thoughts. Karen smirked, "Sorry, but I'm different from you guys. This isn't my first test, so give me the top spot." A while later, at the exam hall, the exam proctor ordered, "Begin the test. Turn over your papers now." Karen, very excitedly, held the test paper in his hand and said, "Well, let's begin." Karen held the paper in his hand but did nothing except thinking, if the inertia value of movement x is y, then what value of yo is needed to perform the movement is 85z, but suddenly realizing something cruel, he let out a huh? And froze. Crap, what does this mean? Karen couldn't seem to understand anything on the test paper and could only curse internally. A while later, Jaeger stretched, saying cheerfully, "That's it, right?" Seeing that, Lark said, "I knew you'd be like that." "Jaeger, how about you, Karen?" Hearing that, Karen, with a gloomy expression, replied, "My brothers, I only know how to write my name." As he finished speaking, Karen almost collapsed immediately. Seeing that, Lark remarked, "Hey, he left his paper blank." Jaeger, hearing that, looked and said, "Even I managed to do a question or two before I went to sleep." Karen was still lost in his thoughts. "I forgot, I never studied in my previous life. I just continuously research specialized skills and know nothing about this world." As Karen thought this, he was almost in tears. Then suddenly Karen crumpled the test paper in his hand, angrily thinking, "Okay, The written exam is like this, huh? There's still a way. The scene changed to a festival hall, where people were cheering each other. Everyone, be strong. You damn jerks, I've used up all of my living expenses for the month. Karan just stood in a corner with his sword, thinking, the peak of the components, one of the easiest challenges in the exam game of the department, is a golden opportunity to salvage the low score of the written test. These component tests are drafted by the professors of the night department or by the external guest coaches. 15 students from each team must face them and show their abilities. As he thought this, Karan smirked. Then, the responsible professors will evaluate and give the corresponding score. Since I'm a level 5 knight, the coach's level won't be high. I will get extra points if I defeat the coach, right? Hee hee. I don't know who it is, but sorry in advance. Karan smiled with glee at his plan. No matter who it was, he would win and improve his written test score. Suddenly, the student saw something and stammered, "Wait, what?" Even Jaeger stared in disbelief. Why is that person? Seeing that, Karen thought, what's with the reaction? Who's the coach? Suddenly, someone asked Karen, "Are you okay?" "We meet again, Karen." It was none other than Lunia, the coach for today's arena. Seeing Lunia, Karen trembled, grinding his teeth and thinking, damn, why is she here? The first-year students group practical exam had begun, and the academy students were all present in the main hall. Suddenly someone said, "Well, the special guests for today's exam are the swordsmanship experts from the renowned Arden Swordsmanship Academy. Please welcome the 5 pinnacle swordsmasters." Hearing this, the female students whispered amongst themselves. A purple-haired student said, "Let's take it easy, okay?" The red-haired student smirked and replied, "After all, they're just students." Hearing this, a short-haired student warned, "Be careful of that swordsman, he's strong." Suddenly, someone yelled loudly, "Everyone, attack!" Seeing this, Dron observed from behind, thinking, even though all of them are high-level swordsmen, we also have Alicia, so that's 2 level 2s. The probability of winning is Arden's specialty. Suddenly, the female students who were just talking started moving. 5 pinnacle swords, unite. Right after Dron thought that, the 5 first-year female students began their attack. In just a moment, the 5 first-year female students had scattered their opponents, causing them to cry out in pain. The male students, caught off guard, cried out, "We can't see anything. What's going on?" Dron, still calm, observed with unwavering eyes and thought, the probability of winning is low. They approach their opponents and obstruct their vision, causing chaos on our side. Their combat experience is too extensive. Dealing with this situation is difficult. Dron, no longer idle, unleashed his powerful mana sword technique, declaring, "Very well." Then, Dron quickly tried to think of a way. Then first, I need to ensure a clear line of sight. But while Dron was executing his technique, the magic sword, Milia, with her purple hair, appeared behind him with a menacing aura. But this didn't distract Dron. He quickly turned and attacked back, frowning and thinking, "A sneak attack, huh?" Seeing the situation was bad, Alicia called out urgently, "Dron." Seeing Alicia distracted, the short-haired student said sternly, "Don't get distracted." Then she quickly rushed toward Alicia. Immediately after, the short-haired student used the swift sword, Jenny, and reminded Alicia, "I'm your opponent, Missy." But the short-haired student's power was too great, causing Alicia to struggle and cry out. Suddenly, the short-haired student tripped Alicia and said with disdain, "Well, there are about 10 students, 3 of us should be enough." Alicia, after being tripped, fell and cried out in surprise. The female student who was part of the 5 pinnacle swords said with a hint of contempt, "Your fighting stance has too many weaknesses, Missy." Alicia was being threatened on the ground but managed to dodge the short-haired student's sword. The male students, witnessing the fierce battle, were excited and said, as expected, "The real Arden's 5 pinnacle swords. Their power is terrifying." Seeing this, the other students shouted, "Hurry, do something." The 5 pinnacle swords, enjoying the fight, were cold and ruthless. Seeing that the situation was dire, the other students said to each other, "Look, they're all hopeless, except for those 2, they seem to be putting up a fight. At least, that seems to be the case right now." At the same time, Dron and Alicia's side had lost a lot of manpower and were feeling helpless against their opponents. But unlike Alicia's worried attitude, Dron calmly said, "Watch this. Fire sword. Steel sword." Dron's experience was no less than the 5 pinnacle swords. As the dust cleared, Milia was being overwhelmed by 5 dark swords. Suddenly, the purple-haired student stepped forward and shouted loudly, along with a sword dance that blocked the swords of Dron's team. 2 against 5. That's not fair. Dron will win soon. While Alicia... Suddenly, the sounds of swords clashing created a flash of light. It was Alicia and the short-haired student, beginning their sword fight. The short-haired student said, "Miss, you need more training." You call yourself the successor of the Heavenly Pinnacle Sword while having such limited abilities? Then, the short-haired student whispered into Alicia's ear, if this is your true strength, you won't even graduate from the academy. It'd be better if you just dropped out and went back home to learn how to swing a sword to chase chickens. Hearing this, Alicia angrily frowned and yelled, no, I don't want to, and swung her sword, dodging the short-haired student. Although she had opened her eyes to perceive the boundaries and the space around her, Alicia seemed a little exhausted, panting without saying a word. Even so, she was still helpless against such a powerful opponent. At this point, Alicia had been knocked down and was painfully holding her body. The short-haired student said, you should have stayed focused until the end. Then, the short-haired student looked at Alicia and sighed, it seems like there's still a long way to go. Indeed, according to the initial instructions, Lunia's role was supposed to be different. Why did she participate in Team B's Phase B? At the same time, Karen's group had also arrived. Karin had sent Lark and Jaeger, along with other students, to the front, while he supported from the rear. Lunia had also appeared, swinging her sword, a surge of energy enveloping her blade. Lunia's aura grew even more menacing as she declared, let's begin. You can all just think of this as a special combat experience. Hearing that, the surrounding students were shocked and stammered, special what? Special combat experience? Karin, hearing this, said nothing, just observed. Special combat experience. This was also a technique. The story was told of a monster that could face an entire army alone. Scores of guards were plagued by it, even the generals. A monster that you could barely win against, and it was viewed as an uncontrollable disaster. Suddenly, images of Warren and Ren appeared. A monster that most guards couldn't face once in their entire lives. Everyone who had encountered it was deemed to be making up stories or distorting facts. Karin frowned as he thought this, but, if it was that person, the story would be different. Then, observing Lunia sweeping through everything, he thought, Lunia has the ability to fight against those monsters. Immediately, Karin affirmed, because she's a monster among monsters. Suddenly, Lunia swept through everything, causing everything around the hall to shatter and crack. The nearby students were affected by Lunia's power, crying out in pain. Please, along with desperate screams. Karin, having escaped behind a rock, said, cruel truth. Jaeger was also shocked by the scene before him. Trembling, stammering, I almost died. This exam is a bit much, isn't it? Facing someone so terrifying. Hearing this, Karin peeked out and said, she's being merciful. If she was fighting seriously, it would be over in 10 seconds. But then, Karin saw something and pointed at Jaeger. What's that on your arm? Hearing that, Jaeger said cheerfully, oh, it's Lark. I'm carrying him. I left him behind and he probably would have died. Lark seemed to be unconscious. Karin thought for a moment and reminded him, he looks dead though. At this time, Jaeger also reminded Karin, you can't collapse, you're too heavy, I can't carry you. Hearing that, Karin stammered, okay, but before he could say anything else, Jaeger was attacked from behind by Lunia, sending him flying with a loud scream. Suddenly, after attacking Jaeger, Lunia Arden reminded Karin, even if I intend to help, all of you are too weak. Then Lunia ordered, come out, it's just you and me now. Karin stayed put, not intending to step out. But suddenly, Karin acted cowardly, raising both hands and said, can I quit? Hearing that, Lunia replied, if you want a lower score, then go ahead, but I know you won't do that. This is an opportunity to face a strong opponent. I don't want to miss the chance to fight with you. As she spoke, Lunia looked at Karin coldly, but Karin smirked and thought, I wonder if anyone can resist Lunia. This is the story of his past life, when Lunia and Karin worked together seamlessly. Lunia and he had fought together in many battles, because she was the one who gave him the spear and taught him practical fighting techniques. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he learned how to use the spear from her. But until their last training session, he couldn't surpass Lunia. At that time, no matter how hard he tried, Karin couldn't outmatch Lunia. He thought in frustration, she is a challenge that I have to face. Suddenly, Karin stood up with a proud attitude, his weapon in hand, thinking, if I want to improve, I have to overcome her with my own strength. Then, suddenly Lunia rushed towards Karin and said coldly, very well. Immediately, Lunia's sword and Karin's spear clashed, creating a loud clang. But, unable to stay in one place, Karin kept changing position, and Lunia didn't stand still either, changing her position with Karin. Suddenly, after clashing, the two dodged to the sides. Karin yelped slightly. Immediately after, Karin attacked Lunia, calling out with difficulty. The surrounding students, watching them attacking each other back and forth with no end in sight, were shocked and stammered, what the heck is that guy? I thought he was just a knight at the academy. A first-year student can fight evenly with Lunia? How is this possible? While the other students were busy discussing, Karan was having a lot of difficulty with the opponent in front of him. Karan seemed a little exhausted and sighed helplessly. It seemed Lunia realized Karan was somewhat exhausted and stopped attacking, allowing Karan to stand there, panting. Lunia spoke. It seems like you've run out of energy, too bad. Then, Lunia scoffed and drew her sword from its sheath. This made Karan think, she's sheathing her sword. Is that all? It's over. No way. Is that the territory slash? Karan frowned as he observed. The most powerful technique of the ardent swordsmanship. It seemed Karan recognized the move Lunia was using. Suddenly Lunia was very cold, drew her sword, and said, let's see how you react. Show me your response with your spear. Immediately, Lunia used Killer Instinct. Suddenly, Lunia was a black shadow with tremendous power that seemed to want to engulf the entire area. Karan was shocked. Seeing this, the students watching were amazed by the scene before them and stammered, what is that? Isn't it dangerous? Then, suddenly, the professors on the high platform recognized what was happening and became uneasy, saying, wait, is she going to kill the students? Stop the exam now. But Professor Hammond seemed to realize something and stood up, warning, stop. Ardent technique, single slash. Suddenly, it seemed like Karan had been split in half by a strange power. Suddenly, the territory slash fake appeared. Immediately after the territory slash fake appeared, the world stopped, but only Lunia could move. The sword blade moved slowly, as in slow motion, piercing Lunia's sharp spear. At that time, only Lunia could move. She unleashed her technique as fast as she could, but Karan could not move even slightly. At this point, Karan, holding his spear, cursed internally. Damn it, my spear won't move. In this frozen world, I can't move. Karan clenched his teeth, grimacing with hatred. I can only perceive the frozen world in a few specific points. Karan seemed helpless with the situation he was in. Then, remembering the past, he murmured, when I faced Mariette, it was similar. Is it a coincidence? At that time, Karan had faced a character called Mariette, but then, he told himself, I can't control the movement in this space anymore. No way. One more step. Suddenly, Karan realized something, and his eyes lit up. It has to be very accurate. One more step, and it's done. Suddenly, Lunia's sword and Karan's spear were about to touch. That's all I need. Immediately after, both Lunia's sword and Karan's spear touched, creating a space that allowed everything around them to return to normal. Seeing the success before him, Karan was just as surprised. Immediately after, a blinding light appeared in the space between them. The professors were shocked at what they had witnessed. Lunia said, instinct instead of knowledge, an omnipotent feeling, as if you're the center of the world. As she spoke, Lunia pointed her sword at Karan. Then she coldly frowned and said, you reacted instinctively. In my territory. Karan didn't say anything, using his spear to block Lunia's attacking sword. But suddenly, Lunia stopped her actions and said, I guess that's enough. Then, immediately turned and left. Suddenly, as Lunia was walking away, she said, and one more thing, you'll probably need a better spear. Ironically, your weapon is worse than the skills you demonstrated. Hearing this, Karan was surprised, but said nothing. Lunia, as she walked, saw something and stopped. Lunia saw Alicia, trembling and sitting on the ground, murmuring, Alicia. After seeing Alicia, Lunia turned slightly and said, the exam and things like that don't matter. The reason I didn't avoid this fight was for someone like you to see my territory. You know Alicia's talent, don't you? Hearing that, Karan smirked and sighed internally. Here's the answer. Lose the battle, but achieve the goal. Then, Lunia explained, I'll be staying in this city for a while longer, because I have some things to do. Don't think about interfering in my business with her. No matter how much you resist, the result will not change. Suddenly, Lunia gave a cold and stern warning. Alicia, I will not let you touch her. Hearing this, Karan frowned and smirked. So that's why you showed her your territory? Lunia, do you think everything will go according to your wishes? After hearing Lunia say that, Karan smirked internally. So that's why she showed me her territory, huh? Lunia, do you think everything will go according to your wishes? As soon as the battle ended, the instructor announced, the judging panel has reached a unanimous decision. Student Karan has achieved a perfect score in the practical exam. Hearing this, the students in the academy began discussing the recent fight between Lunia and Karan. To get a perfect score fighting against Lunia? And a solo fight too. How can someone be that amazing? After witnessing the battle, a professor, unwilling to accept it, said, absurd, he can fight against Lunia? Is that young man truly a level 5 knight? Professor Hammond and Fermac also exchanged surprised glances. After observing for a while, Professor Hammond became contemplative. This student must be the one who intended to capture a spirit. Fermac, taking off his glasses and gripping them tightly, thought, ridiculous, Karan, why are you using those skills? Fermac, extremely angry, squeezed his glasses so hard that they cracked. Time passed, and a few days later, in a storage room, Karin thought, I don't need Lunia to remind me, I know I need a better weapon. Suddenly, a muscular man, covered in sweat, approached and asked, Who are you? The Academy never hesitates to provide valuable materials, so why are you here? Karin replied, You don't need to know. He thought, I've done this many times, I don't even bother explaining anymore. These ultra-expensive materials are worth hundreds of gold coins. Naturally, no player can utilize them. Usually, you'd want to use materials after successfully completing a quest. Karin touched the sword in front of him. However, I have a super soul dust, a grade 2 analyst, and a grade 1 silver granite, plus I have the wholehearted support of the school board, Karin thought, recalling the moment he met Ryu, who had bowed to Karin, making him a bit uncomfortable. Then, Karin looked at the sword, smiled with satisfaction, and thought, the most powerful weapon to pacify the world. Karin's sword was enveloped in a powerful aura, a legend, the Black Knight's war sword from the Shadowlands. It was also called the White Spear. In another scene, a flashback of Alicia's childhood, Alicia saw something and, shocked, thought, the saint hasn't stopped yet. It's not dead. But why is it like this? I remember the first time I went outside, the first time I slashed a level 5 demon. She frowned at the organs and blood oozing from its body. When Alicia went outside, it was also the first time she had dealt with 5 monsters at once. Recalling the moment, Alicia remembered the image and thought, but the smell of human blood is different. Suddenly, a figure of a girl collapsed in front of Alicia, her sword falling far away. Alicia was afraid and thought, I recognized it immediately, even though it was the first time. Alicia trembled, her eyes wide in shock, and stammered, no, then thought, this distinctive smell. Suddenly, Alicia unconsciously started crying, thinking, it's of an endangered species. After remembering her childhood, Alicia woke up. Alicia sighed in boredom, saying, I have to work again today. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Mission: Capture werewolves, 70 silver coins. Alicia casually said, well, it's still better than that other mission. She suddenly thought of a mysterious figure. A system emergency notification popped up. Emergency mission: Pursue the killer in the Fog City. Diploma and opportunity to consult with an academic advisor. Alicia, in a panic, broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, I don't want to die. Although those were her spoken words, she thought, even so, there are still a few other reasons why I have related tasks. Alicia was sitting quietly, not saying a word. Suddenly, Alicia thought of Karin for a moment and wondered, where is he now? Suddenly, while she was thinking, someone came and said, a level 5 knight? Are you kidding me? Damn it, at this age, I still have to babysit. Alicia turned her head. It was Karin with a group of guards behind him. Karin waved to Alicia and greeted, Alicia, what a coincidence. Alicia replied, oh, Karin, hi. Alicia observed the expressions of all the soldiers and concluded, the other guards seem unhappy. A soldier in white armor muttered, that level 5 punk. Alicia thought, the Guard Association has cried so many times about the quota system and even planned to make students eat meager meals. These guys probably didn't expect a level 5 like me, but it's good to have Alicia with me. Suddenly, Karin approached and took Alicia's hand, saying, I hope for your assistance. Alicia was very confused. The soldiers behind Karin glared at him, making Karin a little afraid. He thought, they wouldn't dare say anything in front of the granddaughter of the Holy Knight. Then, Karin walked over to Alicia, put his arm around her shoulder, and said, don't look at them anymore. It's annoying. Hey, Alicia, how's your eyesight and hearing these days? Alicia asked, what are you talking about? My hearing and eyesight are fine. Hearing this, Karin reminded her, you know that's not what I mean. Alicia wondered, do you know something about my sister? Karin understood and thought, you could say that, Karin said coldly. Of course, Lunea never tells me anything. You better hurry up, your sister seems serious. She'll make you unable to wield a sword anymore. Alicia looked sad, not saying anything. Suddenly, Alicia said, that's why I can give up the path of a swordsman. Karin was carried away but didn't say anything. Karin then sighed, saying, I won't give up, never. The scene changed to a dark forest, with 2 werewolves and over 20 ordinary wolves in their lair. The pursuit team had skillfully dealt with the werewolves, even hunting one down. At that time, Karin, Alicia, and their teammates had hunted a giant werewolf, while the other wolves had been dealt with earlier. But an unexpected event happened. Suddenly, a large number of wolves appeared from nowhere, creating a chaotic scene. The soldiers were startled, warning, why are there so many of them? Where did they come from? What is this mist? A soldier warned his teammate, Hansen, and that level 5 punk. The one called Hansen shouted back, I don't know, this isn't the time to worry about him. Luckily, the ardent miss is doing her job well. As the soldiers said, Alicia was actively fighting the wolves, but suddenly, the number of wolves and beasts increased, causing the soldiers to panic. Where are they coming from? Are they demons? Are they spirits? There shouldn't be this many evil spirits in this area, and demons too. Alicia, seeing this, was worried about the current situation and thought, in remote areas with few people, there can't be demons, this is artificial evil spirits. Suddenly, a beast appeared from behind Alicia, but she noticed it in time and said, over there. Immediately after, Alicia attacked a beast in front of her. With a terrifying roar, Alicia cried out and thought, it's strong. It's not an evil spirit, but a knight. Alicia warned, why are you attacking us? You're being disrespectful. Fall back now? But suddenly, Alicia realized something behind her, and gasped. Unexpectedly, Alicia was attacked from behind with great force, causing her to cry out in pain. A knight who just attacked Alicia didn't give her any rest and continued to advance, trying to finish her off on the spot. Alicia, very worried, could only stand still, watching in fear. Suddenly, Alicia's eyes widened, the black pupils strangely dilating. At the same time, Alicia was slashed a few times by the crazed bloodthirsty knight, making her unable to react to this situation. Suddenly, blood spurted out, making Alicia exclaim, how? How is that possible? As she finished speaking, the knight she just attacked collapsed, not Alicia. The smell of blood grew stronger, making Alicia think, this smell, the smell of human blood is different. Alicia, horrified, broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, I'm not a person. But before she could finish her sentence, another knight attacked her from behind with a deafening scream, making Alicia groan, unable to speak. But suddenly, the knight intending to attack Alicia was attacked immediately, making him die on the spot. Seeing this, Corin asked, what are you doing? That's not a real person. Hearing this, Alicia stammered, calling the name of the person who had been saving her, Corin. Why do you say it's not a real person? Hearing Karen's words, Alicia asked in shock. Corin then explained, their bodies are moving through dark magic. At this time, Karin looked at the situation and pieced together the events in his head. The main event of Act 2 is, to take down the killer in Fog City. In the original scene, the player group has to chase a crazed serial killer, whom Mariette had defeated at the end of Act 1. You chose the werewolf capture mission. Corin coldly looked around. In this mission, the killer John Doe was discovered and eventually apprehended after a fight. Suddenly, the soldiers from Alicia and Karin's side came running and asked Alicia, hey, are you alright? But before Alicia could answer, she had to point out the direction of the attack for the soldiers. Over there. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of the opposing side appeared, making the soldiers shrink back in fear, stammering, what is that? But at the same time, Alicia rushed forward bravely, declaring, I will. But she was stopped by Corin, who said, it's okay, get ready to run. Hearing this, Alicia was shocked and confused by Karin's actions. Karin stepped out and used the 6/5/ Goazin technique, trying his best to attack while also encouraging himself. Good job, Karin. Immediately, he sent the shadowy figure flying far away with a deafening scream. Suddenly, one of the soldiers was shocked and said, what the heck? One-hit kill? How is that possible? Another soldier behind him said, really, is that all? If we've come this far, it can't be the boss. Karin, still deep in thought, said, because John Doe is too strong, I can't capture him alone. Well, you destroyed my puppet. Suddenly, the dark shadow said, that's enough for today, I hope to meet you again. The issue isn't about strength or compatibility, but about that hidden master. As he finished speaking, the strange shadow revealed itself in a cloud of smoke, making the soldiers exclaim, what the heck is that? What's with that smoke? Karin recognized the technique that the mysterious figure had used and thought, Fire Knight, when the summoner of the mist, a living corpse mage, has their HP reduced to 0, the mist will automatically disappear. What I just crushed was a puppet, which was also the one creating the mist. A living corpse made from the corpse of a mage. The thing in front of Corin was a puppet skeleton he recognized. The reason it was so difficult to catch is that it used puppets to scramble information. You can't find the ghost because it is merged into that mist. At that time, no matter how much you tried to fight, you would only be attacking an unidentified puppet. Suddenly, Karin ordered, let's go. That mist seems dangerous. Hearing that, everyone on Karin's side replied in unison, yeah, we understand. Let's run, everyone. Immediately, everyone ran after Karin. Suddenly, the shadowy figure called out, Karin, aren't you going to take your spear back? I thought it was expensive. Karin calmly replied, it's okay. Hearing that, the dark beast used the return modifier technique. Immediately, the spear was unexpectedly launched back. The spear landed in Karin's hand, making Alicia very surprised. Karin said smugly, "It'll automatically return to me," Alicia said. "Oh, is that so?" But suddenly, someone cried out, making Alicia and Karin turn around. Before their eyes was Charlie, who had been dragged away by the dark beast. Charlie cried out in pain, I'm stuck in a tree root." Hearing this, both Alicia and Karin called out, "Charlie!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Alicia and Karin quickly ran to rescue Charlie. Alicia arrived first and said, "Grab my hand." Charlie replied, "Thank you." But suddenly, Charlie saw something and warned, "Over there, there's a demon." Because of a moment of carelessness, Alicia, confused about what was happening, gasped and suddenly, a demonic hand appeared behind her. Alicia was captured and dragged away, causing her to scream loudly. Karin, seeing the situation, cursed under his breath, "Damn it, so troublesome." Thinking this, Karin, like a tiger, rushed towards Charlie and said hastily, "Charlie, get up and run. Run away from this forest, don't worry about us, and give me your cloak." Karin took the cloak from Charlie and quickly went to rescue Alicia. It seemed the gate to save Alicia was closing, making Karin shout loudly, "Wait!" Karin, with a serious expression, grit his teeth and thought, "There won't be a second time, you won't get away with this. I've been trapped in this mist before, my leg was sprained then. In less than 1 minute, I was closer to death than ever before. Now that I'm reborn, I have to extend that time longer." Suddenly, Karin rushed in like a tiger to save Alicia who was trapped. The problem was Alicia. She was struggling with the invisible shadows that had caught her. While trying her best, she thought, "I have to cut all of this, and it'll be okay." But with the current situation, they were all around her. "I can't hold on." She had run out of energy and could only endure the pain, crying out. Alicia, while being held, still tried to think of a way. "If I cut all of this, it'll be enough." But she kept slashing repeatedly, and the shadows that had captured her didn't let go. Alicia got a bit annoyed, thinking, Why won't it cut? Is it because I lack strength and the position is wrong?" Then Alicia let go of her sword and thought, No, it's just. She thought of Lunia, standing in front of her angrily, scolding, "How did you get into such a state?" Then, Alicia gave up, dropping her sword. Alicia, blaming herself with a blank expression, said, "It's my fault because I'm weak." Alicia seemed to give up everything and fell, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I also wanted to save someone with a cool appearance." Alicia thought of Karin for the last time. "Like you, the person who saved my life, I wanted to become a person worth being proud of, Alicia." Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the dark night, making Alicia look up. Alicia seemed to recognize the voice and thought, "This voice." The silhouette became clearer. It was Karin. Karin had arrived to rescue Alicia and pulled her out of the daze. Karin called out loudly with worry, "Alicia." Alicia recognized Karin and murmured, "My savior." With a desperate look, her bloody wounds causing immense pain, Karin yelled out in worry, "Alicia, my savior." He approached Alicia, still holding his long sword, and asked, "Alicia, are you all right?" Alicia, bound by the arms, was exhausted to the point of collapsing. She answered weakly, Is that you, Karin?" Alicia, enduring the pain and numerous wounds, looked at Karin. She burst into tears and said in a pitiful voice, "See, Karin, I can't make them let go. Please, save me. If this keeps up, I'm going to die." Karin quickly stroked her head to reassure her. "Calm down, Alicia." Then, he took her hand and made her hold the sword tightly, saying, "Just randomly slashing won't work, focus properly and slash hard. You just need to stay calm." Alicia wondered, "Huh?" Karin looked at the living corpses and said seriously, "From now on, I'll protect you from these living corpses. You know what you need to do, right?" Alicia cried, terrified. No, I can't. My strength isn't enough. The mist is also hurting me and making me dizzy." But Karin didn't give up. He continued to reassure and encourage her. "You can do it." Karin moved his head closer, touching his forehead to Alicia's and whispered, "Among all the swordsmen I know, you possess outstanding talent. If you're determined, you can definitely do it." "Just one step, Alicia," Karin said confidently. "One step is enough." Alicia looked at Karin with admiration. Soon after, Karin rushed toward the living corpses, yelling, "Thank you in advance." Alicia, in fear, said, "See Karin." Alicia stood still, seeming to struggle with herself. She said, "I can't hold out here any longer, so how can someone with a lower aura than me endure it?" Alicia gritted her teeth. Determined, "If you say that to me, Alicia regained her spirit, her eyes resolute, ready to fight. There's no other choice but to do it. Alicia began to focus her power, but she was surrounded by many hands reaching out, preparing to attack. That secret technique can cut through anything. To use it, I must awaken the eye realm. Around Alicia, the hands disappeared, and she stepped into a completely different space with a power she was about to awaken, a cursed ability that allows you to see other territories. Alicia closed her eyes to focus, her hands gripping her sword, ready to strike. She remembered Corin's words, "Just one step, Alicia, one step is enough," and she took a step as her friend had said. When her foot landed, a bright light immediately flashed. Arden technique, Arden's first swordsmanship. Alicia used her sharp blade to cut the living corpse monsters in half. That powerful technique, emitting a large light, was called territory slash. With just one slash, Alicia significantly reduced the number of living corpse monsters, shocking Karen. One of the monsters, cut in half, said in surprise, How? Someone can see through it?" After that, the battle became intense, but a mist shrouded the area, obscuring their vision. Loud explosions occurred, and red blood splattered everywhere. When Alicia finished off a monster, she said, "The mist has disappeared." Karen, worried, turned around and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" At this time, everyone approached, wondering, what just happened? They looked at the monster's form and said in fear, That's John Doe, the vampire killer from Fog City." Everyone looked around in bewilderment. Two men behind said, "Oh my, the forest was cut in half. How can a human do that? I've heard of it before." So, this is the territory slash from the Sword Emperor's legend. Karen was pale and horrified, thinking, "I thought she'd use the third form of single slash or steel tide. How could she use that so soon?" Alicia said happily, "Corin, I did it. I really did it." But Karen replied, "Wait. Stop. Now is not the time for you to use this technique." The two men excitedly said to each other, "Oh, so that means the next head of the Arden family will be her." "That's right, because no one but the Sword Emperor can use the territory slash, except for that girl." After that, everyone cheered in delight. Alicia, the future of the Arden family, successor to the Sword Emperor. Alicia Arden. Alicia jumped up in joy. "Corin, look at me." Karen, not happy, was a bit worried. "My plan, why does it always go wrong?" Suddenly, a few days later, newspapers appeared with a lot of content about Alicia. Daily news, hot news. John Doe has been defeated. That nightmare, Mist, the notorious killer who killed many knights, John Doe, has been defeated by the candidate for the next head of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family. Merkaba Times, the beautiful knight has defeated a level 1 dark mage. Who is Alicia? The Arden family's foundation is shaking. Sword Emperor Garand remains silent. The reward for Alicia's outstanding performance. What will happen to the Arden family's succession structure? Will the heir change? The Arden family's organization and business are in turmoil. The martial officials are very confused. Exclusive interview with the insider. In fact, Alicia is the true genius of the Arden family. Finally, I can confidently say this. A girl, after reading the news, angrily tore up the paper. So arrogant. Then, she handed the paper to another girl and ordered, "Get rid of this." The other girl obediently said, "Yes." Lunea sat pensively, holding a teacup, deep in thought. The renowned Arden swordsmanship family operates within the sword sect and acts based on power. Beneath the powerful appeal of Garand Arden, they waited for the swordsman who would succeed him. Territory slash, it exists in the realm of mental path, a realm that most martial artists don't know about. Garand Arden has been waiting for someone to continue his legacy for a very long time. She practiced until she was covered in sweat and blood. The calluses on her hands are a testament to her life. But even Lunea, who was called the genius of the entire generation, could not satisfy the Sword Emperor. But, Lunea, still young, was trying her best to practice swordsmanship, exhausting herself until she was panting. Huff, huff. Her younger sister, who had only held a sword for a short time and sparred with her older sister, the illegitimate child that the family had brought back from outside, Lunea never considered that child an opponent. Alicia's eyes were full of determination, causing Lunea to feel startled. After a long, tense back-and-forth exchange, they finally drew blood. The surrounding people became chaotic. "We can't stop the bleeding. That isn't even a rare technique. How can this be?" Alicia stared blankly at her sister, sprawled on the cold ground in a pool of bright red blood. Lunea was in pain after taking the blow, making Alicia blame herself. "I didn't see the technique." Alicia kept the same stance after striking her opponent. "No, I'm not supposed to see it." Alicia could only stand still, watching what she had done. When she refocused her spirit, she had already been struck. It's not about speed, it's something else. Territory. Lunea lay on the cold ground, clutching her wound. That deep path of martial arts, Alicia has taken a step into it. Lunea gritted her teeth angrily, looking at Alicia, thinking, how can this be? That child is so young and lazy. Lunea, not feeling the pain in her wound, only focused on Alicia. She must be shocked. But, suddenly, Alicia spoke in a stammering voice. Wait, Seeing Alicia's face, no longer innocent, Lunia understood. I understand the title he gave me, the twisted nature that mortals can't understand. A sword demon, demonic talent. The one who taught and observed everything came forward and put his hand on Alicia's head. I also intend to make Alicia a candidate for the next family head. And just like that, Alicia became a candidate for the position of the Arden family head, despite everyone's objections. Alicia, as if nothing had happened, approached and said with sparkling eyes, Sister, this is the first time I've held a sword. Lunia, while hydrating herself, thought absent-mindedly, that memory of petting a child, a half-sibling, who grew up in the indifference of her father's family, must be somewhere lingering around. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Masters. A group of people stood in formation, like a color guard, respectfully asking Lunia, are you all right? Making Lunia doubt, are they worried about me? After thinking for a while, Lunia replied quietly, don't worry, I also want that child to step into that territory. Lunia remembered the fight at that time, showing regret, because if I could see that sword technique again, maybe, I would be able to step into that realm as well. Lunia, as if she had no wounds, regained her charisma and ordered, everyone, prepare, for the sword challenge. In an elegant mansion, a conversation was taking place. When do you think you'll recover? They said that if I apply the medicine to the wound, I'll be fine in a day or two. Alicia, lying on a hospital bed, smiled and said, Karin, do you want to eat honey popcorn? Karin sighed in resignation. Popcorn? You're so carefree. Karin was a bit curious, so he quickly asked Alicia, but hey, that territory / how did you do it? Even if you could see the territory thanks to the eye realm, it doesn't mean you can use it right away. Although Karin asked quite seriously, Alicia blushed and replied, you believe that I could do it, Alicia continued happily, making Karin very uncomfortable. Hee, I didn't expect that if I tried, I could actually do it, woohoo? Karin was so annoyed that he was speechless. You really are a genius who doesn't need to try. Suddenly, a third person appeared outside the door. Knock, knock, I'm here to visit the sick. Mariette, without waiting for a reply, burst through the door. It's me, Junior. Are you all right? Seeing her come in, Karin said, Senior Mariette. Mariette also replied kindly, oh hello, I'm Mariette, a second-year student in the magic department. Alicia also greeted casually, hello, I'm Alicia, a first-year student in the night department. Karin pointed at Alicia and asked, did you come to visit her? Yeah, I was worried. Hee, I brought this for you, Mariette confirmed, making Alicia blush with happiness. But just a moment after, Mariette looked at Karin with loving eyes, saying softly without any malice, but hey, are you too close? Making Karin very scared. Huh? Why is her expression so scary all of a sudden? Suddenly, there was a knock on the window. What is it? Warren swung in like a bat, saying in a confusing way, food, the live fish from before. Karin was startled at the sudden appearance of Warren. Oh my god. Karin saw Mariette's unusual expression and guessed, Senior Mariette isn't comfortable standing in front of Warren, huh? But I guess even if it's not Warren, anyone would feel uncomfortable with that appearance. Mariette turned to Karin, asking in a trembling voice, food? You also ate food with Warren? Karin, confused, asked, huh? What do you mean? Then, he thought, that's what's making her uncomfortable. Seeing Mariette's unusual reaction, Karin explained, to preserve his life, don't worry, I'll also prepare a delicious meal with you. But Karin's explanation seemed to be ineffective, making Mariette's expression become even more constipated. A delicious meal. Karin rubbed his chin, guessing, wait a minute, today these talented people have met by chance, with these members. Then, Karin spoke, making Alicia jump on her hospital bed. Alicia, the rumors that you inherited the territory / have spread, so Lunia will probably come for a sword challenge soon. Are you confident? Alicia, sweating, asked, a sword challenge? The sword challenge, a tradition of swordsmen carried out by 5 Grandmaster swordsmen to test the swordsmasters who have taken over a branch of the family, that's the excuse. But, for a long time, the Arden family has used sword challenges to eliminate opponents in a legitimate way. Alicia cried and immediately refused. Confident? If I fight against her, I'll die. No, I couldn't even beat the 5 swords from the start, Karin said seriously. I have a good idea. Alicia, seeing that she couldn't escape, became interested in Karin's idea. What is it? Karin continued. I'll tell you, but under one condition. I promise to do everything. What is it? Karin changed his expression to a menacing one, looking at Alicia. If from now on I suggest you fight monsters or train in the training room, you have to do it without complaining. Basically, you're a permanent member of my team now. Ah. That. Alicia immediately said, ah. I promise I'll listen, so please help me. Karin was happy to hear this. Very well, I'll take your promise as a vow. Karin, with a dangerous and annoying look, said, Karin, through the difficulties of this time, whether short or long, I have learned the truths through my own body. Lena, a skilled swordsman, was walking around, when suddenly, a knife was thrown straight into the wall, piercing through Lena's face, making her startled. What is this? A person stepped out of the shadows. Lena immediately became alert and asked, who is there? The stranger only said a few words, a challenger, making Lena, already confused, become even more confused. When Lena saw the face of the person clearly, she immediately recognized, Student Warren. But Warren introduced himself as, Alicia Studio, a skilled knife user. Lena, who hadn't even had time to catch her breath and understand what was going on, Warren rushed at her. Knife skills, why are you doing this all of a sudden? Warren only explained briefly and succinctly. He said if I caught you, he would buy me sushi. On the other side, Karin and another person were fighting fiercely. The other person, feeling very hot-headed, said, what is this? What are you doing? Karin said, Alicia Studio, a skilled long sword user. Karin, strike before you get attacked. Karin, with eyes like a traffic light, with a friendly smile, replied, I want to learn from the famous tidesword master. Lena, that's the truth of life. Is that even a long sword? A man with a terrifying face was introduced as, Alicia Dojo, a skilled longsword user. Karin. Then, a woman dressed strangely, holding 3 small knives, was introduced as, Alicia Dojo, a skilled fist fighter. Warren. Next, a handsome man controlling swords of various colors was introduced as, Alicia Dojo, a skilled flying swordsman. Doron Warski. A tearful girl holding a scepter was introduced as, Alicia Dojo, a talented mage. Mariette. Finally, the new commander of the Alicia Dojo was introduced as, Alicia. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly attacked them directly, leaving them stunned, and the attacker said, Arden's first swordsman, failure. An annoyed girl asked, why did you do that? Karin smiled mischievously and replied, to develop a new dojo for us, we need to raise our reputation, right? We're trying to expand quite aggressively. Many newspapers wrote, Merkaba Daily, new technique from Arden, defeated the Arden first swordsman. From an anonymous report, this photo shows, the first step of a new technique from Arden. Defeated the 5 swords, gained attention for its creative dojo management. Can the Arden family accept this? According to family rules, there was something called the sword trial. It was a test to select the masters, but even I knew it was a way to crush other opponents. That's why Karin said that he would change this operating structure by joining the dojo's test and defeating the 5 swords one by one according to the new dojo's challenge form. What I won in the end is a one-on-one fight with my sister. Alicia looked at Lunia's back and said, if I win and announce it, her people won't be able to touch me. That's why I started this. Dojo registration fee, operating maintenance fee, mercenary hiring fee, all of it was handled by Mariette. Alicia, though satisfied, was also pained by the expenses. Once I get the reward from the John Doe mission, I can quickly pay it back. Lunia looked at Alicia and said, interesting. Alicia turned around, stammering, sister. Lunia angrily scolded, you idiot, if you want to run away, you have to run as soon as you see me. The idea of the dojo challenge wasn't yours, right? Alicia cried in fear, she's too quick-witted. She's scary. That expression of yours is right, it's Karin. Karin called out, Alicia, do you have anything you want to say? Alicia thought, can I beat her? The first swordsman of the masters, Lunia. Alicia, under immense pressure, looked at her sister and thought, sister, as the new master of the Arden Dojo, I want to have a one-on-one duel with you. Lunia helplessly agreed. All right, a duel, but I'm warning you, Lunia continued, making Alicia surprised. I won't be using training swords or non-lethal weapons. Are you ready? Alicia looked at her cool sister, trembling in fear. Arden's first swordsman, the senior disciple, Lunia. Although she said she was ready, she was sweating profusely. Arden's first swordsman, second swordsmaster Alicia. It's time for the sisters' battle to begin. Mariette sat in a corner under the blazing sun, thinking, even if I use all my strength after transforming into a vampire, Lunia is still an opponent that I'm not sure I can win against. After a moment of deep thought, Mariette turned to Karin and asked, Alicia, is she ready for this? Karin replied, I believe in her. Alicia can handle it. Seeing the handsome guy say that, the girls followed suit, so Mariette agreed, alright, I'll trust you. System notification, Karin's maximum level of trust with Mariette remains unchanged. Lunia, still with her cold expression, threw a bag to Karin. Take this. Karin caught it, puzzled. What is this? The dojo repair fees are too much already. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Lunia launched herself like she had an engine attached. Lunia, while speaking, was very close to Alicia. That's the restructuring fee. Karin and Mariette observed while watching the strange creature. Just a light touch of their swords and the two of them caused a terrifying explosion, making the audience, Karin and Mariette, restless, with their mouths agape because it was too exciting. The surrounding space was quiet, setting the stage for the fight between the two sisters. Neither of them were willing to give in. Alicia, with her eyes like an arrow of resentment, looked at Lunia. But it seemed Alicia didn't want to hurt Lunia, so she closed her eyes, thinking, I admire Lunia so much, when my passion for swordsmanship is still burning, she is my idol. Remembering the past when Alicia was still a young child, Miss Lunia defeated a level 1 monster, a minotaur. At just 15 years old, she's so amazing. I heard that Lord Garand is keeping an eye on Miss Lunia. She's like a hero straight out of a fairy tale. A hero like Garand Arden, who has been in my stories throughout my childhood. Compared to her, I'm just the daughter of a concubine. My mother died when she gave birth to me, and my father sees me as a stain, because for him, the only thing that has value is the bloodline of the great swordsman king, Garand Arden. With eyes full of admiration, as if she was at a Sun Tongue concert, Alicia said, Sister, you've arrived, congratulations. Lunia, still as cold as ever, raised her hand to pat Alicia's small head. You've grown up so much. Alicia remembered her first time in life, but the day I first slashed someone else. When I struck them down, I was so scared that I couldn't control my emotions. Everything became terrible. At that time, Lunia appeared, with her sword in hand, full of fighting spirit. The instructions were presented clearly. First attack, step 1 foot back, and quickly slash the sword forward. Lunia looked at Alicia with suspicion, thinking, an unusual defensive move. Lunia was surprised by Alicia's actions. She's sticking close to everything she learned in the book. Although she's proficient in attacking skills, she's using defense to fight. Alicia, admiring Lunia wholeheartedly in her heart, attacked so fiercely, making Lunia question everything while fighting. After knocking Alicia away, Lunia mocked, your footwork is still as clumsy as ever. You're such a coward. Alicia was not distracted by Lunia's harsh criticism. A voice urged her, use speed, make her confused and attack at close range. Upper sword third form, thunder slash. Alicia rushed forward, unleashing her move with the speed of light. At that moment, Lunia also sensed the attack from behind and reflexively turned around. Slash forward, break the stance. Lunia simultaneously launched a counterattack, forcing Alicia to dodge immediately. Suddenly, Alicia looked at Lunia and shouted, hey! Lunia paused in surprise when Alicia called out to her. Suddenly, Alicia rushed forward and hugged Lunia tightly, catching Lunia off guard. She's not attacking with her sword, but with her entire body. Alicia, while hugging Lunia tightly, was thinking, evaluating Lunia's moves. The two of them wrestled on the floor. Lunia immediately dodged, moving her body to the side when Alicia rushed to hug her, causing Alicia to lose her balance and fall hard to the ground, while Lunia quickly regained her fighting stance. Alicia. Lunia's eyes were full of anger as she gritted her teeth. You idiot! Lunia moved to Alicia and kicked her hard, making Alicia grit her teeth in pain and cry out, ouch! Do you think you can defeat me with those petty tricks? Lunia said, swinging her sword at Alicia. At that moment, Alicia was trying to sit up and defend herself. Lunia slashed down a powerful blow, and Alicia quickly reacted, raising her sword to block, the two swords clashing together, creating dazzling sparks. Alicia suddenly burst forth, retaliating powerfully as if she had received a surge of power, knocking Lunia away. Alicia thought of Corin's words from before and made her decision. Everything is exactly as Corin said, so if that's the case, continuous sword break. Alicia used all her strength to launch a powerful attack towards Lunia. Lunia, with sharp eyes, chuckled and announced to Alicia, you can still counter well even though that move almost made you fall. It seems I can't hold back anymore. Lunia immediately kicked her hard, making Alicia fly back. Lunia delivered a mocking judgment about Alicia. You fought well, but you're still too inexperienced. Alicia was kicked far back, holding her stomach with a painful expression, still holding her sword tightly in one hand. Lunia sprang into the air, unleashing her full power, aiming a finishing blow towards Alicia. Alicia used all her remaining strength to swing her sword, blocking the blow from Lunia, her face tense, holding her sword tightly with both hands. Alicia, with a sudden surge of power, knocked away Lunia's attack, causing Lunia to stagger back. After that, Lunia continued to swing her sword towards Alicia. Alicia let out a loud shout, as if she was gathering all the strength in her body. She's keeping up with my speed, Lunia thought in surprise. Not only that, but she's seeing my territory? Alicia's eyes were bright. Lunia didn't think Alicia had reached this realm. Of course. Lunia, as if excited, gave a strange smile and said, "This is the younger sister I wanted to see. I want to see the true nature that you have denied all the talents you have." Lunia felt very interested in Alicia, and continued to unleash a series of attacks towards Alicia. Alicia tried to keep her breathing steady, closing her eyes to control her body. Immediately after, Alicia stood up, regaining her fighting stance with a more determined look than before. Lunia recognized that her younger sister had changed in terms of both physical strength and mindset. It seems she has understood that victory isn't that far away. It's very close now. Alright then, I'll respond. Lunia smirked, deciding to have a serious battle with Alicia. Come on. Lunia now entered her true fighting stance, a powerful aura radiating from her. Alicia, at the same time, was also ready in her fighting stance. The expression on her face and the power radiating from her was no less than Lunia's. The two rushed towards each other like two raging flames. What I'm pursuing is you. In Alicia's mind, she always wished that one day she would be as strong as Lunia. Sister, today is the first day I learned swordsmanship. Lunia remembered Alicia's words from when she first held a sword. You know, one day, I want to become a swordsman as good as you. Alicia, with her innocent face, always wanted to be like Lunia. But now, Lunia thought silently. At this moment, Alicia rushed forward with the speed and power of light. A familiar figure reflected right behind Alicia. The expression on Lunia's face darkened. Her eyes seemed to recognize something and became tense. The two sword blades touched, reflecting between dark blue and deep black. Everything around seemed to stop in the moment the two sword blades touched. Only a dazzling flash of light remained. Territory slash, the move that ended the battle between them. Both had used all their strength in the final blow. The sound of a huge explosion seemed to engulf everything around them, making Mariette and Karin retreat to avoid it. Is it over? Mariette asked hesitantly. The winner, who was the one whose steps remained firm? It had been decided. In the misty atmosphere after the battle, only one figure holding a sword remained standing, while the other had lost. The winner was the one whose feet remained firmly on the ground after the fierce battle. It was decided that, in the end, Alicia was the one who won and Lunia had lost in the fight with Alicia. Alicia won, Karin, Mariette said to Karin excitedly. Compared to the swordsmanship master Lunia, Alicia's only strength was the territory slash. Therefore, the only way to win this fight was inside the territory. Karin smiled with satisfaction, thinking. So, I instructed Alicia to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling for time. By pointing out the habits and patterns of Lunia that I knew from my past life, we seized the only chance of victory, which was in a territory battle. Karin thought about the time he had spent guiding Alicia's strategy, feeling that he had made the right decision by showing Alicia Lunia's flaws and the possibility of victory. As expected, fighting inside the territory would break Lunia's sword. Lunia had truly lost to Alicia's power. I won. Alicia looked at the sword in her hand, her eyes filled with joy but also disbelief that she had defeated Lunia. Was my performance not good enough? Lunia said, her voice lamenting. From now on, I and my subordinates will not interfere in your affairs anymore. Lunia stepped forward, speaking decisively, her back facing Alicia. Ah, wait a minute. Alicia, from behind, suddenly called out to Lunia who was walking away. Sister Lunia, wait. Alicia, looking panicked, ran up and grabbed Lunia's arm. I am, her eyes trembling with remorse. She must be very scared. Alicia, who was obviously weaker, had defeated the master Lunia. It was understandable that she was afraid of how Lunia would be viewed by others, as well as Lunia's attitude when she turned her back to her. Alicia timidly held on to Lunia, as if afraid that Lunia would get angry. However, Lunia's sharp eyes turned to look at Alicia. Her worries were unnecessary. Alicia trembled, thinking that Lunia would hit her. Alicia was ready to stand still and take Lunia's anger, but then Lunia's hand touched Alicia's head. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise at the gentle touch of the person above her. Lunia remembered her past life. The first time she met her in her previous life was before Mariette's accident. She was a little surprised because they had clashed earlier than in the storyline. Lunia's thoughts took her back to the scene of their meeting in the past. Lunia was standing before two people who were walking towards her. During that time, Lunia had been looking for the one who had killed Alicia. In the end, she couldn't find them because the real culprit was Park Sihu. Like a replay of the memory of the day when Park Sihu held a sword and slashed behind Alicia. Alicia's face at that time was horrified as she turned to look. Alicia's eyes darkened. Even 3 years after Alicia's death, Lunia was still searching diligently for the culprit. Every year, she would come and pray for her death. Karin, standing behind Lunia, said. Lunia stood under the heavy rain before Alicia's tomb, feeling helpless and angry. I thought you hated your younger sister, Karin asked, puzzled. I do. Lunia's face darkened. The rainwater soaked her face, Lunia replied. I just found her lazy, not serious enough, and so clingy that it was annoying. The black-haired person looked surprised, listening. But, Lunia continued, besides me, no one can handle her bitterness. The rain poured down on Lunia. Lunia spoke with bitterness. Lunia did not hate Alicia. No matter what happened, even if Alicia surpassed her, she would silently support her and smile. Lunia's face full of wounds, her lips tight as if full of determination. You've grown taller. Returning to the present, Lunia looked at Alicia in front of her and touched her head, saying, the Lunia she remembered, was a person like that. Corin, standing in the distance, looked at Lunia and Alicia and smiled. Lunia. Alicia's tears fell as she looked at Lunia. Lunia had been defeated. The system notification rang out. Alicia. Lunia, difficulty level B+, aura reward increased. Lower middle average mana amount plus 640 points, evenly distributed. You have received territory / the notification of rewards from the system. I'm afraid of fighting, I know. But there's a part of me that smiles when I fight. I've seen that too, so I always avoid fighting. Alicia's conversation with Corin echoed through the castle. Because I feel that's not who I am anymore. I'm also afraid to face Sister Lunia. So I pretend to be unserious and only do simple tasks. Alicia shared her thoughts with Corin. That's how everyone is. Corin, who was cutting an apple next to her, listened and replied. Because I won. I will officially become the successor of Arden, and Sister Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of me. But if I run away, Alicia, looking a little sad, said, the connection between me and Sister Lunia will be severed. Alicia bowed her head in disappointment. No, Corin refuted Alicia's words. No, it won't, Corin, holding the apple up in front of him, said with certainty. Excuse me, Alicia asked, not quite understanding. There may be some distance and things may become awkward, but a relationship isn't something you can just cut off so easily. Corin, while cutting the apple, told Alicia. Because in the end, you're still sisters, Corin once again affirmed. Corin, Alicia's eyes widened as if she had realized something. And you did great. When I was little, I got beat up by the bullies in the neighborhood all the time, Corin praised Alicia, and also told Alicia about the time he was bullied. But then, the difficult thing wasn't the physical pain, but my anger at myself for not daring to stand up. Corin thought about the past and blamed himself for being too timid, not daring to stand up for himself. You're stronger than I was back then. I hope you can always stand tall with pride. Alicia listened silently to Corin's past. Corin also encouraged Alicia to always be confident in herself. You're so strange, Alicia said. Corin, a little surprised, turned to look. Huh? You're the same age as me. But how can you act so mature? Alicia said in confusion. Do I look that old? Corin asked, puzzled, stopping his apple cutting. His face stiffened. Yeah, like you've lived a lot. I can feel it, Alicia pointed, expressing her feelings. Well, I've lived 14 years more than you. And if you include Corin's memories from when he was 30, then I'm 50 years old, Corin thought in his head but didn't say it. Thank you, Alicia suddenly said. For what? Corin asked, puzzled. For the accident today and, Alicia, her eyes a little sad, said. Also in the forest, she stretched out as if regaining her energy and thanked Corin. When you saved me in the forest, Alicia remembered the time in the forest when she was severely wounded in her stomach. Her mind was blurred and Alicia saw the person supporting her. That was you, right? Alicia asked Corin with certainty. How did you know? Corin asked in surprise. Your voice and belt and I'm sure that's you, Alicia guessed playfully, confident in her ability to judge. You're so smart, Corin said suspiciously. Since you know, I'll let it go then, Corin sighed. I owe you a lot. If you need anything, feel free to ask me, Alicia said to Corin excitedly. Let's be friends. Corin reached out to Alicia, proposing. Huh? Alicia was a bit surprised by Corin's words. Why, don't you like it? Corin was about to withdraw his hand. No, it's just that I've never had a boyfriend before, so I'm sure this is a good thing. I mean, a friend who's a boy. Alicia, embarrassed, quickly grabbed Corin's hand and agreed. Yeah. Corin smiled and said, then let's be close friends, my friend. Corin smiled brightly at Alicia. Yeah, I'm glad I have a reliable friend like you. Alicia also winked and smiled at Corin, and they officially became best friends. Punishment awaits the wicked, while a bright future awaits the good. Two contrasting images, a scene full of bloodshed, and a scene of a bright future. Children will always be cheerful. A picture of Alicia's innocent smile appeared, symbolizing all children in the world. And better choices for everyone. An image of a plate of apples shaped like bunnies, creating a peaceful feeling. The scene shifted to another space, a beautiful chandelier hanging from the ceiling. My name is Isabel Carmen, and recently I've been feeling anxious, because of the curious looks from people around me. Isabel Carmen hid behind a pillar, cautiously as if she was watching someone. Mariette, a voice from behind rang out. Mariette turned her head, her radiant beauty like the sun, as if a goddess had appeared. Please accept this, my feelings. A brown-haired young man knelt down, suddenly offering something red in his hand to Mariette, his voice stammering. My blood. So, what he was holding was a bag of blood. Oh, so, Mariette said awkwardly. Or I'll give you my neck. Seeing that Mariette seemed awkward, the brown-haired man continued. It's okay, I receive blood bags from Professor Josephine every day anyway. Mariette became even more awkward as she tried to explain to the brown-haired guy. Idiot. Those words make Mariette feel the most uncomfortable. Isabelle Carmen, looking from a distance, had a very annoyed expression on her face. That happens every day, so it's not the issue. What I'm really concerned about is, Isabelle Carmen continued to think. Mariette, is your class over? Karen suddenly appeared behind Mariette, asking, causing Mariette to jump. Mariette turned her head, her face red as she looked at Karen, not saying anything. Karen, he's a first year who's been close to Mariette recently. He's a rude level 5 knight, but that doesn't matter. An image of handsome Karen appeared. The fact that he could face the swordsmanship master Lunia means he's really talented, but what's bothering me is, Isabelle Carmen, while thinking, moved closer quickly like a mouse. Mariette, would you like some blood? Corin asked. Should I accept it? Mariette hesitated, not knowing what to do. The sound of a door closing rang out. They had locked the door. What are those two doing? Isabelle Carmen, seeing them go into a room, was curious and imagined 18+ images, blushing and scared. Oh Mariette, do you still remember my proposal from before? Karen's voice echoed from inside the room. Mariette was curious about the proposal that Corin mentioned. Proposal. Isabelle Carmen, who was outside the door, pressed her ear to listen, curious about what the proposal was. About the land we got when we registered the dojo. Since it's being rebuilt after being affected, I was thinking of building an inn there. Karen explained to Mariette. An inn? Mariette wondered. An inn? Yeah, think of investing in it. I guarantee that at the very least, the profit will triple, maybe more unexpectedly, Karen said with certainty. Investing in profit? That jerk is trying to mine Mariette. Who is he? Isabelle, who was outside, heard what Corin said and her face filled with anger. She bit her hand, cursing Corin as sly. Training room. Are you training again today? Alicia saw Corin here and asked. Just basic physical training, Corin replied to Alicia. The scene shifted to the training room. Corin met Alicia there. Alicia was also carrying a bag. You're really diligent, Corin, Alicia said, admiring Corin. It's essential for everything. Corin, while starting to warm up his body, answered Alicia. Isabelle Carmen, hiding above the ceiling, was watching Corin here. I want to train with you too. Alicia also started warming up her body and said, What? Who is she? Wait, isn't that the second child of the Arden family? Isabelle Carmen, from above, looked down at Alicia in surprise, thinking, Oh, Alicia, I eat here often and the food is very good. Corin gave Alicia his meal card and introduced the place he knew. Oh, Saint Bamboo, known as the most amazing restaurant. Alicia looked at the card with excitement and said, Wait, Saint Bamboo, isn't that a famous date spot? He just seduced Mariette and now he's... Isabelle Carmen, who was following from above, angrily cursed Corin. Suddenly, Isabelle Carmen slipped and made a noise. Did you hear anything just now? Alicia asked. I'm not sure. How much did you earn? Corin replied to Alicia, then asked Alicia about something else. Why? Not only are you two timing, but you also dare to talk about money. Corin, you. Isabelle Carmen, who fell to the ground, looked at Corin with hate-filled eyes, full of malice. Restaurant the next afternoon, the sky was blue with white fluffy clouds. What do you think? Not only is the sushi good, but the meat is also very delicious, right? At this time, Karen was sitting in the restaurant with Warren. Yeah, it's very delicious, Warren replied to Karen while eating. Oh, right. Do you have money? I have a very good investment opportunity, Corin asked Warren about joining his project. Do whatever you want. Warren didn't care much and replied to Karen. At this time, Isabelle Carmen followed Karen to the restaurant. Standing outside, frowning and thinking, even Warren. My concern is over, Karen. You're an incredible scammer. A jerk. Isabelle Carmen's eyes darkened with hatred as she continued to curse Karen. The scene shifted to a luxurious car speeding away. Dojo registration fee, renovation fee, daily mercenary hiring fee, taxes, etc. It cost 97 gold coins in the process of fighting Lunia. Converted to Korean money, that's about 100 million won. The car stopped in front of a line of black-clad bodyguards. And all of this is thanks to Mariette. I'm very grateful for that. The scene shifted to an image of Lunia's cold face as she sat in the car, looking out. I didn't expect that she would give 100 gold coins. Mages earn so much, is that what I think? Lunia had contributed 50 gold coins for the rebuilding, Karin continued to say. And Alicia received 110 gold coins for the dungeon raid. Warren also has a lot of funds managed by his followers. And Yule, Lark, and Jaeger also have savings. And Dron, that money-obsessed jerk, has a lot of money. Elegant Legs stepped down from the luxurious car. In the end, I earned 550 gold coins. With that I bought it, this entire piece of land. In the middle of a vast land, Karen had bought it, followed by a group of bodyguards. Although it's still just a desolate plain on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester, we'll have a friendly exchange festival with the Brahme Academy of the Eastern Continent here. That will be the peak season for inns, as visitors from other continents flood in. We'll earn back several hundred gold coins in just 2 weeks. Karen continued to outline the bright future for this land. I'm an owner and a returnee. Knowing the future means I have to use information like this. Karen imagined that not far from now he would become a boss with great wealth. Just wait, I'll collect all the money in the world. Karen affirmed that his day of wealth was not far away. At this time, at the ancient, luxurious castle, the position of the Royal Catholic Church, the Magic Tower, and the association regarding our school isn't very good. Eru, sitting at his desk, was talking with Professor Josephine. But that isn't something we can handle, Eru said with certainty. Our orders will support the chairman's decision. I think the opportunity should be given to one person, Professor Josephine replied to Eru. I'm going out for a bit. Eru stood up and said, or I can go in your place, Professor Josephine suggested. Other places are okay, but the Catholic Church isn't for you, Clara. Take care of this place while I'm gone. If anything happens, use the emergency communication network, Eru instructed, then closed the door and left. May you have a safe journey. Only Josephine remained in the room, not finishing her well wishes. Well, then, let's see. Josephine's eyes lit up. The vampire's renewable energy experiment was not approved. The construction rights for the third dormitory, postponed. Josephine flipped through the reports. Next is, Corin, Josephine said in surprise. What is he planning to do again? Josephine's face was surprised mixed with anger at what she was reading. Josephine, clutching the paper, said in confusion. Harvesting ginseng. Requesting land. Corin? Harvesting ginseng? She asked suspiciously. The scene changed to the West Laboratory of the Academy. We're going to harvest ginseng in a place like this? Alicia asked. Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin asked Alicia. Well, I just know that they scream a lot when we dig them out of the ground, right? Alicia, her hand on her knee, bent down and said to Karen. Alicia was also holding earplugs. That's right, so we have to protect our ears carefully when digging them out of the ground, otherwise, you'll get a ruptured eardrum. You have to wear good earplugs and harvest them in a wide and open space. Corin, also holding earplugs in one hand and a small shovel in the other, explained to Alicia. Ready, worker Alicia? Corin, with a mischievous look, asked Alicia. Yes sir, Captain. Alicia replied enthusiastically to Karen. Earplugs, special earplugs made of silver fox fur. This is special equipment to protect your ears from extremely loud noises. I can't harvest ginseng alone. One person needs to hold the flower and pull it along the direction of its roots, while another person cuts the roots and stem because as long as the stem and roots are connected, the ginseng will keep screaming. Corin, holding the ginseng tightly with both hands, while Alicia was standing behind him, ready to raise the shovel. This is the 4th time I've harvested ginseng. In my past life, Park and I did it together. Corin remembered the time when he had harvested ginseng in his past life. I'm a bit worried, Corin said, his voice a bit worried. What is it, Captain? Alicia asked. Let's do it. Corin suddenly yelled and used all his strength to pull the ginseng up. Corin's face was like a beast that had seen its prey. The ginseng, with a terrifyingly wrinkled face, was making sounds. Suddenly, the ginseng screamed as if it wanted to tear everything around it apart. Cut it now, Alicia. Show the swordsmanship level that you've achieved. Corin's eyes turned red as he yelled at Alicia. This idiot, why isn't she wearing her earplugs properly? At this time, Alicia's face was pale, foaming at the mouth and about to lose consciousness because of the ginseng scream. Damn it, I'll just do it myself then. Corin cursed and decided to do it himself. You think you're the only one who can scream? Corin raised the shovel high and stabbed it down with all his might. Corin was also screaming at the ginseng like a screaming war. The ginseng was thrown high up by Karen and slashed in half before the next scream. So the first ginseng had been subdued. Wake up! Corin was out of breath. Corin's eyes were white. Wake up, you! I brought you here and you're completely useless. Corin angrily turned and yelled at Alicia, who was lying leisurely, not knowing anything. Huh? Corin, did you sleep well? Alicia asked Corin in confusion. Do you want to die? Corin became even angrier. I wanted to harvest until I found a silver ginseng, but if I do that again, I think I'll pass out. Karan thought and gave up his intention. Hey Karen, a voice came from the distance. Who is that? I thought I put up a no entry sign. Karan wondered who was calling him. Mariette, so it was Mariette who had called Karen. According to the schedule today, you have some exams in the lab, right? Karan asked, wondering why Mariette was here. That's right, I heard too much noise outside so I jumped down here to see. Mariette smiled and replied to Karen. From up there? But that's on the 12th floor. Karan pondered. Well, Mariette's face suddenly changed into an unusual smile. What are you two doing? A surge of murderous aura radiated from Mariette. It was obvious that she was very angry. Oh, I told you before, we're harvesting ginseng, Karan replied calmly, while Alicia stood beside him, trembling. So, are you planning to harvest all the remaining ginseng? Mariette suddenly smiled and asked again. Yes, Karan replied. What was that just now? Alicia was bewildered by Mariette's sudden change. But we're tired today, so we'll probably harvest them later, Karan continued to say to Mariette. Let me do it for you. Mariette stepped forward and said. Oh, wait a minute. If you're not a knight, it will be very difficult to cut it, Karen said, trying to stop her. The color is very beautiful. It's silver. Mariette decisively pulled the ginseng up and even praised it. Too late, she's already pulled it out. If she hears the silver ginseng scream, then, Karan, horrified, looked at Mariette. She's probably going to die, Karen thought in fear. The ginseng trembled, about to scream. I have a whole garden of ginseng at home. Just this year, I've harvested 30 of them. See, I can do it easier than you think, right? Mariette smiled sweetly and cut the ginseng with a single flick of her hand. The ginseng didn't even have a chance to scream before it died. Wow. Amazing. Karan, in shock, exclaimed. You were planning to brew medicine, right? Since I'm here, I'll brew a pot of medicine for you, Mariette suggested. Well, then Alicia, can you find something for us to eat? I think rabbit meat and potatoes would be good. Yes, Captain. Alicia immediately obeyed and ran off. What should I do now? Karan asked. I won't leave you anything to do, Karen, Mariette replied. Because I'll do everything for you. Mariette, looking at Karan with infatuated eyes, said. Aha, thank you. Karen scratched his head and replied. Yay, Mariette, you're the best. Karan thought with satisfaction. There are two ways to absorb ginseng. One is to eat it directly as usual. The ginseng had a large bite taken out of its wrinkled face. However, the most effective way is still to brew it as a medicine, adding red dyer's root, silver grape leaves, wolfberry root, deer velvet, and 28 other ingredients together and then boiling it all for more than 10 hours. The pot of water was boiling with a dark brown color from the brewed ginseng. If you do that, it'll create traditional medicine, not ginseng decoction. Do you think that's weird? Well, that's how this game is. Finally, after the entire brewing process, the result was a pot of thick, dark medicine. Delicious. Now we just need to boil it. What are you doing, Karen? Mariette, while stirring the pot of medicine, turned around and asked Karen. I'm bored waiting and doing nothing, Karen. Sitting on the ground drawing something, replied to Mariette. This is ancient script, right? Mariette approached and leaned over to look, asking Karen. Yes, can you recognize them? Karen replied, then asked Mariette. I don't know the meaning, but I've seen it in a liberal arts class, Mariette replied to Karen. Where did you learn this? Ancient script is a dead language now, Mariette wondered, asking Karen. My master taught it to me, Karen, his eyes a little sad, replied. Just a few years ago, I learned ancient script and how to use a spear from her. She left behind original martial arts and ancient script. Karen's master was a talented person. Among the two, I found a way to learn martial arts, but ancient script is another story, Karen thought. Because knowing the ancient script characters doesn't mean knowing how to use ancient script. The recovery and engraving of ancient script onto the body, a power that only one person can use. On Karen's master's back was a mark. One of the final boss's goals is to recover and possess this original ancient script. While my master was trying to pass on the ancient script to me, she lost her life before she could. It's all because of him. Karen's master lost her life fighting a monster. Karen, as he thought, felt bitter. Who was your master, Karen? If she knew ancient script, then she was from the Mage Tower? Mariette asked, curious. She was just a normal person like the other normal people you see on the street every day, Karen, deep in thought, replied. A kind person like all other kind people. Karen's memory of his master was of her as a hero who quelled the chaos. A person who always tried her best. It seems like you really like this person, Mariette said sadly. Then Mariette happily asked Karen, do you want some potatoes? Really, you won't eat them, Karen replied. I brought some. Here, Dioku. Mariette invited Karen to eat another dish. Dioku? Karen thought. The highest-ranking trusted servant, ex-orb vampire Dioku, was a giant monster with a bright red body, a basket in its mouth, and sharp red eyes. What? Was Diogu like that before? Karin asked in surprise. So you've completely tamed this Diogu? Karin looked at the giant monster Diogu and asked Mariette. It's thanks to you, Karin. Because you kept sharing your blood with me, I was able to officially have a trusted servant. It's cute, right? Mariette said, smiling. Cute? Karin looked at the giant Diogu and asked again. Yes, the more I look at it, the cuter it seems. Karin also replied casually, agreeing with Mariette. Ah. If it has blood components, then half the blood in its body must be your blood, so that means you're its father, right? Karin said to Mariette about his thoughts. I've never thought of that, Mariette said, blushing. So, the father of this Diogu? Mariette asked shyly. Huh? Karin replied, why don't you play with Diogu? Mariette continued. Play with it? It's not a real dog. Diogu's scary face appeared, sticking out its tongue, as if wanting to be petted. This energetic vampire dog is too active. I'm going to have to roll around with it until I pass out. Mariette stood watching Diogu playing with Karin, while Karin was surprised that playing was like this. Looks like it's done. The color of the medicine changed to brown. Mariette saw that it seemed to be finished. What's wrong with him? Alicia, leaning in, asked Mariette why Karin looked so tired. Because he played with Diogu. Mariette replied. What is Diogu? Alicia asked curiously. You have absorbed the ginseng decoction. The system's voice rang out, announcing. Your mana recovery ability has increased significantly. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. The system screen appeared in front of Karin. Now I've increased my power stats, Karin said thinking. You two should drink it too. This medicine only works once. Karin handed a bowl of medicine to Mariette and Alicia and said, Really? Mariette immediately asked. Ginseng herbs are strong, but they only work once, Karin explained. If I gave the rest to Lark or Yule, they would be very happy. Okay, the rest. Platinum ginseng. A ginseng with a silver-blue color. I need to eat it raw. Karin put the ginseng directly into his mouth and chewed it. You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. The system rang out again. Your magic core has formed. The system's notification continued. The magic core is a place that stores all of a knight's magic. Just creating one core requires training magic to the extreme. But I have it without doing so, and once my level is advanced, I can have more cores. So basically, there will be many. A rich source of power flowed into Karin's body. Now that I have a magic core, Karin said. A magic core, really Karin? Mariette asked. The effect of silver ginseng is amazing. Hurry up and eat the yellow ones. They'll be great, Alicia said excitedly. Not yet, I'll dig up and eat the yellow ginseng later, Karin replied. What did you say? Alicia asked again. Ah, well, eating too many supplements at once isn't good for you. Alicia understood what Karin meant. That's right, but my reason is a bit different. A sly smile appeared on Karin's face. Level 5 Knight Karin. Haman looked at the crystal ball and said, We need to re-evaluate this student's ranking, Haman said with a serious face. Karin? Isn't he a first-year student? Level 5? According to the data, it's not even worth our attention. Why are you re-evaluating a student like that? Some people asked in confusion. Ah, so the senior professors haven't seen the midterm exams of the first-year students, Firmak replied to everyone. Karin directly confronted the swordsmanship master Lunia. Of course. Only for about 3 minutes, Firmak continued. Impossible. Everyone didn't believe it. She must have been holding back. Why would swordsmanship master Lunea go all out in the midterm exam of a child? The one-eyed professor denied it. Holding back, huh? Amin asked with suspicion. The professors who are present here, including myself, does anyone think that Lunea was holding back against Karin? Amin asked everyone. No one spoke, not a single person. But, just based on some midterm exams, to raise the ranking, playing that game is a bit, even if there is a basis to suspect the abilities of that student, according to the regulations, you need to have results before acknowledging a promotion. That's the rule, the gray-haired guy spoke up. Then, let the association take care of the official rank evaluation. I think it's appropriate to re-evaluate based on the official guard certification. However, if so, then we'll have to change that student's class schedule and also his supervising professor. Haman pondered and made a decision. Professor Haman is the one who brought up this issue, not Coach Haman. So why don't you take on this case, Coach Haman? Everyone in the meeting asked Haman. I want to as well. Haman's face was pensive as he pondered. So, what do we do with Karin now? Karin, someone asked. Even though level 5 seems to exceed his stats, his duel with Lunea was truly amazing, and his spear techniques. Firmak's face became serious as he thought about Karin. No matter how I look at it, it's similar to that person's technique. Firmak thought about Karin and that person. They were too similar. We need to re-evaluate him. Firmak pushed up his glasses and pondered. Hello, Karin. Alicia saw Karin and said, Oh hello, Alicia. Corin greeted her back. We're in the same class today. Can I sit next to you? Alicia sat down and asked. You're already sitting. So what's the point of asking? Corin said helplessly. But that's Jaeger's spot. As Corin said that, Jaeger appeared. I'm sorry, Alicia said, startled. I'll sit somewhere else. Alicia was about to stand up. No need, just sit here. Jaeger immediately jumped over to the next table. Oh, Jaeger is so chivalrous, Corin teased. What? Why are you glaring at me? Jaeger turned and glared at Corin. Why do you think I'm glaring at you? Jaeger replied. The most famous person at the academy, Potato Senior. And the super cute demon girl. And now, even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. I'm so jealous of him. Why is he the only one whose life is like the male lead of a romance movie? Jaeger thought jealously. What about my youthful days? Why is the area around me cold and empty like this? Jaeger, slumped over the table, cried sadly. I wonder if he's in pain about something. Alicia asked, concerned. Who cares? Corin ignored Jaeger. Are all the first-year students ready? Let's start the class. Professor Fermac appeared and said. All right, everyone, take your seats. As I mentioned in the previous class, today, your class will be doing a group assignment. Fermac walked to the podium and said. I hate group assignments, some people complained. Okay, don't be so gloomy. Group assignments will be beneficial for all of you, Fermac said. Now, I'll explain the group assignment to the class. Since you're in the night department, I won't give you difficult or tedious tasks, or something like planting magic trees like the professors of the magic department might give you. Fermac snapped his fingers, and the surrounding area seemed to emit a source of power. Fermac snapped his fingers once. All right, look at this paper. The papers were pieced together like flower-shaped puzzles. The topic of this group assignment is, Corin's eyes were wary. Spearmanship? Huh? Spearmanship? Why all of a sudden spearmanship? Everyone asked in confusion. He said spearmanship, then it'll be easy for you, Alicia said, smiling at Corin. What? In my previous life, the group assignment was boxing. Fermac Damon is a boxing fighter. Corin thought in suspicion. His specialty is a boxing fighter with a fighting style of constantly changing distance and closing in, as well as a special dark ability. He's also a level 1 knight from the Verkut Academy in the north, and he's famous for the gauntlets with ancient script carved on them. Corin continued to think. Why is that Fermac suddenly teaching spearmanship? He's truly cunning. Corin smirked. He's trying to test me? Corin realized Fermac's intention. The two of them seemed to sense each other's thoughts. This group assignment will involve choosing and researching a specific spearmanship style. Then, you will have time to demonstrate different spearmanship techniques. Fermac explained the assignment to everyone in the class. Professor, isn't it unfair that students who use spears as their main weapon will have an advantage? Someone below spoke up. I will consider this by adjusting the evaluation criteria and awarding bonus points, Fermac replied. Each group will consist of 4 members, and everyone will be randomly selected, Fermac gave the rule. In a jar, Fermac had prepared random drawing slips. Group assignments, they say this will encourage and evaluate the students' cooperation abilities. However, in reality, the diligent ones are the ones who suffer. It's a battle of who is thicker-skinned. Should I leave for AP Jiang? Oops, wrong group chat, sorry. I've completed the research part. Hey, Kim, at least delete the copied sources and don't rely on Wikipedia. My grandma just passed away so I can't make it to today's meeting. Messages from a study group usually included these kinds of elements. Doing group assignments with people who didn't know what to do, people waiting for a free lunch, or people whose grandmothers had just passed away. I've had to endure this throughout 4 years of college in the physical education class and 3 years at the academy. Corin thought about his past experiences. But this time, it's completely different. Corin smiled confidently. Jaeger Hinchpeter, level 3 knight. His physical abilities are beyond the standard. Yay, I'm in the same group with Corin, that's amazing. Jaeger whistled with joy. His judgment isn't bad. He can complete the tasks well, Jaeger thought, satisfied. Alicia, no need to mention, a swordsmanship prodigy, extremely strong. Drawn, thanks to Zoe Silver for switching groups, he easily learns any physical discipline. The last member is Warren. Although her personality is a bit harsh, she's quite diligent. Recently, observing her focused look in class has become my hobby, Jaeger commented on each member of the group. Since the members of my group are all strong and diligent, I can say goodbye to the painful past. Jaeger, relieved, thought, I've booked the training room for 3 hours, so I will teach the theory and attributes first to everyone. Jaeger smiled dangerously. That's what I was thinking. Hey buddy. What's up, buddy? Do you have something you want to say to me? Corin and Jaeger spoke to each other. We've been using this training room for 2 months now. Yeah. The entire walls of this room are made of high-density, shock-resistant materials, right? Yes, and they're not cheap either, so don't break them, okay? Please try to protect and preserve them carefully. Corin and Jaeger looked at the room and discussed it. Something like that was destroyed? Karin and Jaeger looked in surprise. And, just with one punch, Alicia sat looking at the wall, trembling in fear. It's crazy. I just told her to spar with Alicia for spearmanship training, but why did she break the whole room? Look at that expression. She doesn't even know she did something wrong. Of course, we were kicked out of the training room. Where do we train now? All four of them were kicked out of the training room for destroying it. Sunday church? It's time to organize a meeting to review the group assignment. All right, members, feel free to share your thoughts. The three of them sat on a row of seats in the church. About yesterday, I'm sorry, I'm not good at controlling my strength, Alicia apologized first. No, Alicia, you did very well. At least, I could help you train, Karin reassured Alicia. Ahem, your spearmanship was so perfect that just imitating it is enough to help me master this skill, Alicia replied hesitantly. That's because you have good observation abilities, Karin also replied to Alicia, making her believe in her abilities. What about you, Jaeger? Karin turned to Jaeger and asked, I don't know either. Using long weapons, it seems like spearmanship is a bit difficult for me. I have trouble doing the spear rotation. I don't know how to do it properly, Jaeger hesitated and said. You did great. You just need to learn the 8 basic spearmanship techniques, and your hammer techniques will be even more versatile. Karin also praised him, making Jaeger feel more at ease. And what about you, Warren? Karin asked Warren. Perhaps because he had added a lot of Earth's beliefs into the game, so there would be similar customs here. Warren, holding a plate of cakes and water, invited everyone. Is it about the church? Jaeger asked, puzzled. It's the communion of the goddess, Warren replied. Is that a voluntary activity? Karin asked Warren. The church's weekend service is mandatory, Warren replied to Karin. Ah, so Warren was forced to participate in that service, Karin realized. They're forcing you to learn to become a nun with the other believers, right? Karin continued to ask Warren. It's by my own choice. Warren turned her face away and replied. But it's good to read the Bible. There are things you can learn from those mythological stories. The Catholic Church does have outdated views, but they always teach their believers the same thing. Karin turned and said to Warren, love yourself, love your friends and family, and love those around you, love and be loved. Karin smirked as he said this. Oh, that's a great lesson. Love is very important, Alicia, blushing, said to Warren. This is, Warren, with a pensive face, said. Ah, right, Senior Warren, why did I lose yesterday? Warren's eyes became dangerous when she heard Karin's question. Because you guys were too weak, Warren replied casually. All three of them looked at Warren in surprise. You guys had no resistance. Just using a bit of my strength made you all go crazy. Even if you train, the weak will always be weak, and the strong will always win, Warren thought and said. You're not wrong, Karin immediately replied. Karin, Alicia was about to call Karin, but Jaeger also spoke up. That's the kind of feeling that only the strong can express. Karin approached Warren and said, What? Warren asked in surprise. Want a bet? If I can make you kneel in 1 minute, and if I succeed, you'll treat us to dinner. Karin made a bet proposal at Warren. His expression was dangerous. Okay. If I win, I don't need a reward, because I'll definitely win anyway, Warren replied with disdain. Here is fine. The two of them moved to a vacant lot. Jaeger will give the starting signal. Jaeger was startled when his name was mentioned. How did it turn out like this? Jaeger said with a surprised expression. I don't know either, Alicia beside him also replied. Okay, ready, Jaeger said. The two of them immediately went into a fighting stance, their eyes full of killing intent. Start. I'll start with my secret technique, my strongest move. Karin shot up with extreme speed and unleashed his strongest move, Dark Serpent, drawing Serpent's intent. The technique was unleashed directly towards Warren, who was approaching, emitting a blinding light. She can easily block it. She really is as strong as they say. Karin was surprised that Warren had blocked his move so easily. If that's the case, Tiger's Roar, win second stance. Karin continued to launch his second move at Warren. But suddenly, Karin's weapon was burned, breaking and turning black, making Karin surprised. Now you're out of weapons, Warren said, smashing Karin's spear. Oh my god, you're really good at breaking things, Karin chuckled and replied. 8 trigram stance, transformation. The two of them started fighting, one attacking, the other defending. Why? You still can't attack me, can you? Karin jumped back, trying to provoke Warren. You, Warren angrily said. Annoying, Warren looked at Karin, annoyed. If you don't want to die, dodge this. Right fist. Warren unleashed an extremely powerful move at Karin. I'll be in the hospital for at least a month if I get hit by that. According to Warren's advice, I have to dodge. Karin, while thinking, activated his new move to retaliate. But let's see if you can block this. 8-step chain. Karin shot towards Warren. Even though I blocked it completely, my muscles feel crushed, Corin, in pain, thought as he defended. He's not dodging. Warren looked at Karen in surprise. Suddenly, something was different. Corin, since when did you appear behind me? Warren was kneeling on the ground. Amazing, my friend, that's truly great, Jaeger exclaimed in praise. Wow, you're kneeling now, Karen smiled mischievously, looking at Warren. Again, Warren proposed. No, thanks, Karen smiled mischievously and replied. Huh? Warren looked at Karen, asking. I won. So why would I fight again? Karen, with a satisfied expression, laughed loudly. Again, Warren angrily said. No, I don't want to. Karen refused even more. I can hear you're trembling. You must be very angry, very angry. Karen's face, looking for a fight, laughed happily. Warren glared at Karen as if she wanted to kill him on the spot. A few days later, although it took a while, he had finally fully grasped the abilities of each member. So he thought that he could gradually teach them spearmanship and prepare them for the group presentation, Karen thought, satisfied, holding a piece of paper in his hand. I'm sick, everyone just practice without me. Liar. How can you be sick? Karen thought angrily. Yeah, they just like to make things difficult for each other. In this case, the group leader will have to use his secret weapon. Welcome. Eat as much as you like. Karen invited Warren for a lavish meal. But if you eat, you'll be cured. Hearing Karen's offer, Warren was indeed a bit moved. How can you refuse? Looking at the delicious, smooth fish, she couldn't resist. I'm cured. Warren couldn't resist and agreed with Karen. Not surprising, Karen replied with a triumphant smile. Do you know how long it takes for a chef to complete a dish? Karen asked Warren. Less than 30 minutes, Warren replied. It's 10 years, Karen said, denying it. From finding fresh ingredients to processing them and preparing everything, most chefs take about 10 years to serve their food to diners, Karen explained to Warren. What are you trying to say? Warren didn't understand why Karen was saying this. It took me 3 years to train my martial arts to the point where I could make you kneel once, Karen immediately replied. Your favorite food and my martial arts have a similarity. Like choosing the right ingredients compared to the stance I'd choose before launching an attack, Karen continued to explain. Everything starts from the smallest details. Karen had practiced hard, starting with the smallest things. Warren looked at Karen and didn't know what to say. Anyway, we made up, right? Karen said to Warren with a smile. Hey, what's this? Warren slammed a notebook into Karen's face, making Karen surprised. A notebook? It was about what? The stances in spearmanship, the principles. Isn't this the research paper I gave you? Warren continued to eat while Karen was talking about the notebook. You finished it? You're so cute. Karen smiled happily and ruffled Warren's hair. Go away, Warren replied. Alicia and Jaeger were also diligently practicing spearmanship, and thanks to Warren, there was no need to worry about the research part. They would be fully prepared for the group presentation. Time passed quickly and it was already the middle of May. The first week of the group presentation, the order of presentation was based on the random number the groups drew. The groups before them had already started to present. Fermac, holding a book in his hand, was looking at the groups. All right, we will begin the group presentations, Fermac announced. I am the leader of Group 1, Palais. The topic of our group today is 5-star spearmanship. The leader of Group 1 introduced himself. Very well, show your content, Fermac said, starting. Aha, they are all very well prepared, Jaeger said, looking at them. Yeah, Karen also thought so. Not bad, Palais. Fermac evaluated the group. Thank you, Professor. Palais, panting, replied with a happy face. All right, now I'll try to break your formation, Fermac suddenly said. What? Palais was surprised. A distinguished graduate of the Northern Guard Academy, a former first-ranked knight of the El-Las Kingdom, Fermac Damon. If you can withstand 10 seconds, I'll give you the highest score for this assignment. The group assignment will truly begin now. Somewhere, voices of students echoed. Try to block it. Can't hear clearly. What was that? A hand reached up into the air. Immediately after, something that looked like a memo pad fell. All the students were attacked by Fermac's power. Everyone said to each other, punch from above. Still in the midst of the intense battle between the students and Fermac, faint sounds of left punch were heard. Unable to withstand their teacher's power, the students said to each other, he's so fast. He doesn't hold back at all. After the battle ended, the document pad that the teacher was holding slowly fell and landed in Fermac's hand. Fermac, after fighting with his students, even praised, you chose a good group for spearmanship training, although you still lack practice and focus. On the ground at this time, the students were all defeated and sprawled out. The teacher, ignoring them, said, but it's not too bad. A B grade should be enough. Does anyone have any objections? They all replied in unison, no sir. One group was done. Other students, still worried, were waiting to be called. All right, Group 2, come on up. While Group 2 was preparing to go, they heard whispers. How can we fight against Professor Fermac? Should we just surrender? A member of Group 2 announced boldly, we chose the fatal damage-focused spearmanship from the Northern 9 Dragons, because when we execute that spearmanship, it looks like 9 dragons flying. Fermac flew up, launching his attack and saying, your spearmanship is not only uselessly complex but also since you haven't mastered it, what else can you do? Oh my god. And then Group 2 was done. Fermac continued. Next, Group 3, come here quickly. Group 3 leader Karen, please step forward. Karen, smiling confidently at his teammates, said, okay, it's our turn, let's go. The members of Group 3 stood proudly before Fermac, each holding a sword to present. We will be demonstrating the 8 trigram spear techniques of Lanyatrat, consisting of 6 forms. Fermac expressed his interest in Group 3's new move. Very well, begin. The battle began. Jaeger charged forward with a staff. Lan Na, countering the attack that came toward him. Alicia charged forward, Trat Teat, knocking the opponent's weapon away. Warren took the command, Quan Dam, stabbing the opponent who had lost their defense. A team member, noticing the power of the players, exclaimed triumphantly, excellent, everyone, we succeeded. Amazing. Warren had been training harder than I thought. Fermac couldn't help but praise Group 3. Excellent, you removed the unnecessary moves in combat. It looks simple, but the core of spearmanship is excellent. Karen, grateful for the teacher's praise, replied, well, I'll tell the group to prepare for more practice. But, different from his thought, the teacher said, no need for the whole group. I only need you, Karen. Karen didn't ask too much and replied, yes, Fermac said to Karen, for the real battle, it'll just be me and you. Do you have any objections? Karen thought internally, this was what the teacher had in mind from the beginning, wasn't it? And then replied, no, I don't, sir. After Karen's reply, the teacher began the real combat. Good, then I'll start now. A blinding light made Karen a little puzzled, and he didn't know what he should do. Lightning strike. Fermac charged fiercely. Left hook. Karen pondered. The punch from the right, followed by a special stance, is how boxers attack their opponents. Normally, in this situation, you should block from the right to avoid damage, but looking at Fermac's steps, he thought, his body isn't moving right, but his left leg, and I already knew. Seeing Fermac using his left hand to block the opponent's attack, Karen knew, he's left-handed. He shouted, 6 steps, second form, Lan Na Trat. Fermac, in puzzlement, didn't understand what was happening. How? A student commented in admiration, Professor Fermac's movements have completely changed when facing him. Look at his speed. Another student noticed something unusual. But look, he's only level 5. Fermac's hand was trying to defend against his opponent's attack. Side 49 meets side 50. No one can surpass the other. Both of them attacked at the same time. Fermac's hands were bare while his opponent was holding a sword. People on the sidelines were commenting, how can he block Professor Fermac's boxing? Fermac saw Karen's abilities. He realized, with this kind of power, it means you have surpassed the level of other students. Now, you. As he spoke, Fermac clenched his left fist, about to unleash a powerful punch at Karen. Show me your true power and not just these basics. Karen stood proudly, emanating a handsome and confident aura, holding his long sword very impressively before Professor Fermac. Of course, someone like Fermac couldn't easily submit to his student. If he did, it would be humiliating. Fermac was still confident in his abilities. The Lan Na Trat spearmanship is indeed unpredictable, but let's see if you can block this move. Karen's eyes still didn't show any fear. He looked at his opponent with determination. Fermac unleashed his attack, a powerful punch aimed straight at Karen. All eyes were now focused on the battle, and everyone looked surprised. Space became blurry. The handsome Karen remained standing there, before the hand was pointing straight at his face, but only 5 centimeters from touching him. Professor Fermac, in confusion, didn't know what to say. Seeing that Karen didn't react to any of his actions, Fermac asked, why are you still standing there? Karen calmly replied, it's over. It's been more than 10 seconds. Fermac was still skeptical. What the heck is this? Karen guessed Fermac's thoughts and said with a teasing look, you must be very surprised that you've only been using your right hand until now. Recalling the teacher's previous attacks, Karen said, but in fact, you're left-handed. At this moment, Fermac realized, your reactions are based on knowing that I'm left-handed. Then Fermac turned to leave. Karen tried to grab him and asked, does that mean you only intended to test my skills, right? Approaching the document folder, which was probably the grading sheet, Fermac read, Group 3. When it comes to secret techniques, many fools only choose complex techniques, but in reality, the basics are the true secret techniques that lead to success. Then he turned back to give Group 3 their score. But in his head, he had momentarily forgotten that the score was for the whole group and not just Karen. He read, Karen. No, Group 3. You get an A+. The entire group happily laughed and cheered. Feeling proud of their leader, Karen, my friend, yay Karen. Of course, Karen didn't sit still either. He jumped up, proudly celebrating with the group. How was it? I'm an A+ Karen. Permac, although his back was turned to group 3, still knew the group was celebrating, so he turned half his face and called, "Ah, Karen, can I meet you for a moment?" "Yes." Permac, as if thinking that Karen was worried, encouraged him. "Don't feel pressured, it's just a normal conversation." "Yes, Professor, are you truly a level 5 knight?" "Yes sir." Permac, not believing it, slapped the table. "You have shown me in our recent match that your abilities do not match a level 5 knight." Karen was still modest. "I'm only a little better than the other students." Permac lowered his face closer to Karen. "But you, who cannot sense spirits and can only catch evil spirits under specific conditions, it means that you have had some kind of insight that has made your strength far surpass others of the same rank," Karen said. "The professors have met and discussed about you. The main topic is whether we need to re-evaluate your true strength." Permac didn't want to let a talented person be buried, so he told Karen that he would be assigned some more complex tasks. Through this, his rank would be re-evaluated, and his highest achievable rank would be known through those tasks. Because he had shown some achievements and strength that surpassed the others, the professors could break the rules and promote his level. Karen, on his own, inferred, "A promotion? Anyway, it's not a loss. The tasks will probably be more difficult, but from that, I'll get more rewards. I will be able to choose higher-ranked quests if I want to." A key appeared in Karen's mind. "If I want to receive a second-year mission, normally, I could only get it when I'm in the second year, but now it's different." And then Karen bowed and replied, "Yes, I accept the re-evaluation of my rank. What do I have to do?" Permac instructed, "You will have to solve 2 tasks related to monsters and evil spirits. Of course, which one you choose is up to you." Karen thought, "Currently, there are 4 dungeon conquest missions assigned by the Hunter Association. Fortunately, there are 2 monster-related missions and 2 evil spirit-related missions. So, in the end, they're saying I have to catch 1 monster and 1 evil spirit. But, it also has to be within a limited time." Permac handed a piece of paper to Karen. "Well, then, choose." Karen went to a remote and desolate place. "Oh my god, I'm so worried coming here." Somewhere a voice echoed, "Perfect timing, Karen." It was the voice of Haman. Karen politely said, "Good morning, but this place is a little gloomy to say that, isn't it, Coach Haman?" Haman shared his thoughts. "It's not too bad. When I was young, I risked going into the fog in the haunted forest for that monster." Karen replied politely, "Those stories sound like they give me a lot of inspiration to fight." Coach Haman, stroking his chin, said, "I guess I have to tell you the story of me in the west of the deadly forest then." Hearing the story of the hero, the old Haman, also gave him a lot of good experience. "Your first task will be the monster on the mountain west of Fog City, the 2-headed ogre. It's slow but dangerous. You chose it, but isn't the 2-headed ogre usually a rank 1 monster? How is it that it's now at a lower rank? It hasn't matured yet, so its rank has dropped. From what I heard, it has been raising wild wolves and some low-level monsters as its subordinates." After listening, Karen seemed to understand the issue, and asked Coach Haman, "So, it's not wise to think of a direct attack, right?" Haman replied, "Of course." Coach Haman continued, "A talented person's strength isn't enough, they also need wisdom. I'll be evaluating everything about you after this mission. On the mountain west of Fog City, the cave where the 2-headed ogre lived, the people in that foggy mountain were discussing, no one, including Old Man Haman or the association members, will come to help me. Although, they'll do something if I'm in danger." Coach Haman said that. "At that time, that means my promotion will be gone. Tell me the results of your investigation, Karen." Karen decisively analyzed. "Based on the footprints, there are signs of the ogre and the wild wolves traveling together. They must be living together in some area. How many wild dogs are in the pack?" 3. "Ah, but there are only the footprints of 2 4-legged species following the ogre. One seems to be a female and is pregnant." Haman looked satisfied with Karen's analysis. "It seems like you know the answer. But, explain it," Karen continued. "Instead of footprints, there are traces of a monster being dragged. That means the monster that was hunted hasn't been eaten yet and was dragged somewhere else. The ogre and the wild wolves don't have the habit of keeping food. They might have thought of their immobile companion and brought food to them." Hearing Karen's answer, Haman was very satisfied. "Excellent." Haman continued to ask about Karen's method for dealing with the ogre. "So, Karen, how do you plan on taking down the 2-headed ogre and the wild wolves?" Based on the wolf footprints on the ground, Karen analyzed, "First, I will separate the ogre from the wolves." Coach Haman asked, "How?" Karen continued, "Following the wolf footprints, they are monsters, but their senses are quite sensitive. I will use the most powerful weapon given to humans to deal with them." Haman was puzzled. "The most powerful weapon?" Karen's entire body emanated light, his eyes burning, his sword on his shoulder. "I will use my head." Unfortunately for them, I'm the boss of this case. Before a magnificent and enormous castle, the scene was very gloomy, with terrifying images of monsters inside. Even though humans have expanded their influence and control over the world, there will always be potential threats, evil entities that sneak into this world. A giant bare foot stepped on the ground. The ruler of this forest is also one of them. It was the foot of a tyrant named Ogre, an ambiguous being, half human half beast with 2 heads, white hair, like a 2-headed tyrant ogre, controlling a forest where very few humans dare to tread. For him, this forest is his kingdom, and by his side are fierce wolves, like his guards. The wolves, with sharp teeth, were opening their mouths wide and growling. Long-haired hounds are the species that took notice. 2 wolves approached a nest made of dried materials, but there was nothing left inside. They were gone. The newborn pups and the mother who couldn't move were gone without a trace. It seemed that the newborn pups inside were gone. The wolf became even more furious, its eyes becoming sharp, growling in hatred. The wolf growled with a long breath. It wanted to tear apart the one who had taken its newborn pup. An intruder had taken the pups. After realizing that the females and pups in the pack had been kidnapped, they showed the extreme anger of a monster. The angry howl of the ruler of the forest and his pawns made the entire forest shake. The 2 males, consumed by their anger, let out screams. They had to chase after them. They had to rescue the females. The long-haired hounds followed the scent of the kidnapped females, with the ogre closely following behind. The scent of the females was getting stronger. They could even smell the scent of the intruder who had taken the females. As they caught more of the scent, their speed increased and their actions became more urgent. They seemed to want to quickly catch the one who had taken the pups. As usual, nothing could stop them in this forest. It was time to make that foolish intruder pay the price for daring to disturb the ruler of the forest. Having completed tracking them, the 2 male wolves found the females, but the females were tightly bound with ropes. The 2 males didn't understand why this was. What they witnessed was the sight of the females lying prone on the ground, moaning a heart-wrenching sound. The females rubbed their noses, checking to see if their husbands were safe. At the same time, the 2 males and they tried to help the females leave. A real fierce battle erupted, the howls and screams shaking the forest. It seemed that things were not as simple as they had thought. They could not defeat the enemy before them at this time. Sounds of pain and moans echoed. A bloody battle, engulfed in smoke and fire. The log holding the ropes tying the female was thrown away. The ropes were gradually breaking under the wolf's power. 6 sharpened logs were pointed at the female wolf. One angry wolf, with eyes full of fighting spirit, growled, "It's no longer about tracking. Now, they have to run to survive." There was no tree in that situation. Over there was a safe place. After a while of fighting, they panted, trying to regain their breath. Kennas. But that beast didn't notice. A large fire burst out, the ambition of humans. The 2-headed beast was standing proudly with a staff, amidst the raging fire. A wolf was being engulfed in flames. It was writhing in pain and couldn't escape that fire. The ogre gnashed its teeth. He had lost his loyal subordinates. He was truly angry. All 4 eyes opened wide with hatred. The angry howl of that tyrant echoed throughout the forest. The log was gradually being severed. It was no longer intact as it was originally. The 2-headed ogre stood in the sea of fire. The giant beast was still howling terrifying roars. It was trying to gather all its strength for an upcoming battle, to avenge its teammates. A trivial trap could not touch that tyrant. He was, truly, the ruler of the forest. But it didn't know that the hunt had only just begun. Before his eyes stood Karen, with his sword in hand. The ruler of the forest, the 2-headed ogre, was also a natural hunter. The first head had good eyesight while the second had a good sense of smell, and they worked together to avenge the long-haired hounds, so tracking the hounds wasn't difficult. If anything, it was the fact that there were too many traces left behind, to the point of being illogical. That was a jerk who didn't even bother to carefully hide his footprints or scent. He didn't expect the long-haired hounds to lose to a jerk like that. But, contrary to his expectations, on the first day, the ogre couldn't find his prey. Although the traces were still there, no matter how much the ogre chased them, he couldn't find him. Even when he felt like he was about to catch him, he couldn't. While camping, after putting his unease aside, he was ambushed. It would have been a surprise attack, if one of the heads hadn't noticed. A hail of ice, diamond-like droplets, poured down on the 2-headed monster. The second head was awakened by the hail from the sky. The ogre charged alone. The ogre was only slightly grazed by a few pieces of ice. The raindrops fell on the ground, looking no different from sparkling diamonds. That was as far as the attack had gotten. But, the attack didn't stop there. One of the beast's heads gnashed its teeth, while the other was opening its mouth and growling. Every time it was about to fall asleep, hailstones flew in a flurry again. After trying to ignore it a few times because it didn't affect it much, until flaming rocks flew in and set everything on fire, a sea of flames. Although he had been pursuing until dawn, and after all the chaos he caused, his prey still continued to leave blurry traces and still didn't reveal himself. The ogre was still persistent in searching, but 3 days had passed like that. He realized he was being hunted. When he realized that the hunting positions had been reversed and he was not the hunter, but the hunted, all that remained in his heart was sadness and anger. "Hello," someone said. And then, the source of that anger revealed itself. It was Karin. He calmly stroked his chin and said, "How's my effort to catch you so far? It's time to finish it." The ogre couldn't contain its anger at Karin's provocative words. He growled, his eyes like bullets, attacking. His body was on fire as he charged at Karin. Karin's eyes radiated a competitive spirit. How could he just stand there and let the monster attack him? The ogre charged, and Karin also jumped up and unleashed a move. Karin's shoes had hard soles. Step by step, he was increasingly rushing and rising up into the air. He jumped up and attacked from above. The ogre didn't expect this. He jumped up. Before Karin's actions, the ogre waited. The moment the prey landed, he would use his 2-meter-long birchwood club to send that small body flying. Karin kicked, Yi Tu Mok San. Second form, Hong Geek, he unleashed a powerful move. Karin's attack hit the ogre's 2 heads directly, causing it to be strongly affected. Space became chaotic. The monster was in pain. Its eyes shone red, one mouth was open, and the other was gnashing its teeth in anger. Karin still didn't stop and continued to unleash moves. 8 trigrams, mixed origin palm. Although the ogre's body was several times bigger than Karin, it seemed to be unable to withstand Karin's attacks. It collapsed under Karin's attacks. The tyrant who once ruled the forest was hunted by a human. After defeating the ogre, Karin was proud of his glorious victory. That was easy. I had to gather my inner strength already. He yawned a long yawn and said, and I didn't even have to use it. So I'm done with the ogre. I wonder if Mariette is all right. The story returned to 3 days ago. A conversation in a room. It was a conversation between Karin and Mariette. Karin asked Mariette, "How much do you trust me?" Mariette said, "Even if you said you would make kimchi out of potatoes, I would believe you." Karin replied, "I can do that." Karin continued, "Anyway, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me?" Mariette unexpectedly asked, "Go far together?" She flailed her arms and legs. "Always, always to the very end. Wouldn't that be too far?" Karin said, "I have this plan, and I need you, Mariette." Mariette said, "I understand, so you need me for your plan." Karin continued to persuade her, "Now I will explain the plan. Starting tomorrow, you and Alicia." Mariette was puzzled, called out, "Karin," he answered, "Yes? This is our plan. Why is that child involved?" "Huh?" Mariette asked in a huff. In a bamboo basket, there was a blood-stained dress. Under the shower, Mariette was taking a shower. While thinking, although she's a veteran guardian and a special vampire who had a turbulent youth, in her heart, she's still just a girl. Karin's way of using words to cause misunderstandings was enough to make her heart flutter. But that issue is bigger than she thought. But she's not stupid. Mariette grabbed her long green hair. That guy is always one step ahead, planning and reacting immediately before things happen. Whether it was when he saved her or helped Alicia, she was still very grateful for his dedication. But how much does that guy know, and how far is he going? She had no other choice but to question herself. But since she had fallen in love, she was quite blind and once again decided to listen to the call of her unrequited love. The reason the mages want to become professors at the academy isn't just because of the vast collection of books at the Merkaba library, but also because of the huge research building located at the west end of the academy. Before the room with the number B306, and the most amazing material that all the mages dreamed of was there. Oh, what a wonderful wild boar! Fermac and Professor Dima were standing before a mountain, surrounded by golden chains and with a fence containing a special monster that cannot be killed and can only be sealed. Professor Dima asked Fermac, "You've seen it in textbooks before, right, Professor Fermac? The wild boar that ate the entire iron ore and the essence of the forest. Now, it's being imprisoned here." Fermac stood looking pensively and said, "Professor Diana, this research is based on the alpha characteristics of special entities, right? I want to write a thesis about the influence of special demons on lower-ranked entities and the influence of demonic energy on our human world. So, I just need to implant ancient script onto this special monster?" Professor Dima replied, "Yes, exactly. It's good that you're here, Professor Fermac. Nowadays, there are very few mages who are proficient in ancient script." Fermac pointed and replied, "Ancient script is difficult for most to understand because it has existed for too long. In real combat, they're also very difficult to use." He raised his index finger to indicate one. Professor Dima said, "But, for someone who possesses a lot of magic like him, this..." Fermac asked, "Who are you talking about?" Professor Dima told Fermac that, You know, there are many more special monsters inside our academy. I didn't expect that a special vampire would be willing to help me with my experiments. Ah, am I being offensive to you by calling you that? Oh, it's okay. The encounter between two special beings. Mariette, standing behind them, said, well, that's not wrong. So, it's the meeting between the boss of Act 1, Mariette, and the boss of Act 2, the King of the Iron Ore. The Haunted House mission, Professor Dima said. This is a simple task that you can choose in the second semester of the original game. But, to defeat the level 1 evil spirit haunting the house, you have to avoid attacks from countless items in the house and find the magic circle hidden in the basement and destroy it, and so on, and so forth. Permac jumped into the house. Inside it was gloomy. A fork flew up. The difficulty of this mission exceeded its simple appearance. Experienced players called it the Haunted House, a challenge to prove that you are an experienced player. Restriction: you cannot sense spirits. Fermac went into the house. Normally Fermac could not sense spirits, but when he stepped in, it was different. Fermac said, normally I can't sense spirits, but this time is an exception. Duke Sabancia, who possessed Lark, or spirits to possess the magical tools in the haunted house's laboratory. A female ghost with sharp teeth and red eyes. A seismic event will happen when it successfully possesses the haunted house. That means we can use physical strength to affect everything inside it. You can't ignore them with the laws of religion, so, Corin boldly entered, unleashing a powerful kick. He arrogantly said, jump and attack here. Then he pulled out his spear and cut off the stem and the top to disconnect the roots, jumped once to dodge. Then, he held the spear straight and said, now point the spear forward and stab the window, sending the shards flying toward you. Corin laid down and slid across the floor, dodged them by sliding. Then head towards the door. Once inside, slash the clock on the top right, and jump slash 3 times, destroying the nail shot from the stairs, and without looking up, just move forward. If you step on the middle of the rug once, crack. In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there is a table. When it flies towards you, just cut it in half and destroy it into 2 pieces, then scrape away the magic circle and weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle at the top right, kick it once and use spear Kennas plus fire Haglas, then go up the stairs. The door will break and boom. A painting will fly towards you, but once you open your eyes in a scary way, change your expression to a friendly one, and run upstairs. Once you get to the tables and chairs, they will fly towards you randomly, so be prepared to dodge them. Then, a wall that you can't move through will appear. And next, the plates will inflict a tetanus debuff on you. A fire will erupt fiercely, Karen said to Haman. Now, no more furniture will fly towards you. When you open your eyes, you'll wonder who the heck that was and be shocked. All the magical ancient scripts that have been engraved until now will simultaneously activate. Fire. Then, he carried his spear out, a sly smile on his face as if he had already won. Behind him, the haunted house was on fire. Now, the house will burn itself, and you can leave the house. Corin put his hand on his chin, smiling proudly as if he had done a great job. The rest is up to you. A real man will turn his back to the explosion. It's easy, right? A simple 30 seconds. Amun, angry at Corin, yelled from afar. It was a magical challenge that even a level 2 mage couldn't handle. What were you mumbling about this whole time? Corin again smiled as if challenging him. This is the ultimate strategy that a legendary streamer used to shake up the entire Korean streaming world and left that experience behind. A man came and stood in front of Karen, patting him on the shoulder and said, congratulations. It was Haman, he said. Really, you've definitely been recognized as a semi-rank 1. There's a port city nearby called Sar, and there's a very good restaurant there. Let's go eat together. Corin asked, if it's Sar, then is it a place that sells raw fish? And it's also the place that has that thing, and the reason why I chose to raid an evil spirit in this area. Amun put his arm around Karen's shoulder, and while they were walking, he said, oh, you know that place. You like fresh seafood, right? Corin said, I like it a lot. Haman said, great, I'll introduce you to a place with very great fresh fish. Corin's eyes noticed something. He looked far away, and saw Dioku standing behind a tree, peeking. He said, good, he's following too. A mountain of ice appeared, 88 years ago, the northernmost region of the continent, on the peninsula. Although it was a cold land, it buried countless natural materials beneath the ice. The ice mountain contained so many ores that people called it an iron mountain. The pioneer miners who went to the Arctic region in search of iron and gold, witnessed an unbelievable sight, a large number of wild boars devouring the iron ores. It was a monster that wanted everything. A fiend of the Dingle Peninsula. The fiend's name was Iron Mountain King. Red eyes, with 2 fangs and 2 tusks on the sides of its mouth. That was the first time it was seen. At this time, Alicia, while running, blamed herself. How could I have overslept today? He said it was on the 4th floor of the lab, right? Alicia was very worried about being late, and she tried to run faster. I can't be late, that's what Karen said. A few days before, on the first floor of the lab, Alicia saw Senior Mariette. Senior Mariette, surprised, called out, "Senior Mariette." Being called out suddenly, Senior Mariette was also startled. "Oh, it's you, little Arden, you scared me." Arden asked Senior Mariette, "I'm sorry, it seems like you're concentrating on an experiment. Is it very important?" Mariette said with a gentle smile, "It's okay, I'm just testing something during the holidays." Alicia asked, "But why did you call me here?" "Dioku told me, so I came." Mariette smiled and said, "Yes, Corin asked me to explain it to you this time." Alicia was surprised. "Corin asked you?" Mariette said, "Yes, anyway, do you want to try this before we start?" Alicia asked Mariette, "Is this a magical elixir?" Mariette replied, "Yes, you could say that." Then Alicia picked up the bottle and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. "If it's good for my body, then of course." Mariette quickly tried to stop her. "It's very hot, take it slowly. I need to test its safety." Because she drank it so quickly, Alicia, after hearing what Mariette said, panicked. "Sorry, what did you just say? Safety?" Right after saying that, Alicia suddenly froze, making Mariette panic, asking, "What's wrong?" Alicia trembled with joy. "Delicious. It's as delicious as homemade. I feel it." Fortunately, Alicia said that, soothing Mariette's worries, she said, "Really, that's a relief." Then she continued, "Safe flavor, no toxicity." Then, Alicia asked Mariette, "Anyway, what did Karen ask you to explain?" "Oh, I'll say it now," Mariette said. "Corin asked me to explain to you about what's going to happen." Alicia wondered. "What is it?" "It's about the king of the Iron Mountain." Alicia quickly ran through many people, even bumping into people on the street. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Alicia ran to a fortress, the fiend imprisoned in the Iron Mountain King's laboratory. "I don't know why Karen called me, but I need to hurry." At the basement laboratory on the 4th floor, Dima was discussing with Teacher Fermac, "What's the difference between a monster and a special demon, Mariette?" Mariette said, "They're very strong. Power is obvious among special entities, and one of the most powerful abilities is the power of dominance." Fermac asked, "The power of dominance?" Dima replied, "Yes. She called me Mariette." Dima explained, "Some demons emit a different kind of energy than other normal demons. Theoretically, they are called alpha entities, and unlike normal ones, they are stronger and have control. A pack of alpha demons with blue light were facing a pack of wolves with red light." Dima was still explaining, "These alpha entities can easily control the others. But that dominance doesn't work on demons of other species. But for special demons, it works," Mariette said. "Special demons can control weaker demons." Dima agreed with Mariette, "Exactly. You've had experience, right?" Mariette thought about the time she escaped from the hunting ground. Driven crazy by thirst, she controlled other monsters and forced them to offer her blood. Then Mariette said, "But Professor, I think it's a bit different from dominance. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, I used their fear." Fermac added, "It's based on your species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. They are the 3 basic types, but the influence of the alpha characteristic is different. For example," Mariette seemed to understand the issue. "So, that means I can order other demi-humans?" Dima said, "We need to learn more, but I don't think it's possible. The intelligence of demi-humans is higher than humans, so that kind of dominance won't have any effect on them." Dima stopped the conversation, saying, "Enough theory, let's start practicing. Bring out the fiend fangs." Several cages were pushed out. Inside each cage was a beast. Dima said, "The purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of the alpha characteristic of special monsters. If you can freely use this characteristic, then theoretically humans will be able to control most monsters and evil spirits." Mariette, surprised, "It's a bigger experiment than I thought, and it also satisfies my curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity can proactively prevent the threat from demons." Professor Dima said, "Oh right, you succeeded in creating that elixir with the good flavor, right? The one you asked me about last time?" Mariette said, "Ah, yes. Thanks to you, it's so delicious," Dima said. "That's a relief. I'm sorry, I was just a little curious." In front of a pile of fiend fangs, Professor Dima said to Mariette, "Okay, Mariette, try to dominate those fiend fangs." Mariette, still hesitant, replied, "Ah, yes." Her eyes became determined, burning as she yelled, "Come out." A fierce fiend fang charged forward. After that, a series of them were let out of their cages to charge forward. Mariette quickly said, "Stop." "All right." She held out her hand, then ordered the fiend fangs, "Lie down." The fiend fangs didn't listen, but instead laid down on their backs, legs pointing in the air. Mariette, feeling helpless, said, "What are you doing?" "I said lie down." Mariette turned to Professor Dima in fear, asking, Why aren't they listening to me? Dima said to Mariette that, I think it's the limitation in communication between demi-humans and monsters. Lower-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand your commands, Fermac said. Let's try testing the difference with monsters of the same species. Professor Fermac, please release the King's Seal. Understood. Fermac read a command. The first ancient script of banishment, Mariette said. I'll release the first seal first. A large fiend fang charged forward, its expression as if it wanted to devour the person in front of it. It continuously growled and screamed, its actions becoming more aggressive and terrifying. Mariette stood before dozens of red-eyed, fierce fiend fangs. The first, third, and seventh protection circles have been activated, reinforce the chains of the fourth and sixth seals. The eyes of the inhumane beasts became sharper. They had no intention of stopping and seemed like they would continue to attack Mariette. Mariette, panicked, shouted, "Stop!" But the beasts continued to charge forward, so Mariette also unleashed a move. Professor Dima, chin in hand, pondered, is it because they're all wild boars? They're too easy to lose control. Mariette replied to Professor Dima, but luckily, I can still easily control them. Emergency! Emergency! The monster in cage A107 has escaped. Hearing the news, Professor Dima panicked. Huh? Cage A107? No. A giant, scaly snake was slithering. It was a manticore. Dima wondered, a manticore? Mariette unleashed a move, blood spear. Thousands of spears were launched, piercing the manticore's giant body, but it didn't seem to do much. It's too fast. Mariette clicked her tongue in annoyance and shouted, Dio Gu. Keep it together. Then she continued to launch moves. Fermac unleashed a move, left fist. He still maintained his form while his fist clenched, ready for a powerful punch. Destructive spiral. Suddenly Fermac said, Professor Diana, something's very strange. The screams and howls were becoming more frequent and intense. Professor, this is very strange. The monsters are escaping from their cages and ramming themselves into the cells. You need to leave this place, Professor Dima, still calm, while pressing on a huge keyboard, said, Manual Operation Z17 activated large-scale monster-resistant circle and magic seal. I will now reseal the Iron Mountain King and activate the seal protocol, Jinhook said. All right, we'll lose some research funding, but our priority is safety. I'll do it. Amid the chaotic scene, everyone was worried and discussed together. This is Team 2. The magic circle is not activating. The seal magic circle is also not activating. Damn it, someone destroyed the seal magic circle. What? Oh no. The Iron Mountain King has escaped. At the port city of Sar, a bustling and vibrant place, the area around the port was filled with many docked ships. In the restaurants of the town, the sounds of cheerful conversations echoed continuously. Oh, it's so refreshing. If we had some more drinks, it would be perfect. The other person replied to this with a burst of laughter. Ha ha, kid, you're really a foodie. On the table, a series of delicious-looking dishes were neatly arranged. Full of various dishes, hot pots, meats, everything was there. Karan thought to himself, the reason I'm enjoying this big feast in the middle of the day is because Old Man Haman took me to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate my recommendation to a higher rank. Karan, at this moment, put his hands together, and with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggested, should we order a bottle of rice wine? Aman, looking a bit helpless, exclaimed, Kid, you're still a student, and I'm your coach. Karan, in fact, was still a third-year student, and in reality, he was still a minor. He didn't have many opportunities to drink. He didn't understand why these liquor stores were so strict about checking personal information. The strange combination of the medieval and early modern periods really has a lot of interesting rules. Karan's face, full of desire, looked at the food on the table, thinking. Karan happily sank into the perfect combination of fried chicken and beer, thinking, do you know the sadness of not being able to enjoy fried chicken and beer at the top fast food restaurant in the modern world? I, who came from a country that ranks first in daily alcohol consumption, am not allowed to drink alcohol. Karan then spoke. Coach, in the East, they say this mysterious statement made Haman go Karan calmly continued. That alcohol is something we must learn from adults. I would like you to be the one to teach me about alcohol, Coach. Aman's eyes lit up, his heart thinking, I didn't expect that kid to look at me with such a caring and admiring gaze. That definitely isn't a sign of a thirst for alcohol. He truly wants to have a conversation with me. And indeed, the old man Haman immediately fell for the trap and decided to pour Karan a glass of wine and said in a grand manner, all right, let's drink together. Karan was smiling with glee because he had lured his opponent into a trap, thinking to himself, he fell for it. Suddenly, a woof rang out. Karan, startled, froze, thinking, wait, that sound is outside? Everyone started to stir. What was that? Where did that barking come from? Did someone bring a dog? At the table, Korin was sitting holding his glass, trembling and thinking, why now? A dog with a muscular human body walked forward, standing with its arms crossed, red eyes, and barked nonstop, as if scolding Korin. Woof, woof, woof. Korin, understanding, cried bitter tears, painfully holding his head and thinking, how many years have I waited to drink alcohol? In another place, the linked chains, which were tightly bound, suddenly, for some unknown reason, snapped. Professor Dima looked up, his eyes wide in shock and horror. Professor Dima's eyes narrowed. This isn't good. The professor shouted in fear, the Iron Mountain King. He's free. These words were spoken when a wild boar, with an extremely large size and fierce eyes, charged forward, cutting through those chains. Fermac, standing nearby, also quickly shouted, damn it, we have to stop him. Mariette, taking orders, replied, yes. Mariette stood firmly, holding her magic staff, and raised it, starting to cast a spell, Crystal Spear. Very quickly, crystal spears flew towards the Iron Mountain King, who was standing like a giant statue. But for some unknown reason, Mariette froze, her eyes blank. The crystal spears were shattered? Mariette was shocked that her move had quickly been destroyed by that boar without being affected in the slightest. How strange. Mariette stood still, her mouth agape. That's all the damage it could do? But Fermac praised Mariette and raised his thunderous fist, aiming at the Iron Mountain King, saying, good job, I'll take care of the rest. Fermac, his eyes shining, his entire body full of killing intent, charged forward with the speed of light and landed a punch on the boar. But very quickly, Fermac also muttered in surprise, I can't feel any force from that punch at all. Indeed, that attack could not make the Iron Mountain King even budge. Fermac, flying in the air, cursed, it's really like that. This boar has such thick skin. The boar, at this moment, became angry, and a strange light and strange sounds came from its large tusk. Fermac was truly shocked. Ancient script attack? Impossible. Before he could react, the Iron Mountain King landed a painful blow on Fermac, sending him flying away. Fermac was crushed against the wall, which cracked from the impact. Worried voices could be heard. Professor? Professor Dima, witnessing the scene, looked horrified and stammered, no, the wall is destroyed. The defense system will. Just as he finished speaking, the system rang out. The monsters in the steel cages have started to break the bars. The alarm blared loudly and repeatedly. Alarm! Alarm! All the seals on the Iron Mountain King's cages have been released. The monsters scrambled out of their steel cages, fiercely escaping. The system rang out loudly as the monsters, the wolves, and the birds all broke out of their cages. Activate the emergency defense code. Activate the red alarm. Evacuate all personnel. The security team. Activate all defensive magic circles, and mobilize the spirit golems to the scene immediately. After this, the golems began to appear. Activate the golem team, start the hazard prevention system. The golems entered a fighting state, charging forward fiercely in battle. Do not let any monsters escape the lab. The golems, under orders, went into a massacre state. A monster appeared. Its body like a snake, but also like a dragon, its sharp teeth hissing, making people shudder in fear. That was the poison dragon, a level 1 demonic beast. The second monster, no less fierce, was King Herent, a level 1 demonic beast. They were confronting the golems. The monsters, after escaping, charged as if they had been starving for 1,000 years. Their eyes red and bloodthirsty as they rushed forward like a tsunami. The cries for help and support were continuously ringing out, support, requesting urgent support. We can't stop the higher-level monsters without the magic circle. Professor Dima, standing in the control area, was extremely worried. No, if they escape the academy, approve the continuous wide-range use of paralyzing lightning. What will become of our money? A monster with 2 horns like a bull appeared at this moment, with a bunch of lightning shining brightly in the area. The ferocious monster charged toward Dima while she wasn't paying attention. But suddenly, a sword came flying and pierced right through the monster's head. Another sword cut the monster in half in a short moment. Dima, watching from the side, was stunned in disbelief. The master's prediction is getting scarier. A voice rang out, and Dima's eyes widened. Huh? Dron, what are you doing here? Dima exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Dron had successfully saved Dima, but in response to the professor's question, Dron only answered with a cold expression, I'm just gaining some real battle experience. Get over here, Dron said coldly, and the swords on his body immediately obeyed and flew into the air, then rushed toward the monsters, dealing with them cleanly. A giant monster, angered, emitted a strange ball of light from its mouth. The monster roared angrily and began to use its power, scorching the ground. Dron, standing in front of it, was also slightly surprised. Combine the fragments. A voice rang out, and the pieces of stone on the ground immediately flew up into the air, Between them there seemed to be a strange power. That voice continued. Form a golem. A hand began to form from the pieces of stone. Fortress golem. Scrap golem. A giant golem was formed, standing face to face with the giant horned beast. Great, I can completely control it. It actually works. The technique he taught me is really working. A joyful voice rang out. It was Cranial Luden. Cranial's eyes were shining brightly at his own achievement. A few days before, he had said that physical strength was the key to increasing his power and had made him train seriously in the training room. After that, he had taught him some golem control techniques, saying that he had read about it while studying in the library. And the price for teaching him was that he had to go on a field trip today. Cranial remembered the tiring training sessions he had with Korin over the past few days. But very quickly, the beast gained the upper hand, charging and attacking the golem, making it unable to react. Ugh, we're being pushed back. Is it because it's a level 1 monster? It's too strong? Cranial was dumbfounded. But suddenly, around the golem's body, a strange force of roots sprouted out, firmly grabbing its body. Supporting roots, wood section, scrap wood golem. The roots formed a connection, firmly attaching the golem's body, creating a solid and firm wall. It was Yule's doing. But Yule, who was observing, also looked surprised and wondered, how did he know this would happen? And how did he teach me this method? Your timing to attack was perfect, Yule said admiringly. On the other side, the dragon-headed, snake-bodied monster was hissing, letting out piercing screams. Dima, standing nearby, watched its actions and cried out in fear, the poison dragon is heading to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, the back of a woman holding 2 swords flashed across the poison dragon, slashing it several times, making the monster scream in pain. The person was Alicia. Alicia turned her head to look at the poison dragon, which collapsed to the ground, and sighed, phew, we defeated it, right? Alicia, Dima's voice sounded surprised. Dima, standing in the smoke, exclaimed in awe, perfect timing to appear? I didn't expect that the students who appeared here were at least level 2 knights or mages. I've never been so grateful to the students before. Then, suddenly, Dima's eyes widened as he wondered, but wait, why are all of you in the lab right now? The students, at this time, gathered in front of Dima. They replied in unison, it's a field trip. Dima asked in surprise, huh? A field trip? On the other side, Korin was sitting, leaning his chin on his hand, pondering, right now, my plan to make those kids appear in the lab is going smoothly. In the blood zone, in a dark space surrounded by towering red things, inside was the huge angry boar. Outside, everyone watched and sighed with relief. It's a good thing we prepared the magic barrier beforehand, as Karen said. Now, it won't be able to burrow into the ground to escape. But unexpectedly, the boar, from some unknown source of power, suddenly charged out, breaking the barrier. The huge, enormous boar seemed to be extremely eager to escape from those around it. Everyone's face turned pale. Ha! What? Mariette, standing there, raised her staff, warning everyone around her, don't let your guard down. It may have other ways of attacking. On the other side, King Harrot, unlike a normal demonic beast, was a level 1 monster that seemed like it had come from a monster movie. The monster wouldn't stand still. It angrily started to run around and destroy, which caused Dron, who was running while cursing angrily, damn it, just its movement is enough to make everything break apart. Cranial, standing and shaking the control panel, shouted loudly, Yule, give me more support. Yule, confused, asked, you really want me to do that? The spirit golem's body had been completely shattered after the attacks from the level 1 monsters, but he had connected the joints back together using the magic techniques that Karen had taught him. After that, the golem, under guidance, punched the monster painfully. The monster became even more angry after the attack, and charged forward crazily. With Yule's added magic boost, the golem became stronger when facing the monster. Cranial firmly repeated, according to this plan, Yule, please increase the power of the golem's fist through the buff effect. Yule asked, will that be enough? Cranial explained, plus, we'll detonate all 5 bombs that are absorbed into the spirit golem at the same time, and blast a huge amount of magic onto the monster. Legendary hero Arhan, the Academy couple has dealt with a large number of monsters in the lab. The more the monster fought, the more intense it became, and both of them charged at each other to tear each other apart. The system notified, technique position, balance control of golem, operation check, magic boosting technique, operation check, target radar, activated. The golem was indeed buffed, equipped with natural wood fist weapons, spirit bombs, the explosion will be enhanced. All systems are stable, you have control. Cranial, standing in the control pod, yelled with determination, advance. But Yule, standing behind him, looked worried, hesitant. As Cranial finished his words, he decisively pressed a button so hard that it broke. Scrap wood golem, ultimate form, Elbow missile? The golem used all its strength to deliver a devastating blow to the monster's head. What shakes the heart of veteran players is this moment. Cranel cheered enthusiastically. Great job, Warrior Ludon. Yule, standing next to him, just stood there, dazed, thinking, when did he give it that name? The dream team of the legendary hero Arhan. At the port city of Sar, far away from the laboratory. I specially chose this mission to get here, Karin explained. Hey, wait, the sword demon beside him had a pitiful look on his face, whimpering in Karin's ear, which made Karin feel very annoyed. Karin complained, oh my god, I still have work to do. Karin spoke up. Hello. Karin enthusiastically greeted the nun outside. I'm a student from the academy on an external mission, so I can't attend the mass, but can I use the church's prayer room? Seeing a young person coming to the church, the nun happily agreed, oh my. A guardian? Of course. After that, Karin quickly went into the church and closed the door behind him. Karin's voice rang out, let's see. Karin sat in front of the crucifix, thinking, if I remember correctly, this is the seal. Suddenly, Karin smiled, touching the cross with his hand. Due to an emergency, please come as soon as possible. Immediately behind him, a purple portal appeared. Karin glanced at it behind him. Ah, you're responding as quickly as I thought. A familiar voice rang out, Karin. Professor Josephine, fuming, stood behind him, with her sword to Karin's neck. How do you know about the seal? You better answer truthfully. Karin smirked, thinking, she must have a lot of questions about me, but now is not the time, at least, not yet, because there are many things to do. Turning his head to look at the professor, Karin gave a confident smile and suggested, first, we have to handle the emergency situation. At this time, outside, the battle was chaotic and indistinguishable. The sounds of desperate cries could be heard. Advance! Cranel Ludin, he yelled fiercely. Great job, Warrior Ludin. Yule, standing beside him, was startled by the name, and asked, when did you give it that name? In contrast, on Alicia's side, they were so frightened that their faces were pale, and Alicia's stammering voice rang out, what is that? I've never seen it before. As she finished speaking, the giant poison dragon flew toward Alicia with breakneck speed. Alicia focused and said, I shouldn't look in any other direction now. I need to focus on dealing with these monsters first. That's a poison dragon, a level 1 demonic beast. Alicia hesitated. I have to face it alone, but, suddenly, an image of Mariette appeared in her mind. Alicia had heard Mariette say, oh, Karin also told me to say this to you, you're not allowed to use it, territory slash. Then Alicia turned to avoid the poison dragon's attack. Alicia repeated, I can't use territory slash. Seeing the poison dragon continuing to act wildly in front of her, Alicia grew increasingly angry as she wondered, Karin said that, probably because he saw the potential power in me, but can I really do what he expects me to do? Suddenly, a sound was emitted, drawing Alicia's attention. What is that sound? Some red worms, like from the deepest levels of hell, appeared in a haunting manner. At the same time, a blood-red lightning flashed in the sky. Before she could focus, Mariette had already been sucked in by its red eyes. That was the blood zone. Mariette was being sucked inside, her body constantly injured. A scream of despair rang out. Mariette! A moment later, Mariette's body was covered in blood, lying unconscious next to her weapon. At this moment, Mariette's blurry eyes opened, thinking, it's just as Karin said. A voice, unconsciously rang out, Sister. Looking at the giant monster in front of her, Mariette sighed softly. Alicia thought, I probably can't defeat that monster. It immediately transformed into a legendary fiend after absorbing the black iron in the mine. Original ancient script, helping to greatly increase resistance to physical and magical attacks. The enormous fiend, standing before them, roared as if thirsty for blood. The tiny Alicia froze before its loud roar. Alicia stated, that's why countless heroes have died and were unable to successfully eliminate this monster, leading to its being sealed here. But reason wouldn't let her turn back. She tightened her grip on her weapon, determined, even so, Karin has asked me to. Mariette, holding her weapon, and with thousands of blood-like swords, attacked the fiend. Mariette firmly stated, I will not give up. Alicia, standing far away, watched Mariette as she seemed out of control, charging at the fiend. Alicia cried out, Mariette! Seeing Mariette's reckless fighting, Alicia pondered for a long time. I, also, cannot fail. Then Alicia, as if injected with determination, fought fiercely. Phew. At this moment, Professor Josephine, standing before the screen, panted, and Professor of Magic Diine didn't know what to do besides gaping at the scene before his eyes. Alchemy magic, snowflakes. A series of attacks were launched at the fiend until it bled. The Iron Mountain King, a legendary monster, it roared fiercely. A high-ranking vampire, Mariette. At this moment, Mariette's body was covered in blood, but her eyes were still sharp. Although Mariette was struggling, she still tried to fight the fiend. This battle was only possible if she was an exceptional entity. Professor Diana, at this moment, realized that she was witnessing a moment that would one day go down in history. She couldn't hide her surprise and fear. A moment later, Mariette stood face to face with the fiend. This time, Mariette transformed her alchemy magic, snowflakes, into sharp blades to attack the fiend. Thousands of snowflakes pierced the fiend's head, making it roar across the sky. A voice in panic rang out, "Oh my God!" This time, the fiend used a multi-layered shield, blood snow protection barrier, opening a bloody path that surrounded Mariette. The fiend spewed out thousands of blood snowflakes into Mariette's body, causing Mariette to stop in her tracks. The students were trying their best to stop the fiends from escaping the lab, but everyone could sense that failure was imminent. This time, in front of the fiend, everything was a pure white. It blankly howled at the disastrous scene before its eyes. The fiend, with its red eyes, looked forward, carefully examining the situation. Suddenly, a large foot appeared. At this moment, Mariette was completely inside Diogu's palm. Mariette was surprised. Huh? Diogu? Then what about? But Mariette suddenly thought, ah, so he's back. At the same time, Alicia on the other side was still attacking the poison dragon, and although she was hitting it hard, it showed no reaction. Alicia was confused. Oh no. Alicia was tense. I can't use territory slash, so what should I do to defeat it? What would Karen do? The poison dragon still had a blank expression, sticking out its tongue, mocking Alicia even more. After that, the poison dragon howled and released poison gas. Observing the poison dragon, Alicia suddenly remembered, holding her sword tightly with both hands. Yes, if I was Karen, I would have no other choice. Then, Alicia released a white arrow, piercing the poison dragon's vital point. Alicia thought, basics as I know them, dodge and slash, remove all fearful, unrealistic thoughts from my head and act. Then, with agile and swift steps, she appeared and disappeared while stabbing her sword into the poison dragon's body, making it unable to react. That was Arden's first swordsmanship, Ascension. A moment later, the poison dragon's body glowed and plunged straight into the ground, creating a shockwave. Alicia, startled, quickly covered her face. Ah! At this moment, Alicia calmly brushed away the dust on her uniform. What was that? Hee hee, even so, I still did it. I succeeded without using territory slash. A voice appeared behind her. That's great. Alicia, startled, turned to look. Huh? Karin appeared under the system, arms crossed, praising, everyone did great. Alicia couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed, Karin, Luden, standing before King Herent, said happily, I won. I defeated it. Cranal Luden, standing in front of the screen, said excitedly, I didn't need Karen, I didn't need friends, I just needed Warrior Luden. Wasn't it because you became friends with Karen that you were able to create Warrior Luden? Karin said, so King Herent was defeated. And the poison dragon? Where is it? There's only blood. Alicia, holding her sword, said, I thought you weren't coming. Karin asked curiously, report the situation. Where is the fiend? Alicia looked flustered and said, ah, Sister Mariette is still trying to stop it. I need to go help her right away, Karin murmured. Is that so? Professor Josephine, her eyes lit up, stood behind him and said, what's the plan, Karen? Since you brought me all the way here from the church, you must have thought of something, right? Karin smiled. Of course. You just need to help me catch the fiend. Huh? But there are a lot of fiend monsters here, but don't worry. After that, the tip of the sword was lowered like activating a magic path. Karin continued, there is something that Karin said must happen here. While explaining his plan to Mariette, it's possible that the wild boar monsters, engraved with ancient magic script in the lab, would be difficult for Mariette to control. But after opening them up by feeding them the ancient script engraved stone tablets that Mariette had prepared beforehand, suddenly, thousands of monsters with blazing yellow eyes appeared. Immediately they were burnt to ashes, Karin recounted. At that time, by activating the ancient script resonance, it would create explosions, which could wipe out all those wild boars. And with my spear, inlaid with primordial ancient script stones, if there was enough time, it would be my main weapon to defeat the monsters in this lab. Karin, cheerfully running forward to open a path, said, let's go, Alicia. Alicia listened and replied, ah, yes. Among the mid to high-level monsters that survived the ancient script resonance explosions, there were about 30 elite monsters, with the Iron Mountain King as their leader. Thinking this, Karin's lips curled into a smirk. Well, no need to worry. Karin called out, Dron, get over here. Hearing the call, Dron sighed. Finally, you've arrived. But Karin's rambling didn't stop there. Karin called out loudly, Dream Team, Stop daydreaming and come here to help me. Corin's teasing made Luna fume. Huh? I don't need you. Yule, standing behind her, couldn't hold back her anger and cursed, are you an idiot? Let's go. And what's with the dream team? All the main characters of the legendary hero Arhan were gathered here now. They were the heroes who would soon save the world in the future. A gentle voice asked, are you okay? Mariette turned her head and replied, yeah, Corin agreed. Alright then, let's start again. Let's counterattack and defeat them. Alright then, let's start again. Let's counterattack and defeat it, Corin said. Corin stated, this team is not only luxurious, but also very smooth. But the reason why the team members could not be confident was because the opponent in front of them was a giant demonic beast. The Iron Mountain King, the ruler of the Iron Mountain, uncontrolled, crushing everything without being subdued, cruel and without mercy. Suddenly, Mariette shouted loudly, everyone, scatter quickly, dodge, avoid the cruel king. It will swallow everything in its path. In contrast, Luden was very energetic. Luden, controlling his golem, yelled fiercely, warrior Luden, move forward. Seeing Luden not listening to the warnings and rushing to attack, Karen panicked and yelled, hey, you blockhead, we can't face it head on. What's wrong with him? King Herent roared and attacked the fiend. But Luden stubbornly said, this warrior is a powerful golem fortress. Luden enthusiastically pointed forward, despite Yule standing there with arms crossed, looking helpless. Luna shouted loudly, the one who defeated King Herent. Spirit Bomb X7, Enhanced Explosion, Aerial Knee Kick. After that, Herent fiercely confronted the fiend. Suddenly, Luden was startled so badly that he almost fainted. His face became pale and distorted, my warrior Luden. Seeing Luden's pitiful state, Corin couldn't help but curse, that blockhead. What's done is done. Cranel, just attack the fiend with all your might. Everyone, scatter. Then, Corin ordered, Yule, create trees. Hold it in one direction. Luden was still sobbing beside his controls. Warrior Luden, you can't lose. Yule, standing behind him, cursed angrily, TCH, it's as clear as day. Yule listened to the order, creating trees as Karen had wished. Trees shot out, trying to restrain the fiend. A moment later, a green color grabbed onto the fiend's body, immobilizing it. Yule quickly said, did it work? It was original ancient script. The fiend's eyes, glowing red with killing intent, looked at the humans. Immediately after, the trees binding it were broken. Luden's eyes widened, and Yule said in confusion, what? How is it so strong? Seeing the difficult situation, Karin, with his sword and Dron charged forward. Karin instructed, Dron, go to the back and attack it, use that magical dual sword. Dron agreed and said, got it. Dron thought, as expected, my master is a strategist who knows how to time things perfectly to minimize casualties. There's no reason for a mercenary not to obey. The fire sword appeared. Then the lightning sword with its deadly blue color appeared. Dron thought, my other weapons have been enhanced by genuine high-grade magic stones that I received after defeating Mariette in her vampire form. Looking at the fiend in front of him, Dron was a bit worried. But this Iron Mountain King now has a different power, so it will be difficult to deal with. Original ancient script, a gold and blue light shot forward, twin swords combining to attack the fiend. Suddenly Dron, his face distorted as if he had eaten ginger, said, huh? How? It's not hurt at all. At this moment, Mariette worriedly said, Corin. Corin replied, yeah, I know. Diogu. Karen shouted, hey Diogu. Immediately after, Diogu appeared and slammed its head into the fiend's forehead. Being headbutted by Diogu, the fiend fell back, howling tragically. Corin asked in surprise, it worked? Right after that, Corin had a new idea. To be able to attack the Iron Mountain King, we need to separate the physical and magical attacks. That's a fairly common strategy. Original ancient script, Bazu, Kantianchu, Heaven Path. A place that exists but becomes nothingness. Through the original ancient script, the Iron Mountain King would be able to receive perfect power and defense, resist physical attacks with red feathers, resist magical attacks with blue feathers. It would switch back and forth between the red and blue feathers to deal with each type of damage done to it. Corin coldly carried his weapon on his back, his sharp eyes stating, Yule and Cranel, try to hold it back. If it escapes, bind it again. Dron, attack from mid-range. Alicia and I will wait in the back. Seeing that everyone had a role, Mariette asked, Corin, what about me? Corin softly said, leave the attack to Diogu. Mariette, you just need to move as I command. Looking at the giant fiend in front of him, looking at the world through its two nostrils, Corin reminded, everyone, don't think too much about what to do next. This is a quick fight. We can't prolong it. Bring out all of your tricks, and we will win. The young man would surely bring victory when facing a legend. Immediately after, the fiend, after being attacked several times, angrily charged at everyone. Korin shouted, "Yule, Cranel, listen up." Dioku charged up and, along with Yule, created trees to try and bind the fiend. Dioku embraced the fiend, and the trees tightened around the fiend's body, immobilizing it. Suddenly, the fiend's fur began to change. Immediately, the fiend broke free from the trees and sent Dioku flying away. Korin shouted in panic, "It escaped." Korin yelled loudly, "Stop it quickly," followed by a series of attacks aimed at the wild boar fiend, who was running away. All the attacks were bounced off by the wild boar fiend, having no effect on it. The strategy remained the same: charge and attack, trying to stop it from escaping. Dioku roared, "Kia!" Then Dioku launched a powerful attack directly at the forehead of the wild boar fiend, and its legs were also bound by vine magic. Craneluden happily said, "It worked." That attack was even more direct than the last time. Even for it, that attack must have. Yule, who was standing nearby, also looked happy. Dioku realized that something was wrong and immediately became cautious. The fur color still hasn't changed. The transformation has stopped. It's still red. Dioku, standing above the head of the wild boar fiend, observed. It's fake. After showing that changing the fur color to blue could resist magic, it used that trick to deceive Dioku. The most dangerous opponent. The wild boar fiend's sly face appeared with a sinister smile. A giant ancient script that destroys everything it touches. A light of destruction, and then the wild boar fiend shot out an extremely powerful burst of energy from its mouth. That energy sent Dioku flying away and hitting a rock. Mariette worriedly said, "Dioku." Korin instructed, "Mariette, recall him. Then use blood spear to block it." Mariette agreed. Okay. After that, Mariette created multiple blood spears, shooting them at the wild boar fiend and shouting, "Fly." The wild boar fiend stood motionless, looking down at the attack. Indeed, this attack was ineffective against it, only enough to scratch it. The blood spears shattered as soon as they touched its body. Korin smiled, acting cool. "I'll start now, shall I?" Then, Korin, with his spear, rushed toward the wild boar fiend. Mariette panicked. "Karen." The wild boar fiend's fur was now blue. Karen said, "Hey, Smurf, how are you going to block this?" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body and the spear Korin was holding emitted an extremely large amount of energy. A move of Yitumok San, single strike kill, Hong Geek was launched by Korin, with extreme force, towards the wild boar fiend. The wild boar fiend sensed the danger and immediately became cautious. Craneludine was speechless. "That's amazing. What was that?" Yule was just as surprised. "Just a spear attack. How can it cause such a shock?" But oh my, the wild boar fiend actually dodged it. "You're so terrible, Karen. If you went to take an exam, you'd definitely get a bunch of regional points." Karen, annoyed, said, "TCH, it just barely missed. Its reflexes are really good." Karen's spear was embedded deep into the ground, and the body of the wild boar fiend was nowhere to be seen. Karen ordered, "Mariette, blood spear again." Mariette replied, "Okay. If it uses the blue feathers to block blood spear, then it won't be able to block the physical attack from my spear. On the other hand, if it uses the red feathers to block my spear, then it won't be able to block blood spear." This was a magic that combined both physical and magic damage. Knowing that, Karen and Mariette worked together to attack the wild boar fiend fiercely. "Then, how will you block these continuous attacks of blood spear?" The wild boar fiend's face turned dark. It must have wanted to say, "I'm so done with you two." Then it gave a sinister smile. This time the two of them were done for. Karen was knocked back by a blow, but luckily he quickly used his spear to defend. Mariette was also sent flying back by its pressure, and her blood spears were shattered. Craneluden was scared. "Huh? It?" Karen, sitting in pain, said, "To block both, you finally used that card, didn't you? Absolute defense against both physical and magic attacks, also known as Invincible Golden Body." The wild boar fiend's entire body turned gold. Everyone was surprised. "Gold?" The king is smiling, as if satisfied. It smirked. "In the end, it's still like this. Its secret card with a 5-minute limit. Invincible Golden Body, unbeatable." The wild boar fiend still had the same sinister smile as before. Its entire body was shining gold. No one can stand against the king when it enters this state. Then it charged to try and crush everyone. Korin shouted, "It's coming again." Korin shouted, "Damn it, everyone, run. Within 5 minutes, no attack can affect it." Dron said, "Master, that's impossible. There's no place to run anymore." Indeed, the path was blocked. Korin wondered, since when did the debris from the building? Korin angrily said, "TCH, that damn monster." The king was smiling, its eyes narrowed, grinning slyly. To corner the humans, it had rammed the poor wall countless times. This time, those three were done for. A voice rang out in the face of danger. Advance, warrior Luden. It's our time to shine. A blue stone man unleashed his fist. But then, the wild boar fiend charged and destroyed it. The stone giant couldn't stand against it. Mariette unleashed her alchemy magic, blood ice, towards the fiend. A small demi-human's magic was useless. Indeed, that attack was only a scratch to it. Right now, it's time for the king to escape the prison that has been holding it. The fiend's eyes turned blood red, as if it wanted to devour everything. Golden Wings, the ultimate state of the Iron Mountain King, the fiend of the Dingle Peninsula, the 5-minute invincible state of the final boss of Part 2. Karin stood still, a dangerous look on his face. It was a terrifying moment that had caused countless players to fall into despair. Karin said softly, "Now, there's nothing left." Then Karin smiled. "However, in reality, there is still a hidden method here." Karin lightly pushed his sword hilt, and a dazzling light shone out. "Open the seal." Alicia appeared with her sword in hand. The wild boar fiend was also shocked. Physical and magical, sword techniques that pierce through all defense, 100% true damage. Alicia unleashed her ultimate move, Arden's first swordsmanship, the most effective attack against an opponent, legendary. The wild boar fiend's face turned pale. Fiend sword slash, territory slash. An extremely powerful move was unleashed by Alicia towards the wild boar fiend. Arden's one blade, that incredibly powerful move Alicia just unleashed, inflicted the most damage on legendary level opponents. Still, the blue smurf-like face of the undead demon appeared. Alicia followed up with a territory strike directly to its face. The impact of this attack was so immense that Alicia herself was thrown backward. Karin was astonished. "Wow." Karin praised her, saying, "One Alicia is worth more than 10 people on the team." Alicia blushed. "What are you saying? Is this enough? What if it moves again?" Karin was confident. "No, not now. Now is Madam's time to shine." An extremely powerful magic circle was deployed, binding the undead demon with thousands of chains. Karin exclaimed. She restored that enormous magic circle in just a moment. As expected of Professor Josephine, a woman wearing glasses appeared. Karin was now triumphant. Invincible golden body is powerful indeed, but after smashing through that defense, the monster won't be able to use its original ancient language anymore. Karin then called out, "Mariette." Mariette understood. "I'm ready." Mariette then unleashed an extremely powerful magic attack, a sky-engulfing red spell. Karin, while running away, yelled, "Professor Josephine, it's all thanks to you." Josephine, annoyed, muttered, "Damn it." Mariette declared, "I'll end this all," and unleashed the great blood art, Fire Lance. This nightmare has existed for 80 years, and this beast has slain countless heroes. The Dingle Peninsula undead demon had been vanquished. The light emitted when it disintegrated was impossible for any spear user to ignore. An immensely powerful energy was released after the undead demon's death. The origin: 8 ancient characters needed to reach heaven. A stone appeared, left behind by the gods. Power, no matter how great, could not destroy this ancient language, but its shell of ancient stone could. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed on and absorbed many ancient stones, which was the undead demon just now. The demon's face reappeared. No one had thought of defeating it and retrieving the ancient stones, because ancient stones would grant their owner almost immortality. Still, the demon's utterly detestable face reappeared, trying to intimidate others. But now, the undead demon's seal had been broken, and it had been defeated. The image of Alicia defeating it flashed again. The protective shell of the ancient stones inside it had also shattered. So where had the original ancient language gone, now without its shell? A stone with a few blue patterns appeared. Perhaps this was an ancient stone. The answer was simple. It would wander in search of the closest shell before settling down. An image of the ancient language seeking a shell appeared. It was crawling into another stone to hide. It had found its destination. 10 years ago, he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor for this very reason. None other than Fermac, who was holding the stone containing the ancient language. The Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy's students. This outcome was too lenient, though not what he had hoped for. The scene changed to show the students in chaos, evacuating others. Mariette asked, "Have all the experimental subjects been evacuated?" Dronzer shouted, "There are still monsters. Catch them. Block the entrance." Having been sealed in this dungeon for 80 years, the Iron Mountain King's strength weakening was natural. Now, he just needed to leave the academy and disappear through the secret passage out of the city. Fermac raised his hand to cover his face. Then Fermac's eyes widened as if seeing something unbelievable. But, the one who defeated the vampire Mariette Dunlf and the great demon of the Iron Mountain was sitting right here. Karin was sitting casually, resting his chin on his hand, looking at Fermac and said, "How's Senior Valtazar doing?" Junior Fermac, the 5th-ranked knight, Karin Locke, was obstructing him. Furmak exclaimed in surprise. Junior? Korin replied, because you are the disciple of a disciple who was expelled by my master, I am your senior, so greet your granduncle. Furmak mocked. Granduncle? In your dreams? Furmak was worried. It seemed he had finally realized his identity. Furmak had only one thought, after seeing me use spear techniques identical to his master's. Korin was still casually resting his chin on his hand, with a cool, aloof look toward Furmak. The only person he knew who had reached the level of Grand Master in the six-step spear technique was his master, who had died. Then the image flashed back to Karen fighting a woman with a spear. When he saw me using moves identical to his master's, he probably thought there was a high chance that I was another disciple of his master. Turns out, Karen had been monologuing this whole time. But, I am a disciple of a master he doesn't know about. In the very place he had infiltrated for his mission, I deduced his intentions. The image flashed back to Furmak infiltrating the academy, Furmak sitting with his arms crossed. He must have found my existence confusing and suspicious. So the safest choice was to ignore me. Then the image showed Furmak giving Karen a dubious look. I, who fought Lunia Arden during the midterm assessment, was sent to the outskirts of the city for a ranking assessment. That was just a pretense to remove me from his plan to destroy the Iron Mountain King and seize the original ancient language. Another flashback showed Karen submitting a report to Furmak. Afterwards, he had successfully carried out his plot and left the city. He simply thought that sending me away would make his plan a complete success. The image showed Furmak with a cunning expression handing a piece of paper to Karen. Karen smiled smugly, thinking, but he couldn't have imagined that I used Professor Josephine's seal to teleport back instantly. Karen said, Professor Diana's experiment and Mariette's riot must have been very helpful to you, as you were just waiting for that opportunity. Karen asserted to Furmak, you cannot take the origin ancient language anywhere. Upon hearing this, Furmak, in anger, released an overwhelming aura and shouted at Karen, how could a student like you know about this? Did Josephine tell you? No, that's impossible. Furmak, clenching his fist, ready to punch Karen said, all right, a lowly student whom I never paid attention to, wanting to stop my plan by standing in my way, huh? Fine then. Furmak unleashed an intense dark purple murderous aura, then you are my enemy. Karen began to worry. Furmak Adman, he is known as the top knight on the entire continent. Not only that, he is actually the mastermind behind breaking the seal of the Iron Mountain King, the final boss of Part 2, and he would later appear with the name Heavenly King, one of the four kings. Furmak stood in a stance like Bruce Lee. His strength was comparable to Lunia Arden at the highest level. If things go smoothly, he could have the potential to reach the Grand Master level, without difficulty. Then the image of Lunia Arden wielding her sword with powerful slashes that tore the earth appeared. Furmak's shadow appeared as a purple liquid. You dare to be arrogant with your meager talent? You think you can fight me? Then the liquid created a clone that looked identical to Furmak. Dark energy, shadow explosion, I'll finish this battle quickly. Karen thought and analyzed without fear in the face of his opponent. Furmak's special ability was instantaneous counterattacks, and the damage he dealt in the shadows was amplified. But I didn't choose this battlefield for no reason. A beam of light appeared, an ancient language, the solar ancient language. Furmak looked back in panic at his shadow clone. Furmak saw his clone disappearing and shouted, Suilo. Karen triumphantly declared, the natural enemy of dark magic is holy light. You know your weakness as well. An image of multiple shadows appeared to illustrate Karen's words. Dark mages needed darkness to unleash their full power, just as water mages needed damp places, and fire mages needed dry hot air. Furmak immediately fled. But now, the ground was covered with the solar ancient language. It was like, there's no escape for you, son. Furmak yelled, no. The series of ancient languages lighting up made Furmak very uncomfortable. How could this be? Karen laughed and said, I spent a lot of effort engraving the solar ancient language for 20 consecutive days. But in return, I have a lot of magic power and an advantage against you. Every ancient language has its advantages and inherent weaknesses. I prepared for this final battle before anyone else. Furmak cursed directly. You cowardly bastard. This was the most vicious counterattack against Furmak. With holy light and solar light spreading everywhere, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Karen was pleased. You have to praise my preparation, right? And continued to analyze. Shadow explosion is a technique that has consumed a lot of his magic power, but even if he uses any other technique, it will still be countered by me. Furmak's legs began to power up. You are persistent and cunning, but that's not enough. Furmak used a blur to rush quickly toward Karen, and quickly closed the distance. Karen cursed under his breath. Damn it, you're attacking so suddenly? Karen began to attack with his spear first, but Furmak easily dodged it. Then Furmak unleashed a left fist explosion at Karen. Karen used the 8 trigram footwork and dodged the attack. Furmak was surprised. You dodged that? Blur is a technique that continuously attacks the opponent's blind spots. I didn't think he could dodge that. Corrin glanced, then immediately used 4 steps and full rebound. And then fly to heaven, attacking relentlessly, making it hard for Fermac to dodge. Fermac said, a technique formed through experience. Corrin mocked Fermac, still pretending to be a professor? Fermac replied, I've been acting for 10 years. Occupational hazard. Corrin said in a firm tone, you can stop talking like that, be true to yourself. Fermac, annoyed, responded, you insolent brat. Corrin said with a confident tone, no matter what you do, you'll die here. Fermac said, unfortunately, I can't fight to the end. I'm sure the next time we meet, I will kill you. He had to leave the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid drawing attention to people who thought he was dead. Corrin unleashed powerful spear strikes, but Fermac still dodged them easily. If he really decided to flee, he would use space magic to teleport elsewhere. Fermac used his fingers to draw something in the air. A statement surprised Fermac. This is a duel. Fermac. Corrin pointed his spear at Fermac. You think I'll let you escape so easily? Fermac responded, I don't need to duel with someone like you. Corrin smiled slyly. You have to duel, Fermac dammon. It's the rule. Fermac said angrily, you bastard. The more dangerous the condition, the bigger the reward. In this world, there are many things that bind a person. For those who follow the darkness, the rules, he wouldn't be able to refuse a duel. Fermac, bound by the rules, had no choice but to accept the duel. Fermac appeared with a curse mark of the rules on his left chest. Fermac asked, so that's why you came here alone? Corrin replied, a duel must be one-on-one. Every duel is fair and sacred, a life and death battle between two people. So the limit of the rule is also one-on-one. Corrin and Fermac looked at each other intently, expecting a very intense battle to take place. As long as I come here alone, as long as the dual ancient language is activated. Fermac clenched his fist. He had to duel. There was no other choice. Fermac shouted loudly. Fermac Dammon, disciple of the Spear King. Corrin, full of fighting spirit, responded, First spear of the Queen Erin Danua, Corrin Locke. By law, we had to declare our names to each other. Both of them began to build up their power with an overwhelming aura. Then both of them charged at each other. Win or lose, the duel had only one outcome. Corrin swung his fist, which glowed yellow, while Fermac's glowed purple. According to sacred rules, Fermac clenched his fist, an oppressive power radiating from him. Each person had to declare their name before the battle began. Corrin also unleashed a terrifying power, his eyes burning with fire as he gazed at Fermac. Whether they won or lost, the two collided, their fight so fast that it was impossible to see. There was only one outcome for this battle. Fermac and Corrin faced each other, both unleashing their strongest techniques. A system backup echoed with reminders of the rules. First commandment, duty. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Linkage, a second commandment. Restraint. I cannot comprehend the spirits. Backup, 5% increase to damage dealt. Third commandment. Vow. I will save the world. Linkage, a. The system's voice announced the rules of this world. Backup, double all stats. Aura Med, 5.530 plus 5.530. Mana High, 4.170 plus 4.170. Strength, 67 plus 67. Agility, 66 plus 66. Stamina, 68 plus 68. Aura, 64 plus 64. Mana, 64 plus 64. The system announced Corrin's current physical stats. Persistent Warrior, 100x effectiveness, pain resistance. Omniscient Territory. Intermediate Tricore Magic, flow of 3,500. Start your quest to save the world by defeating Fermac Dammon. Good luck, Hero Corrin. A message from the system wished Corrin well. The loud explosions from Fermac and Corrin's fight seemed to erase everything around them. The battle between spear techniques and martial arts was actually a fight over maintaining distance. The ground shook and cracked from the immense power. Raido, a martial artist, would use ancient language to increase speed and close the distance with their opponent. Fermac dodged Corrin's blade. Serpent's Intent. Corrin continued his attack, flames surrounding his body. Serpent Flow. Fermac could only defend against the continuous attacks from Corrin, the blade striking at Fermac again and again. A spearman would try to lengthen the distance with the martial artist. Fermac launched himself up, escaping Corrin's attacks. The martial artist would focus, seizing any opportunity to find an opening in the spearman's defenses. As soon as the spearman showed a flaw, they would close in on him. Fermac immediately lunged toward Corrin, unleashing a technique. But this attack, Corrin's blade slammed into the ground, was anticipated by the spearman. Corrin spun his blade to evade to one side. In close quarters combat, jumping would expose many weaknesses. Corrin jumped high and spun his blade. The martial artist would wait for the moment he touched the ground, and then, endless heavenly law, Corrin unleashed a technique from above, directed at Fermac. Chaotic Spear. He's too fast. Firmak was surprised at the speed of the attack. He can attack 7 times while I'm in the air, Firmak thought. Firmak continuously blocked the overhead attacks of Karin. Then, Karin landed. Righto. In just a moment of carelessness, Firmak immediately closed in, attacking Karin from behind. Heavenly Law second form, Devil Spear return, Karin quickly defended, both of them striking at each other at the same time. Karin took a punch from Firmak. Firmak still continued to press Karin, forcing him backward. Even though his hand was bleeding from a cut, Firmak was also cut by Karin's blade. I must not stop attacking. I have to close the distance constantly. He's both attacking and enduring the pain? Karin was surprised at Firmak's actions. Firmak continuously attacked Karin, forcing Karin to defend with his blade without being able to counterattack. Heavenly Strike, Firmak unleashed a decisive blow. He's putting all his power into this finishing move. If I can block it, I will win this fight, Karin thought, making his decision. But in a very brief moment, Karin's eyes suddenly froze. His fist, it was opening. Karin was surprised by Firmak's action. The spear. He used a feint? Karin was caught off guard, unable to dodge or do anything. Righto, Firmak knocked Karin's spear away. What are you going to do now? Firmak asked, closing in on Karin. The spearman had lost his weapon. Firmak threw a punch at Karin, causing Karin to block with his hand. Firmak's punch sent Karin flying backward. Karin quickly regained his balance, his hand clawing at the ground to maintain it. It's okay, I can summon it back. Karin shouted at Firmak. Damn it, it's stuck so deep that I can't pull it out. The spear was stuck so deep in the tree that Karin could not summon it. Firmak suddenly appeared behind Karin. Left punch, straight punch. Firmak threw a straight punch. Karin just managed to dodge. Even without a weapon, I am still a martial artist. Clearly, a spearman could master martial arts techniques. Karin evaded, his hands also throwing punches at Firmak. You know that too, don't you? Karin continuously attacked Firmak. 8 trigrams, Rising Dragon Palm. The foundation of all martial arts. Karin's eyes were ablaze. They're all physical attacks, Karin said. 8 trigrams, 3 connect palm. Karin landed a powerful punch on Firmak. You have surprised me quite a bit, Firmak said. However, Karin had a surprised look on his face. Your martial arts are not as strong as your spear techniques, are they? Firmak mocked. He's not even slightly injured. Karin was shocked that his attack had no effect on Firmak. Left punch, side punch. Firmak's attack landed directly on Karin, leaving Karin defenseless. Karin's 8 trigrams are strong, but he's forgotten one thing, Firmak assessed. It's just a secondary weapon for him. But for Firmak, that's what he's devoted his whole life to training. Firmak continued punching Karin. Karin was beaten without being able to resist. Left punch, straight punch, left punch, flying punch. Firmak unleashed his attacks on Karin with unimaginable strength. Left punch, side punch, left punch, elbow strike. You are just defending and not attacking anymore? No matter, I will finish this quickly, Firmak said as he continued to strike at Karin. Firmak used all of his strength for the final blow. Suddenly, Karin pulled a spear out of nowhere to block the attack, leaving Firmak in disbelief. That spear, how is it possible? I threw it away. Firmak widened his eyes, shocked, looking at Karin. I must admit, you are a strong opponent, Karin replied, smirking. That brat, Firmak thought, looking at Karin. Deliberately taking blows to lead me into following him and retrieve the spear? Firmak didn't expect Karin would think like that. Karin retaliated against Firmak using his own technique. Karin seemed to regain his strength. Serpent's Intent, Serpent Flow. Karin attacked Firmak repeatedly, making it impossible for Firmak to dodge. Karin jumped into the air with his spear. Firmak retreated to defend from a distance. Impressive. The way you handled losing your weapon, and how you realized that martial arts would not work. Those ways were excellent and accurate, Firmak praised Karin as he removed his coat. So I'm at a disadvantage again, Firmak said. Can you stop it? After I have beaten you this much, you still try to act like a professor? Karin said disdainfully. Act like it? It seems. Firmak took off his glasses and said, I truly have to. Get serious now. Firmak's eyes sharpened. His murderous aura was so much more powerful than before. Strange symbols appeared on Firmak's elbows. Tiwas, Othala, Ingwas. The ground trembled, and the debris was lifted into the air. In a world where the sun does not exist, where part of the sky is also forgotten. Summoning technique, heavenly, citadel of darkness. A castle was summoned around Firmak. Third commandment, vow. I will serve the darkness. A system screen appeared with the words, surprising. You know how to use solar ancient language to counter darkness? Firmak said, a little surprised. But with those petty tricks, you won't be able to resist the eternal darkness. Dark monsters surrounded the castle. This is the forbidden ground of the great dark warriors of the dark heavens. Accept it. Furmak advanced forward, followed by an army of darkness. Be torn to shreds by the dark monsters, or be killed by my fist. Furmak gave Karen a choice. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one battle? Karen laughed scornfully. You bastard! Karen yelled at Furmak. I knew you would resort to tricks, Karen answered with a sly smile. In Karen's hand was a golden ginseng. That is, Furmak said in shock. Kai? The ginseng let out a piercing scream toward Furmak. Golden ginseng. The sound was 7 times louder than an ordinary ginseng and could not be blocked by any magic. Furmak was blown away by the ginseng's scream. Even the dark monsters could not withstand the scream of this unique ginseng. So you thought you could withstand my little trick? Karen tauntingly asked Furmak, whose ears were bleeding. As I said, Karen's ears were also bleeding. Furmak Damon, you will be defeated here. Karen looked at Furmak indifferently, his tone full of a victor's mockery. A yellow monster, its mouth wide open, was emitting strange sounds. Furmak was now facing this very beast. Another group of multicolored purple monsters were in a battle stance. Furmak collapsed, the taunting words ringing in his ears. You think those petty tricks will help you survive? Don't make me laugh. I told you already. Karen, clutching the yellow monster in his hand, declared, Furmak Damon, this is your grave. Furmak, his hands around his neck, seemed to surrender. Karen continued to provoke him. Now, how will you manage? That beast is dead, and the ginseng will continue to scream. All your shadows will disappear. Karen glanced at Furmak, arrogance in his eyes. Let me tell you something. My regenerative ability is strong. Dragging this battle out will only help me adapt and make it more advantageous. How long can you last, you coward? Furmak, infuriated by these taunts, gritted his teeth, looking at Karen with resentment. Shadow Clone X12, Furmak said, getting back up, his fist clenched, ready to fight. From the moment you stepped into this dark citadel, you had no chance of beating me. A fierce battle erupted. Numerous pink monsters charged at Karen. Naturally, Karen was no pushover. He fearlessly met his opponent's attacks, even counterattacking smoothly. A monster 3 to 4 times Karen's size attacked from behind. Thud. Devil Spear return. Rido. Furmak continued to unleash his final attacks to defeat his opponent. Spiral Jet, a combined technique. Furmak's power was truly terrifying, the combined strength giving Karen a painful blow. He was sent flying far away. Rido. Furmak continued rushing towards him, with no intention of stopping. Karen clutched his chest in pain. I can't take this anymore. Are you even listening to me? In the chaotic battle, everyone was becoming exhausted. Furmak threw a punch, saying, My dark explosion. Karen's outer garment was gone, his muscular six-pack abs now visible, holding his spear in anger. I told you that this was a once-in-a-millennium battle between us. Along with those abs, his body was covered in solar runes. Furmak, frightened, thought, this means dark poison is completely useless. But isn't he committing suicide? Is he willing to burn his body like that? How foolish. Serpent's intent, rising serpent flow. Cuke, Karen said. Stop with the petty tricks and fight to the end with pure skill. Karen was genuinely angry with Furmak's dirty tactics. Stop holding back and attack me with your full strength. Furmak paused to think. Instinctively, he could sense that the warrior facing him was his archenemy. He transformed into a grotesque and terrifying being. Okay, I'll bet my life on this battle. I'll bet everything I have. 6-step Asura, a self-destructive skill, burning the user's magic core to exchange for power and speed, a skill only the great heavenly kings possessed. At this moment, Karen seemed satisfied with the battle. He also began to transform, his face that of a proud warrior. Good, let's fight. You should have done that from the beginning. 6-step spear technique, breaking battle spear, Sura. Karen's body seemed to be on fire, his true power finally unleashed. Karen could also use that skill. Both warriors poured their full strength into this attack. Furmak, in his purple body crackling with electricity, and Karen, in his burning body, clashed fiercely. Ruthless, they were becoming increasingly frightening, and both were consumed by their need to win. Furmak transformed into a bizarre form that no longer resembled the elegant professor he once was, and naturally, Karen was no longer the handsome and muscular young man. It was a very evenly matched battle between two exceptional warriors. Their spears were stained with blood. The warriors were reaching their limit. The battle was nearing its end. Karen was covered in scratches after the battle. Furmak was even more battered, his face covered in cuts. Excellent, Karen said, as he impaled Furmak with his spear. Furmak collapsing on his knees from the painful blow. Karen said, I won. In Karen's mind a sound reverberated. It turned out to all be an illusion. If I just close my eyes, I can still hear those screams, Karen said to himself. Someone is calling out for Karen to save them. Help, I don't want to die. Please let me live? Karen, save me. From our encounter with Fermac after he was defeated in Phase 2, we were imprisoned in a reality no different from a nightmare. A magnificent, beautiful castle, but it was just hell disguised as paradise. Innocent people were dying, and I also lost many comrades in that battle. Corin remembered what had happened, feeling extremely sad. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Fermac Daemon, the Devil King who had tried to bring that hell to this world, a confidant of Tate's Valtazar. This time, Corin stood before Fermac's fallen body. He said, "It won't be like before." He then searched Fermac's pockets for something, but didn't find it. "As I thought, he doesn't have it," he said. Corin was looking for the Leah Foil Stone, something that could increase power. One of the 4 secret treasures protected by the monks, the Destiny Stone of Phileas, Leah Foil. If he had really possessed the Leah Foil after returning the ancient language, then my chances of winning would have been significantly reduced, he thought. He then found a shining stone. "Here it is, the ancient language. At least I've retrieved the ancient language that I need. This is a precious item." Corin knew its importance. He was worried. Tates Valtazar is pursuing the 8 ancient stones, hoping to summon the Citadel of Darkness to this world. This, I cannot let fall into his hands. Corin debated with himself, why is that so important, that he would massacre the people out there? They are angry and dissatisfied with the world. I understand that, but using that as a reason is completely wrong. Corin felt like he was floating, his whole body stretched out, arms spread wide as he took a breath. Phew, what crazy things have I done? After the battle, his body was full of cuts, his ears were damaged. Corin said to himself, the eardrum in my left ear is punctured because I had to run around with that ginseng. The right side isn't much better. I relied on my recovery ability, but the ancient language of the sun has burned parts of my body. The pain is bearable, but the wounds from Fermac are the real problem. He tore my liver and broke my collarbone. It was as if looking at an X-ray. Corin's bones were all messed up, his internal organs too. Corin remembered, when he punched my sternum, he also broke several bones and messed up my insides. Then, Corin lifted his left arm. It was difficult for him to do so. It's so hard for me to lift my left limbs, but they were also injured by 6-step Asura. Corin lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily. Phew. Huff, I thought I was used to enduring pain. His eyes were narrowing to the sky, but he still tried to reassure himself, I have to stay awake. An important announcement appeared for him. You have defeated Fermac Daemon. The commandment reward is being sent. But he was becoming weaker. His eyes were about to close. What he needed was something else. He muttered, that doesn't matter. The ancient language, ginseng, gold. The commandments were sent. First commandment, do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. A leaderboard appeared. Unspecified good person. Difficulty A, reward, 60 points divided evenly. You have defeated a great demon. You will receive a secondary reward, a scroll tied with a red string, the map of the 4 secret treasures, the son of Phindias. Someone was approaching. She carried Corin on her back, helping him to stand. Corin called out, Alicia? Alicia asked, you're awake? What about the cleanup? On their way, Corin and Alicia talked. Alicia said, Professor Diine is handling it, but she seems sad. Dron left. Yule and the others have found you. Corin was angry. Dron, that bastard. He probably doesn't even know how to spell loyalty. Alicia said, he said not to expect much since your relationship was purely a business partnership, and he reminded you to pay him back before next week. Alisa, what about? Corin asked. Alicia anticipated what Corin wanted to ask and immediately answered, the ancient language and the golden ginseng? We have stored them away. Even though he was lying on Alicia's back, Corin couldn't be kind. It's strange. How do you know what I want to ask? You aren't that smart. Alicia, seeing that Corin was teasing her, warned, hey, remember I'm carrying you. Don't make me drop you. Corin was scared. He begged, hey, don't do that, I'll die. They stopped at a bench by the road. Corin lay down on the bench, resting his head on Alicia's lap, his hand over his forehead, looking exhausted. He said, thank you. You saved me. Alicia also said enthusiastically, of course. Alicia looked at Corin, and said, about the field of separation. Corin said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Iron Mountain King. Alicia was modest, I didn't help that much, but Corin, being a grateful person, was still grateful to Alicia. That doesn't change the fact that you were a part of an important victory. Alicia remembered the time in class when Fermac stood in front of a group of students. Alicia said, now that I think about it, during our group missions, and even when making ginseng water, you were always drawing ancient languages. You've been preparing for this battle for a long time, haven't you? Corin answered tiredly, yeah, that's right. Why did you have to fight him alone? Alicia said, it doesn't matter if we fight together. Alicia laughed cheerfully, ha ha, it would be better if fewer people died. Why are people so indifferent? Corin said, well, I guess that's okay. Under the bright afternoon sun, the two young people were sitting on a bench together. Alicia praised, you did great, Corin. In a building, people were talking animatedly. Corin is severely injured, right? He was taken to the hospital. Yeah, he has broken ribs. His plan was too dangerous, that's why he didn't ask us to help. Corin's friends were going to the hospital where Corin was staying. Poor him. Let's go visit him. Yeah, if we don't visit him, who will? Two people entered the hospital room, happy to see Karen. They asked, Corin, are you feeling better? We were worried you would be lonely, so we brought a bunch of snacks. Mariette was also there, asking, Corin, want some more peaches? I'll peel them for you. Warren brought a large fish, saying, here, a super big halibut. Alicia asked, Corin, want some cake too? A friend said, hey, why did you guys bring snacks here? I'm stuffed. The other two, annoyed, joked, you bastard, you're next. On the table was an abundance of food, from fruits to desserts. Corin, eat this apple. Corin, have some candy too. Mariette and countless others were gathered around Karen's hospital bed. How is it? Is it good? I heard that eating sweets helps you recover faster. It's delicious. One person's happiness, many people's pain. Specifically Jaeger and Lark, cried internally. Damn it, that bastard. I'm so jealous of him. Why do I have to be here? Watching this scene. Taking the opportunity of her friend being bedridden, Alicia cheerfully said to Mariette, it's not often we gather like this, let's play a game for entertainment. Oh, that sounds good. Should we invite Karen's friends to play too? Us too? The more Jaeger and his friend Lark heard, the more it stung their hearts. What a great bastard. You're the best, Corin. I'm so glad I came here. Suddenly, a noise came from the door, drawing everyone's attention. Huh? Who else is coming? Jaeger, as a representative, went to open the door, looking confused. Who is it, huh? Hearing that Jaeger seemed excited, everyone turned their heads to see. What wind brought you here? They came as I expected. Anyway, I need to go see them. Eru, with her captivating eyes, and another person came to visit Karen. Student Karen, how is the student's health? Madame Eru Kassar, the current principal of Merkaba Academy. Seeing this, Corin shed his bedridden persona and sat up to respond. Hello, Madam Principal. Okay, now's the time to show my value. Madam Principal. In the room, only the conversation between Eru and Karen could be heard. Please forgive me, but I must ask your friends to leave the room for security reasons, you understand, right? Eru maintained her serious demeanor, saying, first, we have many things we want to ask you. This is more serious than the Mariette incident. They're still suspicious of me. Corin thought to himself. Looks like I need to change the direction of the conversation, he said with an amiable and friendly look. Professor Fermac was a spy. About that, Professor Josephine, standing beside her, started to speak. Principal, my point is but Eru, not allowing anyone to steal her spotlight, quickly said, don't. I and you both know, Professor Josephine. Corin, seeing the calmness of these two elders, thought, they're not as surprised as I expected. They probably found something out from the commandments on Professor Fermac's body, but there are still things they don't know. A name came from Eru's mouth that was like lightning striking Karen's eardrums. Tates Valtazar, Fermac Damon is his disciple. Suddenly, Professor Josephine lost her composure and interrupted, that's impossible. 80 years ago he was but Corin began to speak. 6-step spear technique, infinity, and the commandments. You know about those, right? Because those are the things you taught him. To put it bluntly, I have the same identity. Hearing Karen go on and on like that, Professor Josephine, enraged, pulled out her weapon. You too? You are also a disciple of Valtazar? Thinking that Corin would be scared and fall back onto the bed, he calmly stepped down and said, you don't have to be so wary of me. I'm not the type to kill people randomly. I wouldn't naturally say things to put myself at a disadvantage. And besides, this isn't your real bodies, is it? Corin continued calmly. Your real bodies are in the main building and can't appear here, am I right? Eru's shock was clearly visible on her face. You? How did you know? Corin explained that Valtazar's disciples were still alive and spread all over the continent, and now he has become very powerful, much stronger than before, and he's no longer alone. Corin revealed information that made Eru think deeply. Everything is due to your decision 80 years ago. Corin got up and walked towards them. And for you, your power was scattered all over the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts of it. And there's something you definitely don't know. In Corin's hand was a glowing orb he showed to Eru. Even the Stone of Truth, Leah Foil, one of the 4 treasures of Manhwa, is in his hands. Once he collects them all and recovers his power, he will no longer be considered a usurper. The orb was held up in front of her with Karen's words, causing Eru to freeze. You know what will happen next, Aaron Danua. Seeing that the situation was a bit strange, Karen thought, everything is becoming clearer. That's why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, wasn't made principal, and why the rising star, Eru Kasar, immediately took that position. Because, 80 years ago, the principal of the academy was Lord Viren, 50 years ago, it was Lord Weeg, and the current principal is Lord Kasar. The truth is, their bodies were made and enhanced by the ancient stones. Noticing that Karen was so mysterious she had to be wary of him, Eru asked carefully, "What do you want to do?" Karen lowered his head and said quietly, "We both have the same goal." Suddenly, Karen took off his shirt, revealing his six-pack, or 7, 8, 9, causing Eru to stammer, "Those are commandments." Karen said with a confident voice, "I'm honored to become your vanguard spear." "What?" Karen suddenly knelt down, causing Eru and Professor Josephine to exclaim, "Oh my God. To protect this world, you can treat me as a servant." Suddenly, a memory flashed. "I'm grown now, kid. As an adult, I'll protect children like you." Karen thought, Eru Kasar? No. Aaron Danua, I still haven't forgotten your actions. Karen said to himself, "Now's the time to repay you." His actions shocked Eru, but she couldn't open her eyes. The scene shifted to a room without sunlight. Everything was dark. A gentle voice spoke. "Aaron?" A figure with a perfectly toned body said, leaving Professor Josephine speechless, "I don't think so." That woman, Aaron, with a mournful face, said, "So, Tates is still alive, and Karen, is that child trustworthy?" Professor Josephine could only comfort her friend who looked like she was lovesick. "Aaron." Before Josephine could finish her sentence, Aaron responded, "I know, I shouldn't easily trust anyone." Aaron sat on a cold chair and ordered, "Send someone to follow him. We still can't completely trust him." "I understand." Alone in the vast room, Aaron looked down and thought, "I can't easily do things because I carry too much responsibility, because everything he said might be fake. There's this one thing that I still don't understand." Aaron remembered Karen's determined face and was even more puzzled. Why does he look at me with such sadness in his eyes? Aaron was helpless, not knowing what to do. "Karen, that child, what is going on?" At the Markaba Academy School Anniversary celebration, there would be a reassignment of ranks based on the performance of each person. That was also significant. The rank you received when entering the academy was just temporary. This was the official rank given by the Academy's Guardian Association. Everyone had worked hard. The students' achievements brought a lot of fame to the school. Because of the reassignment of ranks, many students were training very hard to get the best possible official ranking. Many students were at a level equivalent to the Academy's guardians. Everyone sat together, chatting about potato-related topics. "Why did you bring so many potatoes today?" "Today is the anniversary. Have some potatoes?" "Ah, okay, thank you. It's best to give them to everyone. They'll spoil if they're kept in storage." Suddenly, Karen, with eyes sharper than knives, said, "In storage? There's a whole warehouse to store potatoes, huh? Sounds interesting. We will now announce the students who have changed ranks." Hearing that, Karen reached out to hold Mariette's hand. "Let's go up to the stage," he said. "Okay." Second-year student, top of the magic class, Mariette. Mariette stood on the stage, her face blushing. Gulp. Student Mariette, despite difficult circumstances, she has been very ambitious. She has proven herself by helping to handle the accident on the training ground. Mariette's cute image seemed to have been upgraded, full of allure, with sparkling, headlight-like eyes. Honestly, she hasn't really contributed anything this semester, because she wasn't allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. However, she still assisted Professor Diana's research, and the abundant magical power she gained after becoming a vampire has helped the academy a lot. With that ability, her rank increase is inevitable. Most of all, her efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King have minimized casualties for the academy. Eru smiled. "Mariette, with the recommendation of the principal, Lord Kasar, and the Northern Branch President of the Guardian Association, Lord Dina Grandia, you will be promoted to semi-special rank." Everyone in the audience seemed to agree with the decision. "Wow, that's amazing. Isn't she the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever? She will surely be recorded in history." The students whose names I will read are all like Mariette here, who have made great contributions during the recent incident. Hearing that, all the students there began to whisper. "Like Mariette? There were other people who helped with that? I don't remember knowing about it." Although the incident was widely known, the details were not. What happened that day was always kept secret. No one knew about the existence of the Snow Mountain King or the traitorous Professor Fermac Damon. The next names were announced: Magic Class, Cranel Ludin, Yule, Night Class, Alicia, Drawn, and, finally, Karen. Eru, with a smile as bright as a flower, said, "Students Yule, Cranel, Alicia, and Drawn, for your achievements, you will be promoted to semi-first rank." But when it came to Karen, Ryu's eyes became cold as ice. And you, student Karin, even though you are currently a 5th rank guardian, with your outstanding performance, Principal Ryu Kassar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Haman Welsh, with the recommendation of these 3, you will be promoted to 1st rank guardian. The whole auditorium gasped in shock. What? 1st rank? A person who is 5th rank, promoted to 1st rank in just 1 semester? That's too bizarre. Karin, 5th rank guardian. 1st rank guardian, receiving an unofficial ranking after discussions with the association. His ability was no longer a question. But the reason he was promoted directly to 1st rank was also due to his efforts in the battle against Professor Fermac. The most important thing was the privilege of each 1st rank guardian, the right to join the guardian team immediately. It's finally starting. If this were a game, it would have taken 3 years, even with early graduation, but I achieved it in less than 2 years. It will be a significant change in the future. I will gather all the elites here. I have a bad feeling about this. Power and rights form authority. That would allow him to do anything. The sky was incredibly blue. It was a beautiful day. It's finally summer vacation. What are you guys planning to do? Dron said practically, make money. Jaeger, excited, said, go back home. Lark, a classic romance novel student, said, I'll be doing an internship at the Magic Tower. Yule hesitated and said, I plan to visit experienced druids. I have appointments with some druids in the western region. Cranel Luden also chimed in, I'll go to the west as well. They said there's an abandoned castle. I will go there to find a power core for my golem. Alicia, her face gloomy, was about to cry. I'll probably have to go back to my family. My grandfather is urging me to return. Seeing that his friend was in pain, Karen said consolingly, have a safe trip. Suddenly, someone asked Karen, what are you going to do, Karen? Are you going home? No, in the past, when he returned to the house in his memory, the house was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without him. Oh, I traveled to Vane because of an error in the messaging system, causing the notification message to arrive 3 days late. Alicia said shyly, so that's why. Do you, Karen, wondered? Huh? Alicia finally mustered all her courage to ask, would you like to come with me? Karen was confused by what the drama queens were plotting. Go with you to your house? I'm a little scared going alone. Ah, scared? Shouldn't she be fearless with her personality? In the game, there aren't any accidents, so she would be safe without me. Karen refused, unfortunately, but maybe next time. I've decided to go explore in the east. Okay, then next time. There's a place I absolutely have to go, a voice called out his name, Corin. Mariette waved happily to Karen. I have to go now. I still have some time before the next semester. If not for this summer vacation, I wouldn't be able to go there easily. The train was moving at an extremely high speed, moving from place to place at dizzying speeds. Suddenly, in a train car, Karen punched someone, sending them flying onto the train's roof, creating a hole where he poked his head out to cool off, while the other passengers were oblivious to what was happening. I have to sit here for 9 more hours before getting to the north of the continent. A man in black, with a hideous scar on his face, was looking around. The man next to him was also very vigilant, holding a weapon at the ready. A leader stood up, revealing himself. Everyone, raise your hands. Hand over everything you have. The robbers threatened the other passengers, causing them all to fearfully obey their orders. You better obey us if you don't want to face a semi-first rank, the leader said, a sneer on his face. Suddenly, 2 people who seemed tired of living slowly came forward, saying, oh, this doesn't look like our room. We keep getting lost. The leader, enraged, said, where did this bastard come from? Can't you read the signs? If you want to live, raise your hands. Karin's voice deepened. Ah, raise what? Before the robber could say anything, a punch silenced him. The scene from the beginning of the story reappeared. Everything has its reason. The remaining henchmen were shocked. What? Karin, after a brief greeting, asked back, like this, huh? Karin, 1st rank knight, Southern Chapter, begin. The Secret Library. The Library of Merkaba Academy. Karin held a book with a bright red cover, the Book of Demonic Paths, the tenacious resilience of a warrior. I see a warrior on the brink of death, lying on a battlefield soaked in blood. He was holding his wounded body tightly to a rock, but he was still standing firm. I asked him, oh, warrior, should I cut your throat? He replied, if there were some water to satisfy my thirst, I would be grateful. Respecting this tough warrior, I took water from a nearby lake and gave it to him to quench his thirst. Then, something incredibly surprising happened. His wounds completely healed. Why is this so dramatic? Karin thought. What? He was near death and then recovered? His stance was as majestic as General Yi Sun Shin. After reading, Karin, looking skeptical, closed the book. Ha! Quite something. Lark appeared and said to Karen, my southern fortress is still standing, isn't it? Karin was a little startled, but still replied to Lark, Huh? Ah, yes, that's right. Lark continued. If you ever go there, please stop by my office. It should still be there. Lark said it so matter-of-factly, but Karen didn't understand. Huh? What's still there? In my past life, I didn't find anything, Karen thought. Lark changed his eye interface into two dangerous-looking light bulbs and responded, you must find that yourself, oh ancient language mage, I hope that you obtain the capability and courage of that warrior. Lark continued, providing a visual, if you have his courage, there's nothing in this world you can't do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but a person who vowed to save this world. Lark calmly said it while Karen was staring with the bewildered look of a deer caught in headlights. Humans always have the option of running away to escape any imminent danger. Suddenly, the figure of a knight appeared, causing Lark to collapse and say, but you didn't choose to run away. I respect you, young man. Finally, thank you for telling me about my wife and child, the figure said before disappearing, leaving Karen confused and Lark asleep. The entrance to the south, the mid-level. Back in the present, Karen and Mariette had arrived at their stop. Karen thought, that's why, according to the Duke, I decided to go south, and that's why I decided to go with Mariette, a southerner. The train conductor happily said, wow, thank you all so much. The train conductor, after Karen and Mariette dealt with the robbers, thanked them profusely. If it wasn't for you two, I would have been in big trouble. It was nothing. Haha. Not just saying empty words, the train conductor said, at least, you two must accept this. Karen, not pretending to be shy, declined with some dramatic gestures. Oh my, you really don't have to, but how can I refuse this kindness? The duty not to ignore the misfortune of others. Reward distribution, 2 skill points have been awarded. Karen, with money in hand, became a different person, laughing like he was having a special episode. Ha ha ha, just as expected. People need to live well. With money in hand, they happily strolled around. I'm so hungry, let's eat something first. I know a few places. I'm very familiar with this area. I come here often. Haha. Feel free to say what you want. I'll buy it all, Mariette said. The train conductor could only smile and say, what kind students. They're so happy after doing a good deed. This was the entrance to the southern region. All the carriages that stop here travel towards the big city in the south, Lef. And from there, you'll have to travel by carriage for at least 8 hours. Karen whined endlessly in the street, while Mariette was very excited. Ah, we're here. There's a transfer station that I often use, Corin asked curiously. Transfer station? Wyvern parking lot. Wyvern riders. Oh, Wyvern parking lot. I used this mode of transport a few times in my previous life. It's faster and more comfortable than carriages, but many people don't like this mode of transport. Isn't it at least 30 silver to rent one? Corin asked. Ha, no, my clan gave me a slightly different one. Corin was surprised when he heard their conversation. Huh? A different one? A large bird, cooler than a human, named Riesfelger, passenger. This is Lef's city bird, prepare to land to welcome important guests. The legend of Arhan, the fastest and most maneuverable mode of transportation. Its price is equivalent to 12 wyverns. You must sit still when riding it. Got it? The staff on the side were busy. This is Duff. We'll start clearing the parking lot. Bin, please confirm the images from 200 feet above. Roger, estimated time of arrival in 10 minutes, will be gradually decreasing altitude. Check. The two of them watched and chatted idly. What will the Academy be doing this month? It's the Academy's holiday, so they've all gone home. So, the princess is returning. A man turned around and said with a smile, so that means Lady Mariette is also coming here. Everyone, prepare to give her a very intense welcome. The giant, majestic eagle landed on the roof of a mansion. The door was opened in a cloud of smoke that wanted to give everyone who inhaled a lung infection from the demon bird. All the servants and staff bowed 90 degrees to welcome the honored guests. Lady Mariette, congratulations on your holiday. Congratulations on your promotion to semi-special rank. Corin thought, I don't know why I didn't notice. Our destination is Lef, and to the east is Duna. Corin was surprised by the grand welcome before him. Mariette, you said your family were farmers, right? How big is your farm? Mariette just flexed a little. I'm not sure, but maybe around 2 million? Corin was even more shocked. 2 million pyong? That's crazy. 1 pyong is about 3.3 square meters. Well, the units are a bit different, huh? What? Mariette turned her head calmly and said with a smile, not pyong, hectares. Truly the mindset of a rich person. Mariette continued while Karen was frozen for a few seconds. But why? Is there anything special? Corin stuttered. Hectares. 2 million hectares. That's about 6.5 billion pyong. Yeah. Mariette Dunalef. This family was very famous in the south. Dunalef Hair Salon. Dunalef Grocery Store. Dunalef Office. Dunalef Agricultural Center. Dunlev Professional Wrestling League, and so on and so forth. Many signs that he saw along the road showed that. Karan peeked out the window to see the opulence, eyes wide, afraid of missing any of the beautiful girl's wealth. Not kidding around? And a professional wrestling league? What's that? Dunlev. The Grand Mansion. Karan said, Mariette, why didn't you say that you're rich? Mariette just replied, well, my parents are rich, not me. That's what rich people usually say. The Dunlev family's butler, Paul, came to greet them and continued, ha ha, either way, you'll inherit this property because you are the eldest child of the Dunlev family. Karan looked at the butler, confused. Where did he come from? Who is this? Mariette, excited, ignored Karan's confusion. Oh Paul? Oh my God. You startled the guests. Paul immediately offered, give me your luggage, I'll carry it. And, oh, who is with you? Only then did Mariette remember to introduce her companion. Ah, this is Karan, he's my junior. Oh, she came back with a junior? Seeing Karan, Paul immediately approached and started talking non-stop. For many generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them. Of course, we will provide a house for the Dunlev family's business from the son-in-law's place. Karan was trembling, sweating buckets. What? Paul continued. Our Lady Mariette is known as the Flower of the South because of her intelligence and beauty since she was a child. The number of marriage proposals she received could fill a potato warehouse, and maybe even more. Karan reluctantly replied, ah, I understand. But internally, he was thinking, he's talking so fast, I don't understand anything. Paul turned to talk to Mariette. Anyway, Lady Mariette, as I said before, that made you interested. Ah, the Duke's castle. I heard someone bought it recently. Karan asked 1,000 questions in his mind. Who? Butler Paul replied, if it's the Duke's castle, then Count Cassius has bought it. Karan thought, ah well, the Duke's castle was also owned by someone else in my past life. If I remember correctly, it was a merchant from the southern archipelago. But he was a rotten man. A man with an unpleasant face spoke harshly. A guardian? If you can't catch the sea monster, don't even dream of coming here. In order to get permission, Park Sihu and I spent day and night fighting the sea monster, and after many difficulties, we finally got into the Duke's castle. Karan then said, ah, do I have to go through that again? Mariette replied, I already informed Count Cassius, so let's go. Huh? What? Mariette smiled brightly and pointed at the butler. Paul, you seem to want to go to the Duke's castle, so I already told him about it, and he agreed right away and said you can come whenever you want. Ah, Lady Mariette, you're always welcome. He said he will host a party on Friday, so let's go together. Karan was so surprised that he froze on the spot. Karan's face turned dark, he was sweating a lot and crying internally. This mission can be this easy? Even though in my previous life, I had to work like a dog to get in once. Is Mariette a goddess? Karan, would you like to go shopping tomorrow? We need to prepare outfits for the party, and it's quite boring here anyway. Yes, of course. Mariette Street. Is this what real shopping is like? Karan saw the prices of each item and couldn't close his mouth. A suit, 3 gold, necklace and shoes, 6 gold, casual wear, 4 gold, and there's also a watch, etc. Method of payment, a blank check. Karan could only think, all of this is branded. This amount of money is enough to make someone a rich real estate owner in Seoul. She wouldn't make me sign a slave contract, right? In contrast to Karan's panicked state, Mariette seemed more excited. Ah, we're here, Karan. Karan followed behind, crying internally. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, don't buy me anything else. At a nearby shop, the shopkeeper welcomed Mariette enthusiastically. Oh my, it's Lady Mariette. You finally came. You came here to pick up your order, right? Yes. Mariette handed a large box to Karan. Karan, here you go. Karan asked, what's this? Mariette immediately said, this is the same kind of mineral that is used a lot in Odachi. Karan held in his hand the imperishable stone and whispered, an item I couldn't touch before. I thought that even the academy didn't have it. Unlike the silver refined stone, which can't withstand too much magic and would break, the imperishable stone would not break. Karan stared at the imperishable stone and asked, how did you get this? This isn't something you can easily find. This stone makes me happier than all the gifts I received today, because this is the special stone that was used for Emperor Garandarden's hidden sword. Mariette then replied in a dangerous tone, if you attach this to your spear, it will greatly increase its power, and even your territory will increase. You will be able to easily overcome all challenges, right? Karan quickly replied, yes, of course. Mariette, blushing, said to Karan, this is a special gift that I'm giving to you. Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. Karan was incredibly grateful. Thank you. The sky had turned to night. At Mariette's mansion, this way, Karan, in his new outfit, slowly entered the lavish dining room. Hello, he said. Mariette happily called his name. Karen, in his mind, was thinking, when visiting a friend's house. Mariette waved, motioning for Karen to come closer. This way, here. A middle-aged yet youthful-looking woman, who seemed to be Mariette's mother, said kindly, "Oh my, what a handsome young man. Please, sit down." Karen thought, then eating with their family is obligatory. Karen, like a shy young man, bowed politely. Yes, then. But he was wondering, that warm smiling person is her mother, and beside her, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wait, let me ask you one question before we eat. Based on your answer, you will or will not be seated." A man with a not-so-hospitable face, named Mariette, inquired, Are you a virgin?" Karen realized, that was Mariette's father. Hearing Mariette's shocking, bizarre question, Karen was stunned. What? Mariette's mother immediately hit her husband several times. "Oh my, honey, why would you ask a question like that?" Mariette was also surprised. "Dad?" Mariette's mother tried to smooth things over. "Karen, ignore him and just sit down." But Mr. Mariette wouldn't back down. "No. If he's going to become the son-in-law of the Dunlef family, he must be a virgin." "Ah, Dad," Karen, seeing the messy situation, internally cried. It seems like dinner won't go smoothly. Hearing Mr. Mariette's words, Karen felt a bit awkward. "Son-in-law?" Mariette, with a face full of murderous intent, lightly warned Karen, "My daughter is difficult, you know. Marie said she'll only marry someone she likes, and I will never allow it otherwise." Suddenly, her beloved daughter grabbed her head and forcibly silenced her, causing Mariette to struggle. Wait, Marie, that hurts. How are you so strong? You're just like your mother when— Don't say another word, father. Mariette dragged her babbling father away. "Why are you doing this?" "I just want to protect you," she yelled. "Just stop talking, father." Mariette's mother could only say embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Karen." Karen, though confused, awkwardly responded, "No, it's no problem at all. Haha, you're a really fun family." Mariette's mother then started a conversation with Karen. "I've heard about you from Mariette's letters. I really wanted to meet you and say hello." Karen trailed off with several periods, "Your Grace." She bowed her head sincerely. "Thank you so much for helping Mariette." Karen, embarrassed, refused. No, I was just doing what I could. I went a little overboard." Then, his next words astonished Mariette's mother. "Besides, Mariette deserves to be happy." She looked up, covering a hidden smile. "Really? When I received Mariette's letters, I thought she was seeing things through rose-colored glasses. Turns out." Mariette's mother was interrupted mid-sentence. "That's right," said Mariette's father, cutting in. "I am grateful, but you are only allowed to hold hands, got it?" Mariette's mother was exasperated. "Oh my goodness, dear." Mariette tried her best to continue. "Moreover, you must remain chaste." But unfortunately, Mariette cut her off. "Father, please stop." Mariette's mother tried to help. "Welcome, Karen. Oh ho ho. Unlike my husband, I'm very open-minded," she said. "Mother, what are you saying?" Karen could only sigh helplessly. What an interesting family. Ha. The next day, at the Duke's castle, "Welcome, Count Cassius," a voice announced. Count Cassius scurried out to greet them. Lady Mariette, welcome." Count Cassius cheerfully welcomed her. "You've come as promised. We, the Bellandria family, are very welcoming of you." Seeing the hospitable expression on Count Cassius' face, Karen couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, is this really the same guy? Is this the same guy who in my past life said if I didn't catch a sea serpent, he wouldn't open the gates? An announcement echoed throughout the residence. Lady Mariette and Lord Karen are entering. The welcoming ceremony for Mariette and Karen was incredibly warm, with paper hearts flying everywhere. It must have been exhausting to clean up. Karen, with confident strides as if on a catwalk, thought, "To be honest, I'm quite proud." He glanced at Mariette and thought, if I hadn't saved this girl, I would never have seen her like this today. The southern people would have lost their beloved princess. The ladies around gossiped excitedly when they saw Mariette's entrance. "Oh my goodness, it's really Lady Mariette. I can't believe she actually came to Dunlef." The rumors were true. Turns out the Bellandria Count is actually influential. Seeing everyone stirred up because of Mariette, Karen was surprised and realized, in the south, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Dunlef family's influence is absolute. It was more beneficial than capturing a sea serpent for Mariette to reveal herself. Karen called out, "Mariette, enjoy yourself for now. We'll go to the study later." Mariette, with her childlike soul, happily agreed, "Okay, Mariette and I have brought all the necessary items. When the party reaches its peak, I'll talk to the Count, leave the items, and then head to the study." Suddenly, someone approached Mariette, surprising her. "Lady Mariette, I am Garly from the Rondinium family." Garly bowed politely and said, "I always admire you, lady." Would you dance the first dance with me? Huh? Oh. The men around them started chiming in. Lady Mariette, me too. Please give me the honor of dancing the first dance with you. No, please. They all shouted, Lady Mariette. Faced with such overwhelming attention from the men, Mariette was confused and flustered. While she was panicking, a pair of shoes approached her. To her surprise, Karan knelt down and offered his hand. Mariette. Karan. The surrounding men turned pale at the sight of another rival. Who is that? Karan looked around, scoffing inwardly. You guys are enthusiastic, but lacking in manners. Without saying much, he acted. Karan kissed the back of Mariette's hand, then looked at her with intensely passionate eyes and said, Mariette, would you do the first dance with me? Karan mentally commended himself for his quick thinking. This is the basic ritual for asking someone for the first dance. A beautiful lady had told Karan, if you want to dance the first dance with a beautiful lady, you must kiss her hand first. Sir Karan, I was scolded in my past life for forgetting that. Karan's actions made Mariette blush bright red. She was about to explode. Okay. The music began to play by the prepared musicians. While dancing, they chatted. You're quite famous. Huh? Yeah, I was careless. I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable for you. No, I like it. No. Karan looked at Mariette before him and thought, I feel like I'm abandoning my savior, so I have no choice but to repay her. I asked her for a lot of favors when I was in the south. But Karan's eyes became troubled. But, looking at the beauty within reach, Karan could only think, this is really dangerous. Seeing something he shouldn't see, Karan turned his face, already red, to the side. Even I'm a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Mariette stepped on Karan's foot, bringing him back to reality from his random thoughts. Mariette quickly said, I'm sorry, I'm not good at dancing. Though in pain, as if about to depart from the world, Karan replied, it's okay. Seeing Mariette's clumsiness, Karan decided, maybe it's better if I lead. He then suggested to Mariette, put your left foot on mine, and we'll dance like this. Mariette hesitated shyly. Then, Karan continued for Mariette, my feet will get dirty, and the dance might be a bit awkward, but who cares? Karan's next words melted even the most stubborn hearts, let alone Mariette's. You don't have to worry about other people's eyes. Karan ended with a perfect line. Just look at me now. Just enjoy the dance. While dancing, Karan guided Mariette, making their dance extraordinarily beautiful. Now, put your foot on mine and just follow me. Look me in the eyes, follow my feet's direction and predict the movements. You have great vision, just like what I learned in my past life. Karan, looking into Mariette's sparkling eyes, thought, those eyes are trembling. So I need to look into someone else's eyes and find stability. Both of them smiled, though neither knew who had started first. The band continued to play music, drawing the two of them into a captivating dance. She and I danced, sharing a dreamlike moment. Suddenly, someone cut between them. Lady, this time, no, me. Mariette, still dazed from the previous moment, quickly refused, I'm sorry, but I'm a little tired. I want to rest for a bit. Hearing that, Karan seized the opportunity, I'll escort the lady. Thank you, Lord Karan. The remaining men were furious. Lady Mariette is going with such a nobody. The women around could only watch in surprise. Wow. Did you see that? Yes. The lady stepped on his foot. Then they danced. So romantic. His concern is so cool. That dance was impressive too. Did you see how big Lady Mariette's smile was? Definitely, certainly 99%. The door of the room opened. Karan exclaimed, wow. So this is the study of Duke Sabancia? Karan, what are we looking for here? That doesn't matter. We just need to find traces of Duke Sabancia. Okay. Karan picked up a book from the shelf. This. A story about the Duke. Karan thought, in the game, the player has to find traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Cecilia, in the Duke Sabancia mission. Usually, you just give this to Duke Sabancia, and you'll complete the side quest. But in the game, no. In my past life, there were no instructions about finding anything in the study. Why would he call me here? I'm not sure. I will look first. Mariette, bored, lay sprawled on the couch and said loudly, I can't find anything. It's not easy. There's no evidence? I thought there would be a hidden space or something. Mariette held her poor stomach and complained, I'm so hungry. Karan was surprised. Didn't you eat earlier? I didn't have time. I came here immediately, remember? Suddenly, Mariette changed her attitude and turned to Karan. How is it, Karan? Causing a stir in Karan's heart. That look is a sign. A sign that naturally appears as our relationship progresses. While Karan was thinking, Mariette said, I just noticed, your jawline and collarbone are so pretty. I bet you are sweating a lot. I'll endure it for a bit. It's okay, said Karan. Mariette said shyly, well then, I'll do it. Mariette then placed her lips on Karen's neck. Karin asked, "Ha, are you done?" Mariette said with difficulty, "Yes, doesn't it hurt?" Karin said nonchalantly as if nothing happened, "Maybe it's because I have the endurance of a tenacious warrior. I didn't feel anything." "Really? To me? I mean, I didn't feel anything either." Suddenly, Karin realized something. "Wait, the endurance of a tenacious warrior. I received that along with the soul powder, didn't I?" Grimoire. The book where Duke Sabancia's soul is sealed. It has abilities and spells. If you read it, you can learn them. Abilities and spells, body and soul. Is it possible that this is, immediately? Karin asked. Mariette, can you summon Dioku? Mariette, still confused, asked, Dioku? Mariette tried to think. Dioku. Karin suddenly spoke. Ah, can you actually summon it so that it's a little dizzy, similar to a stellar body, in the state before its body is formed, close to the body of a star? I understand. Dioku. Wait a bit. Jing, jing, it whines a lot. TSK, in this state, its body is being destroyed, it's understandable. Good. Dioku is disappearing. Me, someone who doesn't perceive souls, can't see it. So, there's something. Karin suddenly realized something and looked back in panic. What? This is a cold chill. Karin yelled a warning. Mariette, get ready. Karin secretly deduced everything. Everything around them grew darker. Mariette is also gone, causing Karin to panic. This is, I see, Duke. You should have told me earlier if things were going to end up like this. The thing sealed inside the Great Library Grimoire is Duke Sabancia's soul. What he decided when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodlust, was to separate his soul and body. Then, where is the Duke's body? The answer is right before my eyes. Deep in thought, Karin heard a voice. Why are you here with the fragments of my soul? A strange man with a dangerous aura questioned. I'm asking you, what are you doing in my castle? Karin didn't seem worried. Instead, he asked back, Duke Sabancia, right? Yes. And you? Karin, I'm your descendant. You're not that bad looking. You seem to be normal, Karin continued. You're giving me a better evaluation this time. You've seen my soul, right? Yes. I'm a bit curious. If your body and soul are separated, then how are you still normal like this? Stop. The person named Sabancia spoke in a threatening tone. I'm the one asking the questions. You just have to answer. Karin pulled out his treasured weapon. Ha! I thought things would go smoothly, Karin said challengingly. So that's not just a book, huh? 800 years ago, there was a great general who commanded the entire South. Duke Sabancia, praised by many as the strongest man of his time. No, rather, the strongest man of all time. Karin and Duke Sabancia engaged in a passionate battle as if they were old souls from many lifetimes. Duke Sabancia said, I've only just noticed, you came here after meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Karin, not backing down, launched a series of attacks. Huh, of course not. I helped your soul find peace and transcendence. I thought you'd bring me something other than that magic book this time. Duke Sabancia said angrily, if my soul led you here, then you wouldn't have brought a vampire here. Do you think I would believe the lies that come out of your mouth? Karin started feeling confused and asked to grasp the situation. What are you talking about? Wait, besides that, how can a soulless corpse move around? Despite fighting intensely, Duke Sabancia still eagerly explained, because this is the body of a vampire, it's immortal. It needs a piece of soul trapped in this castle so that I don't turn into a monster like the one you led here. Karin asked with confusion. A monster? Mariette is not like that. She's controlling the vampire's powers. Please trust me. A sword slammed into the ground. Duke Sabancia said, Trust you? He clutched his face and said painfully, To free myself from the bloodlust of 800 years, I destroyed my soul, my senses, and my emotions. But, there's only one thing that hasn't disappeared. Duke Sabancia began to remove his mask, revealing a mouth sewn shut, likely to restrict his verbal attacks. Though his mouth was muted, Duke Sabancia could still speak. The taste of fresh blood. Vampires cannot resist this instinct, and neither can I. Trust you? I don't believe things that can't be verified. Duke Sabancia put his mask back on and said, If you try to stop me again. Sabancia was radiating a furious killing intent. Then even you will be in danger, cute. Karin was in a dilemma and secretly angry. I didn't expect this. I shouldn't have brought Mariette. They locked up Sabancia Duke's body for a long time because he had a vendetta against vampires. That hero has completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest of his time when he was alive, then at the very least, he's semi-special grade now. Karin, ceasing the small talk, started to fight. 6 Form Spear Technique, Form 6, Asura. I'll fight with all my strength. Karin repeatedly unleashed powerful techniques on Duke Sabancia. Supreme Serpent Bloom, Serpent Ascends to Heaven. Dragon Head Strike. Duke Sabancia did not show any reaction at all. The fight reached its climax with neither side willing to give in. Karin seemed to transform into a different person, with a frightening, sleep-deprived look. Only then did Duke Sabancia react. Watch this. Sabancia raised his sword high, thankfully not showing off his armpits, confidently showing off his personality. This is the power of creation. In my lifetime, I killed a dragon to obtain this power. Duke Sabancia introduced his techniques while fighting. Supreme Demon Sword, Dragon Slayer. Karin, at a disadvantage, could only gape in awe. I was wrong. This guy is even stronger than a special grade monster. Meanwhile, Mariette, also stained with blood, was being insulted. You're a low-grade monster. Duke Sabancia not only loved Karin but also took care of Mariette. How do you hope to live a human life? Mariette, not understanding what the old man was saying, asked, a monster? You said what? Duke Sabancia showed her strange images. Don't you see? You yourself are a monster. The images shifted to Mariette in a state completely different from her usual self. If that's the case, are you sure you've overcome it with the power of your will? He also found out about Mariette using Karin's blood. In the end, you'll also crave the blood of the one you love, Duke Sabancia said angrily, and massacre everyone you care about. Having finished speaking, Sabancia aimed his sword at Mariette. Get out of here. Mariette, struggling to dodge Sabancia's unintentional attacks, still sustained injuries. Mariette tried to explain in vain. No, Duke Sabancia turned his head when he heard Mariette call out her friend. Dio-gu, woof, he commanded. Bind, beast. The newly appeared beast was immediately bound with huge chains. Duke Sabancia praised Dio-gu. Very agile, indeed a valiant beast, you are faster than me at my peak. Then, Sabancia plunged his sword straight into the beast. But you have no strategy when fighting. You're just a beast that relies on power. Seeing her beast being defeated, Mariette quickly ordered its retreat. Dio-gu, come back. But it seemed everything was out of control. Mariette's eyes gradually glazed over. Looking at Duke Sabancia's weapon, Mariette was shocked to realize, Romania's sealed sword. This sealed sword would seal immortal beings into a space connected to it. Countless blades pointed in one direction. In front of this sword, your immortality is nothing. Cuke. Duke Sabancia, furious, wanted to finish off Mariette. I will end your uncertain life. Regardless of everything, Sabancia relentlessly attacked Mariette. A monster will always be a monster. Mariette refused to give up and resisted. No, that's not right. Mariette recalled the moment when Karin had gently hugged her and said, now or before, you are still you. So, Mariette had the courage to yell at Duke Sabancia. Karin said it's okay. So, hearing this, Sabancia also responded with action. He revealed a human form. Let me say it again. Karin gradually became clear. Duke Sabancia concluded, just die. This is the best path for both of you. Seeing the situation turning dire, Mariette felt like she had fallen into an abyss. Mariette ran over and hugged the unconscious Karin. Mariette reached out to touch Karin, unable to speak. Mariette rested her head on Karin and unconsciously called out his name. Karin. Her breathing became more rapid and strained. Karin still didn't move. Mariette's eyes turned red upon seeing her teammate in critical condition. Duke Sabancia watched the two falling into despair and was helpless. Sabancia raised his sword, thinking, I didn't expect anything either. Vampires should all die. Even when her lover is dying, she can't overcome her instincts. Mariette clenched her teeth. Her lips were stained with blood. Duke Sabancia noticed something and was surprised. Wait a minute. Seeing Mariette kiss Karin on the lips, Sabancia asked in surprise, she's not trying to suck his blood? Finally, Sabancia realized the problem. She is using her own blood as a potion and giving it to him. She's not drinking blood but giving her own. She's overcome the limits in this situation. She should no longer have the rationality to suppress her instincts. Mariette let go and Karin still didn't move. Karin, please. Duke Sabancia was now silent, not saying another word. Sabancia blamed himself and recalled his painful past. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save anyone. I succumbed to my own desires. Mariette was helpless and could only cry out loud, pleading for luck to come. Please open your eyes. But this boy, and this girl. Duke Sabancia realized that he himself was the monster. So that's how it is. I cannot judge everything. He then raised his sword, intending to stab something. The sword struck Karin. A blinding light emanated from the wound. Karin. Mariette, with all her might, tried to stop Duke Sabancia. Stop it, that's enough. How long are you going to torture us? Mariette, as if losing her mind, shouted, don't take my Karin away. Duke Sabancia still ignored her and continued what he was doing. The light from that action enveloped the entire area. Then Duke Sabancia pulled the sword out of Karin. Karin gradually stirred and said weakly, I'm fine, Lady Mariette. Karin woke up, comforting the scared Mariette. I'm right here, Karin. Mariette was so happy that she was instantly moved. How, Corin? Are you okay? Are you really okay? This? Karin didn't know what to ask. Why did you save me? But Mariette knew that it wasn't herself, but Duke Sabancia who had intervened, so she asked, did you save him? Sabancia said nothing but swung his sword, making Karin and Mariette jump in surprise. The sword was thrown to the ground, leaving both of them astonished. Duke Sabancia told Karin, I have transferred my magic core to him. Now I understand why my soul led you here, Sabancia said sternly. Karin, I see the qualities of a hero within you. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess the belief and pride that they often lack. Above all, you've changed something that I couldn't before. You have the right to change this world. Please fix the mistakes that I have made for so long. I beg you, hero. Then Duke Sabancia disappeared in a fading flame. Karin touched his chest and felt the magic core of the great general. Sabancia Duke. I didn't expect to receive a gift like this. Mariette hugged Karin, surprising him slightly. Ugh, Lady Mariette, my person is still here. Mariette, crying, said, earlier, I was so scared. I thought you had abandoned me, and I was so scared. 2 streams of tears flowed, wetting Karin's shirt. Promise me, that if I don't allow it, you will never die. Karin, seeing that, could only smile and think, anyway, I guess it's all over. Karin hugged Mariette to comfort and assure her. I promise. This kind of reward is enough. You have received Sabancia Duke's magic core. Your magic level has increased. The core's power has formed. The Duke's demonic nature. Karin, Aura grade 6.730, average, Mana grade 5.370 low, abilities, Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration, Comprehensive Endurance, Dual Core Realm. If I have only one hope for something, then I hope that his body and mind which have suffered for 800 years. Countless notifications popped up on the system. You have received Duke Sabancia's Aura Core. Your aura has leveled up. Core abilities have been formed. A new feature unlocked. Duke's Evil Nature. Karin status, Aura grade 6.730, high average. Mana grade 5.370. Abilities, Tenacious Warrior Regeneration, Comprehensive Endurance, Dual Core Realm. Karin sat there in a daze while Mariette, exhausted, slumped over. He thought, my second core? Not only did my aura increase, but I also got a second core, and it even has abilities. Karin remembered Duke Sabancia's terrifying face and wondered, but that's strange. In the game and in my past life, why didn't Duke Sabancia, Karin sighed in dismay, bestowing this power on the player? Wouldn't it have been better if he'd been kind from the start? He made me suffer so much. Holding his blood-stained outfit that looked nearly shredded in his hands, he muttered, this outfit is covered in blood. I'll probably have to wash it. I wonder how long it will take to dry. Suddenly, a servant arrived. Excuse me, I didn't write it that there would be you. The last word was uttered with an extremely awkward pause. STS. Karin looked wide-eyed and explained helplessly, no, it's not what you think. Really, I know what you're misunderstanding, but it's really not like that. But the servant didn't seem to take it in. Her face was flushed with a myriad of innocent, pure thoughts. Sweat, muscles, the atmosphere heating up. Karin tried to explain again, I told you it's not like that. I'm telling the truth. It's a bit easy to misunderstand, but before Karin could finish, the servant turned tail and ran, leaving Karin utterly shocked. I'm sorry. Please continue, you two. Karin tried to shout out, hoping to salvage something. What do you mean by continue? It's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Don't go. Karin looked down at Mariette, who was drooling in her sleep, with a loving gaze. I think something went wrong. Karin, I'm glad you're safe. That's wrong. Soon, the rumors spread far and wide. Screams echoed through the residence. That bastard. My daughter. I'll kill you. It took nearly 20 days to resolve the misunderstanding. Karin, hiding under large trees, thought, during those 20 days, I hid in the mountains. Find that damned bastard for me. The people chased me with murderous intent. How dare he touch Our Lady Mariette? And during that time, I trained my aura. Despite being chased relentlessly, Karin remained calm. But thankfully, somehow, the misunderstanding was resolved. I almost became public enemy number 1 in the South. In a gilded, sparkling carriage, the two were chatting. When I go back to school, the second semester will begin. We also have to prepare for the festival soon. Mariette replied with a bright smile. Great. Is RN doing well? Karin confidently answered the question. Of course. It should be making several times the profit. Karin looked at the bustling crowd and thought, a large number of tourists will come to the festival, and naturally, the inns will thrive. After making a lot of money, I'll sell that land. Karin imagined stacks of gold bars and, not revealing even a hint of greed, thought, and earn a mountain of money, ha. Then money will breed more money. He really wasn't greedy at all, his nostrils just flared a little. I am truly invincible. The festival is the best. Suddenly, Karen felt like he'd had a bucket of cold water thrown in his face. Literally. Huh? What is this? He was enjoying the moment when, suddenly, a storm of epic proportions erupted, leaving Karen bewildered. A storm? This didn't happen in my past life. Mariette, still very chill, stepped forward and said, "Wow, this big storm is definitely going to cause trouble for the festival." "It's okay, Corin. Sometimes, when you do big business, you face setbacks." Mariette leaned close to Karen's ear and whispered, "Even so, should we write a promissory note?" Mariette's eyes, as if she were wearing 14.5 contacts, looked sparkling at Karen. "If you can't pay me back, you have to fulfill one of my conditions." "Sign it?" Corin froze, glued to the spot, thinking wide-eyed, Mariette is making a suspicious offer. "I can't let it be like this. There must be a way." At the Merkaba Academy, the special dormitory was being drenched in rain. "Welcome, I guess it was hard to come here because of the storm." You, kindly and warmly, offered Karen a towel. Corin asked, "Headmaster, where's Professor Josephine?" "She's on her way back with Warren. They're both in Zion Chapel for the vacation." You offered, "Why don't you stay here tonight?" Which surprised Karen. "Really? You're not an outsider anymore. I plan for you to stay here permanently from this semester on." Karen, while drying his soaked body, was dubious. "It must be partly because they want to monitor me. Professor Josephine and Aaron must be trying to find a way to keep an eye on me because they still can't fully trust me." Karen, now extremely annoyed, asked, "What's with that storm?" Mariette, also agreeing, chimed in, "That's right. Such a big storm must be causing a lot of damage. Is everyone okay?" You, with a calm demeanor while sipping his tea, answered both of them. "There hasn't been any serious damage yet. The city is not in the eye of the storm, but the suburbs will be more affected." Mariette still didn't quite understand and unknowingly said, "But if the storm moves, it will eventually pass through the city." "No, that storm won't move." You, his face no longer calm, changed into a dangerous persona and replied, "Because it's not a natural phenomenon. It was created by a monster." Ryu's words shocked everyone. "Huh? A monster?" Ryu narrated the story from a third-person perspective. The story begins on an important sea route in the southern archipelago, going upstream along the Aegean Strait. There was a creature, the lonely king of the ocean. A monster with a form like a dragon and a snake emerged from the ground. A sea serpent. This king unleashed its power without caring about human life, sinking ships and invading human territory. There was someone who wanted to become a hero and decided to fight that king. A voice was heard, "Son, are you really going?" The son bit his lip, looking determined. "Yes, father. It's a monster. If I succeed in defeating it, I will be promoted to first-class knight." Levant Blandria. Then, Levant remembered the party that night. "I've always admired you. Would you dance with me?" But Karen had stolen the hearts of all the men present, making them furious. Corin's face looked distorted. "Note that this is just Levant's subjective view. I will be able to." Levant thought, his face contorted like he had constipation. "Snatch Lady Mariette from that damn swindler's grasp." Levant said, full of determination, "I will destroy the sea serpent and bring peace back to the strait." And thus, with a passionate heart, a raid team fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights. After a battle that nearly made them soil themselves, everyone on the ship shouted, "The sea serpent is running away. We won. Congratulations on the victory, young master. Lady Mariette, I dedicate this victory to you." And peace returned to the Aegean Strait, somewhat. The sea serpent was quickly gliding through the waves. In the end, they couldn't catch the sea serpent and let it escape. That sea serpent had caused the deaths of countless innocents. Mro, the Alvan storm bats. To reproduce, they become the eye of the storm and protect themselves from enemies. 2 innocent baby bats were cuddling when a whirlwind appeared and disrupted them. The bat lovers were separated. The sea serpent held one of the bats in its mouth and flew away. Their extinction is the golden bat because their bones, blood and meat are all elixirs. Even monsters crave them. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Alvan bat nest, and the female Alvan made a decision, for the baby in her belly, north, go north, fly as fast as you can to a safe place. And so, the Merkaba Academy, the place she chose to give birth, is why that terrible storm suddenly occurred. My land. Corin, standing helplessly in the rain as if filming a music video, thought, who could have imagined this? A storm bat? They're rare. You can't even see them in the summer because they reproduce on small rocky islands in the archipelago. Why are they here now? The more Corin thought about it, the more he despaired. Ah, I see. It must be the butterfly effect I created. One flap of a wing brings a whole storm, a real storm. The surrounding villagers began packing their belongings. We're evacuating here. We can't work anymore. Corin, in despair, grabbed their hands and tearfully said, wait, you're almost done. Why leave now? The storm is getting worse. If you keep building, you'll die. Karen could only try to hold them back helplessly. Hey, wait! The people, indifferent, just shouted back, you give up too. Sometimes life is like that. Karen, his hair blowing in the wind, lonely and isolated, thought, if it keeps storming like this, there won't be a festival. For sure, if this storm lasts another week, my inn will be gone. I spent 280 million gold on buying this land, 330 gold on raw materials, paying workers, and construction costs. Karen slumped down, completely immersed in his thoughts. 220 gold to finish the structure. Of those, only 110 gold was mine. The rest? It was a loan, of course. Before he knew it, about 5 agonizing minutes had passed, and Karen was already looking like he was about to kick the bucket. If business fails, I'll have to pay back 720 gold in debt. That's it. It's really over. A little later, the Merkaba Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Headmaster Eru Kassar had summoned a few students and professors. Headmaster Eru started, everyone is here. Amin Welsh, from the night department, a professor appointed, pondered upon hearing Eru. I guess everyone knows why I called you here. It's because of the Alvin Stormbat. The next person was Diana Orien, from the magic department, a professor, who gave her opinion. So, we must capture it? If we catch it, we'll recoup all the research money spent on the Iron Mountain King. Amin slammed the table, expressing agreement. Of course, we must catch it. But the person sitting behind them said disappointedly, I disagree, huh? That person was Edgar Linton, from the magic department, a professor. He said, the storm will be over in a month. I don't think we need to risk it. Lorala Mass, from the alchemy department, a professor, also joined in the fun. Professor Edgar, where's your evidence? Edgar replied with a disapproving attitude. The Alvin's breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known to have a short breeding cycle. Even considering other variables, the storm will be over in a month. Lorala smiled and replied, then we really don't need to take risks. I think we should maintain the status quo. Ogun Rentry, from the night department, a new professor, then claimed, I still think we need to capture it. Ogun continued, not only will students be unable to return to school, but the festival will also be postponed. Moreover, outsiders will think that the academy is deliberately doing nothing. Wow, Professor Ogun, our academy is an educational institution. The professors were discussing lively with each other. Dealing with monsters should be left to the association first. Anyway, about this raid, I agree with Professor Edgar. Only Karen, who had been about to fall asleep, slumped his head. Then it's not needed. Karen couldn't contain himself any longer and stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, which shocked everyone. Professor. No, elders, even though I'm still young, please listen to me for once, Karen. Karen said, full of vigor, we swear to be courageous with kindness, guided towards truth. We will not go against our ideals even if it means death, to protect the weak and defeat evil. Karen opened his mouth wide, declaring, we are the guardians, those who protect humanity. The more Karen spoke, the more animated he became. So, of course, we must fight. But Edgar, disagreeing, said, Karen, I understand your intention but... Karen angrily retorted, Edgar, how can you say such things? Karen said with tears streaming down his face, his nose dripping. Don't you see the victims who have lost their homes because of the storm? Please go capture it. I'm about to become a beggar. Karen's expressions made everyone think that he needed an exorcism. They have been pushed out into the streets, lost their jobs. The children are starving because they've lost their homes. You can't use money to measure human lives. How can you abandon them? Edgar, sweating profusely, was scared by how crazy Karen seemed. Oh, he's sincere, isn't he? A true example of the knightly spirit. Karen became calmer and replied, this is not about the knightly spirit, or guardian oaths, or something great like that. His eyes sparkling like the stars in the sky, Karen said, I just want to save people. So, the inn, no, please save the people. Seeing such a tearful performance, everyone at the meeting cheered in support. I knew I saw the right person. You're right. So young and already a passionate knight. Damn it, I am touched. But what about the inn? Inns also have people's lives. Oh, so that's how it is. The professors, with their conventional thinking, also slammed on the table, urging, form a raid team right away. In the name of the guardians, I swear, we will protect them. Eru, having silently listened to all the opinions, finally spoke up as the representative. Then we have made a decision. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Karen rejoiced. Thanks to my superb acting, all the professors and students have agreed to attack, and the raid team will soon be formed and head toward the storm. Someone among them said, I have spoken with the support team. We just need to time it right. Seeing Karen's mixed emotions, the person next to him exclaimed, Whoa, ho ho, you're so touched, huh? I didn't expect you to have such a kind heart. Yes, it was fortunate. Of course I must be sincere. Though he spoke of protecting everyone, he was truly a calculated person inside. I have to pay back the debt of 720 gold. My whole life depends on this. The plan was simple. To capture the Alvin Golden Bat alive within the eye of the storm, we needed help from the support team to create a fissure in the storm. The eye of the storm was growing stronger, shaking the earth. If we succeeded in creating the fissure, the entry team would move in and defeat Alvin. It would be great if the plan went smoothly like that, but within the eye of the storm were countless monsters. Karin frowned and muttered, "These monsters got caught in the storm while trying to eat Alvin. They've been starving for a long time and are extremely frenzied." But he wasn't too worried. Amen single-handedly eliminated monsters. In his prime, he was called Haman the Destroyer. The semi-first-class knight, Haman Welsh, swung his 2-meter-long axe as if it were chopsticks. The semi-first-class knight, Professor Ogun. The first-class mage, and temporary captain, who displayed exceptional talent. That wasn't a cigarette, but the staff he used as a weapon. Professor Edgar, with his red eyes full of murderous intent, growled ominously. And, above all, a second-year student, a first-class knight like himself, a member of the Northern Island barbarian tribe. The Berserker. With these exceptional members, it would be strange if we couldn't defeat these monsters. During the battle, Karin, wielding his sword, couldn't resist teasing. "You're really tall. Are you a giant hybrid?" The Berserker, annoyed, said curtly, "Focus on fighting." While single-handedly cutting down monster after monster, Karin still chatted casually, "You're friendlier than you look." Karin thought, "Anyway, the main goal is to capture Alvin. We have to infiltrate the eye of the storm before the damage spreads and capture Alvin. And of course, the damage to my inn." Karin's body heated up, and he clenched his fist, roaring, "Just wait, Alvin. I'm coming." Amen took the lead, running ahead of his teammates. Amen said, "We're going to enter the eye of the storm. Everyone, follow me." Karin, following behind excitedly, replied, "Yes." Professor Ogun, puffing on his cigarette, said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." They stared at the defiant form of Alvin, the monster, within the ever-growing whirlwind. Professor Ogun sighed, "A small storm within a big storm. I've never seen anything like it. I think it sensed the intruders approaching, so it's using its last bit of strength to create a smaller storm." Amen asked curiously, "Is Alvin capable of this?" Professor Ogun glanced at Haman. Professor Ogun puffed on his cigarette to warm himself up and said, "It can only be due to maternal instincts. Although it's a monster, it's quite amazing." "Professor Ogun, do you think we can get through it?" If we can withstand the injuries all over our bodies, then yes." As soon as he finished, Professor Ogun pulled out his gun and aimed it at the monsters. Professor Ogun said, "We're going to take heavy losses, so don't push yourselves too hard. Let the support team handle it." Then gunfire erupted. A distress signal was sent from high up in the sky amidst the storm. Immediately, upon receiving the signal, a message was relayed. "Professor Dana, there's a request for support." "Oh, is that so?" Professor Diana smiled broadly. "Let's see. It's been a while since I've shown my power." From the sky, a giant, red eye like the gates of hell appeared on Earth. A lightning bolt flashed, illuminating a part of the sky. A fearful voice like a puppy was heard. "Professor Edgar, isn't this a little dangerous?" Professor Ogun, seeing the storm turn blood red, broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my God, Professor Diana, do you want to kill us all?" The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Professor Ogun hurriedly used a magic matrix to protect everyone. Professor Ogun spoke, "Everyone, hide behind me. I'll put up a shield." "Good Lord, we only needed enough power to eliminate the storm, Professor Diana." Looking at Professor Diana, Professor Ogun lamented, "Her brute force." At that moment, Professor Diana wore a witch's hat with an ominous, villainous interface. A lightning-filled chain of love was created, stabbing into the storm containing Alvin, intending to destroy it. A moment later, the ground was filled with smoke and dust, with shattered rocks everywhere. Before they could even rest, a series of small explosions echoed up from under the earth. Seeing the situation, where his old life nearly met its end with the others, Haman couldn't help but curse. "Good Lord, this is why I hate those damned mages. We could have all died." Professor Ogun, leisurely puffing on his cigarette, comforted him, "Well, it's been resolved, anyway. With that much lightning, the storm should..." Looking up, the familiar form of Alvin was still visible within the storm. Professor Ogun was shocked. "Huh, it's still there?" The two of them, their eyes wide with fear, their mouths agape, stared at the storm. Professor Ogun spoke, "With that many lightning bolts, even a semi-first-class monster would have a hard time surviving." Amen, eyes wide open, said, "Wait a minute, something is strange." "What is it?" The Alvin monster, at that moment, with its red eyes, was gradually changing, becoming more powerful. It was as if it had leveled up by absorbing the lightning. Seeing Alvin escaping the storm and growing stronger, Haman worried. It's getting bigger. Professor Ogun, unable to hide his frustration, cursed, "What the hell is going on?" Karin looked at Alvin in shock and exclaimed, "Evolving?" The berserker next to him asked curiously, "Huh? It's evolving?" Monster evolution, a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of life experience, is not simply a phase where the alpha leader of a pack evolves. It is also when the vessel of a species evolves. Karin said cautiously, "For a creature that can survive in a storm of this scale, it wouldn't be strange if it has the ability to resist lightning." The Alvin absorbed all of Professor Diana's lightning. We can't see it as a weak monster anymore. The current Alvin is Thunder Wing King. It let out a roar, shaking everyone with its immense power. Curses grew louder over time. "Damn it! Everyone, be careful!" Haman's body was swept away by its power, but Haman's mouth was operating at full capacity. "Hey, support team of mages, is there no way?" Professor Ogun, also not in a favorable situation, yelled, "Even if we ask them for support right now, Alvin's power will only become stronger. Look at Professor Diana." Haman was annoyed. "This creature is truly something else." Professor Ogun said, head in his hands, "Damn it, what do we do now?" Hearing the two older men struggling to figure out a solution, Karin smiled. "It's my time to shine." On the ground, a sword named Serpent's Will appeared. Karin quickly spotted it and, gathering all his strength, tightly grasped the sword in his hand. "I've realized it. Serpent Flow martial arts is only effective when both feet are firmly on the ground." Contrary to his initial expectations, the power of Serpent Flow caused Karin's face to contort, revealing all his 32 teeth. Karin internally yelled, "This is so frustrating. I can't do anything. Give me a chance to show my power." Karin, tense, looked at the berserker and shouted, "Berserker, do something." At that moment, the berserker, confused, cursed, "Shut up. What do you want me to do?" Karin pondered. "When you're in the air, whether you're a giant 2 meters tall or holding a spear, you're weak." No, number 720 gold depends on whether I capture that bat or not," Karin shouted. "Berserker?" The berserker, constantly called out by Karin, yelled, "Why do you keep calling me, you bastard?" Karin, holding his sword, jumped high, stepping on the berserker's bald head. Karin said, "Lend me your head." Karin thought, just because I'm flailing in the air doesn't mean I can't do anything. Thanks to the berserker's head, Karin flew into the air. Karin replied, "Thanks. When spring departs, it leaves behind yellow leaves." Karin departs, leaving a dent on the berserker's head. The berserker, annoyed, cursed, "You lunatic," Karin said determinedly, "I won't give up." Then the second victim was kicked by Karin's butt, sending him flying. Leon was startled. "Huh? What was that?" Even Haman was not an exception, getting stepped on by Karin and sent flying high. Professor Ogun was kicked by Karin, causing his bones to creak. Karin thought, "I don't want to surrender to a monster." As his power seemed to surge, Karin shouted with blazing eyes, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The encounter of a man blinded by revenge. At that moment, Alvin screamed in terror, as if wanting to unleash all its anger on humanity, and a monster wanted to protect its young. Their lives depended on this moment. A desperate battle had just begun. Karin fought alone against the bloodthirsty, giant Alvin. Suddenly, slime appeared, and Karin's foot landed on it, sinking in. A moment later, Karin was completely swallowed by the slime. Karin shouted in despair, "Why is there slime here?" But it wasn't over yet. Karin angrily swung his sword at Alvin. 2 self-nature mountain strikes are enough. The final move was Crimson Attack. The sword blade, as if dyed in fire, attacked Alvin. The blade flew quickly toward the storm containing Alvin. But suddenly, the blade's trajectory veered upwards, deviating from its initial path. Karin couldn't hide his disappointment. "Not again. All of my martial arts on the ground are useless in the air." With a disheartened look, he gazed up and sighed. "Ah, is this the end? Is it over?" Suddenly, the sky turned dark, with black clouds rolling in. Red lightning flashed across the sky. Karin vaguely saw the sky. A voice rang out, "I shouldn't have invested." At this moment, Karin, still lamenting, tearfully added, "I should have used that money, and bought delicious food." Karin closed his eyes, but his mouth kept cursing, pulling Alvin's entire family tree into it. "Damn it!" And in the storm, my world collapsed. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the storm, kicking Alvin away. Karin, from below, looked up in shock. Karin realized, the sound is so loud that I can hear it even in the storm. Someone is fighting Alvin, but who is it? Karin shivered and hid half of his body in the slime. Within the storm, Alvin's miserable cries never ceased. The figure of Warren, a heavenly night demon, appeared beside the red eye. Each of Warren's attacks caused Alvin's face to distort, with its eyes contorting. Not stopping there, Warren held a gun, tearing Alvin's mouth, causing it to scream and shake the entire region. Immediately, its giant body swayed within the storm. A bright explosion shook the entire world. Its power was so immense that Karen had to cover his eyes from the blinding light of the explosion. The light grew bigger, seemingly wanting to wipe Corin clean in an instant. A moment later, the storm subsided, with a white color painting the entire area. Everyone fell to the ground, cries of pain ringing out constantly. Soldiers, worried, looked up at the sky and were startled to realize, the storm has stopped, but who? Then, the figures of two women appeared from behind. Corin, leaning on his cane, stared at them with a dazed expression. Corin thought, even if I have to walk through the valley of darkness, I will not be afraid, for the Lord is always with me. Thinking of this, Karen's tears began to fall as he went into a pathetic mode. Alvin's body lay motionless on the ground. At that moment, a reproachful voice rang out. What are you doing? Corin's legs suddenly went numb. He knelt down to the ground. Corin's mind was in turmoil, even before being buried under a debt of 720 gold. Warren and Professor Josephine were shocked to see Karen kneeling, his hands clasped as if in prayer. Corin, a thought sparked in his mind. The rescue team is coming. The whirlwind created by the storm bats that attacked the city's outskirts caused chaos, leaving behind some damage as it departed. Thanks to early intervention, besides the rural roads, the city wasn't severely damaged. Although there were some victims, they would soon recover. A voice rang out, eat something. Today's menu includes potatoes and onion soup. The academy was funded by taxes, so the symbol and image of heroes were very important. At this moment, everyone was lining up to receive food. Mariette reminded everyone, when you go in, can you grab a glass of juice? Thank you. For the guardians trained by the academy, volunteering was part of maintaining that image. The man receiving the food smiled and said, are you giving me more potatoes? Warren the night demon's eyes grew angry. He threatened, I gave it to you. So just eat it. The man replied trembling. Yes, Corin sighed. Of course, there are some exceptions. Corin, standing next to him, was extremely uncomfortable. Corin scolded him, you're really mean-spirited. Do you know when humans started forming civilization? Warren stubbornly replied, don't talk like those professors. Corin started his mouth that was itching to speak. Corin recounted, I've only heard about this, but civilizations began when a foot with evidence of a healed fracture was discovered. Corin imagined two naked men greeting each other. Corin asked softly, if you broke your leg, you would clearly die in the wild, but a broken leg bone was healed. Thank you, Karen continued, meaning someone helped them until they healed. At this point, Warren was quietly listening to Karen's rambling. When a person goes through hardship, and is helped, Corin smiled, stating, that's the start of civilization. Warren, unable to bear it, turned away, leaving Karen muttering behind him. Warren said, and it also means that humans are weak, huh? Looking at Warren's retreating back, Warren said, it doesn't mean anything to me, no human would help me. Suddenly, Karen admitted, I can help you. Warren startled and stopped. Seeing Warren waver slightly, Karen smiled. So, does it mean something now? Warren slightly opened his mouth, but something seemed to catch in his throat. He then chose to remain silent and sighed. Warren shouted back, a weakling shouldn't talk nonsense. Seeing that Warren was still stubborn, Karen could only sigh in frustration. Knowing his identity, Warren thought, I am a night demon, a creature created when a human is close to a monster. If he knew my past, Warren thought of Karen's tearful, distraught face with the usual saying you're a monster. Warren worried. If he knew my true nature, would he still trust me enough to stand by my side without being cautious? Warren didn't dare to think further. Warren looked at Karen, who was still enthusiastically handing out food. Warren muttered, idiot. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in Warren's mind. Give it back. The woman, clinging to Warren's body, kept bothering him. Wah! Give back the body. Warren painfully clutched his head. Warren demanded, be quiet. This is my body. It's mine. Warren pondered, I know it's not my body. I'll never give it back. Warren's eyes turned red with killing intent. Warren's mind still lingered on Karen. But if he knew, would he still help me? Where the Guardian Academy was located was the city of Merkaba. It was often said that it was the safest place in the world, but the truth was different. In small alleys everywhere, the people who held power in those lawless areas were the Black Star Syndicate. Their main source of income was slaves and the distribution of illegal alcohol. But, to consolidate their position in the area, they had some very special business. For example, Corin, with one arm around a beautiful girl, held up a glass and called to the waiter, bring the alcohol over here. Alcohol is for dealing with bad customers like this. At that moment, Karen, unable to contain his anger, pointed at the server. Corin yelled, you bastard, you call this alcohol? The server was so frightened he was trembling like a puppy. "Sir," Corin yelled, unable to hold back, "who is the manager here? Tell them to come see me now. Hurry." Seeing someone causing trouble in the bar and demanding to see the manager appeared, shouting, "Which bastard is causing trouble in my bar?" Seeing the manager appear, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, he's here." Corin, leaning casually on the bar, said, "The Black Star Syndicate sells illegal alcohol to this bar, but still receives protection taxes. If you want to meet them, there's no better place than this." The manager, seeing Karen sitting at the bar with a flushed face, quickly spoke, "Looking at you, you must be a student from the academy, right? What's a minor doing here?" Karen, half awake, asked, "What are you?" The manager snappily said, "Hey kid, just go home after you finish your drink. I'll pay for it." Karen then tightly gripped the glass in his hand. Then, Karen gleefully poured the glass of alcohol over the manager's head. Karen teased, "Perfect timing. You're the manager here?" A staff member next to them screamed, "Sir." The people around them began shouting, "You bastard." The manager, using a towel to wipe off the alcohol on his face, said angrily, "I've seen a lot of kids like you. They're always causing trouble because they're guardians from the academy. They aren't afraid of anyone because they think they're the best." The manager's face darkened. "All of you," the manager yelled, "teach him a lesson." Then the staff members, holding swords and knives, charged like bloodthirsty demons. This time, the manager pointed and cursed, "These guys are crazy hunting dogs from the north. They're known as slave hunters called the Mad Red Dogs. How does a student like a puppy not know how scary a tiger can be?" While the manager was ranting, Corin, still dazed, glanced at the staff members attacking him. Immediately, the staff members were knocked away by Karen with bare fists. Corin gave each of them 2 powerful punches. The night fell, and the lights were lit. Seeing the staff members beaten to a pulp, the manager's face turned pale. Seeing all the blood around him, the manager stammered, You, who are you?" Corin scoffed, "Me?" The manager became so frightened he nearly fainted. This time, Karen played the villain and announced, "I'm the one who specializes in catching mad dogs, you bastard." Then, Corin raised his fist and punched the manager directly in the face. Outside, the manager's screams faintly echoed. Corin recounted, "That day, the Black Star Syndicate disappeared. TSK, anyway, it's not very related to dealing with a gang. I have my own reason for targeting the Black Star Syndicate." A secret door opened. Corin stood in front of cages containing victims. Corin sighed. "They're the people I wanted to rescue. Those who buy and sell slaves, they are the demi-humans." Corin, shocked and in disbelief, said, "Good heavens, they're being treated like animals." In this world, demi-humans were always treated brutally. They were different from ordinary people and were creatures easily rejected and despised by humans. Corin quickly took the keys and opened their cages. Hearing the keys, everyone inside subconsciously looked up, longing to be rescued. Even those who were nearly turning into beasts looked on with hope. After letting everyone out of the cages, Karen pointed outside, reminding them, "When you get out, there will be a carriage prepared by the Dunlef family outside. Those who go out first can follow that path." A man with 2 ears on his head began to cry like a child upon seeing the light. Corin looked back cautiously. "Doing this will make them less wary of me. Okay, let's carry out the final goal." Corin stopped in front of a cage containing a strange girl. Corin spoke, "Are there any sisters named Ren and Ron here?" The girl pointed to her left. "Ah, that way? Okay." Corin looked in the direction the girl pointed. Corin was startled. "Huh? What? Them? They're so small." Seeing the sisters Ren and Ron growling in a small cage, Corin was surprised. "That's strange. In my past life, they were 20 years old. I did hear that a werewolf's body grows according to their mental development, but this is a bit too small." But even so, Corin squatted down, looking into the small cage with a warm gaze. Corin spoke, "Hey." Suddenly, the sister, Ren, hugged her sibling tightly, fiercely protecting her. "Don't hurt my sister." Looking at how the 2 sisters behaved, Corin realized, so, this is the older sister, Ren. "I heard that werewolves awaken right after they're born, so they're sold when they're young." The memory of Ren's strong, stubborn face appeared in his mind. Ren growled, "I'll kill you, you bastard." Corin was confused. Her attitude is so different. She used to be very stubborn. Has she become like this within a year? Corin recounted, "In my past life, Ren and Ron were villains working in the werewolves' Catholic Church, the traditionalists, extreme demon separatist. In their efforts to increase public awareness of the demi-humans, they committed countless violent acts against captured werewolves and led to a confrontation with the politics of the Great Prince and the Second Prince. The 2 of them were not easy opponents in my past life. Yet, in the end, they were both killed by Park Sihu." The sound of the door opening echoed. Corin smiled and offered his hand. "You're prettier than I imagined. Let's go." Karin thought, I'm rescuing unfortunate villains who will later evolve into powerful mid-level bosses. Instead of accepting, Ren pushed Karen's hand away. Ren yelled, go away. Leave us alone. Karin, quickly and gently, urged, be good and go. But Ren firmly refused. Let go, let us go. Unable to convince her with words, Karin angrily grabbed Ren's hand. Karin spoke. You'll get hurt. At that moment, Ren hesitated. Let go. Karin spread out his arms, embracing the two sisters. Karin whispered into their ears, comforting them. It's okay. No one will harm you anymore. You're safe now. The children, who had never received protection from adults and were always oppressed, were indeed unfortunate. Ron, embraced by Karin, wept tears. A moment later, Karin helped the two of them up. Karin asked, what are your names? Ron, I'm Ron. The girl next to her, wiping her tears, hesitantly said, Ren. Hearing their names, he gently introduced himself, I'm Karen. A trembling voice was heard. Are you a guardian? Yes. Suddenly, Ren was lost in thought. Seeing Ren comfortable, Karen realized, she must be feeling more relaxed now. Suddenly, Ron also clung to him. Karen was surprised. She did too. Oh my god, I managed to comfort them. But, seeing the two being protected by him, Karen was hesitant. Should I really hand them over to the guardians at the academy? Lenya, with a stern look, appeared. What are you thinking? It was Lenya, a staff member at the bar. She seemed like a normal bar employee in a small alley, but in reality, she was the manager of an information-gathering guild. Karin sat, deep in thought. I had thought earlier that they were mid-level bosses. Ren and Ron weren't children like this. I had thought they were more powerful. I wanted to use their abilities to control enemies. Karin suddenly spoke. For now, take them to the inn. Feed them as well. Lenya asked, are you a philanthropist? Karin didn't think much and simply said, you can think whatever you want. Then Karen turned away and sighed with relief. But it's not like that means I have to save Warren by myself now. In Merkaba City, where flying beasts land, in the eastern village, a giant bird flapped its wings wildly. The staff member who was standing in front respectfully greeted them. Welcome, you must be from the east? May I see your registration papers? Then Jin Hyuk appeared from behind, followed by Kang Royan and Kang Yua. They presented their identification badges. The staff member, seeing them, quickly exclaimed, an officer from the Brahme Academy. I understand. Kang Royan stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Professor Kang Ryan. These are my disciples, Jin Hyuk said. I'm Jin Hyuk. It's nice to meet you. Kang Yua, beside him, smirked and said, I am the president of the student council, Kang Yua. Immediately, the staff member smiled and pointed inside. The El Las Kingdom welcomes the three of you. There is a carriage waiting. Please follow this way. Immediately after, a luxurious carriage appeared, transporting them. A voice was heard. Phew, they treat us really well here. Suddenly, inside the carriage, Kang Yua pulled out her sword, holding it to Jin Hyuk's neck, warning, you haven't even sat down yet, teacher. Jin Hyuk laughed and cried out, come on Yua, you know I'm not strong. Kang Ryan, sitting beside them, wasn't calm either. Kang Ryan scolded, a top knight speaking like that? Jin Hyuk, not willing to lose, replied, you said that too. Kang Ryan, with a headache, said, enough. Sit down, don't talk nonsense. Although Jin Hyuk was a bit unwilling, are you sure, teacher? That thing is here? Kang Ryan's eyes slightly opened. Kang Ryan said in a bored tone, yes. Kang Ryan recounted, the leader of this place must have taken it. The emperor is certain about that. Hearing the teacher's words, both of them froze. Kang Ryan warned carefully, hide your killing intent. We must forget about all of that. Understand? Only then we can take action. Hearing the teacher's words, Jin Hyuk was confused. Forget about it? Immediately, his memories took him back to the disaster from last year, when Jin Hyuk stood alone before a sea of evil. Kang Ryan whispered, how could you forget? At that moment, Jin Hyuk couldn't hold back and yelled, what the hell did that thing do to us? 1 month after the Stormbat incident, the academy was buzzing with excitement for the upcoming festival. The festival wasn't quite as it sounded. It was more like an inter-academy exchange battle. It was an event where students from 4 academies in each region fought for dominance. Jaeger exclaimed, but don't we need to form teams soon? Lark chimed in excitedly, no. First we have to choose between individual, pair, and group battles. Alicia asked curiously, what are you planning to compete in, Karen? Pair battles, and I'll take you with me. Lark thought differently, I want to do individual and group battles. Jaeger declared, I want to do pair battles. At that moment, Alicia Arde hesitated and said, me? Humph. Karen sighed and complained, what humph? We are already a fixed team. Alicia Arde gently asked, what about group battles? Karen calmly replied, group battles are randomly assigned. so I don't know yet. I hope I'll be on your team. Alicia Arde exclaimed. Humph. Karan, frustrated, said, why do you keep Fing? Alicia Arde kept her gaze on Karen. Alicia Arde explained, isn't the team selection also random for me? Wanting to be on the same team as me doesn't mean. Karan quickly added, there will be an announcement soon. If you are ranked 2 or higher, you'll have the right to participate. Upon hearing this, Alicia Arde seemed defeated. Alicia Arde slumped onto the table, her mind in disarray. So, he sees me as a coolie again. I'll have to work hard at the festival again, Karan sighed. What work? Suddenly, Alicia Arde said, why don't you pair up with Mariette? Isn't she the strongest? Upon Alicia Arde's mention, Karan pondered and said, Mariette? She'll probably do individual battles, huh? A mage doing individual battles? Karan imagined Mariette celebrating her win alone. Karan quietly said, it seems she wants the rewards for individual battles, Mariette exclaimed. It's mine. Ah, if that's the case. Hey, look over here. What? Karan sat confused at the academy. Huh? Suddenly, everyone became abuzz. Wow, look at that outfit. It must be from the East. Karan, a camera on 2 legs, also got curious. The East? Observing the 3 Kangs appear, everyone was wide-eyed. Is that a Taoist robe? You idiot, it's just Eastern attire, Karan exclaimed in shock. They've arrived here already? The immortal Taoist Kang Ryan. The hunting hound Sujinhyuk. The sword saint Kang Yua, Karan whispered. The main characters of Part 3, the Night Demon. In the study, voices argued, transfer the students of our academy to the Brahme Academy? I can't agree with that. This time, a stubborn face appeared. Kang Ryan repeated, we're only making a reasonable request, based on our blood ties with that child. Kang Ryan recounted the fire incident. A year ago, we faced a tragic accident, and sadly, the center of that accident was my granddaughter. I understand. Kang Ryan added, while our palace was reduced to ashes, you took my granddaughter away. We found her, and we naturally want to bring her back. Professor Josephine frowned and reminded him, Warren is a special case. You should know that. Professor Josephine wondered, is the reason he requested to meet immediately after arriving, as the judge of the team battles, is it for Warren? Kang Ryan, not giving up, continued, you know that there's a monster residing inside Rand's body. I only want to help my granddaughter escape that monster. Professor Josephine said, Warren's body remains alive thanks to that child, and that was the wish of Headmaster Eryu's friend and the student's father, Kang Yu. Kang Ryan, still stubborn, firmly said, we'll handle that ourselves. Do you really think you can merge with that monster from the start? Of course. Warren has been studying for an entire semester without any problems. Kang Ryan also made a condition. I want you to prove it. Hearing this, Professor Josephine's eyes changed completely, hidden behind her glasses. Suddenly, Bishop Li Xinyang, sent by the Catholic Church, appeared. Li Xinyang said, has that vicious demon been assimilated? Who knows if that's not a part of her evil plan? Hearing the bishop's voice, Professor Josephine turned and suggested gently, Bishop Li Xinyang, please be careful with your words. Ji Xinyang repeated, no, we believe what we see and hear, not your words as evidence. What are you implying? Bishop Ji Xinyang's expression darkened as he made a dark suggestion. Release that evil thing into this festival. If she is truly the evil that slaughtered countless people, then her true nature will be revealed in the heat of this tournament. Professor Josephine frowned and asked, you want me to let Warren out during this festival? Karan thought, even though what they're saying is baseless, I am not confident that I can convince them. Because when it comes to trust, a witch like me is also a target of criticism. Well, this may be a good opportunity. If I show others that a demon can be assimilated and have a conscience, that will be good for the future. After pondering for a while, Professor Josephine agreed. Okay, I'll have Warren compete in the individual battles. And Professor Kang Ryan, I have you. Professor Josephine whispered, where Warren wants to be is her decision. Professor Josephine confided, I don't know about the Eastern continent, but here, her legal guardians are Headmaster Eryu, me, and the great saint of the Xi'an Cathedral. Kang Ryan pondered upon hearing Josephine's words. Then Josephine spoke, I think we've talked enough. You two can leave now. I understand. Thank you for your time, Professor Josephine. After seeing them off, Professor Josephine stood there sipping a cup of hot tea. Phew, thinking about it, things are really similar to what he said. A message came in. During this festival, Balthazar's henchmen are in hiding. Upon hearing the news, Professor Josephine was so shocked that she yelled, what? Professor Josephine angrily slammed the table and screamed, where? Who? Karan, sitting beside her, said, I only know that something is going to happen, but I don't know exactly what. But I guess that. Karan handed over the piece of evidence he was holding to confirm his guess. Karan expressed, the Catholic Church and Brahme, one of the two, Or maybe both. Hidden behind Karen's dark eyes, Karen secretly confirmed, the answer is, both. The Catholic Church, declining day by day, was desperately trying to expand its influence. And the spirit mages of Brahme, along with their disciples, were also involved in this. The key word is the night demon, Warren. This is a major event that decides the fate of the characters and marks a turning point in the main scenario, as well as decides the overall direction of the entire kingdom of El-Las. Karen sat there eating bread. Karen suggested, I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine. Then, you? Karen looked at the professor and said, there are inns built according to religion outside like this. It will be easier to keep an eye on the Brahme students there. Professor's eyes changed. Josephine asked, how can I trust you? Seeing the professor's reaction, Karen pondered, she still thinks I'm a disciple of Balthazar? Karen reached down and unbuttoned his shirt. Karen's voice rang out. You don't have to believe me. Keep suspecting me. That's the right judgment. Then Karen pulled his shirt down, revealing his skin. Karen repeated, but no matter what you do, my goal remains the same. I swear to save the world. Seeing the student in front of her, the professor had a headache. Professor Josephine sighed. Karen thought, if she knew the oath of a shadow warrior, her suspicion would lessen a bit. Professor Josephine was silent, not responding. Suddenly, the professor spoke. But I heard that the newly built inns on the outskirts were built by the students, using their own money. Karen explained, that has nothing to do with me. Professor Josephine presented evidence. I have information that the innkeeper who received the contributions is you. The statement was like a slap in the face to wake Karen up. Karen stood still like a mummy. No, it doesn't have to do with me. Not stopping there, Professor Josephine asked further, I heard that recently, Mariette moved her belongings there and is setting up a stall on the street. Karen was sweating profusely. Karen firmly refused, absolutely, it has nothing to do with me. Ensuring 100 long-term lodgers, daily supplies, food and drink, round-trip transportation fees, all of these profitable projects were planned by this visionary person. Sometimes, people need a little help. Don't be so stubborn. And then time passed. The preliminary round of the team battles of the festival was about to begin. A voice shouted, hey, huh? Jaeger sweated and stammered. We. Seeing the crowd of people appearing at the team battles, Jaeger trembled. Will we survive? At the team battle festival, only 16 teams would pass. At that moment, Jaeger, unable to remain calm, yelled, why are there so many people? Lark, equally anxious, complained, even the upperclassmen are participating. Karen, observing, realized that Warren was the only one absent among those named. Maybe she was only participating in individual battles. Suddenly, Karen remembered, where's Alicia? Just at that moment, Alicia was in the crowd, shouting, Karen, I'm here. Let me through. Then, from the arena platform, a man's voice rang out. It's nice to meet you all. The people below cheered. Wow. Look, that's Kang Ryan. Kang Ryan introduced himself with pleasure. I am Kang Ryan, the judge of this competition. This is the preliminary round that will determine the 16 guardians who will compete in the team battles. Good luck to you all. Lark started pulling his hair, frustrated. The difficulty must be hell level. Jaeger, still confused, hadn't caught on. Huh? What? Who is he? Kang Ryan announced the rules of the competition. If the ribbon on your hand is snatched, you'll be eliminated. Please be careful. Kang Ryan said, let's begin. The theme of this test is, yes, it's the most important duty of a guardian. Kang Ryan's face darkened. Kang Ryan's voice echoed. Rescuing the people. Immediately, a battle formation appeared, shocking the students. Everyone's faces changed. That was the 8-door formation. Jaeger exclaimed in shock, hey, what the hell is this? What does this even mean? Lark frantically said, of course, it has a meaning. Kang Ryan is the most talented formation master in the Eastern continent. Jaeger muttered, but this scope? And what do they mean by rescue the people? Suddenly, Lark's expression changed. The people? He mentioned that? Huh? 1. After touching a civilian, you can give commands. 2. Leading a civilian to your target will add 1 point per person. 3. Destroying a civilian will deduct 2 points per person. Seeing the figures, they couldn't help but wonder, are these stone figures civilians? Jaeger, intrigued, grabbed one of the figures. So if we touch them, they'll move? Lark, serious, said, I think so? Jaeger then exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. It seems fun. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Hey, Karen, watching them play around, smiled slightly. They're really children. So enthusiastic. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Careful, it's a hound. A hound with sharp eyes appeared, growling. Alicia, without a word, charged forward, killing the hound with a single strike. Everyone around cheered. Wow. Killed it with 1 strike. That's Alicia for you. We're so lucky to be on a team with her. Praised by everyone, Alicia proudly snorted. Ahem. Alicia, taking the lead, spoke, just trust and follow me. At that moment, the remains of the hound lay cut in two on the ground. The mission is to protect the people. Demonstrate your skills as guardians to protect the people from monster attacks. You must move as many people as possible to the safe zone. Then everyone immediately moved forward. Someone running behind called out, Alicia, there's another civilian over there. Alicia led everyone to chase after them. Okay, Corin pondered. Alicia has a bit of a sense of achievement. Leon suggested, if we save that person, we will have saved 10 people. Let's quickly save them. Alicia excitedly agreed. It would be better to start looking for a safe zone, Leon agreed. I'll send someone to scout ahead. This is the 8-door formation, so there must be a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, Alicia's group stopped. They looked up in shock. Leon, confused, asked, what's wrong? Alicia said, the ground is shaking. Leon asked anxiously, is that the sound of drums? Immediately, Alicia shouted, ah, behind us, behind us. Just as the words ended, a chaotic, blurry image flashed by. A group of soldiers approached. The leader on the other side, standing on a high point, pointed and ordered, if you drop your weapons, we'll spare you. Seeing the scene in front of them, Alicia froze. What the hell? A cart? No, they tied the figures together to form a cart. Alicia, trying to observe more carefully, said, no, they're tying the figures together to form a cart. What is that? Jaeger, wearing armor and holding a harp, sat on top of the group of figures and shouted, kneel, we are robbers. Seeing a familiar face, Alicia yelled furiously, Jaeger, what are you doing? No. Moreover, can you even play a harp like a guitar? A wicked laugh echoed, did you really think you could have more than 1,000 students get points by transporting a limited number of figures? Alicia, trembling, pointed forward. Ah, you, why do I have to care about doing something as annoying as that, Corin? Hearing Alicia call him, Corin went into character. Corin, who is that? You should call me the omnipotent immortal one. Corin, dressed as a clown but looking menacing, said, I am the omnipotent immortal one. Eliminating the others is indeed easier. The original plan involved only 3 people, Corin and his 2 teammates, Jaeger and Lark. They decided to recruit other students to build a powerful force, as this was the first step to achieving success. Jaeger and Lark constantly praised and hailed Corin as an extraordinary leader with superior strength, while Corin, with his arms crossed, wore a smug smile that never left his face. The immediate goal was to pass the qualifying round, where only 16 people would remain. To do so, the group needed to eliminate all unnecessary opponents. Corin's plan was clear. Quickly stabilize his forces, find a safe area, and recruit more students to their side. Corin didn't hesitate to admit that these students would become living shields to protect the group from dangerous encounters. Not everyone agreed with this tactic. A young mage with short cropped hair clearly showed his dissatisfaction, clutching his staff and yelling, take them down now. But before he could act, his companion quickly stopped him, preventing him from engaging in a useless confrontation. Jeers echoed everywhere. Criticisms of Corin's group as cowards filled the air. However, Corin remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. Currently, his team was using a perfect defensive formation with giant stone statues lined up as a barrier in front of them. The task this time was simple but challenging. If Corin's team moved a stone statue to the safe area, each member would gain 1 point. Conversely, if a statue was destroyed, they would lose 2 points. Sitting regally on a throne formed from one of the stone statues, Corin declared smugly, follow my plan, and we will all win. The attackers below were enraged, screaming that Corin was a coward, and if they let this continue, they would lose. All the opponents charged forward, heading towards the stone statues and Corin's group. They taunted Corin to come down and fight them one-on-one. The attacking team's plan was to climb the statues and throw Corin's group down. Seeing their confidence, Corin only smiled evilly. He placed his hand on Lark's head. Lark also smiled slyly, acknowledging that the golden opportunity had arrived, and that he had been holding back for a long time. But Corin told Lark to wait a little longer. As the attacking team got closer, Lark immediately unleashed Fireball, a fireball that was launched at the group, creating a huge explosion, causing the attackers to scream in pain. The students who took the hit worried that if the statues were destroyed too, they would all be finished, but Corin simply replied that there were still many statues left, so losing a few was no problem. And this was also the difference between the missions of the 2 teams. One team would reinforce their forces and gather stone statues early on, which was Corin's team. The other team would attack and destroy the opponent's stone statues to earn points and defeat the enemy, pushing them out of the safe zone. That team was led by Alicia, but, regardless, each side had its own strategy. Korin smiled savagely and ordered his team to take down anyone who moved forward. The teammates behind him responded, "Understood." Korin thought that the Academy's occasional missions that pitted two sides against each other were quite fun, and the number of eliminations on both sides was increasing. Returning to the present, Alicia and Korin met face to face. Alicia, in shock, pointed at Korin, unable to believe her eyes. She didn't expect Karen to appear here. Korin, with his arms outstretched, his clown's mouth smiling wide, and head held high, proclaimed that he was the omnipotent one. Korin, his eyes white and wide, looked down at Alicia below with a savage smile. He called out Alicia's name and offered her to join his gang in this battle. Alicia, with her sword hilt ready, couldn't believe what she had just heard, so she asked in confusion, "What?" Korin tempted Alicia to remove the emblem of the attacking side and join Korin's team. If she agreed, he was willing to make her the vice-captain. But Alicia refused outright. Korin, despite Alicia's objections, didn't care whether she agreed or not. What he needed was to add more forces to his team during the attack on the enemy, and he needed her. Korin issued an order. If anyone could bring Alicia to his team, they would be made the captain of a squad. As soon as the order was issued, countless people appeared, attacking Alicia from behind, while she was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. The three people attacking Alicia felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. One of them shouted, "Attack!" All three of them charged towards Alicia. Alicia cried out. So, the three of them were on her side, and they wanted to change teams. They used this opportunity to switch sides. Her teammates brazenly admitted that they would rather face her than Karen. Hearing this, she cried even louder. She had trusted everyone so much, but she didn't expect them to do this to her. Korin, observing the situation in front of him, smiled even more wickedly. Peace is just an illusion. The nature of society is to disregard everything to bring personal gain. Blood splattered everywhere. When people sensed danger, they would find any way to survive. Morality was nothing in a life-or-death moment. Everyone rushed at each other, fighting each other ruthlessly. Alicia still managed to defeat the three people who attacked her, but she was angry. She said that enough was enough. Faced with her teammates' betrayal, Alicia had been successfully corrupted by Karen. In her sadness, Alicia stated that she didn't need anyone else and that she would fight her best and show no mercy to anyone. Alicia Arden had officially become the vice leader. Moving to Mariette's scene, she knew that in this battle, forming teams was the common idea of everyone. She couldn't do anything alone, especially when facing the second-year prodigy, Mariette Duneleft. Mariette's team was based on friendship, so many people joined. They were confident that they could overcome everything with their strong friendships. However, when Karen's army of stone statues invaded, her team faced unavoidable difficulties. Mariette was stunned when she saw Karen. Isabel managed to calm Mariette down, saying that they could win because, even if Karen had a larger army, their attack power couldn't match Mariette's team. Karen's sweet voice rang out, a voice that made Mariette freeze for 3 seconds. Karen tearfully asked, heartbroken, "Why did you choose to confront me like this?" This statement made Mariette's already trembling heart explode. Mariette trembled, unable to speak. Isabel, standing beside her, was confused, not understanding what was wrong with Mariette. At this time, Isabel still hadn't realized that their 2-year friendship was nothing compared to Mariette's first love. Mariette raised her staff, her face flushed. This first love had corrupted her, turning her into a savage like Karen. She even shouted that she would join his side. Mariette pounced and attacked her friends. The friend who was attacked was still confused, not understanding what Mariette was trying to do. Continuous shouts echoed. Isabel was also stunned and shocked. She was sweating profusely, unable to believe that Mariette would do something like that to her friends. Before she could come to her senses, Mariette had already taken down the others and was heading towards her. Isabel could only stand there in fear, stammering, unable to speak. Karen's devilish group, witnessing this, cheered excitedly. Jaeger praised the team's new recruit. Lark was overjoyed as each of them fell. After dealing with all of her friends, Mariette raised her staff and celebrated. She wore Karen's signature savage smile. She even affirmed that she was an invincible warrior. The sinners, corrupted by Karen, were becoming more and more insane. They stood behind Karen, shouting slogans, "Victory to all! Sweep away all obstacles! Forward, brothers!" Karen threw his cloak back, grinning from ear to ear. Having teammates to bear the burden is really easy. The teachers watching everything through the screen were also sweating profusely. They didn't know what was going on out there. Kang Ryan turned to ask Josephine if she knew what Karen was planning, but Josephine couldn't have foreseen Karen's plan. But putting it in another way, it could also be considered a surprise of this tournament. Josephine admitted that Karen had some moves that she couldn't predict, and what she thought was absolutely true. Karen's group passed the qualifying round quickly and rejoiced as if they had won a lottery. Everyone was dancing a strange dance on top of the pile of stone statues. Although they had achieved remarkable results, Corrin's team also inadvertently left a bad impression on everyone. The next round was the pair battle, and the first opponents that Karen's team had to face were the Chen twins, who were also second-level guardians of the academy. The younger Chen sister released a pile of talismans aimed directly at Karen's team. Karen quickly dodged all of them. Karen pointed at the Chen siblings and ordered Alicia to attack. Alicia was startled, not understanding why Karen chose her. Alicia took her fighting stance seriously. She raised her sword, criticizing Karen for making everything turn out like this, and said that she would deal with the Chen siblings. 2 sharp sword strikes were unleashed. Alicia unleashed a sword-breaking technique, each strike accurately hitting its target. The 2 siblings cried out in pain. The battle ended quickly. Karen praised Alicia's strategy as being good, but Alicia, resentful, said that she was fighting on her own while Karen was just standing and directing, not helping at all. Karen disagreed, feeling that cheering for his teammates was also adding to their strength. Alicia, bluntly, emphasized that she was very annoyed. Jinhyuk and Kang Yua were watching from the stands. After watching Alicia's match, Jinhyuk recognized Alicia as the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, but he felt that Alicia was not that strong. Kang Yua's sharp eyes analyzed Alicia's abilities. She thought that Alicia's level when facing weaker students was not bad. But the person Kang Yua was paying attention to was Karen. She realized that the key player in this team was Karen. All the problems and changes stemmed from Karen. Kang Yua, remembering the recent ranking, immediately confirmed that Karen was the one who had been promoted to a level 5 guardian. In her head at this moment, Kang Yua was thinking of the 2 tough opponents she had researched before coming here. The first person Kang Yua was wary of was the Berserker, and the second person was the demi-vampire, Mariette Duneleft. But after watching the recent battle, when the younger Chen sister threw the talismans at Karen, he was able to dodge that attack very easily. Considering the strength and coordination of the Chen siblings, they were not weak, which only proved that Karen's strength was not something to be trifled with. Looking at Karen's back on the field, Kang Yua remarked that Karen had the ability to observe everything meticulously, could make quick and accurate decisions, and had a level of experience in judging situations. Karen could be considered the strongest among the students present here. Jinhyuk also recognized the seriousness of the situation. If they were to face Karen, they would surely encounter many difficulties. Someone as clever as Karen wasn't someone that everyone could face. He hoped they wouldn't have to face such an opponent. While they were talking, Jinhyuk saw something. He turned to the person who had just appeared and said, "Huh?" Jinhyuk's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent, his face clearly showing hatred and anger. The battle inside the arena was so exciting that roars and cheers echoed endlessly. Outside the arena, Warren was slowly walking away. Everyone was focused on the matches, so the school was quite empty. This quiet was completely different from the daily hustle and bustle. Warren closed her eyes. This silence reminded her of that day, the day she became a Yasha. Returning to the past, Warren was still very small. When she woke up after the transformation, everything around her was just flames, hot enough to burn flesh. Everything had been destroyed that night. In her head, she could only hear the sounds of "kill them all" and "death to all." Her house was engulfed in flames. She was alone, standing on a mountain of corpses that had been burned nearly to ashes. While deep in the past, Warren was pulled back to reality by an unknown killing intent. She realized that someone was attacking her. Jinhyuk launched a straight and fast kick towards Warren. Warren's sharp eyes seemed to have realized something. Warren could clearly see Jinhyuk's technique and attack. Warren successfully blocked the attack. Jinhyuk also took the opportunity to retreat, keeping his distance. Jinhyuk was impressed by Warren's quick reflexes, while Warren recognized the source of the killing intent emanating from Jinhyuk. Warren felt the killing intent on him was too intense, while Jinhyuk just rambled that not everyone could recognize his attacks, let alone block them. Jinhyuk charged straight at Warren. He affirmed that he would take her down. From his moves and speed, she acknowledged that Jinhyuk was indeed a formidable opponent. Warren frowned. She realized that Jinhyuk's hostile attitude must mean something. Warren asked Jinhyuk if he had known her from before. Jinhyuk just said, "Huh?" Jinhyuk denied what Warren had just said. He confirmed that he didn't know who Warren was, but his face showed his hostility clearly. He said he had never met her, but his face showed that he knew too much about Warren. Jinhyuk apologized to Warren for his excessive behavior. He thought she was someone he knew and wanted to tease her, but he was wrong. Warren, hearing this, was speechless and didn't know what to say. Warren felt very familiar with Jinhyuk, but she couldn't remember anything. Anyway, it didn't matter to her anymore. Warren reminded Jinhyuk to be careful, and he laughed, saying that he would be more careful with his actions next time. But after Warren left, Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, his killing intent becoming thicker and more dense. Kang Ryan, observing everything, slowly walked towards Jinhyuk. She felt that Jinhyuk's actions just now were too reckless. Kang Ryan blamed Jinhyuk for his rash actions. He shouldn't have revealed his power here. Jinhook didn't think he was wrong. He believed that his actions had proven that his master's 8 gates had an effect on the demi-human Warren. Looking at Warren's retreating back, Jinhook murmured about the powerful monster masterpiece created by the Soul Mages. In order to seal the monster and rescue Lan, the 8 gates diamond lock Great Extinction formation needed to be set up. Kang Ryan looked at Jinhook's clenched hands trembling. She knew that he was holding back, but she reminded Jinhook to be quiet and wait. To provoke the Yasha, they needed to wait for the right opportunity. Kang Ryan thought that when everything was over, perhaps if they only removed that evil thing from Warren, Jinhook could do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Jinhook's killing intent grew even stronger. Jinhook promised not to act recklessly, because what he wanted to do was kill someone after subduing the demon within her. Finally, the second round of the knockout tournament arrived. All the contestants were present in the center of the Ella's kingdom, in the city of Nazaria, where the second round was held. At a roadside tavern, all the tables were full, waiters were busy moving about, and lively chatter filled the air. Karin was also sitting in the tavern. The fact that the second round was taking place in a location as far as this was completely unexpected. Recalling when he received the notification from Professor Josephine, she said that the location of the knockout round had been changed by Professor Kang Ryan. When he received the news, Karin was a bit surprised. Josephine also bluntly asked Karin if he was the one who stole Griffin's goods, but he denied it, saying he didn't know anything and didn't take anything. Josephine seized the opportunity to ask Karin what the thing was. Karin, feeling guilty, looked away. He did take it, but what he took was the goods of the old church, and those were the items that Kang Ryan had been secretly transporting through this country. Karin remembered himself as the leader of a gang of robbers, stealing goods, and sighed in lament. The things he took were necessary to activate the 8 gates diamond lock Great Extinction formation, the formation aimed at Warren in the next round. The theft of Griffin's goods had been discovered by Josephine, but it was all a play acted out by Kang Ryan and Li Qinyang to buy time in order to get the smuggled goods back. Speaking of the devil, Kang Ryan walked into the tavern where Karin was sitting. Seeing old man Kang Ryan, Karin secretly cursed, "Those mice. Their heads are full of nothing but schemes." Alicia, admiringly, said that Nazaria didn't seem as bad as the rumor suggested. She asked if he wanted to eat anything, but Karin reminded Alicia that the instruction manual clearly stated that they shouldn't eat or drink anything in this place. Alicia asked in disappointment why. Kang Ryan, on the other side, seemed to have completed his task. He loudly announced that all 16 members of the Griffin Academy and 16 members of the Merkaba Academy seemed to have arrived. Kang Ryan bowed his head and slyly announced the number 58 minutes. While the groups were still eating and laughing, Kang Ryan's countdown continued steadily, 59 minutes and 59 minutes and 30 seconds. After he counted to 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few people had already pulled out their swords and assumed a defensive position. Finally, he counted down from 5. Karin also stood up and grabbed his weapon. Alicia was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She looked back and forth between Karin and Kang Ryan in confusion. He gave the order to start, and the talisman in his hand glowed a bright gold. Karin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams echoed in panic. Alicia was completely bewildered and asked him what he was doing. Mariette also directly thrust her weapon through the head of another student contestant. The others also slashed mercilessly, heads falling off, blood everywhere. Seeing the blood splattering, Alicia still didn't know what was going on or what was happening. In the tavern, now there was only a pile of corpses, blood everywhere, along with a few remaining strong people. Alicia was terrified, her face pale. She didn't understand what people were doing and what was really happening. Karin, noticing the dismay in Alicia's eyes, reminded her to look closely at the corpses. After hearing that, she calmly observed her surroundings closely. Those who had just been killed didn't seem to be human. The speed at which the dead decomposed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they revealed the muscles and bones on their faces. Karin wondered why Kang Ryan had chosen this place for the second round of the qualifiers. As far as he knew, the city of Nazaria had been trapped in a time loop since the event 300 years ago. During the day, everything was still normal. Everyday life was still going on as if nothing had happened. But when night fell, the entire city of 1.2 million people would become a land of zombies. The image of Nazaria at night, mysterious and haunting, appeared in Karin's mind. In Karin's memory, it was an anomalous existence, and Nazaria was also known as the City of the Dead. After understanding the whole situation, the tavern, which was still lit, immediately announced that the knockout round had officially begun. Kang Ryan carefully explained the rules of the second round. Each team would be divided, and the main task was to collect moonstones. The deadline for collection was until the morning of the day after tomorrow, and anyone who wanted to quit would be immediately approved. After the list was announced, The teams only received some basic instructions and a backpack containing essential items. Then, everyone was thrown out of the inn. Outside, there were about 1.2 million zombies roaming. Karin's team, Team D, still included the same members, Alicia, Jaeger, and Lark. While walking, Karin seriously calculated. If they wanted to save Warren, his team had to make it to round 3, and the requirement to get to round 3 was to be one of the top 4 teams. For now, he could only play by the rules of this zombie festival. The moon was now full, hanging high overhead. Karin had a plan. The really strong people were all in the center of the city. His group would target the outskirts, where the difficulty was only moderate. Karin threw his spear from above. All the zombies that were hit directly disintegrated, making way for his plan. With only Karin, they had enough. Moving to the watchtower on the outskirts, Karin's goal was to climb to a high place. A high place was easy to observe, and he could identify the moonstone zombies. When zombies swallowed moonstones, their bodies would glow. After reaching the watchtower as planned, Lark noticed a few glowing zombies. Lark wondered what was going on with the glowing zombies. At this moment, Karin was still calculating how to collect points safely and reliably. Karin explained that the glowing zombies could be seen as the final bosses of this round. They had to capture those zombies. He also stated that quality was more important than quantity. He suggested that Lark use his magic to help the other 3 fly. Lark didn't need to attack. Lark also agreed with the plan Karin had laid out. Lark decided to use his long-range magic, but before he could finish, he discovered something. Everyone wondered what Karin's surprised expression meant. Karin said that he hadn't used his magic, but the zombie below was dragging its sword on the ground, making a clanking sound. The Revenant Titan charged towards the group where Karin was standing. Karin didn't understand why they had become the target of this Titan. Upon hearing that, Karin started sweating profusely. He told Lark to run, and Lark also started panicking. Lark didn't understand why they had to run, but Karin didn't dare to reveal the reason for fear of everyone panicking. The Titan was targeting them was the final boss of the central area. Karin warned Lark to use his flying magic quickly, but Karin was too late because Lark had been hit. The attack was so fast that they couldn't even see it, and Karin broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know what Lark had been hit with. Perhaps what Lark had been hit with was Ghost. After being hit, Lark was immediately removed from the match and logged out of the competition. Karin could only call Lark's name in vain. A notification appeared, declaring that Lark Bergman had been eliminated. When hit by a sufficiently strong blow, the player would be eliminated and teleported out of the competition area. Seeing Lark being thrown out by the system, Karin's face turned pale. Before they could do anything, Lark was already eliminated. No wonder, because with an attack as fast as that, even Karin would surrender. Temporarily forgetting about Lark, Karin immediately issued orders to Jaeger and Alicia. The Titan below was preparing to launch its next attack. The Titan threw its sword, and a huge surge of power emerged from the tip of the sword and headed towards Karin. The watchtower was hit and immediately split in 2, the upper half of the building falling freely. Karin ran ahead, telling Jaeger and Alicia to quickly climb to the top of the tower, then ran in the opposite direction. Jaeger was annoyed that whenever he was on a team or went with Karin, they would always run into trouble. The sounds of collapsing rocks and debris continued to echo. The watchtower had been destroyed in an instant. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the magnificent tower was now just a pile of rubble on the road. In the pile of rubble, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. A stone moved, indicating that something was still alive beneath the rock. It was Karin's group. He and Alicia had thankfully survived. He quickly asked about the condition of his teammates. Alicia quipped that when she was with Karin, she always saw new and amazing things. Karin could only smile bitterly in agreement. Karin determined that they had lost the first day. Lark had been eliminated too soon. Now the whole team could only try to make it till morning. Jaeger also gleefully agreed that what Karin had said was true. But before they could be happy for long, Jaeger was grabbed by a giant hand. Jaeger didn't know if he was sleepy or hallucinating, but he saw 5 giant toes on the hand. A demon bat that had appeared out of nowhere swooped down and grabbed Jaeger. Jaeger could only scream for help, while Karin was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Alicia warned Karin about what had just appeared. Karin looked closely at what had just arrived, his face darkened, and he sighed. He had prepared for the worst case, but he didn't expect it to happen. The White Soul King had appeared. A powerful monster had appeared because of the loud noises Karin had created, which had attracted it. Karin felt that everything was getting more and more difficult. There were the giant Titan, the Abyss Demon, and now the White Soul King had come to him. All 3 bosses of Nazaria had arrived, and each of them was an elite level or above. Karin and Alicia were surrounded and had all their escape routes blocked. Alicia anxiously asked Karin what to do. Was their entire group about to die? Karin just clicked his tongue and said that it was annoying. All 3 bosses, as if they had agreed, charged towards Karin and Alicia. Karin gritted his teeth. not knowing what to do. He had clearly calculated every way he could try to hold on, but it seemed that everything was forcing him to stop here and fail in this round. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from the sky. Even Karen was surprised by this strange phenomenon. Karen turned around. A powerful attack like thunder, carrying blue lightning, was aimed directly at the Titan, causing the area to shake from its power. Karen realized that this wasn't an attack. It was just a blinding light used to obstruct their vision. When he could clearly see the object emitting that light, Karen realized it was a spear, and he seemed to recognize the origin of the spear. A hand reached out and firmly grasped the spear. A shadowy figure, cloaked, passed by Karen, telling him to go this way before leaving. Alicia ran to Karen, asking about the situation. Seeing that he seemed okay, she asked about Jaeger's situation, but Karen was just frozen, not responding. Finally, both Karen and Alicia decided to leave. In a dark alley, Karen rested his hand on the window frame, panting heavily. The mysterious person asked if he was okay and if anyone had been injured. Karen, having exhausted all his strength running, was still trying to regulate his breathing. Karen thanked them for their help, but he also wondered about the origin of the spear in the mysterious person's hand. The mysterious person also replied that she was wondering about something too. She removed her hood and cloak. She didn't know how Karen could have learned her spear techniques. Hearing this, Karen's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe his ears. Alicia also seemed surprised at the appearance of the mysterious person. Actually, as soon as he had met her, Karen had found her voice too familiar. The mysterious person walked next to Karen and, after observing him from head to toe, nodded and said, "So that's it." When he saw her swift movements, he also recognized that this technique was the silent divine step. Looking closer at her eyes, clear blue eyes like a stream, he was even more certain of the identity of this woman. This person was Manhwa, Karen's master from his past life. Aaron smiled and confirmed that he was her student from the distant future. Karen was still in shock. He asked why Aaron was here. Returning to the past, during the second-year winter vacation, Park Si-hoo was waiting for Karen in front of the headmaster's office. When he saw Karen, Si-hoo scolded him for being so slow. Karen just changed the subject and scolded Si-hoo for being rude. Karen got to the point. He wondered why Si-hoo had called him. When he realized that he was standing in front of the headmaster's office, Karen was surprised. Before he could grasp the situation, Si-hoo had already knocked hard on the headmaster's door. The door slowly opened. Si-hoo knew that Karen had mentioned wanting to become stronger, so it seemed that this time Si-hoo had found someone to teach him. He looked into the room. The room was filled with light, and Si-hoo's voice echoed in his ears. He said that he would introduce him to a teacher who could help him become stronger. Erin sat in the room and looked out. As soon as she saw Karen, she realized that he was the one who often went with Si-hoo. She greeted him first. And that was the fate that was connected thanks to Park Si-hoo's gamer privilege. And that was also the first time Karen met his master, Manhwa. Returning to the present, the zombies still roamed all over the city's streets, except for one house that was protected by numerous spells to prevent the zombies from entering. Erin, having finished setting up the barrier, entered the room. She explained that normal zombies wouldn't be able to enter the building. Alicia politely thanked her and offered Erin to try her chocolate. Erin sat down on a chair and said that she appreciated Alicia's kindness, but she reminded Alicia that in this place they shouldn't eat food from other eras, and she reminded Alicia to be careful about that. Seeing Alicia still eating the chocolate bar in her hand, Karen skimmed through his knowledge about this place. This was 300 years in the past. Because time was looping, if you ate food from 300 years ago, there were two possibilities. One was that the food would return to its correct time stream, and the other was that the person who ate it would be trapped in the past. Because he knew the consequences beforehand, Karen had never broken this rule, but if someone did, something would definitely happen. Karen looked at Alicia, who was eating happily, and broke out in a cold sweat. He sighed and said, "Just eat and see." Alicia asked why Aaron was here. Aaron told Alicia to call Aaron master. Karen remained silent, saying nothing. Aaron picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and said that she understood the general idea. Alicia began the discussion. She mentioned Karen's distant past master. And since Aaron was in this city when the events of 300 years ago occurred, Alicia wanted to know more about the details of the incident. Karen, as if hearing a reminder from Alicia, felt that everything was a mystery. The city of Nazaria was a place where time was looping, and everything had to repeat itself. Karen looked at Aaron, who was drinking tea, and a suspicion arose in his heart. Why could Aaron walk around normally with such a clear mind? Aaron stood up, answering Karen and Alicia's questions. She said that because she was a friend of the god of death, she was able to be free like this. Karen, upon hearing this, still didn't understand Aaron's intentions. Aaron walked towards the window. The city of Nazaria was a type of ancient poison that created zombies. Aaron was here to prevent the birth of the immortal king, and Aaron also announced that the immortal king was about to appear in the center of the city. Alicia was surprised and confused when she heard about the immortal king, but Corin remained the same, with an unusually calm attitude. Corin leaned on his hand and stood up. He said that if something like this had happened, they should set off immediately. Aaron didn't want Karen to go because this was her problem and didn't have anything to do with Karen. He just turned and asked Aaron one question. If she needed help, was he right? Aaron smiled and admitted that Karen was a perceptive child. Corin and Aaron's group were running as fast as they could towards the center of the city. Karen knew from the start that Aaron had no intention of refusing help from Corin, because the main task of this qualifying round was also the main task that he had to overcome. He had to work with the mysterious swordswoman Aaron to prevent the birth of the immortal king of Nazaria. Alicia, noticing something, informed Corin. He just said, his mind still thinking about how helping Aaron was something he couldn't refuse from the beginning. The Titan, holding its sword, roared, ordering the zombie soldiers in front of it. Looking at the Titan, Karen knew that he had to eliminate the 3 zombie kings to weaken the immortal king's power. The Titan swung its sword. The power of the sword cut through the wind with incredible force. Although the attack was fast and decisive, Corin and Aaron were still able to dodge it easily. One teacher and one student, Aaron and Karen, with a combination of both spears, together they performed the heavenly sweep technique. Then, they both slashed their weapons, unleashing a coordinated attack, the wind/spear technique, causing the entire area to light up. The Titan, unable to react in time, raised its hand to block the blow. Corin slashed his spear towards the Titan, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the Titan's swing. But Aaron seized the opportunity and slipped under the sword, taking advantage of the blind spot to attack the Titan. As planned, Aaron stabbed the Titan directly in the stomach. Seeing that the plan was successful, Corin immediately signaled to Alicia that now was the time. Alicia had been waiting. As soon as she heard the signal, she drew her sword from its sheath. Alicia decisively used one sword strike to cut off the head of the zombie king, Titan. Alicia landed lightly. The Titan, beheaded, dropped its sword and fell to the ground. Corin took the giant moonstone from inside the Titan. Alicia was waiting next to him to be praised. Corin admitted that just by having one more person on the team, the difficulty had decreased significantly. Corin admired Aaron's power. Aaron just smiled at him, praising that he had worked hard and that they only needed to do this much today. The sun had already risen in the east, peeking from behind the houses. Usually, when doing a mission outside, groups would set up camp to rest at night, but in Nazaria, it was the opposite. Because this city was extremely safe during the day and extremely dangerous at night. Moving to a house, the morning light had covered everywhere. Alicia had fallen into a deep sleep. Outside, a voice asked if Alicia was asleep. Aaron teased Karen, saying that because both he and Alicia were kids, they could sleep together, but he just rested his chin on his hand, saying he wasn't a kid, so she immediately changed his title to little boy. Anyway, Aaron had taught him everything. So if he wasn't a little boy, then what was he? Karen didn't reply. Karen looked away. He listed the techniques that Aaron had taught him. After hearing that, Aaron also admitted that he was indeed the disciple she had chosen, but what she hadn't expected was that the child she had chosen was just an extremely ordinary child. Upon hearing this, Karen became even more pensive. Aaron had actually chosen Balthazar as her successor, but 80 years later, Aaron regretted that decision. Karen knew everything, but he chose not to say anything because he didn't want to cause more sadness for someone who was living in a time loop that was frozen 300 years in the past. While deep in thought, Karen didn't notice Aaron poking his cheek. Aaron, with her sharp perception, saw Corin's contemplation. She asked him what he was afraid of. Aaron felt that she was too lucky to have a student like Karen, who loved his master so much, but he just felt that Aaron was thinking too much. Aaron realized what Karen was worried about. After hearing just a few words, she knew that her future was not bright at all. Karen immediately objected, but she just scolded him for being a silly student. Didn't he know how amazing his master was? Remembering the sad memories of his past life, Karen answered Aaron's question in his heart. When facing countless evils and enemies, Aaron was the one who stood up against evil. At that critical moment, Aaron had stepped out to block the enemy because she wanted to buy time for him. But Karen didn't accept that action of Aaron. Aaron, in that situation, became someone with extremely strong shoulders. She stated that she was an adult and that she had the responsibility to protect a child like Corin. Corin looked at his master's back, feeling broken. Aaron was the teacher who had led, taught, and changed Karen, and she was also the one who sacrificed herself to protect Karen. In the past, Aaron had turned back to look at him with a smile on her face. Even though she knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand it, she still comforted Corin that everything would be okay. Corin remembered that bastard, Park Sihu. He always blamed himself for not recognizing that person's true face sooner, and he even asked himself countless times if he had eliminated the source of the trouble, Park Sihu. First, would he have been able to save his master or not? Although he knew the future, he always failed again and again. And every time that happened, he had to find a way to fix his mistakes. He remembered the storm bat again, that only its flapping wings had caused an immeasurable consequence. And he also remembered his purpose of joining this festival, which was to rescue Warren, but everything had gone awry. Now, he was in this city. Even meeting his respected teacher from 300 years ago in this city, everything was beyond his expectations. Just one unexpected variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't escape the thought that he was going to fail again. That thought haunted him, preventing him from sleeping. He unintentionally spoke his thoughts out loud. Aaron, hearing it, immediately asked what he was afraid of. Corin, hearing that, jumped as if he had been startled. Aaron laughed. She said that only a fool would always think about the failures of others, while someone who always questioned their own failures was an intelligent person, and that at least Karen was an intelligent person. Corin was silent. He asked Aaron if she had experienced failure like him. Would she still be able to say those words? Aaron hugged her student from behind. She admitted that she was someone who had been and was still constantly failing. Her hug surprised Karen. Aaron continued to talk about her failures, but at the end, she stated that her best decision was choosing him as her successor for her spear techniques. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. Aaron continued to hug him. Aaron was the queen of paradise. She would bless the road ahead of Karen. Therefore, she advised Karen to rest, sleep, and everything would be okay. Karen nodded, repeating Aaron's words in his mind. He didn't know if everything would be okay, or if he could really save everyone or not. Moving to where Warren was standing, she was participating in the individual qualifying rounds, a festival held between the Merkaba and Griffin academies. Below the arena, Warren's opponent was still continuously attacking, but she wasn't fighting back. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing. The knight, no matter how hard he hit, couldn't land a single blow on Warren. He desperately cried out, "Why?" Professor Josephine instructed Warren not to be too serious. The knight, breaking down, climbed onto Warren, grabbed her head, and begged her to give him a chance to win. Karin's voice echoed in Warren's ear. He said that there were many weak people in this world, so she should treat them gently. Another opponent used an axe and tried to chop off Warren's head, but it didn't do anything. Karin's words still echoed that her very existence was a threat to others, so he hoped that she could cooperate to get through this festival smoothly. The knight, failing to chop her, could only lower his head, sobbing, and admitting defeat. Warren just said the two words, "How boring," and didn't fight back at all. Warren remembered her spear training session with Karin. Just that one lesson was more interesting than the current battles. In the past, when teaching Warren, Karen started the training session with very simple things. Warren, while having a meal with Professor Josephine, frankly admitted that Karin's power was far beyond that of normal people, and Josephine agreed with that opinion. Josephine made a comparison and admitted that no one could compare to Karin. Warren didn't want to lose again. The lessons that Karin taught her had been deeply imprinted into her after days and months of hard training. Remembering the spear techniques that Karin had taught her, Warren clenched her fist. She threw a punch, unleashing the 8 extremes fist technique. A dragon ascends to heaven also appeared and went directly to her opponent. The dragon brushed past her opponent, causing his axe to be eliminated from the game. The axe exploded right before his eyes, and the dragon also flashed behind him, making him break out in a cold sweat. The light from that turned into a huge explosion, which made him terrified. Warren realized that she had gone a bit too far, but her face remained emotionless. Her opponent was so scared that he couldn't even stand and knelt down, shouting out, "Monster!" Warren didn't reply. She was so used to those words that she wasn't even angry anymore. Warren put her hand on her chest. She didn't feel sad, but she didn't understand why her heart was hurting so much today. After a while, the final battle of Group C had arrived. Warren's opponent this time was a student from the Griffin Academy. Warren thought that he would be the same as the previous opponents. Jin-hyuk greeted her first. The greeting attracted Warren's attention. Jin-hyuk's killing intent poured out like water. He smiled savagely while greeting Warren. Jin-hyuk unleashed 2 techniques in quick succession: Sky Wind Palm and Armor-Piercing Slash and Full Moon Kick, each kick being supersonic with extremely high damage. But Warren stood calmly in place without moving. Jin-hyuk continued his attacks, killing intent enveloping his entire body. Warren, observing, had to admit that Jin-hyuk was indeed a very strong person. The spectators immediately burst into excitement, realizing that Jin-hyuk was completely different from the previous players. Jin-hyuk unleashed Returning Palm, aiming a kick directly at Warren's face. But Warren remained still, showing no intention of blocking or dodging the attack. There was a loud bang, and dust and smoke filled the air. A strong collision had occurred on the field. After the dust settled, Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. Warren was still standing firmly in place. The ground around her had not been affected at all. Other than where she was standing, all the rocks had been swept away, sinking several feet into the ground. She simply asked Jinhyuk calmly if he was out of moves yet. With the power of a Yasha, Warren's defensive ability was almost absolute. If this move was used on a normal person, there was hardly anyone who could block this kick. Warren advised Jinhyuk to give up because it was useless to continue, but Jinhyuk just laughed savagely, constantly calling Warren a monster. Jinhyuk even scolded her, saying it was too late for her to show mercy and kindness. Warren, angered by Jinhyuk's words, asked him what he meant. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, emphasizing the kindness that she was trying to show to everyone here by not fighting back. That kindness should have been saved for his family when they were killed by Warren. The more he spoke, the more Jinhyuk clenched his teeth, creating a grinding sound, his eyes widening, pupils shrinking. Jinhyuk declared that he would kill Warren regardless of the price he had to pay. On that day, he had been lucky to survive, but the others had not. His eyes welled up with tears as he saw the devastated scene around him. Smoke and fire filling the sky, corpses lying everywhere. He hugged his loved ones, and his reason was clouded by hatred. Warren couldn't believe her ears. Fear and torment appeared from the depths of her eyes. She couldn't believe that anyone had survived that night. Switching scenes to a blacksmith in Nazaria, in a room filled with books, a voice continuously cursed about what had happened and why his calculations were wrong. The immortal king, the black mage Geralg, trembled as he looked at the book. He had sensed something abnormal. His gaunt, emaciated body looked like skin and bones. He kept repeating that the timing was perfect and that this was an opportunity as well as a miracle given to him by the heavens. He looked at the peaceful scenery outside. He was confused and couldn't remember whether he had activated the magic circle or not, and why his ritual had succeeded, but everything around him was still peaceful. It seemed that Geralg had realized the loop. He still remembered performing the ritual successfully and transforming, but he had been returned to 3 days before the ritual. He didn't know who had intervened and how they could have caused time to repeat like this. This was the first time that, when he had been returned to the loop, he had realized something. He screamed in fear, calling out the word, "Witch!" He confirmed that this was caused by the witch. Geralg flung open the door and rushed outside. He still clearly remembered the face of Aaron, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes. Geralg ran with all his strength on the green grass. After 300 years, he had identified the cause of everything was Aaron, but he didn't know how and in what way this could repeat for 300 years. Geralg stood on the ground and looked up at the blue sky. He realized that the formation that had trapped the city in an endless loop was still clearly visible in the sky. Looking at the center of the formation and the ancient script in between, Geralg could immediately guess that Aaron had used the power of the moon, which had been absorbed to the maximum, to strengthen the magic formation that she had engraved on this city, a pure magic that was honed by the pure power and more intense than any great mage in history. Geralg's eyes were focused on the giant formation in the sky. In his heart, he evaluated the strength of the person who had created this formation, and he also noticed a strange object that was engraved on the magic formation. That thing contained so much power that he immediately recognized it after just a quick look. Those were the languages of origin, a type of special ancient script that had been forgotten and lost about 300 years ago. The moon-absorbing stone engraved with the letter N symbolized the meaning of the two words, primordial. While he was focused, Geralg didn't notice someone coming. That person greeted Geralg first. The greeting successfully attracted his attention. Geralg laughed when he saw that the person who had come was Aaron, and he was ecstatic that he had finally realized that he had been trapped in this formation for 300 years. He even realized that Aaron was the one who had caused this to happen. Geralg laughed strangely, his eyes, bloodshot from not sleeping, clearly showing his happiness at finding the key to the problem. He laughed loudly, affirming that because of Aaron, time in this city kept repeating endlessly, and Aaron was the one who had caused everything. Aaron just stood there listening, without replying, objecting, or arguing. Aaron's eyes were only filled with coldness and ruthlessness. She said the words, "Immortal King Geralg," in a deep tone. With just one call, it had a very strong effect on Geralg's body. It caused him to shrink, unable to move, while moaning in pain. Geralg's body swelled and expanded. He was transforming, his eyes red and cloudy like Satan's. Being forced to transform like this caused his body to be in constant pain. He was crying, his eyeballs rolling back and forth. Aaron, standing to the side, simply reminded Geralg to fulfill his role. On the second night in Nazaria, the city was gloomy under a starry sky. Alicia and Corin worked together to implement the plan they had discussed earlier. Alicia intentionally used herself as bait to lure out the Abyss Shrieker. She drew her sword and decisively cut it in two. Corin was the same. He had also finished off the White Soul King. They had successfully eliminated the 3 zombie kings, the Abyss Shrieker, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Although Karen and Alicia were not high-level guardians, they had defeated the high-level zombie bosses. Alicia held the moonstone in her hand, her face showing her joy. She excitedly showed Karen the results that they had just achieved together. He sat on top of the pile of demon corpses, still deep in his own thoughts. They had been able to easily hunt demons in this zombie-filled city all thanks to Aaron Danua. Aaron smiled happily. Their only goal now was the immortal king. Karen rested his chin on his hand. He knew that Aaron must have done this hundreds or thousands of times. Aaron's guidance was truly skilled, and the plan was perfect. Finally, the afternoon of the third day arrived. The final boss they had to face appeared. Jiralg stood in the middle of the road, radiating overwhelming resentment. Their task was to defeat Jiralg before he could fully awaken his power. The immortal King Jiralg, the black mage who had caused the Nazaria zombie army uprising 300 years ago, was also the one who yearned to become the king of the zombies. Alicia was a bit disappointed when she saw Jiralg's true form. She turned to ask Aaron, who was smiling gently, if the person standing in front of them was truly the immortal King Jiralg or not, because the appearance of this immortal king, although distorted, didn't look very majestic. Karen speculated that his appearance might be due to the incomplete process of evolution. Aaron pondered for a moment and agreed that his soul hadn't been completely demonized, and he didn't have the wisdom of a true mage. Karen ignored all of that. He told everyone to get out of the way. Hearing this, Aaron didn't understand what he was trying to do, and she saw Karen suddenly charge forward by himself. He wanted to deal with Jiralg on his own. Alicia was shocked and shouted, trying to stop Karen. Regardless of his appearance, Jiralg was still a superboss. Karen also agreed with Alicia. Even though he was an incomplete monster, Jiralg was basically the king of zombies, resurrected by a forbidden, dark ritual. Jiralg's strength surely surpassed Mariette, and calling him a superboss was not wrong. Karen ran up to Jiralg, and he greeted him first. Jiralg also realized that something was about to happen. Karen used the purple thunder technique, sending lightning to strike Jiralg. Purple lightning struck down with force, shattering everything around them. Karen felt the terrifying power emanating from Jiralg's body. After attacking, he sighed, acknowledging that Jiralg was indeed not someone to be trifled with. The immortal King Jiralg growled and released his power. He unleashed one technique after another, curses of death, a storm of death, and finally, the apocalypse. The power from Jiralg caused houses and roads to collapse. Alicia didn't expect Jiralg to cast such high-level spells continuously, and he didn't even need time to recover. Alicia, while shielding herself from being hurt, anxiously asked Karen if he was okay. Jiralg, thinking that he had eliminated his opponent, laughed with glee. The immortal King Jiralg didn't expect that he would be attacked repeatedly. In Karen's eyes, his strength was only average. He used intermittent return to heaven and cut Jiralg into pieces. Because he had wasted too much power, he couldn't block Karen's last move. Karen unleashed his last technique, Nada's demonic kick. Finally, the immortal King Jiralg became a puddle of blood at Karen's feet. Those who were too focused on power, like the immortal king, were easier to deal with. If he could overwhelm him with skills, he could easily play with him like a weak boss. Moreover, Nazaria was a repeating mission. He had already eliminated him thousands of times before. Alicia was also amazed by this result. Karen killed Jiralg too easily. She felt that he was becoming stronger and stronger. Karen retorted, she could probably handle him even easier than he could. He noticed that Alicia was the only one left. She had also just realized that Aaron had disappeared. It was clear that Aaron had been standing next to her just now. Karen secretly speculated. He decided to look for Aaron alone. Before he left, he told Alicia to be on guard against zombies. Alicia watched him leave, wondering about Aaron. Looking down from above at the devastated city, it was truly nothing to admire. Karen had found Aaron standing alone, looking down at the ruins that were nothing special. Standing next to her, he asked her about the fact that this wasn't the first time the immortal King Jiralg had appeared. Aaron admitted what he had just said. This had all happened 36,539 times. Nazaria would repeat the mission to eliminate the Demon King every 3 days. The Black Mage Jiralg had used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into zombies. This happened 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. 1.2 million zombies suddenly appeared and then disappeared along with the immortal king. Karen also learned that Aaron had repeated this cycle 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Aaron would eliminate the Demon King Jiralg. Karen asked her why this loop had appeared. Aaron smiled gently and answered his question. It was she who had created this city. Aaron slowly uttered a terrifying truth from her alluring lips. The truth was that the cursed city of Nazaria had been created by her, and if the 1.2 million zombies left the city, the entire continent, the entire world would immediately disappear. The stone bearing the ancient script celestial plan appeared along with countless glowing magic circles in the sky. Eren had used the ancient script to interfere with Jiralg's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Eren, Karen couldn't understand it. The resurrection of 1.2 million people, doing things like that was truly too cruel. A gloomy voice echoed from the void, saying that he would soon understand. Karen recognized this voice. No one else. It was Death himself, the one who always wore shackles and carried a sharp scythe. Death said that he would continue to watch him, because he was the one who dared to challenge Death. Perhaps Death already knew that Karen was a returner. Death was an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. Death's task was to ensure that the collected souls would be reborn in a new life in order to continue the cycle. Therefore, zombies, those who constantly escaped death and regained life, were a source of trouble for Death. Nazaria had also been repeating this for 300 years. Eren admitted that she was the one who created this 3-day loop, which was why Death had come here to destroy the ancient script that was defiling Death. But she had made a pact with Death, because the zombies would also turn the lives they killed into zombies. Returning to the time when Eren met Death, she had seriously raised the difficult issue that if 1.2 million zombies left the city, all of humanity would become zombies, and there would be no souls left to continue the cycle. It was because of this sharp statement that Eren forced Death to choose: either ignore the cycle of 1.2 million souls or await the collapse of the entire world. And Death had chosen to make a pact. The pact between Eren and Death had 3 conditions. If these 3 conditions were met, Death would not interfere with the 3-day loop. The first condition was that Eren Danua had to defeat the immortal Jiralg. After that, Jiralg's memories would be reset to 3 days before. When everything was reset, Eren had to leave this city, and that was the second condition. Finally, Eren Danua, the one who created the 3-day loop, would not interfere with this loop anymore. After that, the existence of the Titan, the immortal giant, the Abyss Demon Bat, Shrieker, along with the White King would be slowly defeated. The immortal King Gerald would be executed on the 3rd night. The 3-day cycle would repeat for 300 years. Returning to the present, Eren sadly recounted everything. And gradually, everyone was exhausted. After 20,000 repetitions, Gerald finally realized that he was trapped in the 3-day loop. Karen, frustrated, didn't know how long Eren would continue to repeat this cycle. How long could her mind endure? How long could she continue to kill Gerald? Karen yelled out, asking her how long she planned to continue this. Was she going to keep repeating these 3 days forever? Although exhausted, as long as she could, Eren would continue. She could understand why Karen had come here. He was trying to save someone, and he was also saving many people. What Eren said reminded him of Warren, and Eren advised him to leave quickly. Death, looking at Eren's lonely back, could only say that saving the world required sacrifice. Karen was an anomaly, and Eren Danua didn't belong to this world. She would intentionally ignore his existence. Finally, Eren turned and left. Eren sacrificed herself, making it so that no one could recognize her, and no one knew how she had sacrificed herself. Thinking of this, Karen gritted his teeth. He was very angry. He knew that she always thought about sacrificing herself. He remembered his master's image in his past life, when she accepted putting herself in danger to protect others. That was also why Karen respected her so much, a lone person fighting and protecting the world in secret. However, Karen thought of another solution when he thought of Death. Karen called out to Death. Eren turned around in surprise. She was confused, not knowing what Karen was trying to do. Karen reached out to Death, offering to make a pact. He wouldn't give up, and he wouldn't give up any chance to save his master. Eren tried to run over and stop him, but it was too late. The light emitted when the pact was made prevented her from getting any closer. The golden bead glowed on the scales. Death found this situation very interesting because the one making the pact was a liar. Death praised Karen's courage. A person who deceived Death like him wanted to make a pact with Death. The scales were tipping more towards the larger purple bead. Karen, small in front of the powerful Death, was asked to state his wish. Making his request, Karen wanted to nullify the pact made by Eren Danua, but first, Death had to give him a treasure of the mortal world. He wanted at least something that was level 10 or higher. Like all pacts, Karen also had to use something else in exchange for what he wanted. Karen pondered for a while. He promised that within half a year, he would clean up the entire city of Nazaria, which was now covered in zombies. Death paused for a few seconds, stunned by Karen's huge promise. Death affirmed that he wouldn't be able to do this, but despite being small in front of Death, Karen ignored Death's doubts. Whether he could do it or not was not up to Death to decide, he just needed to put it on the scale. Karen asked Death about the fairness of his pact. A second later, the gold bead on the scale grew bigger, glowing more and more. After measuring the weight of the pact, Death replied that the pact was still not fair enough. Eliminating 1.2 million souls was not comparable to Karen's reward. Although he said that, the weight of the gold bead had become many times heavier than the purple bead, showing that the pact was still not balanced. Realizing the problem, Corrin was shocked. Death then asked Corrin to choose a number, and only then would the scales return to a balanced state. Corrin, sweating, thought. Odd numbers represented epic items in the top 10. If he had to choose, Corrin would definitely choose that number. After considering everything, Corrin decided to choose the treasure he wanted. After making the pact, Corrin went to where Aaron was standing. Aaron was still in shock. She didn't expect Corrin to dare to do that. She rushed towards him, wanting to know what he had done. Corrin, seeing her running towards him, was also surprised that she had patiently waited for him. Corrin told Aaron about the pact that he had just made with Death. In half a year, he had to purify Nazaria. If he succeeded, Aaron's pact would also be nullified. Hearing the conditions of the pact, Aaron could only shout in despair. She could only say that he was crazy because she knew that if he didn't fulfill the pact with Death, even his soul would cease to exist. He would be stripped of his right to be reincarnated. Responding to Aaron's worries, Corrin lowered his voice and said to her respectfully, confirming that this was what he had learned from Aaron. Corrin grabbed her shoulders, telling her what he did. He had learned it from Aaron. That made Aaron stop. She seemed a bit surprised. At first, Corrin just thought this was a game, but in the most dangerous and difficult moments, standing in front of a world of fire and smoke, with monsters lurking around, he had met an adult, and that was the first time he had met a true hero. A hero he couldn't protect, someone who had single-handedly fought against the world, someone who had sacrificed themselves to protect him. The moment she had turned to look at him and smiled when standing in the midst of ruins made his heart ache. Corrin squeezed Aaron's shoulders even tighter. This time he wanted to save her, and this time he would definitely not fail. He was not the weakling he had been before. He just wanted to do a simple thing, not something as big as saving the world. Smiling brightly, he saw that what he did this time was just to repay a debt. The starry night sky was peaceful. Aaron was facing a monster covered in tumors. He was holding a strange staff, and this was a very long time later in Nazaria. The monster screamed in fear. He constantly shouted, "Witch! Witch!" He unleashed all his magic to resist. Life continued for 300 years. The monster was continuously attacked, and he couldn't resist anymore. Finally, Aaron made him explode completely. This event was still repeating itself today. Aaron took off her hat and sighed. The city was still a chaotic hellhole. Aaron stood alone, looking down at the ruined city. The mechanical activities kept repeating for 300 years. She had been fighting this terrible schedule for all that time. The reason wasn't anything special. It was just because she was a hero. She was the last saint still alive on this land, the queen of the Dark Kingdom, who had now vanished into oblivion. Aaron Danua had always been aware that she was a special person. Living like a hero was something she had naturally accepted. And now she was still the same, still living like a hero. But the only difference was that, for the first time, she heard someone say that they wanted to save her. She had always thought that the task of saving people only belonged to heroes. She accepted the task of a hero, so she had to put aside her own feelings, even neglecting to take care of herself. Yet Corrin said that he wanted to save her to repay a debt to her. Aaron put her hat back on. It was Corrin who had brought back the feelings that had been buried deep in her subconscious for 300 years of solitude. He had said that he would always be by her side. Aaron blushed when she thought about Corrin and the things he had said. She was touched that she had received sincere care from another person. Death, observing from the side, was also pleased with what he had witnessed. After all, Aaron was an old friend who had accompanied him for 300 years. He told himself that even heroes fell in love, and this wasn't so bad. Death thought back to the pact between him and Corrin. He felt that things would be very difficult because although he had let him choose a number, he didn't expect him to choose that. At that moment, Corrin had decisively chosen it, what he wanted. He had chosen Death's Orb, an item that only attacked and didn't defend. One attack could separate the body and soul. This was an excellent treasure of death. It possessed the abilities of Death's Scythe when the player equipped this to their own weapon. Even so, its effect was only strongest when used by Death himself. For humans, it would only have a relative effect, and for someone who couldn't sense souls like Corrin, this was the worst choice. Despite all of that, the scales were no longer tilted, which also meant that the reward that Corrin chose was completely suitable for exchange. The more Death thought about it, the more delighted he became. He propped up his chin, praising it as interesting. He didn't know what Corrin was trying to change, so he was very curious. Switching to the entrance to the city of Nazaria, the Kana Inn, Kang Ryan was pondering with a pensive look. The qualifying round was coming to an end. There were a total of 32 people from Brahmi and Merkaba, and only half of them could move on to the next round. At 6:50 a.m., the bulletin board showed the scores of each team. Team 1 of the Brahmi Academy, Kang Yua and her teammates, had accumulated a total of 558 points. Team 2 of the Merkaba Academy with the participation of the demi-human Mariette had accumulated 499 points. Mariette's teammates were still rambling about some kind of spells. Mariette also agreed that if their team hadn't broken the moonstones, they might have been able to win first place. The final scores were listed: Team 1 558 points, Team 2 499 points, Team 4 160 points, Team 3 155 points, Team 6 126 points, Team 8 98 points, Team 7 55 points, and Team 5 still hadn't returned. After seeing the scores, everyone affirmed that victory this time definitely belonged to Brahmi, and perhaps this was the end for them. Some felt lucky to have survived, and some were discussing that their ending was similar to the ending of the Mandrake robbers. The two young men, Jaeger and Lark, who were eliminated early, were still very anxious because none of their teammates had returned yet. The Merkaba Academy was good at forming teams, but their overall skills were only at a mediocre level. And speaking of weak, that was Team 5, Korin's team, which even had the nickname Korin's Incapables. From the beginning, the members of that team didn't expect much. The others also joined in the discussion, saying that except for Team 2 and 5, there were probably no other groups from Merkaba who had a chance of moving on to the next round. Team 5, Karin's team, had even lost 2 members from the start. Given that situation, how could they turn the tables? Kang Ryan was very happy to hear this. In his heart, he was secretly celebrating. Brahmi would have 3 teams in the final round, and the Merkaba Academy that he disliked would only have 1 team in the final round. While they were talking excitedly, the door of the inn was opened. Karin's voice welcoming everyone good morning was heard. Alicia realized that the 2 of them had arrived late. Alicia realized that there was only 1 minute left before they would be eliminated, so she sighed in relief. Karin waved his hand, saying that they had arrived anyway. Kang Ryan cleared his throat, scolding Karen and Alicia for arriving late. Alicia, upon hearing that, complained that Karin should have eaten after finishing everything. Karin didn't want to wait too long to eat, especially since the 2 of them were still in the middle of the competition. If they didn't seize the opportunity to eat, when else could they eat? Kang Ryan annoyedly reminded Karen's group to submit their items so that he could update the scores. In his heart, he was certain that Karen's group would be eliminated. Alicia placed a moonstone on the scales. Kang Ryan continued to mock, saying that Karen's group's score would surely be very low. What he and everyone didn't expect was that, with just the first moonstone, the board jumped up to 250 points. Everyone's mouths dropped open in disbelief. Kang Ryan immediately concluded that Karen's Team 5 was ranked 3rd, but Karen managed to cut him off because he hadn't submitted all the moonstones yet. 3 moonstones from the 3 zombie kings had all been placed on the scales. Everyone who saw this was horrified. They asked where Karen's team had gone to hunt for moonstones. Did their group have gone straight to the center of the city to hunt the 3 legendary monsters? Not yet over the shock, Karen also took out a moonstone that was as red as blood. It was his final item. The moonstone of the immortal King Geralg was placed on the scales. The score on the scale immediately jumped at a dizzying rate. Everyone was shocked. Kang Ryan and everyone around him widened their eyes and read out the number 1,000. The scoreboard showed that Karen's team had received a total score of 1,768 points. Karen gave a thumbs up in praise, while old man Kang Ryan still couldn't believe his eyes. The final ranking showed that Karen's team had taken the lead with a score of 1,768 points, and the 4 teams that would advance to the final round were Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4. The carriage was waiting outside. The morning atmosphere was bustling. Alicia asked Karen if he would be back, and Karen just said, "Huh?" Then he affirmed that he had to go, and it seemed that Alicia had realized Karen's intention to save Aaron. Alicia announced that she and Mariette would go with Karen next time. Alicia smiled brightly, saying that she didn't want him to do everything by himself. Even though she didn't know what his plan was, if Karen acted like that, she would worry a lot. Karen, upon hearing that, was very surprised. He had always thought that Alicia was just a fool, but it seemed that he was wrong. He agreed with Alicia and thanked her for thinking of him, but he also warned Alicia that she might be tired because there was still a lot of work waiting for them ahead. Karen closed his eyes to rest, but his mind didn't stop calculating. He wanted to research how to use the power he got from death. The mortal treasure was a bit different from what he had expected, but Death's orb could become a special hidden item for his actions this time. Karen remembered Warren's lonely back when she had affirmed that no matter what he did, it was useless and that no one would help her. Karen smiled confidently. Who knows, maybe what he had gotten from Death would be the secret card to save that child. Returning to school, Karen immediately went to look for Warren, but he received shocking news. Professor Josephine announced that Warren had been imprisoned. In the past, there was a girl named Lan, who was loved by everyone. Not seeing her sister, she ran happily to hug her because it had been a long time since they had met. Yua was also happy to see her sister again and asked about her health. But Lan was an unfortunate child, never able to go outside on her own due to a serious illness. Her face always appeared exhausted. It turned out that Lan had an absolute yin meridian in her body, a body that carried a self-destructive curse, where endless yin energy overwhelmed yang energy, breaking the balance in her body. Lan had carried that curse since birth. Lan's father, Kang Yu, had tried everything to cure his daughter, but no medicine could resolve the absolute yin meridian. Lan's father had also broken down to the point of frantically searching, making the room a mess. A happy and peaceful family had suddenly disappeared. Lying on her sickbed, Lan tried to call her father, and Kang Yu didn't mind calling her name. If there were two misfortunes in this happiness, the first was Lan's cursed illness. Every breath was difficult for her. Kang Yu was determined to save Lan. And the second was that in order to save Lan, Kang Yu would do anything. And Kang Yu's expression changed as if he had become another person. And that was Kang Yu's natural talent. The person who was known as the greatest soul mage of the era was the second misfortune. Kang Yu had spent his entire life searching for a strong yang energy source that could suppress the yin energy in his daughter. He had frantically searched for medicine, but the absolute yin meridian was something that human efforts could not overcome. And from then on, Kang Yu changed his way of thinking. If there wasn't enough yang energy to suppress the yin energy, then he just needed to find a way to drain that yin energy. And so, a being born with yin energy, every line of the curse was engraved on her body. A monster that was very familiar to a soul mage was a person who was tasked with guiding the unfortunate souls who had passed away back to their Mother Earth. Kang Yu had accidentally turned his daughter into a Jiangshi while she was still alive. A Jiangshi had fire attributes, and that was the moment she was born. Jin Hyuk, his blood rushing to his brain, brought up that mercy. His eyes were wide open as it should have been for his family when they were killed. And without saying much more, Jin Hyuk decided to kill the person in front of him. Around him was a sea of fire, and he was determined to kill the person in front of him. In front of him, everywhere were corpses scattered all over the place. Warren, confused, looked at what was happening and didn't understand what was going on. Kangrion, taking advantage of this moment, ordered that fire to kill all humans on this land and that no living thing should be allowed to exist on this land. Jin Hyuk scolded Warren as a monster, a cold-blooded monster. Not only that, Jin Hyuk also said that Warren was still pretending to be a good person, which was disgusting, but Warren, confused, didn't understand and wanted to deny everything. Jin Hyuk continued to mock Warren's body. Warren was not Lan but just a monster who had stolen Lan's body, but Warren still denied it, thinking that this was her body. Suddenly, a hand appeared from below, grabbing Warren's foot. The skeleton cursed Warren to die, but it immediately changed into begging Warren to die. The words were sincere, because Warren's father had been torn apart by that skeleton, and that skeleton would bury Warren under the name of the royal family. The skeleton then squeezed Warren's neck, cursing her to die. Those lamenting voices still echoed, saying that Warren shouldn't have been born. The terrifying figure of Lan appeared, demanding to have her body back. Warren, terrified, cried, continuously affirming that this was her body to forget reality. All the sounds came rushing at Warren, making her feel like everything was so loud, and she released her power. The powerful strings flew towards Jin Hyuk, causing Jin Hyuk to be in pain and to use his hands to shield himself. In that critical moment, filled with fury, golden chains were fired out. They tightened around Warren's body. The chains tightened so much that Warren's body collapsed, only managing to say that she deserved this body. While Warren was still lost in her hallucination, mumbling that she absolutely couldn't lose this body, several other figures surrounded her, waiting for the opportunity to attack her. Returning to Professor Josephine's office at this time, Professor Josephine seriously recounted why Warren was imprisoned here. After hearing everything, Karen had already foreseen this to some extent, but he just didn't expect it to come so soon. He wondered if the real reason was because of those two restrictions. Professor Josephine immediately felt like he knew something, so she adjusted her glasses as if she was Conan and confirmed that was the truth. Professor Josephine also updated that Warren was being controlled by Cyan's chains and an Eastern talisman, which had suppressed Warren, but during the battle with Jin Hyuk, both talismans had been burned. During that time, Bishop Li Qinyang had used that reason to criticize Warren's loss of control, and then ultimately, under the direction of Professor Kangrion, Warren had been sent back to the east. They also decided to create a new talisman to suppress Warren's power. But something was still not right. Karen thought that if it was just because one of the two restrictions had been destroyed that they had made such a firm decision about her, then it was a bit difficult to understand. And now they were trying to blame the Academy for not being able to control Warren, which was really ridiculous. Yu, who had been standing behind them for a while, suddenly appeared and asked Karen to confirm how much he knew. Seeing Yu's expression, it seemed that he had already realized. Considering this situation, it seemed that Professor Kangrian, that person from the east, was plotting something. Karin, having calculated this move, wondered if Eru was planning on letting Warren fall into the hands of those people. He proposed that everything afterwards be left to him. Although it was a bit urgent, he was still trustworthy in this matter. Karin also stated his desired result, that everyone would live their own lives and that no one would be left behind. At this moment, the legend of Alahan began, with Scene 3 on the Heavenly Night Demon, and this demon would be a bit different from the previous bosses. Professor Josephine pondered for a moment. Eru also didn't say anything. And the trust in the character, and the story being built, meant that he would be forced to choose between these two things. That was either to rescue Wa, or to rescue Lan. But no matter what, the easiest choice was like Park Sihu's, just choose one of the two, and that was the most efficient choice. But Karen didn't care about that choice because children were the only ones to choose, while adults would choose all. And the main mission at this time was Wa and Lan, with a difficulty of a plus along with the accompanying conditions. At this time, in the dark dungeon, there were only the two words, "It's mine," being repeated. Warren sat there, only able to think that this body was hers. But Kangrian suddenly appeared, wondering if that was really the case. Warren didn't know who this person was, but Kangrian had taken the liberty of introducing himself as Lan's uncle, the original owner of the body that she was occupying. But Warren became even more out of control, moaning and demanding her body back because it was hers, but Kangrian felt that there seemed to be some misunderstanding somewhere. Kangrian knew that Warren wanted to possess that body completely. Remembering the scene at that time, when Kangrian ordered the fire to kill all humans on this land and that no living thing should be allowed to exist on this land. Kangrian then revealed his cunning side, tempting Warren and saying that he could help her. Kangrian's face looked like a poisonous snake smiling, offering a sweet poisoned apple to a child. A voice cried out, "Fire!" But a ghost-like figure behind her said, "No." It was a voice that couldn't reach Warren. Kangrian then said that that body was hers, but from the start, it had never been touched. And so, 2 days after returning from the knockout round, everyone was resting, and this was probably to provide time for the students who had just returned from Nazaria. Therefore, Karen and Mariette Dunleft went for a walk in the city to prepare carefully before Kangrian took action. Karen then turned to ask Mariette Dunleft if the person who was setting up the stall in front of the inn had arrived yet, and Mariette Dunleft told him that the stall had been reported to be all set up yesterday. He was very curious about what the income would be like, and Mariette Dunleft didn't mind telling him. Regarding those meat skewers, the raw materials were provided directly by the Dunneref family. They only needed to spread some sauce on the skewers and then sell them for 3 times the price. And thinking about this, he smiled, imagining the piles of gold because finally this day had come, and this was the cost of traveling, and the Griffins would have to spend all their money. At this moment, Mariette Dunleft noticed the magic stone throwing game. The game shop owner immediately took the opportunity to call Mariette Dunleft to try throwing it once. Suddenly, she realized that it was familiar. This man had also appeared this year. He then introduced them to the magic stones, saying that they were flawed goods from the quarry, broken into smaller pieces. When Mariette Dunleft touched them, she felt something was strange. The shop owner also enticed them by saying that when touching them they would feel soft, making Mariette Dunleft curious, and she tried to touch them, finding that they were indeed soft. The shop owner knew how to introduce his product, and said that this was not normal because the magic stones absorbed magic power very well, so their attributes would easily change, and that was why they were often used as a material for making magic staffs. Corin, seeing this, suspected that this type of soft stone could explode at any moment, and he needed to confirm it. Corin quickly picked one up and, with his javelin throwing and rock throwing skills, his accuracy at this close range was a piece of cake, nearly 100%, and hitting directly into the bullseye. The shop owner was confused about his life and reported the score as 95 points, while Mariette Dunleft was overjoyed. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the dispersion range of the flawed magic stone used in the festival. And conversely, the lower the accuracy, the larger the dispersion range. And in the game, Karen had tried almost all kinds of equipment and magic to reduce accuracy in order to create 0% accuracy. And with his detective-like reasoning skills, the result was that the dispersion range had increased to 100 million. And if he took advantage of this, there would be a result. Karen walked up to the shop owner and offered to buy all of those magic stones and that he would pay double, causing the shop owner to be confused as to why this guy wanted to buy such a large amount of them. Karen just smiled menacingly without replying, because of course, these stones were to be used for special skills that only the veterans knew, and Karen had come for that. The atmosphere around him became gloomy, and he laughed maniacally at the scenarios he was imagining, which made Mariette Dunleft think that he was smiling too evilly. But then he suddenly asked her if the carriage transportation company was a subsidiary of their family and asked for the carriage schedule, making Mariette left confused, not knowing what he was plotting. He only knew that he was about to return. The carriage also started moving, and the captain called Yua, asking if there was anything. At this moment, Yua forced the peachwood talisman, which was the nemesis of the Jiangxi, into Warren's mouth. Yua looked and sneered when she saw the opposite reaction. Warren, unable to withstand it, collapsed and coughed continuously. Yua then reminded Warren not to cause trouble before they arrived. Jin-hyuk, sitting in a corner, pondered whether it was really that simple because the talisman only made Warren thinner, but for Yua, that was enough. Because the purpose was to separate the demon from Lan, but upon hearing that, Warren became even angrier. Yua, annoyed, explained to her. She also told Warren that at one point, Kangreon would separate them both, causing Warren to panic, not understanding anything. Yua also just explained indifferently that Warren would disappear or become an evil spirit, causing Warren to jump in shock because she didn't want to lose this body. Yua just ignored everything because that body had never belonged to Warren, and that was what Warren needed to know. Warren was immediately enraged. The coachman, who was driving outside, heard a strange noise and looked at the source. If the coachman hadn't looked, then it would have just been the sound of a bell. But immediately after that, a super huge carriage appeared, making the coachman tremble in fear. Immediately after, there was a collision. The impact was so strong that it sent the carriage flying far away. The carriage crashed into the wall. The coachman had also fallen to the ground, helpless from the pain. Kangreon, who had appeared out of nowhere, asked if those who were going with him had been injured. Yua and Jin-hyuk, with their quick reflexes, replied that they were fine. But was this a bombing attack and Kangreon didn't know anything about this plan? He only saw a sphere fall to the ground. Kangreon then realized that he was facing no easy opponent. The space also changed into a bloodied field, making Jin-hyuk not know what was going on. The bandits, seeing the situation, cheered because finally the situation had turned into a deadlock, and they wouldn't hesitate since now was the perfect time to grab all the valuable goods. Suddenly, they noticed that Warren was growling on the ground and felt like they had hit the jackpot when they saw such a beautiful girl. And so, the leader of the group smiled happily, ordering them to capture Warren. The clown-faced leader then volunteered to handle this girl himself. At this moment, at Professor Josephine's place, a loud shout was heard, announcing a kidnapping. Those inside were confused, not knowing what had happened, who had been kidnapped, and who had been doing the kidnapping. A man in a brown suit ran in breathlessly, reporting that the incident had occurred 5 minutes ago. A mysterious group of robbers had attacked the carriage carrying the Griffin's VIP guests, and that group had also kidnapped Warren. This caused Professor Josephine to be so shocked that even a person who had never cursed in her 35 years of life had to exclaim in disbelief. Quickly, the group of robbers used horses to gallop away on the road. Warren, sitting on the horse, was wondering what was happening, so she asked to see what exactly was going on. She only saw Corin holding Warren in his arms, reminding the others not to cause trouble while he was away, and that he was coming to rescue Warren, but Warren indifferently felt that it was useless. Corin also explained that if she was taken away by those people, Warren would be in danger, but for Warren, this had nothing to do with him. Corin didn't care about that. For him, it was simply that since they were living under the same roof, they were related. Thinking to himself, Karen felt lucky that he was still in time, because if Kangreon had taken Warren away, she would definitely be forced to have her soul separated from her body, and if that happened, then Hua or Lan would surely disappear. Warren remained silent. He didn't know how long it had passed. The sky was also getting darker. One of the robbers turned back and told Karin that they had arrived, so he would stall for time and leave a trail as agreed. The person grabbed the bag of gold and was delighted, hoping for a happy partnership. Karin also cared and wished that person to live well and hoped that they wouldn't do bad things and meet again. But seeing the smiling face, he thought that person must have gained a lot. While everything was fine, Warren suddenly fell over, causing Karen to wonder what was wrong with Warren. Her face hadn't been looking good for a while, and he only heard Warren say that those people who had taken her had given her something to drink. Hearing this, he excitedly guessed that it was a charm or something. But if it was Warren, she would probably just catch a cold, but it would take a few days to recover. In the vastness of the mountains and forests, he said something to Warren, causing Warren to yell, not knowing what Corin was planning to do. Not receiving a reply, he only saw his legs trying to run away quickly, causing Warren to struggle, wanting to run on her own. But Karin stubbornly reminded her not to try anymore because she couldn't even walk. Karin was also not shy because Warren was light, but Warren's face was not happy about this, and she tried to tell Karin that Warren was uncomfortable and wanted to be put down. Karin still ignored everything Warren said, only telling her to owe him a debt, causing Warren to be speechless at this move. On Kangreon's side, after the bombing, Yua and Jinhyuk with their quick reflexes, Yua told Kangrian that they were fine. Jinhyuk also didn't expect anyone to dare to bomb him, and Kangrian also didn't know what was happening. The atmosphere was turning red, causing Jinhyuk to be confused, not knowing what was going on. Who am I? Where am I? And there was something wrong with the barrier. Mariette Duneleft, standing high above, looked down and felt that was enough and remembered Korin's instructions that they only needed to stall for an hour. Looking from the outside, the barrier looked like a round ball that was scooping up the people inside. Those inside could be heard shouting. Spirit beasts appeared, surprising Kangrian's group, causing Jinhyuk to be stunned, not knowing what was wrong with his barrier. Kangrian immediately turned to call Yua. Yua, with her keen awareness, understood what Kangrian wanted and replied that she would chase after him. Mariette Duneleft also noticed this strange thing and was shocked when she saw that her teammates had used the strategy, "Whoever's scared, go home." She scolded them for not at least holding back the other two. Mariette Duneleft felt that this situation was unbelievable because someone had been able to break through the barrier, and she hoped that Korin would be safe. As for him, it was raining heavily. Warren's condition was getting worse for an unknown reason. Holding Warren in his arms, Korin worried endlessly. The distance they had traveled was already quite far, and in this situation, he could only find a place to rest first. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure appear in front of him. Yua had just landed, posing coolly. She thought that she had traveled far, but the person in front of her looked really familiar. Without saying much, Yua immediately pointed her weapon at Korin, causing him to wonder how Yua could have caught up to him and that she had even broken through the barrier. He tried to protect Warren in his arms but accidentally got hit by a shuriken, forming a wound. Warren, despite being on her deathbed, still tried to ask if the person who was helping her was okay, but Karen, with his extraordinary body, comforted Warren that he was fine because the shuriken wasn't poisoned. Worried that he wouldn't be able to protect Warren while also defeating the enemy, Korin had no choice but to put Warren under a tree and told her to wait a moment, but Warren was panicked, not knowing what to do. Karin, seeing the situation behind him, repeated the question she had asked him. In these kinds of situations, they should just rush in and fight, without hesitating. Korin rushed to attack Yua. Yua, seeing him rushing at her, was surprised but not shocked that he wasn't running away. Korin then expressed his opinion that he was only eliminating the less viable option as soon as possible. The two sides immediately charged at each other like moths to a flame, not hesitating to attack each other mercilessly without missing. Yua, while attacking physically, also attacked Korin mentally with questions, asking him if he had the ability to defeat Yua. Right after that question, Yua unleashed an attack, sending Karin flying backward. But with his experience and the light of the main character, he immediately used his weapon to create a pivot. With such a heavy attack from someone with such a low level as Yua, it was as expected that the amount of power she had poured into it was truly incredible. Looking at the woman in front of him, Karin immediately recognized that she was the Swordmaster, the strongest female Knight of Griffin, also known as the female Sword Immortal, possessing a ridiculously large amount of aura, and that it could even be seen with the naked eye, which was the clearest proof of it. Yua keenly reminded Karin not to hold back anymore and to just be at his best with her. Not to mention, he also had his fighting aura. But who knew that Karin's fighting aura was something that he had obtained through trickery? Because it was his trump card, only used in dire situations along with the reincarnation magic core that he had obtained after eliminating Saventia Duke. But looking back, those things were like a useless talisman because it could only store a huge amount of fighting aura like a sealed dam, and there was no way to open it up to unleash it. Yua saw that Korin didn't seem to want to use all of his strength on her, so she decided to go along with it. If he didn't want to reveal it, then Yua would force it out. Yua used the Dragon Slayer annihilation technique, shocking Karin with the situation in front of him. He hadn't even had time to analyze the technique she had used. He tried to hold on so that he could analyze everything. He then decided to use Technique 1, the Dragon Slaying Kick, thinking that if you had touched me, then I was ready to touch you. Karin's sinister technique immediately caused a spirit dragon to appear. Karin used all of his strength to fight his opponent, unleashing all of his power with the Heavenly Sinister Strike technique. And so, each technique was unleashed. Then came the armor-breaking strike. Next was the wife decapitation slash. And the events of the battle were becoming more and more intense, so that others could only breathe through an oxygen tank to continue watching. He didn't know how long had passed. Finally, the battle came to a stop. Karin knelt on the ground, catching his breath. He thought that it was really terrifying and that he almost kicked the bucket. Yua had taken this fight seriously without joking around, but when faced with Karin's mockery, silence was golden. Yua, looking at her opponent, thought about all the techniques that she had unleashed, that she thought would ensure victory, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't even be able to make a scratch on her opponent. Yua was really curious about who her opponent was, but instead of asking about what she was wondering, She wanted to know why he was protecting Warren at all costs. But it seemed that there was some misunderstanding here because he was supposed to be the kidnapper, and jokes were not welcomed. Yua then introduced herself as Warren's cousin so he would know. And in her eyes, Warren was a demon, a cruel and evil night demon, and she was sure that Karen had heard about the massacre in Lunar. Upon hearing this point of view from Yua, Karen could only feel pity for her as a human, because the perpetrators were free while those below had to fight and kill each other, making Yua not understand what he was trying to say. And he wanted Yua to understand that the martial arts schools in this country were extremely fierce. They were constantly challenging and destroying each other. That was the reality of the situation. But the more Yua listened, the less she understood what he was trying to say. But before Yua could react, he immediately used his power with the supersonic heavenly slash technique. Knowing how dangerous the situation was, Yua immediately jumped off the branch where she was standing. She quickly approached Karen. This time, Yua became so enraged that the aura around her also turned black. Yua stared at the person in front of her, confirming once again whether the person in front of her wanted to publicly fight Yua or not. The person in front of her then stammered out loud, showing his spirit by shouting out his name. He was the leader of the Alicia Martial Arts School. His full name was Alicia Arden. Alicia Arden said her wish to Yua, in the confusion that she wanted to challenge Yua, which made Yua want to curse. Karen then added fuel to the fire, praising Alicia Arden for being a different kind of swordsman for challenging her in such a desolate place, saying that she was indeed passionate about life. Although she didn't know how much power she had, Alicia Arden still confidently swung her sword and ran forward, also showing admiration for Yua, hoping that Yua would give her some guidance. This made Yua, seeing this scene, want to be speechless. Yua didn't understand what was going on, but she still reached out her hand to block the attack, asking Alicia Arden if she thought she could get away with that. It was confusing. Was the person in front of her thinking that she had successfully challenged Yua? Alicia Arden didn't care about the situation in front of her at all. She just turned around and winked at him, reminding him to focus on his business. Karen, who knew how to take advantage of the opportunity, thanked her. He happily picked up Warren and left, happy that there was nothing left to say, so he would run away first so that the two of them could be alone. But this wasn't what Yua wanted, and she could only helplessly yell for him to stop. The sky also began to get brighter. Karen tried to wring out his white shirt, mumbling that he didn't know if this was good or bad luck, but well, he would put it aside for now. Because at least the weather was helpful for him to escape because it would hinder the sharp senses of the guards and knights who had been sent to find the hostage. Sitting in the cave, Karen tried to squeeze out the water from his shirt and thanked the weather for helping him delay the pursuit. Karen didn't forget that he was here with Warren and turned to ask how she was doing, but Warren was just lying there, not replying. Maybe this was the only bad luck, when the hostage was not in a good condition. He felt a hand on his forehead. Warren tried to apologize. Warren updated him, saying that she had a fever, and having no other choice, he had to perform first aid right there. Gently hugging Warren, he took out a bottle of medicine and told her to drink it because it would make her feel better. The medicine that Karen gave Warren was a high-level elixir. After being soothed a little by the medicine, Warren asked Karen where she was. He then introduced her to this spacious place, which was the territory of horned bears, because when they encountered places that didn't have suitable caves, horned bears would dig large holes in trees to make a nest. After saying that, Karen immediately noticed something. Warren's condition was getting worse, and it would take a while for the medicine to take effect. Karen sighed, seeing that things were not going well, which made Warren notice it. Warren was a bit worried when she saw Karen preparing to go somewhere. He honestly replied that he would go hunting for a bear because there would surely be horned bears here and that he would take its fur to keep her warm. But right at that moment, a flash of bright lightning struck out. It caused Karen to freeze for a few seconds. Then, a hand grabbed his pants. Turning back, Karen saw Warren trying to sit up, even though her breathing was no longer even. On Warren's face, there was a sincere hope that Karen wouldn't go anywhere. While Karen was tidying up, Warren recalled what she had experienced. My beloved daughter, a voice that had always been deep in Warren's subconscious, because it was the first thing she had seen when she opened her eyes. A strange man stood in front of Warren and burst into tears, constantly calling out daughter when the child finally woke up. From Warren's perspective, he was simply her master, looking down at Warren with tearful eyes. That man called Warren daughter and also called her Lan. Seeing the tearful scene before her, Warren felt nothing, because the newly born Jiangxi only knew that it was the name for her. Warren repeated the word that the man had said without understanding its meaning. But the man was happy and hugged Warren tightly with joy. But that moment was when Warren instinctively realized that she had to play the role of Lan. Because if her father found out, this man would immediately abandon Warren, and Warren herself was afraid that he would run away to find the real Lan. She didn't know how many times Warren had accidentally imagined what the future would be like after returning this body, but not long after, This false life also had a problem. It was a collapse for a small reason. At that time, the man who was called her father had cruelly let go of Warren and said that Warren wasn't his daughter, making Warren freeze. That was the first time Warren had seen what blood looked like. It was when Warren was ordered to eliminate the sea beasts that were wreaking havoc in the city, and it was an order that her father had asked Warren to carry out. At this moment, next to Warren was an uncle, the person who had come to treat her. He was constantly laughing when he saw that a Jiangshi could easily eliminate a level 1 monster. This uncle was the one who named Warren Hua from that moment, as he was praising Warren for completing the mission that her father had given her. Kangryeon's eyes at that time were only filled with greed and calculations. Warren also had to endure the indifference of her father when he realized that Warren wasn't his daughter, and that was also when Warren realized her own value. And then, what did they want? What did the city lord want? Or what did the royal family want? Or what did the Taoists want? Warren also had to follow their orders, becoming a relentless killing machine, whether it was demons, monsters, or humans. Recalling the moment she was grabbed by the skeleton, the fragmented memories where Warren saw humans being turned into ash, Warren thought that she needed to eliminate her weak original self in order to completely take over this body. And so, Warren transformed into a different person, and the Heavenly Night Demon was born. She saw a stone with a strange mark carved into it on the pile of straw. It seemed to be called Little Moon Law. Warren, who was resting, suddenly saw Karen giving her something and wondered what was going on. But he only thought that Warren liked the dark, but more importantly he wanted to give her what he was holding. Karen put a piece of cloth on Warren as a blanket. Although Warren protested that it was unnecessary, his expression showed his stubbornness as he forced her to accept it without complaining, since it was very cold tonight. Not to mention, it was almost dawn, so Karen hoped that Warren would sleep well for a while and that when the sun rose, he would wake her up, and that it would definitely not rain anymore. Which made Warren sit there, her face as red as a tomato in embarrassment. No matter how much she thought, Warren couldn't understand what Karen wanted, so she asked him directly. This was also normal, because in the past, everyone that Warren had met had wanted something from Warren. Her father wanted a lost daughter, her cousin wanted a healthy cousin, or Kangryeon wanted a weapon that could slaughter everything. Everyone wanted something from Warren, but Karen was just silent, saying nothing. He wanted to know if Warren remembered the first time they had met, causing Warren not to understand what his purpose was. If she didn't remember, Karen didn't mind telling Warren that she had confessed to him that she wasn't the owner of this body, and that Warren was just a thief, taking what wasn't hers, and that she didn't have any rights to it, and that in that situation, as well as now, his answer was still the same. Being born wasn't a sin, and this answer was an unpredictable move in Warren's eyes. But for some reason, immediately after that, Warren became angry and said that it was an irresponsible statement. Warren yelled loudly, saying that he didn't know anything about how dangerous it was to let go of a monster with such dangerous rhetoric, that even Josephine and the headmaster were completely aware of it, and that his words were just beautiful rhetoric. Thinking that it could make a monster become good-natured was ridiculous, not to mention that he also thought that this world could change. He then applied the strategy of not knowing anything. From Korin's perspective, whether the world changed or not, or whether the monster became good-natured or not, he didn't know. His goal was simply to save the people in front of him. If he looked back at Korin's past, then he had also been one of the people who was suffering misfortune, and among those people, he was the only one who could save them. Hearing that reply, Warren was suddenly stunned. Korin guessed that that reply was enough. At this point, Warren spoke honestly that she was afraid. The more she spoke, the more Warren shrank into herself, because Warren knew clearly that this body wasn't hers, that it had never been hers from the start, and that everyone always told her to return it. Warren knew that she had to return it. She knew very well that it was something she would have to do. But what Warren was afraid of was what would happen to her after she returned it. This made Karen only silently look at the scene. Warren looked up helplessly, wanting an answer. The only thing she wanted to know right now was whether she should return this body or not. Karen pondered for a while. His words about her needing to return it struck a nerve with Warren. Disappointment piled upon disappointment. Warren had no choice but to close her eyes and accept it, because in the end, Karen was just like everyone else. But before she could finish speaking, he offered that both of them should talk first before deciding. He cheerfully suggested to Warren that she would be the landlord and he would pay a deposit as well as rent. So he was wondering if she had decided to live together or not. That caught Warren off guard at this unexpected situation. Warren said in panic that those two issues were completely different. Not to mention, Karen also knew her true nature. But for him, that didn't matter. In his past experiences, there were many humans who did things even worse than demons, and there were also people who pretended to be heroes but secretly massacred others. So what was more important was the choice and action, and that was the truth. Karen, feeling comfortable as if he was at home, lay down next to Warren and told her that nature was not important. because Warren hadn't made any choice yet. He was also steadfast in telling Warren that he would help Warren until Warren made her choice, so there was no need to worry so much, and she could just sleep peacefully. Seeing that, she sighed. It was better to just sleep than that. Corin also yawned without any hesitation. But this was still something that gnawed at Warren's heart. From the start, the outcome had been decided, and Warren could no longer leave Lan. Looking at Karen's figure, Warren also had something to say in her heart that she couldn't say honestly because it would affect the only hand that had been reached out to her. This made Warren's heart ache. Warren couldn't take that hand and she couldn't let go either. The very next day, as soon as the sun rose, Warren asked Karen where he was going, but it seemed that he was looking for something while murmuring that it must be around here. Looking at what was left, it was all charred like this, and he couldn't use it, but suddenly he found something. Karen said something to reassure Warren. He said that from the burnt-down jujube tree, he could obtain something. In his hand was birch wood, and since they had come to this forest, he thought that this wood would be useful. Karen then asked again if Warren was a Jiangshi and also wanted to confirm if she knew that a Jiangshi with abundant yin energy like Warren would have some weaknesses. This was the first time Warren had heard about this. Gently placing the birch wood into Warren's hand, Karen explained that this item contained a very powerful yang energy and was often used to ward off evil spirits. But if Warren ate it, some things would happen. Karen explained to Warren that the yin and yang in her body would be balanced and that it would temporarily neutralize her Jiangshi characteristics, but Warren still didn't understand this advanced knowledge. He then slowly explained the scenario if she ate it. If she ate it, then she would lose control of her body, making Warren even more scared, questioning everything. Warren threw away the wood in her hand without knowing why Karen had given it to her. He then picked it up, and this was the moment when Warren had to make a choice, because Warren couldn't continue to be selfish, only knowing how to benefit without taking any responsibility. Karen knew what people who only thought of themselves were like, and he didn't want Warren to become a person like that. Karen just wanted her to make a choice, so he placed the wood in Warren's hand again. Anyway, Warren had to be responsible for her choice. However, this had come too suddenly, causing Warren not to be able to react in time. Just as things were about to reach the most crucial point, a voice came out of nowhere, wondering why Warren was here, causing both Karen and Warren to look at the source of the voice. The strange person, radiating a blue-black aura, slowly approached Warren, expressing anger that a monster like Warren was already flirting with a guy. Karen, seeing that the situation wasn't good, pushed Warren away, causing Warren to not know what he intended to do. Karen, being a straightforward person, didn't hesitate to rush forward and tell Warren that no matter where she ran, Yua and her teammates would still pursue her. Because of that, they needed to resolve this now. Jinhyuk then called Karen's name, but he denied it, saying that his name was Mothan. Jinhyuk didn't believe him, saying that Karen was so shameless that he had to disguise himself. Jinhyuk then quickly used his power, unleashing the windstorm acceleration technique. The two immediately attacked each other fiercely. Jinhyuk raised his leg, thinking that this was interesting, and maybe it was because the monster had seduced him. Karen also praised his opponent, saying that he could use alchemy without a formation. Immediately after that, he attacked his opponent, asking him to see it again. And so, Jinhyuk was punched mercilessly. All attacks were unleashed at a terrifying speed. His speed was comparable to Yua's, or even faster. Jinhyuk once again used the windstorm technique. But Karen only felt that this action was too reckless because it had too many holes. Only now did Jinhyuk realize that he was unable to react. He then decided that the game was over. But talismans suddenly appeared from nowhere and came rushing over, setting the sky ablaze, making Karen not understand what was happening. Kangrian appeared out of nowhere and told him that no matter what he did, it was useless because the talismans were created using the 8-diagram array, which caused his thoughts, the signals to control his muscles, and the internal energy flow inside him to not follow his will. Having fallen into a trap, Karen cursed in annoyance, but Kangrian was unfazed. Kangrian just slowly walked towards Warren, causing her to step back in fear. Decisively, Kangrian pasted a red talisman on Warren's forehead. Although she initially resisted, her eyes gradually became heavy. Unable to control her body, Warren stood frozen like a statue, causing Yua to be curious about the talisman that Kangrian had just pasted. Kangrian understood what Yua wanted to ask and confirmed that it was a talisman that sealed Warren's consciousness, and that a soul that had lost consciousness would be burned forever by the Great Extinction Formation. At that moment, Yua then understood that she could finally bring Lan back. But Karen in the back was still trying to struggle. If he couldn't punch, he would use non-violent language, threatening Kangrian that he would pay for his delusional dreams. Kangrian didn't care about him and just left with his group, leaving him to become food for the demons. Karen was there, screaming in pain that he couldn't let Warren just disappear like that. He tried to call back, but it was all in vain, meaningless. Karen was left alone in the vast forest. Suddenly, he stopped shouting. But then strange noises came from Korin's mouth. He transitioned from painful defeat to being inexplicably happy that his plan was so smooth. Korin was kneeling on the ground, encircled by a formation. A moment later, a pack of wolves with eyes glowing like car headlights approached him step by step. They formed a circle around Korin, growling hungrily. Each of them seemed to be gathering spiritual energy, preparing to do something. Then, they opened their large maws and howled. Korin's face remained calm, showing no sign of worry or panic. Suddenly, pieces of paper were being torn apart. It turned out that these golden wolves were tearing at his clothes, but Korin seemed lost in concentration, staring at the ground. Then, he smirked when he sensed that Kang Ryan had left. Immediately, he returned to his cheerful and gentle demeanor, rubbing his sore shoulder and happily noting that everything was fine. The two wolves that had turned golden before also smiled and praised his performance, saying it was a bit over the top. Suddenly, Korin wondered if Len and Ron were done with their task. His smile faded, and behind his tears, Len and Ron simultaneously fell silent, their smiles disappearing. A moment later, the two of them transformed back into their human forms, confidently puffing out their chests because Lenya had taken care of things. Then, she wondered what he had asked them to do this for. Korin raised his hand to his mouth and smiled with satisfaction, thinking it was just a small matter. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and Korin wondered if this could be called a conspiracy theory. At the old, moss-covered castle, surrounded by greenery, a voice exclaimed, "So that's it." Inside was Kang Yua, her face stern as she furrowed her brow, questioning someone. "They still haven't found the stolen artifact, nor have they found a replacement?" she asked. The plump attendant respectfully sat below her, his face slightly strained, advising her to be patient. Like Yua and her group, this place was beyond his reach. However, Kang Yua remained unshakable, suspecting that they had taken something important. The attendant's face turned pale, and he glanced at her, inwardly lamenting, "These heretics, they wouldn't have dared to speak to a bishop of the church like this before." He then convinced himself, "They always hide in the shadows. They are not the type to easily show themselves." As he spoke, he reminded himself to be patient because the church was weakening and he needed their power. Kneeling before Kang Yua's unwavering gaze, the plump man continued to ramble, saying he had found a trade guild that could provide a replacement. They were merchants who had traded with the East for a long time, and they would be bringing the goods today. She cautiously inquired about the name of the trade guild. "The Mandragora Guild," he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, her eyes sharpened, as if she had heard the name somewhere before. Under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine, the MC's voice echoed across the land. "Finally, we've reached the most exciting part of the festival. The team finals are about to begin." Inside the changing room, the announcement was clearly audible. "Who will be the winner?" Along with the MC's voice came the hustle and bustle of the participants. "Line up here, please." Meanwhile, Kang Ryan suddenly appeared with an extremely sinister smile, commenting that this was very good because it is still intact. In the corner of the room, a girl dressed in all black, with a red-lettered black talisman on her forehead, sat huddled sadly. She gripped something tightly in her hand and commanded, "Let's go." At the same time, outside, the audience was excitedly cheering under the guidance of the MC. "And now, let's invite the contestants to the arena." The elimination round of Kang Yua in groups A and B. Kang Yua walked out with a dignified and confident stride, along with her other team members. Next, the Merkaba Academy teams A and D, Mariette and Alicia, walked out. Seeing that only two of them came, the MC asked, "Is one member of Team D missing?" The MC stared at them, puzzled by the fact that team leader Korin had disappeared. He also didn't appear in the duo round. The MC assumed that he would surely not participate in the finals. But suddenly, something made him stammer. Inside a steel blade, a triumphant voice echoed, "In the moment of victory, I will personally lead you to the gates of Valhalla." Yua, witnessing this scene, was annoyed and surprised to see that that scoundrel was still alive. The crazed man stood confidently on the stage, raising his hand high, shouting and asking, "Those who are ready, give it your all." Hearing this, the crowd behind him roared, "Immathan! Immathan!" He made a face like a broken version of the Joker, feigning surprise and asking if the professor was ready to start the match. Kang Ryan immediately nodded, "All right," simultaneously waving his fan, releasing a golden aura. He still couldn't help but comment, "That troublesome brat, I have to admit, he is quite special." "I declare the test begins," he announced, and the ground shook violently. The formation was gradually being completed, and its purpose was explained. Within the formation, 8 gates would constantly change, bewitching those who were trapped. The person who found the right path, reached the center, and recovered the Imperial Dragon Seal would be the winner. After saying this, a golden dragon with glowing eyes and a long beard appeared. The golden dragon stood in the center, surrounded by other creatures and formations. The 8 Gates Dun Jia Great Luo Eradication Formation. The players were sweating profusely, wondering, is this a maze? Damn it, I'm already confused. An announcement rang out. The formation is deployed, transforming the entire arena and separating the contestants. A man with a murderous glint in his eyes, holding a fan with a glowing purple cross, wondered what Karen was planning. But the poison has been deployed. He cannot escape now. The girl in black sat still, holding something in her hand. On the other side, the screen suddenly flickered, leaving everyone confused. What is happening? Why is the image being interrupted? Beneath the flickering screens was a mysterious blue formation. The panicked MC turned to ask the person next to him, what happened? The other person was equally panicked, saying that the magic from the formation was causing the TV signal to interfere. After hearing that, the red-haired MC cursed, damn it, how can such a silly mistake be made? At this time, Kang Ryan calmly walked forward, plotting, well then, from now on, he will begin the ritual to separate the fire from Lan. Then, Ryan turned his head and ordered Yuhua and Hyuk to protect the black tortoise in the north. Upon hearing the command, the two of them immediately sped away. He continued to mutter that as long as they protect the black tortoise, it wouldn't matter if other things were destroyed. As she flew, Yua glanced back, signaling for him to protect her uncle. Ryan, looking indifferent, just told her to not worry. On the other side, the clown was grinning. He stood with his arms akimbo, amidst the discussions of the surrounding people. The 8 trigrams 9 dragons, isn't that over there? Find the exit of the formation. Colin, can you wipe off that makeup? I want to call you master. From ancient times, the protector of the emperor in the center was the black tortoise, guarding the north, and it was always right behind the emperor. So the black tortoise could both protect the emperor and attack at any time. Soon, Yua and Jinhook appeared and stood under the giant snake turtle statue. Jinhook told her to look in that direction, and when Yua looked, she was surprised. A voice rang out, therefore, when trying to break a formation based on the 4 divine beasts, you must destroy the black tortoise first. Suddenly, 2 people attacked Yua and Jinhook out of nowhere. Korin appeared in front of Jinhook, smiling and greeting him. We meet again, prosthetic artist. Jinhook broke out in a cold sweat, wondering how much he knew, and how he had come straight here without getting lost. Alicia naively wondered, is it okay for us to have just 2 people? Karin, looking indifferent, assured her, it's okay. It's definitely better for Marie to handle the 3 others by herself. On Marie's side, she was emitting murderous intent, taking them all on alone. Kang Yua, on the other hand, was both fighting and thinking calmly. Could it be that her uncle's 8 gates had already been broken? According to what Kang Yua knew, the 8 gates Dun Jia had 365 variations, including stone walls, labyrinths, and fog. No matter how strong someone was, they couldn't break through them. As she pondered, her opponent said that he knew she was uneasy. He suddenly grinned and asked if they had bought an artifact, saying he knew this because he had followed the trail. Kang Yua frowned at his words and then gritted her teeth, asking why he knew about the artifact. Because it had been stolen a long time ago by a gang. That was why they had to buy the artifact from the trade guild. After a few moments of thought, she glanced to her right, as if realizing something. As quick as lightning, a voice admitted that it was indeed so. He decisively struck her away and then admitted that he had been the one who stole it before attacking again. His eyes now looked like a bloodthirsty beast as he said that the gang and the trade guild were all created by him. Kang Yua was furious and couldn't accept this. She lunged at him with her sword, but his response was indifferent because he believed that they had no chance of defeating him. She pushed Alicia back, and he asked Alicia if they should avenge the previous incident. Alicia had been defeated by Kang Yua before, and she lost miserably, but it was because Colin had told her to let her win. That time, Alicia had to work very hard to act successfully. Hyuk, hearing her grumble, smirked, and, with a look as if he were looking past her, he asked the person next to him if Kang Yua had let Alicia win. As soon as he asked, she told him to shut up. Then, Kang Yua gripped her sword tightly and said they had to end this quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Hyuk charged forward like the wind, filled with rage. On the other side, Alicia's group also charged at them without hesitation. Kang Yua and Hyuk simultaneously launched their signature moves, armor-piercing counterattack and dragon-slaying swordsmanship. A powerful murderous aura enveloped her as she uttered her technique, Furious Long Demon Slash, Evil Extremity Ascension, Evil Dragon Emerges. The other side was not inferior, as Alicia used her territory/swordsmanship to counter. The clash of their attacks created a huge tremor. Everything became blurred due to the light emitted when the 2 attacks collided. After a moment, only silhouettes appeared. One had lost half a leg, and the other held a shattered sword. When the dust cleared, Alicia looked around blankly, then turned towards Kang Yua. Iyuk and Yua were both dumbfounded because his leg had been severed and her sword was no better off. Unable to accept such a terrible loss, Kang Yua gritted her teeth in anger. Their resentment grew more and more intense. Their faces darkened as they stood up, turning toward Alicia's group as if they wanted to devour them. Their eyes flashed with determination and anger, with the goal of destroying the fire to save Lan. Without hesitation, the two of them charged forward, but before they could make a move, someone threw a weapon, shattering their defenses, and announced that they would reveal the truth to them. If Colin didn't tell them, they would fight to the very end, even if they only had claws and fangs left. Hyuk and Kang Yua looked shocked at what was in front of them. A strange beast with tiger fangs, goat horns, and a pig face. A toady. It was one of the four fiends, representing destruction, the complete opposite of the divine beast of protection. When both of them read the words on the turtle shell, they were even more alarmed. On the shell of the black tortoise was the toady. Master Kang Ryan, as a magician, could not know this. Karin's eyes turned cold, looking at them and quietly questioned if they planned to use this great Luo eradication ritual to separate the fire from Lan. But the result was the opposite. With cold eyes, Karin looked at the object in his hand, and said to them that from the very beginning, Kang Ryan didn't care about Lan at all. For the sake of his own gain, he sealed Lan, and for the sake of his career, Lan had to be sacrificed. What he wanted from beginning to end was the fire, that is the ritual of the magician Kang Ryan to destroy Lan, and for the fire to occupy that entire body. 3 years had passed, a period both long and short, since witnessing the fire created by his own younger brother, Kang Yu. Kang Yu had become obsessed with its power. That fool only focused on finding his daughter and, by the time he realized he had lost control of the fire, it was too late. He had been branded as the perpetrator of the Lunar City massacre and was captured by the Royal Army, torn to pieces. This actually made Kang Ryan feel grateful because someone died in his place in Lunar, and it also created the Fire Fiend Knight Yuxi for him. But what Kang Ryan could not have anticipated was that Kang Yu had entrusted Warren to the headmaster of the Merkaba Academy. Even as a talented mage and the head professor of Griffin, it was difficult for him to interfere in matters of another continent. And then, just as Kang Ryan was in despair, that man arrived. He was Tates Balthazar, a legend from 80 years ago, the creator. The demonic-faced man only asked Kang Ryan to do one thing, to destroy and kill, and then break through the headmaster's barrier so that that woman couldn't leave the royal palace. For Kang Ryan, it was an attractive proposal. If he obtained the fire, then destroying a small city would be nothing. Soon, the chains of Sion, a holy artifact of the Western Church, would imprison her and drain her endless inner power, and the thing binding Warren in human form, the soul of Lan, would be completely destroyed. Finally, after feeding her the myriad flesh pill that Balthazar had given him, Warren would immediately ascend to be a queen, awakening into a true knight Yuxia. Just as Kang Ryan was laughing with glee, Colin's voice interrupted, saying that would not happen. He smirked and said that if everything went too smoothly, it would be boring. Kang Ryan was surprised to see him. Before Colin could answer, Kang Yua interjected, asking if he planned to use the ritual to destroy Lan. She didn't understand why he would want to use a cursed artifact instead of a divine beast. Many questions filled her mind. Could it be that the massacre in Lunar was ordered by Kang Ryan, not caused by Warren losing control? Kang Ryan didn't answer directly, but instead, gritted his teeth and cursed them for being useless, and claimed they had been exploited. Kang Ryan's eyes turned murderous. He used blood magic, and told them not to worry because in 10 minutes, everything living inside the formation would melt and become one. He chanted, his face crazed. He would turn everything into medicine to help the knight Yuxi ascend. The Golden Bat Alvin was just a level 2 demon, yet after a desperate ascension, it had easily destroyed a group of 1-star and 2-star guardians. If Warren, a super-level demon, ascended, it would be impossible to resist her. A sharp sword was planted into the ground, and a voice said, "As you sow, so shall you reap." As soon as the words were spoken, the patterns and seals in the formation immediately disappeared. This made Kang Ryan even more confused, and he exclaimed, "Why has my formation disappeared?" Colin calmly said that next was the explanation. Who stole the artifacts that Kang Ryan had secretly stolen and transported? Was it the trade guild that provided goods in an emergency? And if so, who introduced it? Many questions were raised. Who provided the artifacts? Who carved the runes onto them? Colin smirked and said that he had done it all, not forgetting to scold him as a damn old man. When he destroyed all the artifacts of the four fiends, the old man would die. He flew into a rage and cursed him. Then he said that it wasn't over and tossed his fan, launching an attack toward Colin. Immediately, the seal imprisoning Lan shattered. He abandoned the ascension and focused all his strength on destroying Colin's group. Afterward, He would redo the ritual whenever he wanted. As soon as he ordered the kill, Lan immediately sat up to follow his command. Hyuk was shocked to see that the old man was truly controlling Warren, and also confirmed that the lunar massacre was caused by him. Although Kang Yuo was reminding him to calm down, it was impossible to stay calm, but Hyuk's leg was broken, and her sword was shattered, so they couldn't do anything. Then she glanced at Hyuk and said they could still do something. They made eye contact, understanding each other despite the silence. On Colin's side, he told Alicia to coordinate the plan as when they fought the Iron Mountain King, one would face the enemy head-on while the other attacked. The battle began, and the ground around them shattered and exploded. Alicia stood there in shock at what was happening. At this moment, Colin, with his weapon in hand, transformed into a different person, charging forward with a murderous aura, like a meteor falling through the atmosphere. Alicia looked at him and thought that if she had to face Colin, she wouldn't last 30 seconds, and wondered if anyone could defeat him right now. But everything was completely wrong. Warren, like a fighting weapon, came out to block the blow. For her, this moment was like a gentle sauna. Colin, having his attack blocked, angrily gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it, damn you, will you stop that?" 1 minute and 20 seconds after the battle began, although they attacked with all their might, like a wildfire, this opponent, this natural disaster, remained unyielding. Warren, unconsciously, launched a demonic poison claw attack towards Colin, but he quickly dodged it. If not, he might not have been intact. Alicia, seeing this, frantically called out to Colin to warn him. As soon as he realized something was wrong, Warren had already silently closed in. In an instant, Colin was knocked back several meters. The ground around them shifted continuously, exploding like the end of the world. Everything was too different. Just trying to keep up with Warren's movements was enough to shatter Colin's internal organs. In front of Colin was Warren, charging at him with a murderous aura. He had reached his limit. Regeneration was useless. In the end, he thought this was the end, that Colin would die. But he stood firm, waiting for the opponent, even if only one more hit would make him disappear. With a determined look, no matter what, Colin would fight to the end. And things became even more surprising when a figure appeared in front of him, blocking all the attacks for Colin. When he came to his senses, Alicia was already covered in injuries, preparing to log out of the server. She didn't want Colin to die. She had walked dozens of steps in the territory, and her body would suffer a terrible pressure, even more than blocking Warren's attack. Things weren't over. Warren directly charged at them again. Colin warned Alicia to get out of the way, but the enemy's speed was too fast, and with her injuries, Alicia couldn't do anything. She could only defend and continue to stand firm. Seeing this, Colin was out of options and had to rush forward at lightning speed, hoping to pull her out of the way. An explosive blast detonated like a preset mine. Warren looked around the battlefield blankly, emotionless, and everyone had disappeared. Colin had quickly taken Alicia to a safer place. Even so, he was constantly scolding her for her reckless actions. Then he took out a special medicine and helped Alicia heal. It was a special elixir that Colin carried, but if he didn't treat Alicia immediately, she would be crippled or die from blood loss. A while later, Alicia gradually became more stable. Normally, Colin would try to hold out until Marie destroyed all of the four fiends' artifacts, and then there would only be a small gap. Alicia's territory slash would inflict 100% piercing damage, and Colin would launch his final attack. He had planned since returning from Nazaria, but there were two incidents. First, Warren had been released from her restraints and was much stronger than Colin had imagined. And second, Alicia was seriously injured trying to save him. Although he had handled the emergency situation, Alicia had lost her ability to fight after recklessly running dozens of steps in the territory. Thinking about this, Colin could only sigh because he didn't know if he could hold out until Marie destroyed all the artifacts. When he heard Alicia apologize, he realized that he couldn't blame her for ruining his plan. Looking back, if he had taken that direct hit, Colin would most likely have died instantly, and regeneration would have been useless. A moment later, he picked Alicia up, said that it was okay, and thanked her for saving him. Colin took Alicia to a safe place to hide. Then he looked around cautiously. Alicia asked him worriedly if he was okay, and he replied with two words, "Not okay." All of the aura stored in the reincarnation core and in Colin's body was exhausted. After the fight with Sa-Jin Hyuk, and then Warren, he had consumed too much reincarnation. Now, Colin was very hesitant about whether or not to continue using it. Although Colin could try to use it, this reincarnation core contained a power that his body wouldn't be able to withstand. Even with the support of the rules, he wasn't sure. At this time, Alicia revealed shocking news. From the beginning to the end, Warren had never used her right hand in the attacks. That meant that the power from before was nothing, and it seemed like she was holding something in her hand. Hearing this, Colin chuckled. In the end, she would have to make her own choice. She was still carrying that burden. So she, Warren, was still standing there. From the smoke and dust, the blurred figure of Colin gradually appeared. He wiped his mouth, a triumphant smile spreading across his lips. He pointed his spear at Warren and said there was no other choice. The figure of the girl was blurry behind the layers of dust and sand. Corin gritted his teeth and laughed self-deprecatingly. Ha! Recalling an old memory, the night yaksha had fearfully dropped an item. She didn't understand why Karen had given it to her. He quietly picked it up, asserting that Warren had to choose. She couldn't remain selfish, only enjoying benefits without taking responsibility. Sihu's wretched face flashed in his mind, reminding him. Karan knew all too well the type of people who only thought of themselves like him. He didn't want her to become like that at all. Karan placed the object back into her hand, saying a few words to make Warren understand, thinking that he wanted to help her. No matter which path she chose, she had to take responsibility for her own choices. She was scared and sweating profusely, stuttering, unable to speak. Returning to the present, Warren's appearance was nothing short of madness. Karan wondered if she was still in there. The head of the large blade shrank little by little, forming an exquisite, sharp spear. His eyes became more resolute than ever. Karan had remembered, it was the demon sword of Duke Savansia he had seen in his castle. That majestic, dignified appearance was truly admirable. Karan affirmed that its demonic power had surely been passed down to him. Duke Savansia, the great hero of 800 years ago, right here, right now, Karan would recreate that legend. He asked Warren if she had waited long enough. She, being controlled, flinched in response. Karan thrust forward powerfully. Demonic Spear No. 1. Black Abyss. A dark, inky aura enveloped the weapon. The Night Yakshi also fiercely charged to retaliate with demonic energy. The two sides collided, and a terrifying explosion occurred. The blinding light blew away almost everything around them, and the ground was torn apart. The collision was worth the anticipation. This was not a battle between Karen and Warren. They now possessed the power of a Night Yaksha and Duke Savansia. This was a clash between two legends. Kang Ryan yelled in surprise, "No, it can't be." He thought that Karen couldn't compare to a Night Yaksha. People like that usually didn't accept advice, so he would let them delude themselves. He roared, ordering Warren to kill him. The talisman flickered, and she took a deep breath. Just by glancing over, Karen recognized a fist focused with aura, probably about 1,000. He immediately had a plan. Then, he would use the Black Abyss demonic spear. The powerful attack descended, blindingly bright. The pressure released at their point of contact was unimaginable. The evil that he needed to prepare was also 1,000 reincarnation. Karan carefully calculated, even if Warren had 10,000 reincarnations, the amount she could release at once was only 1,000. If he could compensate and neutralize that power. He confidently affirmed, while struggling to resist, that he could resist Warren. However, the terrifying pressure pressing down on Karan's body due to borrowing Duke Savansia's aura was slowly crushing him. Warren was gaining the upper hand. A punch sent the spear flying. The pain, starting from his fingertips, made it impossible for Karan to hold the weapon, and all the tendons in his body seemed to be severed, losing their function. Covered in injuries, Karan still struggled, never stopping. No, he knew clearly that he couldn't stop. Because it was so obvious, his opponent hadn't used all her strength yet. Warren still hadn't used her right hand. Karan struggled to strengthen his arm. Black Abyss, 8 trigrams Extreme Fist. He successfully blocked one of Warren's attacks. She was surprised. With unbelievable reaction speed, Warren launched a kick right after, but luckily, Karan was still able to block it. He took the opportunity to close in on his opponent. Risking everything, he took a step forward. His right foot went forward, firm as Mount Tai, and his left arm was stretched taut like a short spear. Kang Royan gaped in surprise. Opening his mouth like that during the fight surely meant he was confident in his victory. Karan focused all his power into the battle. Consciousness, breath, muscle movement, and the half-step distance. The gap only appeared for a split second. He seized the opportunity. His eyes showed clear determination. Karan was determined not to miss this chance. He struck. Black Abyss 8 trigrams Extreme Fist. Karan struck directly at his opponent's heart. He continued with Meteor Strike, Evil Destruction, Fire Mirror 8 Powers, Chaos Origin Head. The pressure tore apart the ground. Karan collapsed, panting for breath, his whole body covered in mottled wounds, but he had done it. Warren coughed once, then spat out fresh blood. She was stunned. Karan had broken through Warren's absolute defense, however. Her small feet continued to walk, as if nothing had happened, just to that point. Her strength showed absolutely no sign of weakening. I can't completely suppress Warren. She slowly approached, step by step. He was about to give up. Was death inevitable? Kang Ryan laughed mockingly. I knew it. What could you possibly do? He ordered, kill Karen, time's up. Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped Warren. His eyes showed that this was clearly pre-planned. She remained rooted to the spot. There seemed to be an abnormal movement. Her small mouth opened as if to say something. Karan was shocked, his eyes wide open. The rocks and ground around them vibrated violently. The mountains began to collapse. What is this? Suddenly, countless chains came from nowhere. They tightly bound Warren, rendering her immobile. Kang Ryan panicked. What is happening? At this time, Karan smiled in relief. He hadn't wasted a single second to stall for time. Everything was within their calculations. Marie, Kang Yua, and Sa Jin Hook, who had disappeared from the area, must have destroyed all the artifacts inside the formation. He repeatedly repeated one phrase, as if there was nothing else. No way, it can't be like this. A sharp object pressed against Kang Ryan's neck, and he whimpered in fear. Josephine had arrived to help. She demanded that Kang Ryan stand still, and he froze. Karan relaxed his whole body, looking at the situation. It's over there, he said. It was finished. He glanced at an unresolved issue. Well then. Warren was being restrained, sitting in place, stunned. He slowly approached. Even though he looked battered, Karan couldn't help but feel surprised. He quickly tore off the damn talisman. So cruel. How could you do this? Use this disgusting thing on a girl. Warren fell back after shedding the accursed power controlling her. Karan quickly caught her. Her eyes no longer had that mad red color. She woke up. He smiled and greeted her. Her blurry vision gradually became clearer. Karan's expression was very gentle. Warren couldn't understand why he had saved her. Karan replied that it was because he had said he would help her until she made a choice. Karan asked Warren to make a choice, a serious and proud one. She was completely surprised. Clenching her fist, Warren trembled. Not to regret, to repay your kindness, to prove that I am not a monster. Like that person said, what created her was not her nature, but her choices. The dark energy gradually dissipated from Warren. She blankly watched it merge into the wind. Crushed by an extraordinary power, the Bixachia wood, it had turned to dust. Warren panicked. She didn't know what to do now. The Bixachia wood no longer existed, indicating that it was useless. Even if she made a choice, the result wouldn't change. Warren was heartbroken, wanting to show him right now, I want to repay your kindness. Karan smiled faintly, marveling. The Bixachia wood was crushed. Warren, you're really strong. He slowly lost consciousness, but before that, he didn't forget to reassure her, there are still many other ways. Karan collapsed onto Warren's shoulder, thanking her for repaying his kindness. She gritted her teeth and trembled as she confessed, I'm a monster. I hurt you. I killed so many people. I even stole Lan's body. Will I? Warren was worried that she couldn't be forgiven. Karan only smiled faintly. He embraced her small body, saying that even he didn't know. She cried loudly in Karan's arms. He promised that the two of them would search for the answer together. The awakening ritual performed by Kang Ryan had failed, and he had also been captured and imprisoned. As for handling the aftermath, they would do it as usual. Karan said that he had received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to resolve this issue. If it could be resolved smoothly, or rather, covered up. The fact that the head professor of Griffin had caused this tragedy was a problem, but the ritual using Warren could make people fearful and wary of the girl. Those who feared Warren would condemn her, and others would covet her power. Professor Kang Ryan returned earlier and was reported to have died in an unfortunate accident. We will handle it like that. I've already spoken with the headmaster of Griffin, a calm female voice said. Karan smiled slightly, replying that it was good that everything had been resolved smoothly. Griffin couldn't have hoped for more favorable treatment. Have you demanded fair compensation? The female voice responded. The headmaster intended to let it slide, but she agreed with Karan on this matter. Karan, who was on the bed, laughed and said, right, the headmaster is a bit, oh my, so kind. The female voice in the conversation was that of Professor Josephine. She continued, saying that they couldn't easily trust others. Then, she sincerely thanked Karan. Karan, who was now sitting on the bed with white bandages wrapped around his body, but only covering what needed to be covered, showing off what he wanted to show as usual. He appeared modest before the professor's gratitude, remaining calm. He said with certainty that one day they would trust each other. Professor Josephine hesitated slightly but also spoke, perhaps with some contemplation, but she also looked forward to that day. Then she instructed Karan to rest and take care of his health. After saying this, she turned to leave. When she reached the door, she slowed down, gently reminding him that the festival wasn't over yet. As soon as Professor Josephine left, a slender hand appeared at the door. Mariette Duneleft, with a radiant face, rushed in and hugged Karan tightly, asking about him repeatedly. She didn't miss anything, from his complexion and figure to his broken fingernails. Karan looked at his stubby fingernails and sighed but didn't seem to mind it much. Mariette Duneleft smiled and playfully scolded Karan for always being reckless, for always getting hurt and ending up in the hospital. Karen, bewildered, looked at the girl in front of him, panicking and awkwardly saying dryly comforting words such as, "Why are you crying? What happened?" Mariette Dunleft wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. She looked up at him with her red eyes, half joking and half serious, saying that she was crying because she was too worried about him. However, the straight-laced Karen didn't have an ounce of romantic sensibility. He asked her an unrelated question. "Did Papa get hurt anywhere? You destroyed all the stone paths and artifacts by yourself, right? Kang Yua and Sa Jin Hyuk also destroyed one." Karen suddenly fell into thought, realizing that was why they had left. It was because of that he had survived by the skin of his teeth. Mentioning them made Mariette Dunleft angry. She yelled, blaming the two of them for everything that had happened. Karen disagreed, arguing that they were not bad people. They were just put in difficult situations. He understood that Jin Hyuk wanted revenge for his family, and Yua wanted to save her cousin. They were just trying their best. The real bad guy was Kang Ryan, who had exploited their despair. They shouldn't be confused about who to hate. Mariette Dunleft looked at the man in front of her in admiration, remarking that Karen was always so mature. She was also a little envious of herself, because she was supposed to be the older one. Hearing that, Karen smiled in a terribly sly manner. He then tempted Mariette Dunleft to call him brother. Mariette Dunleft playfully scolded Karen for being so annoying, always making others call him brother. She blushed slightly and said her heartfelt concerns. In her words was a plea for Karen not to get hurt, but she knew that it was unavoidable. Karen didn't reply immediately. He looked down at his carefully bandaged hands, deep in thought. He couldn't deny that because it was a fact. He was the one burdened with saving the world, yet he didn't have any special power compared to a gamer. He was just an ordinary gamer clinging to swordsmanship. His body would have to endure a lot. Mariette Dunleft gently asked Karen again if he had anything he wanted to say to her, because she had long felt that he lived in a different world. Mariette Dunleft paused for a moment, then said with certainty that she would fight alongside Karen. Just like this time, she would always be by his side to help him. No matter who he fought, she would always support him. Mariette Dunleft's sudden words startled Karen. From the bottom of his heart, he could only whisper his gratitude for her encouragement, because from now on he would have to fight against those with evil ambitions and wrong beliefs, and against powerful enemies who wanted to destroy this world. How could he save the world when facing such enemies? The answer was always simple. Together. The two of them bumped fists as a testament to their noble promise. Okay, Mariette Dunleft quickly followed up by saying that she would register the Guardians team. Karen was surprised by the speed. Mariette Dunleft explained that the Harvest Festival was coming soon. If they didn't register now, everyone would be busy celebrating the holidays. The two naturally started discussing it. From Karen being the team leader to Mariette Dunleft being the deputy team leader. But when Karen was thinking about who else to add, Mariette Dunleft's sharp ears heard someone else calling Karen's name. Karen looked toward the door in surprise and greeted them with a smile. The person who arrived was Alicia. Mariette Dunleft also smiled and greeted her junior, Alicia, warmly. Alicia was in a wheelchair being pushed by a nurse. Both of her arms and legs were in casts as big as pig's trotters. Karen immediately burst out laughing, joking that Alicia looked like a mummy. Alicia pouted, not knowing whether to cry or laugh, and asked whose fault it was. Karen pursed his lips, remembering that moment. It was indeed his fault. He felt very guilty and also thanked her a lot. Karen's handsome smile appeared, making Alicia blush. She nervously looked away, shyly replying casually. Thanks to Mariette's elixir, her bones had healed, but she still had to rest for 2 weeks. Even though she was being treated at the best medical facility, the festival only had 1 week left, so she couldn't participate in the closing campfire. Karen comforted her, saying that Alicia would be discharged soon, but that she should rest to get better first. Alicia sobbed in her wheelchair, because she wanted to participate in the campfire. And the winter ball too. Karen consoled her, but Alicia wouldn't have it. She argued that those were two different things. Hearing that, he pondered. It was true, he had participated many times, but this was Alicia's first. Karen confidently promised Alicia that he would buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball, unaware that he had awakened something very frightening. Alicia was incredibly surprised to hear Karen say that. She quickly asked if he was serious, if it was that luxury brand. Karen confidently replied that she should feel free to buy it, because he was rich now. Alicia immediately criticized him for the use of brother, because they were the same age. But she quickly brushed that aside and asked Karen if it was true that they had earned a lot of money. Karen laughed triumphantly, confirming that it was enough to buy a fancy dress. However, Mariette Dunleft had now entered a bloodthirsty state. A terrifying dark aura emanated from her whole body. She couldn't help but ask the worry in her heart. Could it be that the remaining members that Karen wanted to invite were? Karen, without paying attention, carelessly joked, pointing at Alicia, and introduced her. This is Alicia Arden and Lenya Claire. Mariette Dunleft asked if they were girls. Corin, not noticing anything in her words, replied, "Yes, there's a beautiful girl working in the intelligence field." Mariette Dunleft gritted her teeth. "Oh, beautiful?" Corin continued to describe that the other two were Len and Ron. Mariette Dunleft asked, "Who are those two?" Corin explained that they were two wolf siblings. Len was a girl, so he only had to note that Ron was a boy. Mariette Dunleft huffed lightly. Corin, not noticing, continued, saying that he was also thinking of inviting Yule, but it was a bit awkward. But then he stopped, thinking that they were close, so she would probably agree. Mariette Dunleft gritted her teeth again and asked, "Is that druid girl very close to you?" Corin casually replied that they were close enough to tease each other and have meals together occasionally. He finished the list with Warren's name. He was sure that she would participate, so he asked Mariette Dunleft to just write her name down. Under Alicia's horrified gaze, the pen in Mariette Dunleft's hand shattered into pieces, signaling that a jealous rage was about to unleash. Corin was still rambling about how Professor Josephine had also agreed, so there was no problem. He suddenly looked up at Mariette Dunleft, stuttering, calling her senior. Facing him was a terrifying Mariette Dunleft in a fit of rage. She kept repeating, questioning Corin, if he was trying to drive her crazy. Corin, now unable to hide the panic in his eyes, could only admit to himself that he had brought this on himself. Everyone was afraid of the fire. They were wary, condemning, and saying that she shouldn't have been born. They threw stones at her, did anything to despise her, and called her a monster. But this time, she had injured Corin and almost harmed everyone again. Just like last time. But this time, that boy had shielded her and said that he would help her until she made a choice. Power was Warren's only value, the thing that justified pushing out the original and taking over this body. So she felt that she couldn't be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone. Yet Corin had appeared and spoken those gentle words to her. He said that he would help her, and that she should make a proud choice so that she wouldn't regret it. They would search for the answer together. At that time, she had cried a lot. Those warm words seemed to have warmed her heart that had been cold and calloused for so long. And even now, when she remembered, she still felt incredibly confused. Warren sat in her room, gently touching her heart, wondering what she should do. The warmth that was so painful, the concern and worry like sharp knives piercing her heart. She hated him, Corin, because he had made her small heart ache. The fire had been lonely since birth. She had lived a life of being used, so she didn't allow anyone to step into her world. Yet, Corin suddenly appeared at the window, flashed a handsome smile, and started chatting, asking how she was, if she was okay, and how she had been doing. But before Corin could continue, Warren interrupted, standing up and urging him. Warren mentioned Lan, asking Corin if he was sure he had a way to change everything. Corin didn't answer immediately. His eyes looked down with worry and then sighed. She was truly pitiful. He reached out his hand, but it was suddenly grabbed. Warren quickly grasped Corin's hand, her voice hesitant and stopping him, even asking foolishly if he wanted to eat. Warren's entire body trembled, shaking as she waited for his reply. Corin had seen her fear. Corin reached out his other hand and gently patted her head, comforting her, saying softly that it would be okay, and that after this was over, he would definitely buy her fish to eat. Outside, Warren was hovering in the air. Corin, below, held a long spear and said, "Let's begin." The name of the spear was the Death God's Jewel. The description next to it read, "Surely hits the target, separates the soul from the body, ignoring all defenses." It was an artifact that reaped souls with 100% accuracy. Of course, if a human used it, the accuracy rate would drop sharply, becoming useless. Especially for Corin, who couldn't sense souls, the accuracy rate was 0. Corin threw the spear straight at Warren, but it was knocked away, veering off course and plunging into the ground. Warren was stunned, but Corin wasn't surprised at all. He looked at the spear and said to Warren, "Look, I'll show you some magic." The magic stones used in the festival had a wider dispersal range when the accuracy was lower, making them more difficult to use. The dispersal mechanism, when the accuracy is at its lowest, had a maximum range of 100 meters. But what if Corin, whose accuracy was 0, used it? The dispersal range would be infinite. He couldn't interfere with the soul or activate the effect. So, strictly speaking, this was not an attack by Corin but an attack by the dispersing magic stone. A bright purple light emanated from the spear, enveloping Warren. Suddenly, Warren fell to the ground. Corin quickly ran over and caught her. He quickly said that he had only transferred a little magic power. Then he immediately asked how Warren was, and if she had been hurt anywhere. Warren nestled in Corin's arms. She smiled radiantly and beautifully, and said softly, "Thank you, Corin." Lan had awakened. She opened her sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed, and called out, "Opa." Corin, who was carrying her like a princess, was startled by the term. He recalled the time before they had met. Mariette Donaleft had once angrily slammed her fist on the table, scolding him for always using the word oppa, as if he couldn't live without hearing it. Then, Alicia had been unhappy about being forced to call him oppa, arguing that they were the same age, so it was illogical for her to call him oppa. And there was also the crybaby Anna, who hugged her silly cat and said, "Thank you, Sir Knight, sir." Now, it was good. Karan, with tears in his eyes, felt that the truth had dawned on him. He had finally escaped the title of Sir, and he was secretly grateful to Lan for leaving such a great first impression. Karan put her down. Lan, seeing his expression, guessed that he seemed happy. Karan didn't deny it, because he was often called an old man. Lan calling him oppa had comforted his heart. Seeing this, Lan admitted to him that she also thought so, because it seemed like he always wanted to be called oppa. These words warmed Karen's heart. It turned out that she was always watching him. Warren had occupied this body for 3 years. Lan stood, slowly feeling her feet. During that time, she had been locked inside her own body and could only observe everything through Warren's eyes. Feeling sorry for her, Karen asked if she didn't resent being robbed of her body for 3 years. But Lan just replied vaguely, Then she picked up her dress and ran quickly down the road with a radiant expression. She cheered, wanting him to see her run and revealing that, for the first time since she had gotten sick, she could walk and run like this. She happily ran around. Lan exclaimed that it must be due to the transformation, because Hua was using the power accumulated in her body. Karen watched, reminding her to be careful because her body wasn't used to it yet. If she pushed too hard, she might overdo it. He looked at her sadly, confiding that she had hated Warren at first. She had once yelled, demanding her body back. Then, she stepped into a puddle, stopped, and said that, but her voice had never been heard. Warren had only talked to herself like a recluse. She felt the breeze and continued to comment that she knew those monologues weren't to avoid her, but an expression of guilt and regret towards Warren herself. Lan squatted down, adding that she understood how difficult it was to overcome that fear and anxiety, because they shared the same body. Looking at her reflection in the water, Lan touched the surface as if looking at Warren, saying that she wouldn't push Warren away anymore. Warren had bravely made the decision to give her body back to her. Karan listened to these words and expressed his thoughts, which were that it was forgiveness and tolerance. She had been robbed of her body for 3 years and was ready to embrace Hua. Then, he smiled and praised her for growing up. Lan looked up, squinting her eyes with a happy smile. Of course, although she was stuck at the age of 14, Hua was only 3 years old. She had long wanted a younger sister, and now she had one. Karan looked like he had an epiphany. Oh, that's right, now you two are sisters sharing the same body. Suddenly, she spoke up. But hey, making him wonder. She still stood with her back to him and presented a hypothesis. If I'm in danger, will Oppa save me in a cool way like before? Thinking that it was nothing, he replied, just say the word, anytime. Lan blushed, thinking that he would answer like that and praising him for being amazing. Then, she called him Oppa again, making Karen's face look confused. But she talked about something out of the blue, saying that she also liked fish a lot and adding, Warren and I have the same hobbies. Then, she threw something into the puddle, splashing water everywhere. After that, she slowly listed other things like food, music, and books. Then, she suddenly leaned closer to his ear and whispered about her preference for boys, making Karen completely stunned. That's too much information. At the same time, she reached out and touched his chest, teasing that if he married her, it would be legal to have 2 wives. These words made Karen flustered, liking it but also being embarrassed. He stuttered, no, and asked what she was talking about. She leaned against his chest, looking up seductively, demanding that he answer right now. But Karen's face was flushed, and he was speechless. Then, he refused to take the bait, pushing her away and scolding her for not teasing others like that. However, Lan insisted that she wasn't teasing. In her hometown, people her age already did everything. Then, she acted like a seasoned veteran, her cheeks pink and her lips pursed, talking about the thing called love. Trembling, Karen gave in. If he wanted to continue to live with Hua, he should also ask her opinion. Suddenly, Lan tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek, thanking him. Karen panicked, his hands and feet flailing, his eyes wide open in surprise. Suddenly, she fell, hitting her head on his body. Karen panicked, what's wrong? And he tried to call out, Lan? But a ferocious-looking girl glared at him, annoyed, and replied, I am. Then she, enraged like she had lost her virginity, threatened him not to misunderstand, saying that those words were nonsense. He thought with a guilty conscience, she switches so easily. Then, she walked away, muttering to herself like someone from a mental institution, who called me sister? So noisy. It's a misunderstanding. Shut up. Looking at her self-talk, Karen wondered, what the hell? Are they talking to each other? She turned back and asked him if he wasn't leaving and instructed him to remember to come before level 1 for dinner as usual, at the old place. He blankly agreed. Karin sighed, thinking that it must be Lan and Warren's way of apologizing with food. They're still just kids, he thought, but he suddenly remembered her whispering about her preference for boys. Then, he scratched his head, deluding himself. Kids will be kids, right? Somewhere else, someone exclaimed, "We're meeting our ancestors." A gauntlet-clad hand twitched, lamenting that the resources that the old church had poured into the Merkava festival were enormous. They had thought that after everything was over, they could dethrone the head princess of the evangelical church. But in the end, a crusader knight lying on the ground, who thought he was going to the afterlife, had luckily escaped death. He mumbled, "A complete failure." Remembering the unique sword, he wondered who he was, and how he knew all the plans of the crusader knights. Then, he looked up at the ceiling, unable to believe it. Clearly, he had followed Lord Lessinen's orders and summoned 100 Crusader Knights, all of whom had been deployed into this 100-year-old tunnel. And now, they were all sprawled out like him. And he was not reconciled to it. Because to lure out Warren and Lan's danger, he had accepted a huge risk. But that guy, Karin, with one hand holding a staff over his shoulder and the other on his hip, looked down at him with a mocking smile. What could 100 Crusader Knights do? If they had truly gone all out, they would have sent the Holy Knight Order. It was Karin who had ruined everything for him. At that time, he had pointed at Karin's face and cursed him, asking what he was relying on to dare to do that, and if he thought he could survive. But then something hit him in the head, and he fell backward. It was Karin who had done that. From afar, he had gently thrown something that made him fall over, and Professor Josephine said that she could handle it. Even so, Karin picked up his staff, telling her that it was fine. He also had a chance to try out a new technique. Seeing this, Josephine asked about his throw that knocked them out in one hit. But she also praised him, saying that, although his body wasn't fully healed, he had done a great job, and that they could take them into custody. Hearing that, he wasn't polite and pointed to the right side of their jaw, reminding them to take out the suicide pill hidden there. Josephine, as she walked forward, had many questions, such as, how did he know about the tunnel that the old church had prepared 100 years ago? And why did he ask them to monitor the old church from the beginning? Outside, night had fallen. Temporarily relieved that he was an ally, Josephine tied up the unconscious knights. The next day, at an old castle, dawn was breaking everywhere. Warren had woken up. She lay there thinking about the calmness of the strong. Nothing could harm her body, and the rhythm of this body was slower than others. In short, suddenly, Lan from inside screamed, calling for Warren to get up. But she, although her eyes were open, still lay on the bed like a dead fish, rolling around and not wanting to get out of bed. Both Warren and Lan were lazy. Lan still urged her to get up, asking, "Get up already, right?" Warren lay on the bed and covered her ears, as if doing so would make her not hear Lan, and scolded her for being too loud. Even so, she could still hear Lan's voice echoing from within her, complaining, "Seriously, you should talk to me like that. Let's have breakfast, let's have breakfast." Suddenly, she heard something outside, so she got up curiously. As she walked down the stairs, Warren protested that she wasn't going out because of Lan. It was just because she was curious. Suddenly, she saw Karin sleeping on the ground with drool coming out of his mouth. She wondered why he was sleeping there. Lan was excitedly calling, "Opa Karin." Then Lan invited Ran to wake him up, but Ran wondered why she had to be the one to do it. Hearing that, Lan started bragging, saying that if he slept there, his mouth would become crooked, and urged Warren as if the house was on fire. Seeing her finger poke his cheek, Lan asked if she also liked Karin. Hearing that, Warren looked confused. She didn't know. He was too presumptuous, doing things that she didn't ask for, always being so enthusiastic. She couldn't understand him. Then Lan, like a ghost, squatted next to Karin with Warren, wondering, "So you hate him?" To which, she quickly replied, "I don't hate him." Then, Lan stubbornly clung on, asking, "So you like him?" But Warren had trouble answering, and she forcefully poked his cheek, saying she hated him. Suddenly, Mariette Dunleft from behind her, smiling, said, "Why are you up so early today?" Warren replied indifferently, "Because it was too noisy." After that, Mariette ordered Diogu to carry Karin and put him back on his bed, telling them not to let him make it hard for Warren and Lan to sleep. Following Diogu, Mariette said sarcastically to Warren, "If you're sleepy, go back to sleep, Junior." But she said nonsensically, "Sofa," confusing Mariette. Then, Warren still squatted on the ground and asked, "Why not let him sleep on the sofa?" These words made Mariette even more confused about her intentions, but she still replied, "There are no blankets here, and it's cold. He'll get cold." Hearing that, Warren hugged her knees, looking unhappy. She said to herself, "Yeah, there's no arguing with that." Suddenly, Mariette cheerfully reminded her. There are baked potatoes in the kitchen, just eat them. Then, she turned her head back and, squinting her eyes, said, we can eat later. It's fine if you eat them all. Warren hugged her knees and looked at Mariette's retreating figure, deep in thought. Then, with a murderous look in her eyes, she muttered, we? Elsewhere, at another time, in a classroom, a teacher was lecturing. In situations like these, you can use the materials around you in case of an emergency. Sitting below, Karen thought, even though the festival isn't over, classes are still going on, and I've already learned this before. I should focus on other things. At this time, a system notification appeared. Corinlock Hero, Strength Points, 8,130, Magic Points, 6,770. Characteristics: Durable Warrior Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Knowledge, 3 cores, Magic Release. Looking at the new data, Karen scratched his chin, pondering, with these stats, I've surpassed Orisha in the early stages. Additionally, he examined the characteristics carefully. Durable Warrior Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Knowledge, 3 cores, Magic Release. Calculating, my current aura level is advanced. Then, he imagined 3 glowing orbs, blue, red, and yellow, inside his chest, considering, at this stage, ordinary knights only achieve their first core, but I have a second core from the Silver Mandragora that I own and a third core inherited from Duke Sabantia. This meant that while other knights only had the first aura core, he had 3. Corin smiled, resting his chin in his hand. Orisha had also said that she had obtained a core this time. With a few steps into the domain, it seemed that it had helped her grow significantly. This time, Orisha had reached the upper intermediate aura level. Recalling the previous battle, Orisha had fought until her flesh and blood were blurred, covered in injuries, but she had still stubbornly held her sword, never giving up. Although she had been ranked as lower intermediate before, her rapid development in half a year was something to look forward to in the future. The only thing left was the magic release that the system had mentioned. It was the activation of inner power and accumulation of it at high pressure, allowing him to accumulate and release up to 20% of his total aura and magic power. This was an extremely useful characteristic. Currently, his aura stats were 8,130. 20% of that was an enormous burst of power, up to 1,600. It was an incredible amount of power. Karin had tried releasing spiritual energy to examine it. The problem was that when he tried it in the hunting area, he couldn't control it. Karin rested his forehead on his hand, wrinkling his brow in a headache. He thought, maybe I can do something similar with Duke Sabantia's final demon sword. Damn it, can I cut the sky and kill a dragon with just one stab? Suddenly, the teacher spoke. There are 5 minutes left in class, so I'm going to check the students' notes. Karin was still deep in thought, not absorbing the teacher's words. Suddenly, he jolted up. Check notes? Why now? Who am I? Where am I? Looking at the teacher smiling, but emitting a dark pressure, he lamented, it's because everyone keeps sleeping in class, so the professor is angry. And he cursed, because looking at Professor Lalala's personality over the past 4 years, she would punish them by making them clean the classroom. That wouldn't be anything to worry about. But if this wasn't the metallurgy lab that was reserved for them, a place full of stains from experiments, dusty bottles, cobwebs everywhere, not to mention other things that could kill them. Similar to his misery, the other students also realized that now, they were scrambling to borrow notes from each other to copy, but when push came to shove, it was every man for himself. There was no time to help others. He felt that his afternoon plans had been dashed to pieces. Damn it, after this class, he planned to spend the entire free afternoon enjoying the festival. Better late than never, he thought. I have to write something. And he fumbled to find a pen. But then he touched a small hand. He flinched. Looking at that hand, to the left was Jaeger, and to the right was... He looked up. What the hell? Quickly pulling his hand away, Warren was sitting there, looking at his hand. He pulled his hand back. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Karin was horrified, his face turning beet red, his eyes wide, his mouth twisted in suspicion. Is it Lan? At this moment, her face was also red, looking at their intertwined hands with delight and confirmation. Then, she squinted her eyes with a smile, pressing his hand to her chest, asking, "Do you want to see my notes, Oppa?" Lan smiled brightly, asking if he wanted to see it. Karin, blushing, stammered as if not understanding what she was talking about, guessing that it was a note. Lan told him to flip to the right page. Finally, she invited him to have lunch together. Karin readily agreed and even chivalrously treated her to a meal, making the students sitting in the back envious and gossiping. While they were whispering about how strange it was that the two of them had suddenly become so close, Mariette's subordinate, none other than Duke Gu, was already there, listening in. After class, the two strolled down the hallway together, also discussing Lan a bit. Finally, Karin mentioned the photo of Hyuk and President Kang Yuhua. They also had a considerable amount of responsibility in this case, and of course, they were also victims. Nevertheless, they still had the possibility of holding them accountable. Kang Ryan would be executed secretly, meaning unofficially. Now that he was dead, Yuhua had to shoulder the responsibility of the Kang family. Lan always thought that Hyuk and Yuhua had suffered a lot because of her. Corin was a bit curious about the concept of a family head, wondering if it was the person in charge of the family. Lan affirmed that it was. The family head would take care of everything, from small matters in the house to the family's marriages. Lan's expression suddenly changed. She snuggled into Corin's chest, saying that she had asked for permission to marry him first. This made Karen feel even more uneasy. He could only throw his hands up in surrender, secretly hoping that Warren would wake up quickly to stop Lan. Otherwise, there would be trouble. On the other side, Mariette loudly told Duke Gu to quickly report every detail. He began to explain in a strange language, while Mariette, who was cooking soup, became furious due to his words. She muttered in annoyance, "So that's how it is." Her eyes were fixed on the soup pot while she nurtured envious thoughts. Although the two of them weren't in a particularly special relationship, Mariette was still bothered by something. It was known that Marie was quite rational, and her actions were more about survival than love. But even so, frequent intimacy couldn't be meaningless. The image of Lan wanting to become Karen's wife gradually appeared. It was the time before. It was just hearing Duke Gu's report, that included words like husband and 2 wives. That was enough for Mariette to understand what situation she was in. She frowned, extremely angry, and gripped the chopsticks in her hands so tightly that they broke. She thought of a special method to indirectly fight back. After rummaging around for a while, she came up with an interesting plan. A honey trap. Suddenly, she felt impatient about her plan. Then Mariette quickly discarded her thoughts, rambling while in Duke Gu's eyes, Mariette seemed like she could erupt in flames at any moment from anger. Suddenly, she called him and asked about men's preferences. Duke Gu, slyly squinting, smiled in a sinister way. And his final answer was bones. Inside the dining hall, a long table had 2 people sitting opposite each other, Mariette and Corin. She said that she had researched something specifically for Karen. Then she brought out a special Doreen blood soup. It was a dish that the uncles at the farm often made, and she was sure that Corin would like it very much. As expected, he was overjoyed to receive a delicious bowl of soup that reminded him of home, and eagerly asked how she had obtained the secret recipe. Corin quickly slurped down the entire bowl. Mariette happily said that the soup was made from hardened blood. He praised it again and again for being delicious, with a soft and smooth flavor, which made her even happier. Corin put the empty bowl down on the table, feeling incredibly refreshed, and sighed. Suddenly, a system board appeared before him. It notified him that he had consumed a special grade blood elixir and also learned the skill Beast Strength. His strength had increased by 30 points, making Karen uneasy. He frowned and called out her name. Mariette, startled, listened intently with a flushed face. He then deduced that this blood was not from ordinary pigs or cows. The system board reappeared, displaying his strength bar, which had temporarily increased his strength by 200%, which could not be stacked with other buffs. Immediately, Corin was so happy that he went over and hugged Mariette, repeatedly saying that he loved her, causing her to blush and cover her face. She felt that listening to Duke Gu had been a very wise choice. Inside the library, Warren's voice echoed, saying that she wanted to share a story about a friend. She had once heard someone say that when they were with someone, their heart felt like it was floating on a cloud. Josephine was surprised. Warren continued, saying that she felt like she was sitting on a soft, floating cloud. Her heart was always pounding, and sometimes she felt like her chest was aching. She expressed herself, blushing slightly. Josephine gradually thought that maybe this was a consultation about love. She adjusted her glasses, thinking to herself that Warren, after leaving her position as a special demon, had quickly turned into a young girl experiencing love for the first time. Then, Josephine confidently diagnosed that the object was probably Karin Locke. If it was someone Warren was in contact with, it couldn't be anyone else. Karin was even reported to be a fraud by second-year female students. In Josephine's eyes, he was already a playboy. She was certain that, with her rich romantic experience, it would be a difficult challenge for a newbie like Warren. Josephine, with her sharp gaze, speculated that the person Warren secretly liked was someone with many female admirers around him. Then, she advised Warren that opportunities didn't come often because people who were sought after by many women wouldn't proactively approach anyone. Josephine placed her hand on Warren's shoulder and said sincerely, remembering about 100 years ago, there was a famous love novel called 101 Ways to Seduce That Guy, which was also the love manual for the girls back then. Suddenly, Josephine gave another piece of advice, that Warren should act aggressively. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to win her love. Hearing that, Warren immediately realized something. Finally, Josephine stated her opinion directly, advising her to get rid of anyone who dared to stand in her way. And the person giving the advice was a single witch, also the only person whose experience of love was the novel from 100 years ago, and also the golden girl of the witch world. Both Warren and Duran were inexperienced young girls, so they took the advice seriously. After ending the interview, Josephine sent Warren back using teleportation. Before saying goodbye, she wished for Warren to win her love soon. Suddenly, what was before her startled Warren immensely. It was Duke Gu, lighting a fire outside the cold mansion. Inside was the shadow of a girl with her Karen. Warren's pupils contracted with jealousy. What she saw was Mariette sitting on top of him, breathing heavily suspiciously. She pressed on his shoulder, and opened her mouth wide with her distinctive vampire fangs. Then slowly, she brought her mouth to his neck. Mariette's chest was also pressed against him as she got closer. When she bit into Karen's neck, he hugged her tightly. The scene of the two of them at that moment was extremely intimate. Everything had fallen into Warren's sight. She pursed her lips and trembled, feeling betrayed. Each leaf that fell was like her heart at this moment. Now she understood that Karen was just a guy who liked to help others. His kindness was only directed towards Mariette. Her heart tightened. She continued to think, with a headache, that she had probably become arrogant, and that she could believe that Karen liked her. Mariette, who was enjoying it with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her, making Warren flinch. She finally smiled and removed her fangs from his neck, not forgetting to lick the bite mark. Warren had fallen into Mariette's gaze. Her eyes showed that she wouldn't give up her Karen to anyone. The two of them were only separated by a wall, staring at each other. Suddenly, Lan reached out and grabbed her sister, asking her to hand over the mission to her. Lan's hand reached Warren's face. Lan had now completely taken over the love war and promised to personally eliminate anyone who dared to hinder her. Alicia brought the fork with the food she was holding to her mouth. She was praising how delicious this chocolate mousse was, which surprised Karen a bit. She also said with a smile that where she lived was basically the countryside, so there were no sweet shops. It was hard for him to believe, asking if her hometown was really that remote. However, at first Karen had planned to rest for a bit to prepare for the upcoming holiday. He had gone out to buy some sweets but ran into all of his acquaintances, and ended up sitting down to eat sweets with them like this. Suddenly, someone called him. It was Mariette and Warren, inviting him to eat cake, but because Warren was closer, he paid attention to her first. After eating a bite from Warren, Karen looked back at Mariette. She quietly remained silent after another girl had gotten to feed him first. Warren suddenly asked for the strawberry cake that she was holding in her hand, but she had no reason to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, Warren turned to Karen and asked him to get the cake for her. He used his fork to stab the cake, as Mariette worried. Finally, when he brought it over, Warren opened her mouth and asked him to feed her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Mariette directly smashed cake into her face. It was called lovingly feeding cake, which made Karen freeze for a moment. Mariette, after wiping her hands, smiled maliciously and asked her if the cake was delicious. Warren replied, "It's delicious," but she emphasized the word sister. Mariette then asked if she wanted more. Immediately, the atmosphere dropped. Even Karen was confused as to why it was so strange. His eyes darted to the side. While wiping off the cream on her face, Warren released a murderous aura and asked about Mariette's potato farm. Then she continued to criticize the so-called potato cake that Mariette had made. She frowned again and asked Warren if she wanted more strawberry cake, but who would be stupid enough to eat that? Looking at the two girls arguing fiercely, Jaeger sweated profusely and asked Karen what was happening. Even he was worried, saying repeatedly that he was scared. Everything was beyond his imagination, making him stand up to ask to use the bathroom. Jaeger and Jark also stood up at the same time, confusing Alicia. All three of the guys linked arms, leaving together, and started talking about the two fierce girls from before. Alicia wanted to call out to them, but she couldn't keep them there. Turning back, she sat and ate under the pressure of Warren and Mariette. Although they were talking politely, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Finally, Mariette showed off that Karen would be going with her to the south this winter, and that they would also go to a hot spring together. At the same time, Warren also shared that Karen had gone to the Zion sanctuary with her and received a blessing from the saint, and took the opportunity to criticize her smelly hot spring. Both of these things made Alicia feel dizzy because they were brand new pieces of information. One of them said the final sentence, "Karen has decided to go home with me," which made Alicia exclaim, "What?" While the three guys were all in the bathroom together. Suddenly, Karen had a strange feeling. Alicia placed the cup on the table with her trembling hands, fearfully telling Karen that she had said she had some work to do in the east, so she had formed a team with her and that they would go together to see the eclipse. This made the two girls in front of her even more furious. Being the third person, Alicia's voice gradually grew softer due to the pressure. Even her eyes became blurry, and she could only stutter a few times. Then, fearfully, she shouted, "Why? The words were even audible in the men's bathroom. Karin turned around, confused. A few days before, Karin had asked about the distance to the forest in the east. To explain a little, the druids who were beloved by the spirits could accompany them without needing interaction, but it was rare for spirits from such far away to come here. The person standing in front of him was Yule. She reported that she had found the person he needed, a druid named Uskias and Findias. Findias was a hidden realm that held one of the 4 great treasures, the Clayam Saleh Sunsword, and the druid protecting that land was Uskias. In the game, the hidden realm where the great sun treasure Cloud Solas was kept would be occupied by Tates Balthazar and the Royal Guard according to the main story. At the same time, Balthazar and the Royal Guard couldn't even get past it. It was good that he was getting stronger. But if he could also weaken his enemies, that would be even better. If one of the 4 treasures fell into the hands of the Royal Guard, if Karin could get one beforehand, no one would usually know the time and location. But after defeating Fern Magdaman, the reward received would be the map of the Cloud Solas Sunsword, one of the 4 great treasures. This information wouldn't be in the inventory, but it would be transmitted directly into one's memory. During a solar eclipse, when the sun's power is at its weakest, he could obtain Cloud Solas. In the past 3 years of playing the game, a solar eclipse had only occurred once. It was going to be on February 8th of the following year, during the spring break. Yule had reported on the presence of the Wolf King's territory. He continued his train of thought. Even though it was a hidden place, with Yule's power, Karin believed that they would find a lead. Great, everything's going according to plan. Karin suddenly smiled. Then he clenched his fist. During this holiday, Karin would definitely go to the east to find Findias and, with the hope of getting the ancient treasure Cloud Solas first, destroy the plans of Balthazar and his followers. Just thinking about it made him laugh with satisfaction. Karin vowed to make them fail completely. After recounting the situation, Karin continuously trembled and also said that the trip was convenient for asking Duke Sabancia for his opinion. What replied to his enthusiastic explanation was Mariette's deadly glare. She asked him about the departure time. Karin then opened his eyes with a bit of surprise. She held out her hand, in which a badge was wrapped. She said that it was the family crest of her ducal family. Having this badge would help him gain cooperation in most places. Then she also instructed him not to follow anyone if they promised him potatoes. Karin immediately said that he wasn't a child. Then, she grabbed his hand when Karin intended to leave. She shyly told him to pause for a moment, as if hesitating to do something. He just smiled gently. She then said that she would suck his blood without regrets and would only live on stored blood for a long time, and in the end, she just said thank you. Then she quickly went ahead. One day before departure, Karin was currently stepping out of the bathroom, his body wet, with a towel on his shoulders. He felt tired from being sucked of his blood even though he was still sitting still. Looking at his bed, Karin saw Warren already lying there, dazed, which surprised him. She only commented that he had taken a long time in the shower. Karin asked why she was here. What replied to him was just an affirmation from Warren that she would be sleeping here, making him even more uneasy because men and women shouldn't be in such close proximity. She said that they had slept together before, remembering the time before when he was lying next to her. He denied it, saying that it was an unavoidable circumstance that was only done to avoid the rain. Inside Warren's heart, she was disheartened, as long as Josephine didn't find out what she was doing. Moreover, what happened the day before had made her rely on him somewhat. Karin finally smiled and took off his outer shirt. He was immediately stopped by her throwing a pillow at his head. Warren asked what he was taking off his shirt for. This made him think that she was worried about him. Both of them lay beneath the bed. Warren looked up at the ceiling and continued to say that if he got hurt, she would feel pain, which surprised him. Warren finally asked if he would keep fighting, like he had done with her before. Then, Warren moved her face closer to his, saying that she would protect him and didn't want him to get hurt. Karin sighed, turning away. But he understood her feelings a little bit, and finally thanked her. Then he talked about his trip to the east. Warren also became more relieved. What Warren had said that day gave him more strength to work harder. The next day, at a coffee shop, someone's voice rang out. It was Karin. He asked Alicia if it was her, because there was a picture of her in the newspaper along with the latest information about her. Breaking news. Swordsman Galen returns his 5th sword to his granddaughter. The Aiden family succession war begins. This made Alicia choke on her coffee. Then, she said that she didn't know anything about it. He said that it was obvious, because she had finally escaped the oppression. Then, he asked if everyone had finished packing. Alicia and Yule quickly replied yes. Alicia had already packed food and clothes. Yule was too confident to even mention it, being confident in her ability to control nature. He quickly expressed his disappointment. The two of them had made being new recruits too obvious, which made them both confused. Karin then explained that they would be riding wyverns directly to the east. Then he asked them what the meaning of it was. Both of them were silent. Karin mischievously revealed the answer. The two of them were about to regret it. It went without saying that they would be getting the main character aura. Both of the girls, who had been saying that they had packed their bags, were now getting their actions and language out of control because of the wyvern. Alicia even had more severe symptoms. She could only yell and make weird noises. Then she cried out and told Karen that she couldn't open her eyes. Yule, who had been keeping her image as Mother Nature, had also given up. The strong wind was enough to blow away her manners. It was a life-changing experience. She promised that she wouldn't rely too much on the so-called nature from now on. Karen, who had been ready since before, was wearing specialized equipment. Looking at the two of them, Karen could only say, "Idiot," because at an altitude of 1 kilometer, no matter the season, you still needed to wear cold-resistant clothing and goggles. And he had everything: the experience, the knowledge, and the equipment. On the way, they kept calling out his name, begging nature and people, doing all sorts of things. Finally, they turned a new page, arriving at a place with clear blue waves and a lush island, also known as the East of Toklikan. Alicia lost her balance and waved her hand to one side. He looked back, not understanding what was happening. On the other side, from inside the forest, many elephants appeared, charging madly. They were known as elephants, who had red eyes that always locked accurately on their prey. While flying, Alicia pointed over there, surprised to see a village in the distance and scared that it would be destroyed by the elephants. Corin muttered that they didn't need to hurry. Saving a small village wouldn't make them late. Alicia then bravely ordered the wyvern to land. Corin directed Yule to make trees grow in the path of the elephants, while Alicia would take on the responsibility of fighting. As planned, Yule immediately grew trees where they were. The tree roots grabbed some of the elephants' limbs. Lush trees sprang up, creating a thick barrier. Taking advantage of the moment that Yule was holding the monsters back, Alicia was still ambushing behind them. She jumped down from above, raising her sword with her strength. Then, with just one strike, her sword hit the elephant's tusks below, making a loud clang. She couldn't believe that they could stop this. The elephants were moving more and more violently to the point that the tree roots weren't very effective. Yule realized this and became worried. Immediately, Alicia moved back by jumping. Corin jumped down from the wyvern, grabbed his spear. Up above was the mage Yule. He ordered them to focus on the leader and tie it up. If they could hold the leader in place, he would take care of the rest. Suddenly, Karen felt something. From afar, a group of people suddenly arrived. They were using both horses and wyverns, surprising them. A single slash cut through the elephant's leg, then another. The elephants were torn apart by the quick slashes that quickly covered their bodies. The elephants were immediately taken down. Those people were monster hunters from the Aiden family. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, saying that Alicia was still as pathetic as ever, confusing her. Then, he suddenly threw something to her. Alicia caught it out of reflex. That person also quickly threw something to Karen. He didn't understand but still took it. When he opened his hand, it was a piece of candy, which made him even more confused. The person who threw the candy to both of them was Lunia. Alicia was also shocked by what had happened. In response, Lunia only reminded everyone to be more careful next time. Then she asked Karen about the first rank. Lunia said that it was a great step forward, encouraging him to keep doing a great job, and then turned and left. Just looking at her back, a thought came to Karen. She was still so cold because she was so calm. Lunia remembered something. She slowly turned around and seriously asked, "Do you want to marry me?" The question made Alicia and Yule so shocked that they nearly fell over. They wouldn't even dare to think about it in their dreams. Even Karen frowned, as if he wanted to exclaim, "What the hell?" A family representing the South, known for its fertile lands and trade routes established through the archipelago, contrasted sharply with the East, which faced a heretical empire and harsh natural conditions, with barren land and constant attacks from monsters. However, despite those circumstances, the East still maintained its solid reputation, undoubtedly thanks to these people. The protectors of the far north, the Arden family. A group of people bowed their heads and said in unison, "The masters have arrived." Lunia appeared and said, "My friend and I have arrived. Prepare the guest house for them." The group received the order and responded in unison, "Understood, ma'am." Then Lunia looked at Alicia and said, "Alicia, come with me." Alicia was slightly startled and replied, "Ah, yes." In a room, two people were sitting and playing Chinese chess, and one of them said, "Checkmate." Oh, those two people were Yule and Karen. Yule then said, "This is a difficult game, isn't it? How are you so good at it, Karen?" Corin replied, "Hey, I've been playing this for years." Yule asked, "You've played it before?" Corin simply replied, "Yeah, occasionally." Yule's face suddenly became serious and she asked, "Is Alicia okay? She looks so tense." Corin calmly replied, "She'll be fine. After all, we're all family." Suddenly, Yule spoke up, saying, "Surely, we're not being punished because we couldn't capture the elephant, right?" Corin denied it. "No, she's not like that." Suddenly, someone entered from the door and called, Corin Locke. Curran, who was playing chess, heard this and replied, yes. The person then announced to him, Master Lunia would like to meet you. Corin wondered, me? Lunia was standing outside waiting for Karen to arrive. When she saw him, she turned her head and asked, you're here? Then Lunia told him, sit down. There's a lot to discuss. Corin was a bit puzzled and asked, we're not being punished, are we? Lunia, hearing Karen mutter something, asked, what did you say? Corin waved his hand and replied, nothing. Lunia poured tea for Karen and quietly asked, I heard you're turning 18 soon, right? The same age as my younger brother. Then Lunia got straight to the main point and asked, let me ask you, are you married yet? Corin honestly replied, no. Lunia nodded and said, I see. Then Lunia didn't hesitate to ask Corin, if you don't have a partner, would you consider marrying me? Corin was a bit stunned and asked, are you serious? Lunia bluntly replied, do I look like the type who likes to joke? Then Lunia began to express her opinion about Karen. Objectively speaking, you're a good seed. Your unparalleled talent and diligent attitude are both excellent. As for your face, it's acceptable by my standards. Karen, surprised, asked, you also pay attention to looks? Lunia replied, I'm also a woman. At the very least, I have to look at the face and body of the man who will hold me at night. Hearing this, Corin rested his chin on his hand and asked, tell me honestly, why are you suddenly doing this? Lunia's profound eyes appeared and she replied, because of you. Corin was even more stunned and asked, what? Lunia began to tell Karen a story. After Alicia defeated me in a sword fight, the old swordmaster suddenly appeared and declared, the old man that Lunia was talking about was Alicia's grandfather. That Alicia was to be appointed as the 5th chair of the sword hall. Lunia continued to seriously tell the story. After he made that announcement, those who supported me began to stir. You, the one who gave Alicia advice and planned that bold plan, surely understand. Lunia took a sip of tea and said, my position began to falter, and now I'm facing famous swordsmen from all over to try to restore it. Hearing this, Corin asked, an arranged marriage, politically speaking, that's a good move. Lunia replied, but I don't like it. I'm too excellent to become a product on the marriage market. Corin was puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Corin seemed to gradually understand and he asked Lunia, you want me to pretend to be engaged to you, is that it? Lunia picked up the teacup and drank, replying, exactly. Then Lunia continued to tell him, Alicia is only an illegitimate child of the Arden family, but as soon as she returned to the family, the gifts prepared for her were ready, because, from early on, she was designated as the heir and was thrust into the center of the family's power. A noble woman spoke up and said, surely you've heard the news. Father has appointed you as the 5th chair of the sword hall. Alicia gently replied, yes. Alicia knelt on the floor and said, but at Arden, Father's orders are absolute. The woman looked at Alicia and replied, your opinion has no weight to change it. That woman was Sophia, Jade Arden's legal wife, the current family head, and Lunia's biological mother. That's right, everything was according to the will of Garland Arden, the previous head. Sophia then told Alicia, you will become the 5th chair of the sword hall and must dedicate your strength for the honor of the family and to protect humanity. With the commanding sword, a symbol of the chair, choose people from the main family, have them stay and achieve success, and command them during this time. Alicia, with a blank expression, took the sword and said, yes. Alicia didn't object, nor could she object. From childhood, she had grown up in a submissive manner and nothing had changed now. Even though she knew she would never be fully accepted by these people. A pair of feet were walking step by step on the road. Alicia passed by a room and heard a voice coming from inside. But, let's try to think positively. Alicia instinctively stopped and looked, asking, huh? Alicia saw Karen sitting inside and said, actually, it's not a bad thing. Alicia was startled and said, you and brother Karen. Lunia then said, well, let's take some time off tomorrow. Let's go on a date. Alicia, hearing this, wondered, a date? A smile slightly curled at her lips, her voice a bit more cheerful than usual. Then Lunia continued to ask Karen, you, marry me, is that okay? A statement that had nothing to do with the situation. Really. Alicia stood there hugging her sword and thought, that's just like her. Alicia pondered and thought, of course, marriage is an important matter with its own reasons, but there must be some goodwill underneath that. Lunia had both curiosity and goodwill towards Karen. The respect for a swordsman who had reached a high level and the desire to reach that peak. If she didn't like Karen as a man, she probably wouldn't have made this offer. Then Alicia spoke up, saying, that's a good thing. I like you both. Lunia was her stepsister, whom she admired, and who had acted like a mother during her childhood. Although there was an unwanted confrontation between them now, she sincerely hoped her sister would be happy. Corin was also special to Alicia. He had believed in her talent, supported her, and helped her survive the pursuit of her sister's allies. Alicia hugged her sword and sat on the ground, feeling sad, but in her heart she still thought, those two are very compatible. They are people that I love and respect. Alicia bitterly concluded that their marriage to each other is a good thing. Time passed by in such a peaceful way. Suddenly, someone appeared and sighed. Lunia, holding a piece of paper in her hand, asked, "What is this, mother?" Sophia quickly replied, "Those are famous swordsmen from the East and outstanding children from noble families. Most of my supporters are subordinates of my family, so I can't ignore the pressure from meetings. So while unintentionally said, this appearance is also acceptable. Objectively speaking, he's a good man. What is it?" She wondered. Is it a desire to improve in martial arts? Anyway, the one who decides who will become the family head is still Grandpa, the Sword Emperor Garand Arden. With Karanlok's talent, if he is strong enough to reach the peak of martial arts, then no matter what the opposition says, they will be crushed. Lunia then spoke and said, In Lunia's mind, the thought, where will her feelings go? At the very least, goodwill, perhaps even more, appeared. She guessed at her sister's feelings. Then Lunia asserted that, my sister's feelings are mine. I have the authority and right to do that. A female general didn't care. Suddenly, Jenny walked in and called, Master. Lunia heard and replied, Is that Jenny? Jenny then asked Lunia, was that a secret date with Karanlok? Lunia, hearing that, replied, a secret date sounds unpleasant. Then Lunia asked, this is a formal proposal. You don't like it? Jenny quickly replied, at least compared to the men Sophia has set up for you, he is incomparable. Jenny recalled a few things from the past and said, our loss in the sword fight was because of that. Moreover, he overpowered Lena when he was very young and had also entered the martial arts realm. Then Jenny came to a conclusion. He is not lacking as a partner for Lunia. Indeed, Lunia heard and admired Jenny for her good eye for men. However, Jenny spoke again. But ma'am, is that what you're going out on a date in? Lunia wondered, asking, is something wrong? Hearing that, Jenny remained silent without saying anything more. Changing the scene to an expensive shop in the market, the sound of someone speaking echoed, let's see. I think I called him here. Corin appeared, looking handsome and embarrassed, and said, Lunia. Lunia, seeing that he was embarrassed to the point of blushing, asked, why are you looking at me like that? Then Lunia asked, is there something on my face? Corin coughed a few times and replied, cough cough. No, nothing. Seeing that there was nothing, Lunia took his arm and said, let's go. Corin was still flustered and replied, okay. In a forest, a group of people were saying, Master, there are signs of monsters appearing at the border. Alicia, hearing this, quickly replied, understood. Let's quickly gather the forces there. The group, receiving the order, replied in unison, understood, ma'am. Alicia's eyes were now fixed ahead, and she didn't say anything, only sighing softly, phew. The lights were turned on, combined with soft and melodic music. A masked man was dancing under the lights along with the music. Meanwhile, Alicia had to fight fiercely with monsters. After eliminating them, Alicia's face showed signs of exhaustion. Alicia only sighed softly. Then, Alicia charged forward again to eliminate the monsters. Meanwhile, Lunia and Karin were still sitting and enjoying the music like two people relaxing. The masked man was still singing with his melodious voice. On the other hand, Alicia had to fight with the beasts, showing the contrast between Alicia and Lunia's fate. A round of applause was given to the man who had just finished singing on stage. Alicia continued to fight valiantly, showing her fierce courage. Lunia and Karin also gave their applause to the man's performance. Alicia's hand was still covered in blood, marking the end of a fight. After a while, Alicia spoke up, saying to everyone, phew, everyone worked hard today. As for Corin and Lunia, they happily walked out of the concert hall. Lunia asked Karin, did you have fun today? Corin replied, yes. The angelic voice slogan is not an exaggeration. Lunia took his arm and replied, no, I'm asking if you had fun, not just the performance. Corin honestly replied, oh, it was a new and interesting experience. Lunia took Karin's hand and quietly said, that's good. The most important thing is that you have to feel happy, right? Then Lunia gently placed a sweet kiss on Karin's hand and said, today was also an enjoyable day. Corin sweetly said to Lunia, kissing the back of the hand is my job, isn't it? Lunia looked at him profoundly and replied, I guess I'm used to doing that with the young ladies. Next time I'll let you do it. Alicia stood there and witnessed Lunia saying goodbye to Karin. I'll see you again tomorrow. I've prepared a lot of things for you. Go get some rest. I'll see you again tomorrow. Then, after he left, Lunia noticed Alicia standing there. Lunia walked over and said to Alicia, Alicia, you look terrible. Did you just come back from the outskirts? Alicia then quietly asked, were you just with Karen? Lunia nodded and replied, yes, I just had fun with him in the city. Hearing this, Alicia tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and said, oh, I see. Then, Alicia quietly asked Lunia, you must have had a good time, right? Moreover, you're also wearing traditional clothing. I remember you haven't worn it since 7 years ago. Seeing Alicia ask and say many things, Lunia called out, Alicia. Alicia replied, yes? Lunia turned and left, saying, I'm going to change. Then come to the dojo. Let's spar. Alicia stuttered, spar? Why? Normally, Alicia could easily refuse a spar with her sister, but this time, the reason for the request was unclear. Then Alicia said, yes. Alicia couldn't refuse that request. That night, before the sparring match, Lunia had some questions. It's strange. You, who always avoid sparring, have accepted a challenge so happily, Alicia. Alicia held her sword and quietly called, sister. Alicia swung her sword down and said, no one is watching. Lunia frowned, her face serious, and replied, then swing your sword comfortably. Lunia's profound gaze appeared, and she said, the top disciple of the Arden one-sword style, Lunia. Alicia was also not someone to underestimate and replied, the level 1 swordsman of the Arden one-sword style, Alicia. In that tense and suffocating atmosphere, a voice rang out, well then, let's begin. Lunia was the first to make a move, powerfully swinging her sword toward a nearby boulder. The huge rock was quickly sliced into small pieces by Lunia. Seeing this, Alicia was slightly startled and said, oh, those rocks flew towards Alicia. She quickly held her sword and deflected the rocks. Lunia suddenly appeared before Alicia and said, the tiger pouncing stance, the second form, the golden rooster. Then Lunia asked Alicia, do you still remember? After that, Lunia's tone suddenly became lower, and she said, respond. Seeing this, Alicia panicked a bit, not knowing how to respond. Lunia's fatal attack made Alicia a bit weak and she was attacked. Alicia's blank gaze appeared, and she thought, clearly, Lunia's attack was within my range, but I couldn't keep up. Even so, from lightning speed to true strength, from the sky to lightning, if one can read Lunia's attack. Instead of reacting, if you can predict it, then counterattack. At this point, Lunia's gaze suddenly became even more terrifying and looked directly at Alicia. Alicia had some difficulty facing Lunia. Two people with two different styles. Lunia easily dodged Alicia's attack. A voice then rang out, saying, your breathing is already out of rhythm. Alicia then attacked and was sent flying hundreds of meters. Her emotionless gaze appeared, and Alicia softly cried, ugh. Thanks to constant effort and hard training, the ability to see through things, reaching a miracle, only then did it become feasible. Sword haze. Lunia then walked over to Alicia and said, this time was better than before. You didn't waste your training. It was the strongest defense. Alicia slowly stood up and gently replied, yes. Lunia stood there and continued, maybe it's thanks to that person that your mentality has changed. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Alicia's mind. That person. Lunia seemed to hear Alicia's inner voice and suddenly asked, that person and I have something in common, don't we? Alicia stuttered, is that so? The figure of that person appeared in Lunia's form, and said, no wasted effort. The philosophy of technique is also similar. Lunia brought her sword to Alicia's attack range and said, for humans, grand techniques are unnecessary. Just a little bit, within 1 inch. Alicia used the sword in her hand to defend against Lunia's attack. Lunia calmly continued, understand that absolute distance. Then Lunia told Alicia, next time, you should avoid it better. Alicia was a bit puzzled and wondered, she's telling me to avoid it. This is, clearly, Alicia could read Lunia's attack. But, the next attack, how should she avoid it? After a while, unable to withstand it, Alicia dropped her sword and gave up, saying, I give up. When she said the words of surrender, Alicia seemed to be demoralized, thinking, I thought I had gotten a little closer. My victory in the sword-breaking match made me confident that I had become a swordsman to be proud of. But it was just arrogance. Lunia walked past Alicia and said, try to train harder. The victory back then was just luck. Between Lunia and Alicia, Alicia turned around and asked, if not? Lunia replied, you'll always be standing behind me and that person. There will be an unbridgeable distance. Alicia and Lunia didn't say anything more. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Although she didn't say it out loud, inside Alicia felt restless. Tears fell onto the ground, and Alicia secretly thought, how humiliating. A few days later, someone was pouring tea for Lunia and quietly asked, in the end, this year too, you're not engaged yet, are you Lunia? Lunia took a sip of tea. The other person continued to ask, recently I heard you've been seeing a young man. Then Lunia spoke and replied, it was fate that led to this. The person asking Lunia was Sophia. Sophia, hearing this, continued. If it's just a nighttime affair, then just wait until after you're engaged. In the end, men are only tools to enhance the family's reputation. Sophia Arden, the best swordswoman of the East in her youth, but after her husband's affair, Jade Arden, her views on marriage became twisted. Then, Sophia told Lunia, you should marry someone who brings the most benefits to you. Lunia replied, there's no need to worry. Lunia confidently affirmed to Sophia that I'm sure that person has much more value than those listed on the matchmaking list. Sophia, skeptical, asked, oh, is that so? Lunia thought about Corin and told her, he had entered the realm at a young age, and his martial arts talent isn't inferior to Grandpa's, Sophia said. Lunia's talent, that is. Lunia quickly replied, yes, it's not just destructive power, but a different ability. A talent that leads to victory. That person's talent is also like that. Lunia hesitated for a moment and continued, and, Sophia was also curious and asked, and what? Lunia frankly said, he's also handsome. Sophia, surprised, replied, what? Lunia smiled and explained, his appearance suits my taste, and also, there's the joy of obtaining what my sister wants. Sophia was speechless. That was the first time that Sophia had thought, this doesn't fit ethically. She began to reflect on her distorted views on marriage. On the 9th day after arriving at the Arden family's home, the New Year's event was held. Alicia and Yule were walking together. Suddenly, Alicia smiled happily and said, Brother Karan, the theme of this village seems to be very Korean. And as the festival was gradually coming to an end, Karan walked past Yule as Yule spoke up and said, Brother Karan, we found it. The main purpose of their trip to the east was to find Findias, where the treasures of the 4 great relics were hidden. The realm of the Druids, Findias, was a land of nature surrounded by monsters and rugged mountains, lying beyond the border managed by the Arden family, the eastern border. A voice then rang out gratefully, thank you for guiding us. Do you want to eat some cake? Corin, walking behind Yule, saw this and said, oh, you're a spirit? Lunia was also there and said, it's convenient to travel with a druid. I didn't expect to travel through the deep forest without getting lost. Then Karen gratefully turned around and said, it's all thanks to you, Lunia. After all, thanks to you accompanying us, we were able to go outside the border. Lunia winked at Karen and said, no need to thank me. I don't know what your reason is for finding a secret place outside the border, but you are all underage, and you're my fiancé, so I have the right to be your guardian. In these monster-infested mountains, ordinary guardians are only a burden. With neither Warren nor Marie present, Lunia was an invaluable source of power. Alicia then spoke up and called Lunia, sister. Then Alicia told Lunia, those words like fiancé, I think it's best not to say them out loud. Lunia asked, why? Alicia replied, well, it's a bit strange for the people around to see it. Lunia also bluntly replied, the gazes of outsiders don't matter to me much. Then Alicia, as if gathering all her courage, told Lunia, sister, if you really don't intend to take responsibility for Karen, then I think you shouldn't get in the way of his marriage like this. Lunia indifferently asked, you really think so? Yule then opened a strange gate and said, here it is. Just go through here and you'll arrive. Everyone focused on watching the gate that Yule had opened. Alicia couldn't help but exclaim, oh. Suddenly, the gate shattered and fell like pieces of glass. Karin observed and finally concluded, we've been tricked. It was indeed a place worthy of being guarded by a wise druid. Karin, who was now alone, then asked, am I isolated alone? A spell that bewitches those who enter the border, like the 8 trigrams formation from before? It was a kind of challenge, perhaps testing whether those who accompanied the druid were qualified to enter the hidden realm, but this trick was also common. Then Karen firmly gripped his weapon and shouted, come on. Whether it's an illusion or a monster, I'll take it all on. At this moment, someone came over and called, brother. Hearing this, Karen broke out in a cold sweat and thought, oh no, that voice is, it can't be. It was Sihu. Sihu smiled and walked in front of Karen, saying, hello, brother. Sihu's eyes were deep red and he said, it's been a while, hasn't it? That's just too bad. Alicia's sword-wielding form also appeared at that moment. Sihu appeared with a friendly but artificial smile and said, hello, brother. It's been a while, hasn't it? Karen, panicked, stammered, what? Then he jumped up and said, what the hell is this? Then Karen charged towards Sihu, weapon in hand, and the two attacked each other. Karen gritted his teeth and yelled, you're a fake. Sihu, facing him, smirked and said, that's right, but, Sihu laughed mockingly and retorted, you're also a fake. The real main character is a player, not me. Karen was stunned and thought, did he eliminate Yun Chang, the main character of this world? Park Sihu. Even if he's evil, his strength is undeniable. He deserves to be called a god and is a powerful being on a completely different level than I am right now. Sihu appeared and whispered to Karen, "You can be proud, if you can kill me. But hey, you." Then Sihu asked Karen again, "Are you really sure you can save the world?" Hearing this, Karen didn't say anything. His gaze suddenly became somber. Sihu was a bit displeased and continued, "I tried to take over everything, but still failed. So who are you? With that incomplete system, what do you think you can do? The player has died, the challenge has failed. Just a side character like you, can you really defeat Tate's Balthazar?" At this moment, Karen spoke up and replied, "Of course I can. I'll obtain one of the 4 great treasures first to weaken his power. That's why I've come all the way to this remote east. I'm trying my best to see a happy ending." Sihu bluntly denied it, saying, "Lies." Then Sihu told Karen, "If you really want to see that ending, you should have chosen me once more." Karen, hearing this, replied, "Then my purity would also be threatened." Sihu laughed mockingly and said, "So what? You like that, don't you?" Karen, confused, replied, "What?" Suddenly, Sihu said 3 words to Karen, "Self-sacrifice." Hearing those 3 words, Karen fell silent and couldn't say anything. Seeing that he was silent, Sihu continued, "What do you feel when you sacrifice yourself for others? But think about it. Instead of saving those NPCs, you should think about the big picture. If you found the treasures faster and took all the items, you would have been much stronger. You know that the current way of playing isn't the most efficient method." Sihu leaned into Karen's ear and whispered, "I sacrificed 10,000 people to obtain this power. Players are fundamentally—" Karen shuddered and turned around. Sihu was still standing there, continuing, "Will become stronger in proportion to the sacrifices of others." Sihu's eyes turned black, and his face suddenly became even more terrifying. "Sacrifice what's necessary, and let's save the world together." Karen sighed and said, "Ha, that's right. That's how it is." He clenched his fist and said, "Even if I started playing again, I wouldn't help but regret the items and events I missed." Karen charged forward to attack Sihu, making Sihu panic and say, "Huh?" Karen angrily looked at Sihu and said, "Because that trashy thought still exists, is that why I'm seeing this illusion?" Karen reminisced about the past and said, "I will save the world. Mariette, Alicia, Warren, and Lan, the people I have saved, and will still save in the future, whether it's effective or not. That is the world. And I'm scared of this illusion, but thanks to that, I've completely woken up. I have no regrets. Even if I went back, my choice would not change." Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, "Korin." Korin turned his head and said, "Yule is a druid, so she's not affected by the illusion. And Lunia, how did you come out so quickly?" Lunia frankly said, "That guy kept talking nonsense." Lunia picked up her sword and resolutely said, "So I chopped him to pieces. This person really didn't know what to do." Then Karen asked, "What about Alicia?" Lunia looked and replied, "Is this her weakest point?" Yule stood there and also said, "She will wake up soon." Lunia and Karen confidently charged forward. They were partners in every situation. I didn't expect to break through the fog so easily. From afar, on the opposite cliff, a black panther appeared and said, "Extraordinary guests." Karen was stunned and asked, "A talking panther? It's not a demon, is it?" The panther emitted a special light and continued, "Please forgive me. It's an honor." A strange man appeared and said, "To meet a young druid and her friends, I am Uskias, the protector of Findias. Let me guide you to Findias." Lunia looked and said, "Oh, this is Karen." Lunia and Karen and Yule followed Uskias to a castle in the forest, the scenery where one of the 4 great treasures was hidden. Findias was where the Claude Solus Sunsword was kept. As they were walking, Karen stopped and asked, "Yule, these people are all—" Yule quickly replied, "Yes, they are my kind." Hearing that, Karen said, "Nice house. Can you sell me a piece?" Yule looked at him and asked, "Are you sure? People call this the Green Land." Karen looked around with a delighted expression and said, "Investing in real estate is to look to the future." At this moment, a voice rang out, "This way, please." "Oh, yes. I heard about a young druid looking for this place. The spirits told me." Uskias sat in a chair, looking, and softly asked, "Why have you come to this remote land?" Karen looked directly at Uskias and replied, "I am looking for one of the 4 great treasures, the Claude Solus Sunsword of the Dainu tribe." Uskias, hearing this, stuttered a bit and asked, "Why, are you also looking for it?" Karen nodded and replied, "Yes." Then he began to explain why. "Because I, Queen Erin Danua of Paradise, I am the legitimate successor of this man." That's right. At this point, Karen secretly thought, "I'm the legitimate successor of my master. Even if I went back, that would not change." After thinking this, Karen spoke and said, "But if you say you're also looking for it, then, khu, ha, cough cough." Suddenly, someone entered from the door and said, I smell a strong smell of blood. That's right. The mysterious person revealed sharp, mysterious eyes, and then said, "It's you, the kid who killed Permac. I thought someone would come, but it seems a crazier one has arrived." Corin, seeing this, said, "The monster of Murius, the king of gloomy darkness." The monster of Murius replied, "You know me? The beast king Dunscales." The monster of Murius approached Karen and asked, "The queen's protector? The kid with the throne of darkness only belongs to one master." Then, the monster of Murius said a few threatening words. "When the era of darkness comes, your goddess will be torn apart, leaving nothing but bait for wild beasts." After saying that, the monster of Murius was silent and smiled terrifyingly at Karen. Suddenly, the monster of Murius angrily shouted, "Don't call me that anymore. I told you not to call me anymore." After resolving the matter, he turned to Karen and smiled kindly and gently, saying, "Oh, sorry my friend. It's just a little noisy. Cough cough." Now to the main point. Uskias, sitting above, saw this and said, "Both of you want Claude Solus? But I do not have the right to give it to you. I am just the one who provides the challenge." Hearing this, Corin asked, "A challenge?" Then Karen silently thought, as expected, the druids remain neutral, but that's not fun at all. I don't know the content of the challenge. The monster of Murius also calmly thought, although in the current situation, the other guy isn't any clearer either, but in the previous round, Baltazar's side possessed all 4 great treasures. Uskias, seeing that both of them were thinking, spoke, "Both of you, please wait at your respective spots. The content of the test will be announced after we've finished our discussion." The monster of Murius, hearing this, laughed and said, "He, I like challenges, if it follows the main story." Corin glanced at him and heard the words, "The kid who killed Permac." The monster of Murius looked at him, smiling, and said, "I'm looking forward to it. This kid will overcome this challenge." That night, the sky was clear with only the clouds and the moon as companions. Alicia was immersed in her sleep, and Lunea seemed to be sleeping very well. Alicia's eyes twitched a few times. In Alicia's dream, the image of Corin and Lunea appeared. The two were embracing each other intimately. It was a family that seemed to be reunited and happy. The two I respected and admired had made vows and were sharing their love. Alicia dreamed that she was surrounded by a group of children, laughing and playing happily. 12 grandchildren, who called me aunt and hugged me tightly. On Alicia's face, happiness was evident. This is a happiness that shouldn't be broken. My sister is a very loyal person, and Corin is not someone who would make his partner cry. Therefore, this is a happy ending. A good thing for everyone. But in her dream, she felt uneasy in her heart seeing Karen embracing Lunea. She wondered, "But why do I feel so uncomfortable about this? Why?" A voice then rang out by Alicia's ear. "Ook, Alicia, are you awake yet? Or are you still immersed in that illusion?" It was Corin. He went over to wake Alicia up but didn't succeed. Corin sighed and said, "We're missing someone. Sigh. I hope she wakes up before tomorrow." Suddenly, he saw Alicia open her eyes and move and exclaimed, "Alicia, you've finally woken up." Alicia suddenly pulled Karen down onto the bed. The unexpected situation caught him off guard, and he could only exclaim, "Huh?" Corin was pulled down onto the bed and lay down next to Alicia. Corin, bewildered, called out, "Alicia." Alicia put her finger over Karen's mouth and said, "Shh." Then Alicia quietly called, "Brother-in-law." Corin panicked a bit and said, "Huh? What?" Corin secretly wondered, what is she doing? His face turned red and he asked, "Huh? What?" Alicia sighed and yelled, "Ah." Alicia got closer to him and called, "Brother-in-law." Corin was a bit stunned. Alicia then whispered gently to him, "My sister isn't here right now." Alicia moved closer to him and called, "Brother-in-law." Corin was a bit bewildered. Alicia whispered gently to him, "My sister isn't here right now." Corin was frightened and asked, "Huh? Huh? What?" He could only see that Alicia's eyes looked very hazy, as if she wasn't in control of her actions. Alicia then quickly lay down and hugged Karen. He lay still, not daring to move, and only wondered, what the heck is going on? The next day, someone spoke up and said, "Well then, now I'll announce the second test." Alicia, hearing this, was puzzled and asked, "The second? Isn't this the first mission?" Uskias, leaning on his staff, stood there and replied, "You have already completed the first test. It was a test of how far you could go to maintain your stance." Then, Uskias recounted, "And whether you had enough determination for your cause. You have proven your ego." Alicia, listening, was bewildered and said to herself, "Prove my ego?" Alicia remembered a little bit about what happened the day before. "Brother-in-law, right now, my sister isn't here," she thought. Alicia was so scared that she trembled and exclaimed, Alicia cautiously said in a low voice, "I don't think I can go that far." Corin, standing to the side, smiled and said to Alicia, "Huh? Anyway, don't belittle yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Because you've already upheld your belief. Lunia came over and patted Alicia's head, saying, whatever your actions and cause, stick to it. The strength of a person comes from their own determination. Alicia, a bit frightened, exclaimed, really? I don't think I can do it. Yule came over and gently comforted Alicia. Alicia, if you're tired, then rest. Alicia still struggled a bit and said, no, it's okay. What right do I have, as a sinner? Uskias continued to speak. The second test is that the druids accompanying you will provide support. Uskias seriously said, the mission is to find mistletoe on an oak tree to create a staff. Let's begin. The time limit is until sunrise tomorrow morning. Then, a board appeared, showing the content as oath. Both sides accepted the results of the test and would not attack each other for 60 days. The oath was made before the test was announced. Korin turned around, his eyes serious, and said to himself, there wasn't supposed to be such a procedure, but I asked Uskias to be the mediator. If he interfered with the test, it would be very troublesome. Korin saw Uskias standing with the monster of Murius, who looked a bit scary, and thought, Doom Norix. Korin stood there, deep in thought. Unlike the druids, who remain neutral, he supports Balthazar. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching. Korin looked around and thought, although Yule has improved her strength a lot, Doom Norix is a saint-level being. Even if they are prohibited from attacking each other, the difference is still enormous. Suddenly, Yule turned around and said, something bad has happened. The spirits aren't responding. As expected, it seems like they're all on Doom Norix's side. Lunia, hearing this, said, then it won't be easy. Suddenly, Alicia spoke up and announced, I found the mistletoe. Korin, hearing this, said, that's just a elm tree, Alicia. Korin still looked around and said, it's a perfect gamble. Normal mistletoe is parasitic on oak trees. In this vast forest, finding an oak tree isn't easy. Alicia then held up a piece of wood and asked, then what about this? Then Karen again concluded, but to find an oak tree with mistletoe growing on it is nearly impossible. Even with the spirits in the forest, it would be difficult to find. And they've all gone over to Doom Norix's side. Someone then spoke up and asked, what about cutting the mistletoe and planting it on a normal oak tree? Karen, hearing this, replied, I'm confident in chopping trees. Yule, looking at the piece of wood in Korin's hand, said, doing that would remove the meaning of the ritual. Korin, hearing this, was a bit puzzled. Huh? Later, Uskias announced, I'll end the test. Everyone, please take out the staff you've prepared. What happened? The monster of Murius took out an object and said, I prepared a big, hard staff. The monster of Murius looked at it and suddenly asked, why does your staff look so big and hard? Korin glared and said, shut up, you bastard. You don't need to know. Korin looked and deduced that Alicia had attached the mistletoe seeds to the oak seeds that she found. Then, Yule used her magic to make it grow. He took out a mysterious vial and said, it was originally going to die soon, but I experimented with something brought from the east, and it worked. The panther then came over and said, you have completed the second test well. The panther approached the monster of Murius and Karen and said, everyone has passed. Now I will announce the final test. The panther looked directly at the horizon and said, in the forest to the north of here, there is a red berried ash tree. Your mission is to bring back those berries. Karen looked in that direction and said, I also guessed it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere, saying, I am Sharvan. That mysterious voice rang out again. Those who come here to take the berries, prove that you are worthy. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a giant corpse appeared. The person was the Sky Titan, of the same species as the Titan who protected the sun, Findias, in the legend of the hero Arhan. The monster of Murius looked and said, that's a big, terrifying giant. Lunia looked and said, slightly bewildered, it seems it will be a bit difficult to defeat him. Karen, hearing this, reassured her, don't think about that, Lunia. Winning or losing won't get us Claw Solus. A thought then came to Karen. That's right. Surely they wouldn't have us blindly fight against a giant like that. The first and second tests were also like that. Perhaps it's, the Sky Titan then spoke, I will test your intelligence. I will give you riddles. Solve them. Korin, hearing this, replied, mythical beings have always liked riddles, haven't they? You don't know that. Yule, to his side, replied, not necessarily. The monster of Murius then praised, wow, a Sky Titan that likes riddles. I'll do it. I'll solve the riddles. Sky Titans liked precious treasures and riddles. Because the world was easily destroyed, they limited their enjoyment. Korin looked up and replied, all right, I agree. The Sky Titan was satisfied and said, good. I will explain the rules. The side that answers 5 questions correctly first will win. To be fair, each side can only have 2 participants. Karen, Alicia, and the monster of Murius were a bit happy. The Sky Titan continued, However, because the druids are used to riddles, they will be excluded from the competition. The monster of Murius laughed and said, "Hee hee, the Titan likes riddles. No matter who is representing, they will beat the other side for sure." Lunia frowned and said, "Do I look like someone who is good at riddles?" Alicia, by her side, replied, I solve some riddles in books. Alicia and I are enough here." After confirming that everything was okay, the Sky Titan spoke up and said, "Let's begin." Under the dim moonlight, the Sky Titan said, "It grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the afternoon, and disappears at night." Karin, hearing this, remained silent for a moment, thinking, It grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, then grows again in the afternoon, and disappears at night." Suddenly, Karen's eyes turned red, thinking, "If I think about it a bit more, I would probably guess it. The answer is..." The monster of Murius raised his hand to speak up. The monster of Murius softly replied, "Shadow." The Sky Titan announced, "Correct." Karin was slightly surprised and didn't say anything. Alicia stuttered, "Was that just a coincidence? Because he's usually so overwhelming that I forgot." Karin's gaze suddenly sharpened and thought, "The characteristic of skies." The Sky Titan spoke up again, "This is something that cannot be seen. No strong being can defeat it. It always comes near, but once it passes by, it will stop forever." The monster of Murius quickly had an answer and said, "Time." The answer is time. The Sky Titan went to the next riddle. This is sometimes joy, sometimes comedy, and sometimes tragedy. It is a play in which all living beings play the main roles. The monster of Murius quickly had an answer. Life. That name is both comedy and tragedy. To die or live, that's the question. This wasn't random. It felt like he was facing thousands and thousands of people at the same time. The monster of Murius then laughed loudly and said, "Hee hee. Skice is good at solving riddles. Too easy." Karin then turned to Alicia and said, "Hey, Alicia, why don't you try it? You read a lot of weird magazines." Alicia, startled, replied, "Weird magazines? I only subscribe to things that all young women read." The Sky Titan then spoke up and said, "Here's the fourth question. To me, it is something beautiful, but others cannot understand it. To some, it is violence, and to others, it is an escape." Karin, hearing this, closed his eyes and frowned, thinking, "This question is also complicated. Is my imagination so poor?" Alicia then cautiously spoke up and asked, that. Could I try to say something?" Karin, a bit puzzled, said, "Huh?" The Sky Titan, hearing that, told her, "Go ahead." Alicia, shyly and cautiously, replied, "Affairs." Suddenly, inside Alicia's heart, she thought, "To me, it is something beautiful, but others cannot understand it. To some, it is violence, and to others, it is an escape." Immediately after that, Alicia spoke out her answer. "Affairs." Karin, the monster of Murius, and the Sky Titan were surprised and replied, "Huh? What? Huh?" Everyone, upon hearing Alicia's answer, fell silent, unable to offer any further responses. Alicia, seeing that everyone was stunned, shyly thought, "It might be like that." The Sky Titan babbled and praised, "Interesting. Your answer is also correct." Alicia, hearing this, protested, No. Please consider that wrong. I was wrong. I didn't mean that." Karin, confused, asked, "Alicia, what are you thinking?" Alicia loudly replied, "No, it's really not like that. And hey, don't avoid my gaze. Give me a chance to explain." Hahu. Although Alicia had tried to clarify, it was no use. Although she had disrupted the flow of thought, but was it just a coincidence from a cautious person? Skice had guessed 2 questions correctly in a row, and the riddle contest ended with our defeat. The monster of Murius then quietly left, laughing and saying, "I did well, didn't I? Didn't I?" The man next to the monster of Murius smiled and said, "Congratulations, Skice." "Congratulations, sir." "Skice, you lost completely." Alicia then sighed tiredly and said, "Oh, what should we do? Have we failed?" Yule then went over to Alicia and said, "The test, it probably won't end like this. I think we just haven't gotten one of the necessary materials yet." Alicia, hearing this, then exclaimed, "Then that's a relief." Yule then spoke up and continued, "We druids never give up after just one failure. Perhaps." Suddenly, Yule's eyes darted around, observing something. Lunia gently went over and asked, "Is it an enemy?" Yule observed for a moment and then replied, "There's no one." Yule, now using her energy to observe more closely, concluded that there are no spirits around. Not even one person. Karin, hearing this, was starting to question his life. Now that he thought about it, he also couldn't see the monsters. On the way here, he had still seen them occasionally. No spirits and no monsters? This was the border, a magical forest, also known as a mountain of monsters. Karin looked straight ahead and thought, If neither is seen in this forest, there are only two reasons: either someone has eliminated all the spirits and monsters, or they have all fled to avoid an overwhelming presence. The monster of Murius then quietly laughed. Hee hee. Later, the monster of Murius said, "Could it be that we've gone too deep? Oslabru mentata?" As soon as he said this, a mysterious blue power quickly appeared. Under everyone's feet, a strange circle suddenly appeared. Then, from that circle, an old castle, with a hint of horror, slowly appeared. After the castle appeared, the blue power disappeared, replaced by a red power, which looked horrifying and dark. Seeing the situation change so quickly, Karin shouted out an order, "Get out of the way!" A red power then quickly shot down into the ground. It brought supreme destruction. Yule, who was standing in front of that power, was in danger of being swallowed by it. Luckily, Karin came just in time to save Yule from the brink of destruction. Karin turned his head to look and said, "That is," when he saw the true appearance of his opponent, he concluded, "a humanoid monster." Then, Karin spoke to Yule, saying, "Move back." Yule babbled, "Thank you." Karin looked at the humanoid monster and asked, "Why is there something like that here?" The monster was a multi-headed serpent. It opened its wide mouth, sticking out its tongue, which looked very scary. Then, a mysterious power appeared. Karin rushed forward to attack, chopping up the multi-headed serpent's body. Lunia, seeing this, was bewildered, thinking, "That is, the man who will be famous all over the world later, the Arden style." The demon sword. Night slowly fell. A heroic figure stood under the dim crescent moon. Outside the border of Arden, there was a land called the Magic Realm. It was a place where wild beasts and demons, who called themselves the masters of the forest, existed in a strange balance. The one who broke that balance was just an old man holding a sword. The mysterious figure was none other than Alicia's grandfather. He spoke up, saying, "Demons, that sword belongs to me, don't call them demons." A monstrous hand suddenly appeared because their nature originated from beasts. A muscular body appeared. That monstrous hand firmly grasped the sword, but rarely, there were demons that were born with human-like forms, to exist or to destroy. Alicia's grandfather also picked up his weapon and exclaimed, when he saw a demon wielding a sword. The Sword Emperor laughed, the corners of Alicia's grandfather's mouth twisting into a smile. He said, "A demon learning to use a sword?" A one-sided teacher-student relationship, known only to the teacher, had begun. A battle between the monster and Alicia's grandfather appeared, lasting until the 8th day. He rushed forward with an extremely angry expression. He personally gave this demon a name. Alicia's grandfather's eyes shone brightly, filled with terror. The battle between Alicia's grandfather and the beast was still not over. The monster of Murius, at this moment, exclaimed in horror, "What is that name again?" He called it a demon sword, the demon sword. Right now, only I and that crazy old man know that name. But in the future, that name will be known all over the world, becoming the strongest swordsman in the legend of the hero Arhan. But he would be a demon on Balsathar's side. Even so, the fact that it was attacking Dumnorix and Dun skies under Balsathar's command, the multi-headed serpent hadn't been destroyed, and the mysterious demon was still fighting, proved that it didn't completely belong to that side yet. That was probably a good thing, but there was nothing to be happy about. How could they stop that thing? Where next? Karin suddenly appeared from behind and softly called, "That demon." After he finished speaking, he quickly seized the opportunity to strike. Then Karin gave the demon a terrifying attack, a series of continuous strikes. Lunia also charged forward with her sword. Lunia's figure standing before these strange demons wasn't scary at all. Suddenly, Lunia spoke up and said, "You." Lunia looked directly at the demon and asked, "Where did you learn that swordsmanship?" The demon didn't answer Lunia but directly charged forward to attack her. Lunia quickly dodged that fatal attack. However, the demon didn't intend to let Lunia go. It continued to charge forward and attack. At the critical moment, Lunia felt like her eyes were about to be torn apart by the attack. Lunia, with her skill, dodged again and said, "Humph. How arrogant." Blow after blow, the demon didn't let Lunia go. Not only her hands, but her feet also turned into sharp blades. The demon's eyes turned red, looking as if it wanted to devour Lunia. As if using countless swords at once, the demon quickly attacked Lunia. Lunia felt weaker than the demon. It was as if her whole body was being swallowed by the demon's power. Karin, with sharp eyes, charged forward and thought, and always control the distance with only one sword. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he yelled, "Lunia, mind's eye." After he said that, a bright power appeared, countering the demon's dark power, determining victory and defeat. However, the demon was still calm about this. A strange smile even appeared on its face. Suddenly, Lunia stepped forward and stomped on the demon's hand brutally. It was Lunia's decisive half-step, Lunia's experience. Lunea smiled subtly and said, "Let's finish this." Then Karen and Alicia charged forward to eliminate the demon. They used the techniques Evil Suppression, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, and Piercing Strike. The demon evaded Karen and Alicia's attacks. They smiled to themselves and said, "You can't escape." Some magic? The demon was quickly losing its initiative and getting weaker in the battle. A sword seemed to be summoning a mysterious power. Someone spoke up and said, "But," Karen and the others were determined to eliminate the demon and said, "We will absolutely not let you escape." Suddenly, Karen felt a bit strange and yelled, "Ugh!" The demon was appearing right in front of him, face to face, at a very close range. The demon used a power called Soul Slash, and matchless 8 hands. It was getting stronger and stronger. A terrifying, sinister smile appeared. Karen, Alicia, and Lunea, facing the demon, were at a disadvantage. Karen, annoyed, gritted his teeth and secretly thought, "In this area, just moving is already difficult." Unfinished, but it attacked 8 times? A diamond-shaped symbol suddenly appeared in Karen's eyes, shining brightly. Then, he braced himself and used his special technique, Arden's one sword style, Domain Slash, Dragon's Head Emergence. Karen suddenly froze in place. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Inside his heart, he thought, "Even if I give it my all, I can only block 5 attacks, and the last 3 are unlucky." Karen looked directly at Lunea and thought, "It will hit Lunea again." Even if Lunea recognizes the domain, she's still half a step slower. Karen looked at Lunea with worry, thinking, "If it continues like this, Lunea will." Thinking this, his eyes shone even brighter. He firmly gripped his sword, ready to fight. Looking at Lunea, he thought, "That is the final defense technique. Only swordsmen who have reached the highest stage can learn it." The demon's eyes were still shining red, a terrifying color. Arden's one sword style. The demon, step by step, stood up and used the technique Deception, Domain Slash. Suddenly, the demon felt that something was strange. Lunea then said, "Humph, you dodged the fatal point?" Then Lunea continued, "This guy is dangerous. We have to deal with him right here." Karen, agreeing, nodded and said, "I agree. The demon sword hasn't reached the level that I know of yet, but the final technique it will reach is the ultimate technique of slashing everything, Matchless 1,000 Hands." Karen charged forward, determined to eliminate it here. The demon then cried out, sounding unique, "Cookie key key key." Then a figure appeared behind the demon and softly spoke up, "Hello, my friend." The demon's red eyes were still fixed on Karen. The figure that had just appeared behind the demon was the monster of Murius. The monster of Murius quickly moved and eliminated the demon. After eliminating the demon, all that remained were smoke, dust, and dried remains. But it didn't stop there. From the dust and dried remains, mysterious bright spots appeared, looking like the eyes of a terrifying creature. Before they could figure out what was going on, those spots had combined to form a huge monster, and it charged to attack the monster of Murius. The demon hadn't been eliminated yet. It appeared and smiled strangely. All around the demon's body, strange blue strings covered it. When they saw this, everyone concluded, "They are the king's subordinates." The demon opened its mouth wide and roared, "Krrrrrrrrr." The demon attacked once more, destroying everything, demonstrating that the beings that even the demon sword feared, appeared. The new demon stood behind Uskias. It was so terrifying that all living things had to surrender and flee. The demon's eyes seemed to smile. "Ha! Beings with nearly immortal life. Tuvang Dun Skies, Lawmaker Doomnerix." At this moment, Karen, Alicia, Lunea, and Yule just stood there, dumbfounded, observing. Karen softly spoke and said, "A monster. Those are the enemies that we have to face." After everything was over, everyone sat down together and said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything." Alicia sat next to Yule, comforting her, saying, "Don't worry about it. It's something that can't be avoided." Yule still felt guilty and said, "But still, it's okay," Alicia said, sympathizing. "I wasn't badly injured." Then they thought about the battle with the demon and said, "That demon, it used Arden's swordsmanship." Alicia sat and asked, "Is it possible it read swordsmanship books?" Lunea, hearing this, replied, "Don't say silly things. It's a demon. If it's possible, it just means it's been training for hundreds or thousands of battles." Lunea's eyebrows furrowed, and she said seriously, "And the one who did that is only one person." Suddenly, someone walked over and laughed. "Ha ha ha." Lunea and Alicia turned around and heard, "It seems my granddaughter has realized it, huh?" Alicia exclaimed, "Huh? Grandpa?" It was Alicia's grandfather who came over and said, "This is the Sword Emperor Garand Arden." Lunea, seeing this, muttered, "That crazy old man, what have you done? Taught swordsmanship to a demon?" Alicia's grandfather smiled and said, "It's a pastime in my old age. But to say it correctly, I didn't teach him. I just showed him." After saying this, a strange power appeared beneath his feet. Lunia and Alicia stood there, marveling at this miracle. After a while, Alicia's grandfather spoke up and said, "Domain." Seeing this, Lunia gritted her teeth and said, "That person doesn't walk in the domain of human swordsmen, but in the domain of a demon sword. Isn't it very interesting, you crazy old man?" Alicia's grandfather then laughed and replied, "Who knows? I'm about to witness the next level of swordsmanship." Lunia, hearing this, cursed, "You immoral old man." Rewinding a little to the past, in the past, a voice echoed, "Grandpa, I don't want to be weak anymore." Alicia then went over and told him, "Teach me swordsmanship." Alicia's grandfather didn't hesitate at all and quickly agreed, "All right, I'll teach you." Alicia stood across from him with an extremely serious expression and thought, "Talent bewitched by swordsmanship, enlightenment of the frenzy, begin." Karin spoke up. Although they hadn't obtained the magic tree berries, they could still participate in the final challenge. Uskias, sitting in his chair, replied, "It's all right, but since you don't have the berries, the final challenge will be advantageous for Sky and Doomed Norix." Dun, hearing this, laughed with delight. "Phew, ha, ka, ho, he, ho." Karin then said, "Hey, just because you're a druid doesn't mean you should show favoritism like that. The loss was only due to that demon sword appearing out of nowhere. But you can still give us some advantages, right?" Uskias replied, "I will announce the final challenge." Karin exclaimed, "All right, nurture the magic staff that you have crafted." Doomed Norix firmly held a large piece of wood with a determined look in his eyes. Next to him, Yule was also carrying an identical piece of wood. Uskias announced the rules. Nurture it until it touches the sky, then face the giant that protects the sun. The solar eclipse will be in 3 weeks. By that time, you must have a staff tall enough to reach the sky. A kindred spirit, a deadly fascination with the blade. Alicia was struggling with her training. "Because of that, I understand the talent and demonic nature of the demon sword. It makes me afraid." Alicia gritted her teeth. Her body was covered in many small and large injuries, but her heart was still uneasy and uncomfortable. Moreover, he was stronger than me. Alicia's grandfather, seeing his granddaughter like this, taught her, "Your basic technique is still too weak, granddaughter." Then he said, "But I didn't expect you to voluntarily ask this grandpa to teach you swordsmanship. It's worth it for me to train that disciple of mine." Hearing her grandfather say this, Alicia was puzzled. "If it's a disciple, do you mean that monster? Why don't you just kill him?" Her grandfather replied, "I can't. He's a talented person who is capable of reaching the realm of the heavenly sword." Alicia was a bit confused. "The realm of the heavenly sword? This is the first time I've heard of it." Her grandfather said calmly, "Of course. Because it's something that I created." That absurd answer made Alicia extremely annoyed. At this moment, the sparring match continued. Alicia bent her knees to gather momentum. Then, holding her sword tightly, she rushed forward and said, "Don't tease me anymore." Alicia's grandfather didn't show any signs of surprise. His eyes were red, and his aura was more powerful than anyone. He gripped his sword, raised it high. "Those who reach this realm are capable of cutting the sky, of slashing the whole world. I really want to see a swordsman like that." As he finished speaking, he slashed downward with a powerful strike. Alicia tried her best to block it, also showing her insubordination by snarking, "You rambling old man." Alicia's grandfather laughed with amusement. "Ha ha, now you're just like your sister." Alicia, hearing that, was a bit startled. "Huh?" Changing the scene to the Elra's kingdom, a fortress in the south, Mariette asked impatiently, "Ah, mother, can I leave yet?" Mariette's mother asked, "Is something wrong? There are only 4 days left until the spring festival ends. Colin has left a sign. Come and meet him before the solar eclipse on February 8th. Even with a wyvern, there's still plenty of time." But, suddenly, she recalled a moment in the past. Mariette's face turned red, and her heart was filled with confusion. "I still feel uneasy." Suddenly, Mariette's father ran in from outside, yelling to stop her. "No, where do you think you're going, Marie? The holidays are for families to enjoy together. The family can set up there too." Cough, as soon as he said that, he got knocked back. Mariette's mother smiled, but a terrifying aura emanated from her. "Our Maria has reached an age where she understands men, hasn't she?" Then she pushed her husband away. "Quick, have Dugu give you a younger sibling." "Why, wyvern?" "No, not really. Orisfelger, can I borrow you a bit?" "Let's go, Dugu. Let's go find our father." Mariette took the opportunity and left, her face still red. Was this the premonition of a high-level vampire? Maria Dunaref instinctively sensed that, besides me, a new opponent has appeared. A clear female voice gently echoed, "Your Holiness, I am Huoran, a novice nun." The person called Your Holiness replied, "Is that so? Come in." At the first holy site, Jerium, the main cathedral. Inside the hall, it was a space full of magic and holiness. Pink hair fluttered and floated in the air. Standing under the brilliant light, with a gorgeous face and an imposing aura, was the holy woman Estelle Hadassah Eliras. Estelle Hadassah Eliras looked down with surprise. Wow. But then, she quickly discarded her noble and virtuous demeanor and jumped down to hug Warren. Wow. Warren has arrived. Warren, annoyed, said, "Be quiet." But Estelle Hadassah Eliras didn't pay any attention, continuing to caress the other's soft, rosy cheeks. "I heard that you encountered a big problem at the festival. Are you okay? Of course, you're not injured, but..." Warren spoke. "The seal," Warren demanded. "Quickly remove the seal for me." Estelle Hadassah Eliras asked back playfully. Why?" Warren, embarrassed, stammered. "The thing is, it's suffocating. Please, help me," she said, her cheeks turning red and her breathing becoming rapid. Estelle Hadassah Eliras' eyes were filled with excitement. "You are? That's right, you're Lan, aren't you?" Warren suddenly became like a different person. Her expression was bright, and she had a radiant smile. "Your Holiness, I empathize with you. We need your power." Estelle Hadassah Eliras wondered, "Why is that?" Warren smiled confidently and said, "I want to be his legal wife." Estelle Hadassah Eliras' eyes narrowed again, filled with meaning. Then, she placed her hand on the other's head, unleashing a power. Warren returned to normal and asked, "The seal, has it been removed?" Estelle Hadassah Eliras replied, "Up to the first seal." Warren was a bit satisfied. "All right." Then, she turned decisively to leave. "I'll go right now. It's 24,000 kilometers from here to the eastern border. I'll ride a wyvern. I'm faster than that." And, Warren's tone was more determined than ever. But then she became embarrassed. "I can't let her get there before me." After saying this, she jumped out of the window, before the astonished gaze and urgent voice of Professor Josephine. "No, Lan. It can't be like that. The trip will take 3 weeks." "What? Why did you jump out of the window?" Warren declared, "I'll get there in 2 days." On the other side, Estelle Hadassah Eliras' mouth curved into a smile. "It's really strange, isn't it? Donaref, the vampire, the sword tiger Lunia, and Alicia, who faced both of them. From the battle with the Iron Mountain King to Warren's change, from a young and naive girl to a determined one." Estelle Hadassah Eliras covered her mouth, smiling and saying, "They're all caught up in countless unexpected events, and Colin Locke, our junior." 3 days later, Karin was biting on something and complaining, "Sword Emperor, that old man really didn't show any mercy. Before even climbing the tree, I'm already on the verge of dying from hemorrhaging." After saying that, he tightened the bandage on Alicia's abdomen, causing Alicia to cry out in pain. "Ooh, I'm really going to die." Karin, hearing this, said, "Come on, you're too far from dying." Alicia frowned. "Ugh, but still, I think I can still climb up there." Alicia glanced at the tree across from her, but when she saw it clearly, she yelled, "What?" Because it was too tall. Alicia stuttered, "I think it's difficult." Karin reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be okay." Alicia was a bit stunned, thinking, he's always like that. From when he stopped that wild boar as big as a house from escaping, or when he stopped Professor Fermac, even when facing the indestructible diamond demons. How can he have such a strong will? Before challenges that seem insurmountable, he's always aiming for something further. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the space, "Colin, what do you ultimately want to achieve?" He rubbed his chin and said, "Who knows?" The mysterious person spoke up, "Working hard at night like this is truly hard work." "Colin Locke, the Queen's Spear, I want to talk to you at least once." The person who had come was none other than the druid Doom Norix. Karin, with caution, asked, "What is this?" Doom Norix said calmly, "Why do you humans prevent paradise from descending?" He slowly pushed himself up. "That's obvious. So many people would die. Surely you're not unaware of that." His eyes were unwavering, and his voice was stern. "As a druid, always placing nature above all else, why would you side with those?" Doom Norix replied, "That is obvious." Doom Norix seriously said, "The only conclusion I've drawn after living for hundreds of years is that, to protect nature." Then, with a murderous gaze, he looked directly at the two people in front of him. "Humans must be destroyed." Alicia almost couldn't breathe from the pressure. "What?" That dry gaze like a plant. It contains, in Alicia's eyes at this moment, Doom Norix looked no different than a demon with an aura that suppressed all those who dared to face him, a huge malice towards the world. Karin spoke up, reminding her, "Look closely, Alicia. What I want to do is eliminate people like him," he said while looking directly at Doom Norix. Doom Norix laughed, stroking his beard and said, "Ha ha ha. You've come all the way from far away to hinder us. It seems you're very serious." Karin confidently replied, "But at least at this moment, you will fail. Look over there." Looking at the tree growing non-stop, he asked, "Well, do you see the difference in the growth rate?" I've lived for hundreds of years with nature. This gap, no matter what kind of magic you use on this continent, can't be made up for. This is the law of nature. Norix frowned and said, laws, logic, principles, efficiency. You are always stuck with those things, always thinking that you know best. After I posted on the forum about throwing gold mandragora into the lake, many people thought that was the right answer and used it to upgrade their stats. But for me, someone who is tired of the usual ways of playing, even those hard-to-obtain items like the gold mandragora seeds were used in my experiments. I'm probably the only one who has experimented with the farming system, with a precious item like the gold mandragora. How I turned the elm tree that Arsha brought back in the first quest into a giant staff. Just experimenting with a few drops of liquid can create such a great effect. Something that you wouldn't see even if you lived in nature for hundreds of years. This golden liquid in this vial is something that I made myself. A unique, one-of-a-kind hidden piece from before. Gold mandragora fertilizer. As soon as he thought of it, he poured that vial of liquid into the roots of the tree. The system then displayed, gold mandragora fertilizer has promoted the growth of the magic tree, creating a wide-range magic recovery field, recovering 185 magic power every minute. Immediately, its effects were clearly revealed. A strong gust of wind blew. Corin said, "Hey, Mr. Druid. For those who play for the first time, we often call them newbies. I don't know how many years you've lived, but..." Norix's eyes narrowed, but there were no emotions in them. Meanwhile, Corin was happily laughing and said, "Live a few more times, and you'll realize that there are always new things to learn. Look here, newbie. I will start now, showing off my magic." He confidently stood upright, without any fear, while a light was still emanating from the top of the tree. Alicia, marveling, cheered. The tree grew higher and higher, as if it could touch the clouds. Looking up high, Karen exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to get this far." Satisfied, he said, "Good. The growth rate is now 3 times faster." Suddenly, a voice filled with praise echoed, "I don't know how you did it, but you have nurtured them wonderfully." Askia spoke up, "Now you will go to the sky. But as a sage of Pindias, my final advice is, to obtain Klaus Solus, don't miss the time when the sun's power is the weakest." Askias firmly grasped his hand as if entrusting everything in his heart. "And as a being who lives on this land, I want to say a final goodbye." Askias bowed his head sincerely. "From now on, everything depends on you. Stop them. Oh young hero." Corin smiled, accepting it. Alicia also excitedly said, "Corin, I'll call my sister. You're going to leave right now?" He bluntly replied, "No. Climbing up there won't be finished in 1 or 2 days. I need to prepare food, clothes, and other things. When everything is ready, I'll leave after a week." Corin looked straight up above and secretly thought, the final battle to obtain the legendary treasure, Klaus Solus, will take place in the sky. And that will be a week from now. Please prepare yourselves, Norix. As the strongest lineup he could assemble, the two of them ran off quickly. At that moment, there were still 2 girls looking forward to their reunion. They will appear. A week later, Corin looked around and spoke. Finally, no one's coming. He wondered, puzzled, seriously, what are they doing? No one's showing up. He then rubbed his head, his eyes fixed on the ground below. From beneath the body of a giant tree, a man's voice spoke. "They've been discovered near the barrier, huh?" This wasn't the case when they were brought in here the first time. Warren was lying unconscious with her eyes tightly shut, her expression very uncomfortable and contorted. Mariette, lying next to her, wasn't in much better shape either. An intense energy. This level of mana and aura is terrifying. What on earth are they seeing in that illusion? Askias explained, "Indeed, they've been like this for days now. In this state, the secret realm could be in danger. I'll personally enter the illusion to guide them out." The 2 beside him suggested, "Should we assist?" Askias closed his eyes, firmly replying, "No, I will create a clone and pull both girls out." He then opened his eyes wide, his expression horrified as if he had seen something terrible. Cut to an illusory world within Mariette's mind. People there were gossiping. They had a child before graduating from the academy, right? Oh my. They were in such a rush. How can the children look exactly like their father? Oh, is this a wedding? Mariette looked very happy and smiled warmly. Suddenly an announcement came. "The groom is approaching," which attracted Mariette's attention. Corin, in an elegant black suit, walked in with great dignity, so much so that the guests couldn't help but admire and praise him. "Wow, he looks so dashing." "Yes, he's truly magnificent. So handsome, Corin." Mariette was mesmerized by his figure, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes dreamy. But the next announcement seemed to strike a fatal blow to Mariette's psyche. "The bride is approaching." The bride? No way. The person walking in was Warren in a pure white wedding dress. The guests were marveling. "Wow, she is so beautiful, so elegant." Warren smiled gently and called, "Honey, Seeing the two of them being intimate caused Mariette's heart to shatter. Ah, no. Mariette sat slumped on the ground with a broken and hopeless expression. This isn't right, Karen. A year passed by in this illusion. Mariette's expression as if sinking deep into despair. That child looks exactly like Karen. The image of a happy family appeared before her. That child should have been mine, Mariette thought to herself. The care Karen took in preparing the wedding day, yet he still wore that wedding suit. Mariette could only stand behind him and monologue. I could give him better food, clothes, a home, land, mines, jewels, a title. I could give him anything. He wouldn't need to lift a finger his whole life. All I need is for him to smile and welcome me back. Just that. And I would offer him everything. Her eyes were no longer filled with sadness, but an absolute possessiveness. But, huh? Ah, now I understand. I cannot accept this defeat. No, I will never accept it. Soon, Karen will grow old. He is just a short-lived species, living for 100 years at most. Mariette's hand gently touched Karen's white hair in a coffin filled with flowers. But I possess immortality. I am an ancient vampire. I will turn Karen into a vampire and bind him to me. Mariette used her blood-red magic on him. Whether it is as father and son or master and servant, it doesn't matter. He will belong entirely to me. Tears streamed down her face. I can give him those 100 years, then, he will be mine. Every trace that woman left, until they fade, wear out, and disappear. In that world, Karen slightly opened his hazy eyes. Having seen Mariette's smile and tears, I will give you happiness. And so, another wedding took place. I lost. This was the first time. Warren and a different version of herself sat slumped on the ground in anguish, watching the wedding, giving her heart away, or touching another man's hand. The happy couple was sitting inside, feeding each other, smiling. Ha ha ha. The real Warren appeared and asked, "What are you doing?" The other version of herself sadly replied, "Watching." Warren asked again, "What do you want to do?" The other version said, "I don't know. Suffering wasn't part of my plan. Oppa, sweetheart, husband, my love, all the names I can call him. I want to love normally, date normally, have a family, and have children." Warren closed her eyes and gently said, "Why can't you? I'll help you." She then opened her bright red eyes and stated, "With anything you want to do." Cut to Karen sitting on a bed and cheerfully greeting, "Long time no see, are you doing well?" Warren grabbed his hand as soon as he said her name. Warren forcefully pushed him onto the bed, angrily challenging, "Try and escape." Karen asked with difficulty, "Huh? Why is this happening?" Warren ripped open part of his shirt and said, "This is your fault, Karen. Because you looked towards someone else instead of me." Warren's eyes were a terrifying red, looking directly at the 2 bite marks on his shoulder. "It's all," she said, then opened her mouth wide. She bit him, causing Karen pain. Gah. After a while, Warren released him. Then, she angrily declared, "Oppa, this is your fault. Just like I gave you my first time, your first time should belong to me as well." Karen's face showed obvious fear. The next morning, the sunlight began to stream into their room. A man and a woman had spent the whole night together. They held each other's hands tightly. Outside the window, birds flew by. Warren once again fell into the happiness of a family with Karen, and of course, she would have a child. I won. Tears fell from Warren's eyes. Then everything returned to reality. Mariette also just woke up with a smile on her face. "Wake up," a voice echoed, making both realize it was an illusion. Uskias then introduced himself. "I am Uskias, the protector of Findias, that is, ahem. If you have come to find Karen Lork, then it is too late." They began their journey to the sky, precisely 3 days ago. Both girls simultaneously thought the same thing in their heads, "We were too late." They asked in unison, "But how do you know that we are looking for Karen?" "The great druid foresaw that this day would come," Uskias explained. I am the druid, I know many things, and I have sworn to bury the dark pasts of those 3 girls, forever." On the other side, Corin and his teammates had climbed to the top. "Ugh, it's so cold. Karen, there's nothing here." He drew something on the tree and said, "Just a little further, we're almost there." According to the story, Balthazar's forces will have all 4 great treasures: the shining spear of Goris Aradva, the sun sword of Findias Clayam Saleh, the magical shield of Murius Undri, the stone of fate of Falius Leafael. According to the original game script, you can go to Goris and Murius, of course. The relics have been robbed clean. Remembering the text documents I missed in the game, Murius' magical shield, Undri, lies in the deep darkness. In reality, it's in a pit full of writhing snakes. So, what the druid said about Claim Saleh, reaching for the sky, holding the sun in hand, can be understood figuratively. If that's the case, Karen suddenly asked, "Look there! A strong wind is blowing," Yule shouted. "Karen, the clouds are descending, they're going to collide." He climbed higher and then replied, "It's not that the clouds are descending, but the oak tree is still growing." Oh. The faster it grew, the more pressure it put on them, as if trying to throw everyone to the ground. After it stopped, Korin looked at the scenery in front of him in admiration. Oh. The place was like a separate world with modern and luxurious architecture. A magnificent country floating on the clouds. Korin walked to the main gate, looked up and said, "The walls are 50 meters high, and very well maintained." Lunia frowned and said, "But it's small." Alicia asked, "That's small?" Lunia seriously replied, "With this size, it's not the fortress of a giant in the sky. It could be a normal giant's." Yule then spoke up, "But Uskias said that there was a giant guarding the sun here. No matter who is protecting it, we can't go through the main gate." Korin then remembered what Dune had said previously. The Medaya fruit is a ticket in. He then laughed triumphantly. "Well then, let's knock and see what happens." That made Yule jump in surprise. He took a deep breath. Then, with all his might, he shouted loudly, "Come out here." The atmosphere became tense after his action. The door did indeed open slightly. Alicia worried, her voice faltering. "See, Korin," Korin said, "from here on out, everything depends on improvisation." From inside, an eerie voice spoke, "Who are you?" "Humans." "They are humans." A group of fearsome giants appeared behind the door. Alicia shouted in panic, "Ah, they are all high level, Korin. Are you planning to fight them?" The giant spoke, "Speak, humans." He crouched down and asked, "Do you have the key?" Korin calmly replied, "We don't." The giant frowned. "You don't? Then, you will become human soup," he finished, throwing a punch. Korin still calmly raised his hand to block. "Wait a moment." Then he explained, "We are the pioneering heroes recognized by Lord Uskias." The giant stopped. Korin knelt on one knee to show friendship. "Soon, our master, who arranged all of this, will bring the red Medaya fruit." The giant asked, "All right, what is your master's name?" Hearing that, Korin slowly replied, "The name of my master is, the Great Hero," thinking to himself, "If I didn't have the fruit." Then a cunning smile spread across his face as he said the name, Dawn Sky. That was his plan. "I just need to pretend that I'm the one with it." Korin frowned and said that the Great Hero would soon bring the red magic tree fruit. Suddenly, he laughed in a perverse and creepy way, changing his tune faster than a pancake. Sir Dune Sky is recognized by both the giant Sarban in the sky and the sage Findias. Korin pointed behind him as he spoke. He even sent a druid to represent the sage to come here. Seeing himself pointed out, Yule was terrified. "A druid? Is that me?" Immediately, a stony face approached Yule, saying, "Sarban and Findias also acknowledge you?" Yule was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Seeing the other person's predicament, Korin laughed even more gleefully. He hated Yule and instigated him. "Try it, go ahead and do it." Suddenly, a large tree grew, blocking out the sun. The space fell silent. "Sail, Ifin, Yor, Ua, Strafe." The tree immediately transformed into a giant tree-like creature named the Wicker Man. Seeing this, the high-level stone man pondered and said, If he understands the red magic tree fruit and knows how to control the Wicker Man, then it's not hard to see why he is a representative of Uskias. However, the problem is the key." Korin was annoyed by the stone man's rambling and retorted, I know. Without the red magic fruit, you can't bring the sunlight, right? It's just that our hero thinks that he needs to inform you beforehand to show respect to the great giants." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone man smiled in satisfaction. That's right. The situation was temporarily stable. The large door slowly opened. The stone man welcomed them. "All right, you underlings of Dune, I will receive you as guests." But the stone man still had doubts in his mind. "However, about the sun," Korin said cheerfully, "of course, you are absolutely right." Seeing that his plan was a success, he laughed with pride and savagery. "How was it? Easy, wasn't it?" Yule and Alicia were left speechless. A moment later, Alicia asked seriously, Is the plan over?" Korin smirked and replied, "The important part starts now." His eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and with a sinister smile, he declared, "Now, we will clear this place out." Anticipating the situation, Korin had Lunia and Yule waiting outside, while he and Alicia headed straight for the giant's treasury. Korin wore a complacent expression. It's a little embarrassing to say, but in the previous round, stealing has almost become a habit because the player Parksihu has an omnipotent cheat, the inventory. So, no matter what area or stage it is, the first thing is always to find the treasure. Alicia's question pulled him back to reality. "Karen, how did you know exactly where the treasure is the first time you came to the giant's castle?" He leisurely replied, "Treasures are similar everywhere. The problem is, here we have to find the sun sword." After a while, Korin and Alicia arrived at a mountain of gold. It was so dazzling that Alicia exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Because they found the treasure so easily, Alicia wondered, why is there a hole in the ceiling, and no guards? Karin explained, Klaus Solus needs to absorb sunlight during the day, so they say that only during a solar eclipse when its power is weakened can it be seized. Upon hearing this, she asked in confusion, then wouldn't it be easier to take it at night? Karin shrugged, who knows? Alicia went to pick up the golden sword and admired it with fascination. Can we find sunlight in a place like this? But Karin remained vigilant. I thought there was no one guarding it. He looked at the pile of gold with skepticism. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It can't be just taking the sunlight without touching anything else, right? Alicia naively said, well, it's understandable that there are no guards. Suddenly, a hen appeared from under the gold pile. Alicia said in surprise, a hen? That's a bit small for a giant, isn't it? Karin suddenly warned in panic, someone's coming. Hide. She startled and panicked. What is it? Where should we hide? A high-level stone man grinned, revealing his white, even teeth. Oh, here's my lovely darling. He looked at the hen in the gold pile with a perverted look. Hey, my sweet little thing. Come here. In the dark corner, Karin and Alicia hugged each other, silently praying, please, just pass by without finding us. But the hen stood still, staring intently at the two of them. Seeing this, Karin and Alicia knew their luck was up. It saw us. The hen looked at them and tilted its head in confusion. Cluck, cluck. Karin whispered in exasperation, that damn thing. Alicia quickly cut him off. Shh, Karin, be quiet. Suddenly, it frowned, staring at the two of them. Cluck. Immediately, it turned its rear to them and laid a golden egg. Thump. Karin was stunned. Not a goose. And don't tell me that the gold coins in this treasure are from that thing's droppings? Alicia immediately corrected him. Droppings? How crude. At this moment, the stone man's usually stiff face transformed into a perverted one, pursing his thick lips and squeezing the hen almost to the point of suffocation. Cluck, cluck, ha, my beauty, let's go with Papa. It seemed Karin's mind was still fantasizing about the golden egg from earlier. What? It took it away. If we could just catch one, we could live a life of luxury. Alicia poured cold water on him to bring him back to his senses. Get a grip. We need to find the sun, not gold. Then Alicia sighed in relief. Phew. That was close, Karin agreed. Yeah, but when she calmed down, Alicia's face widened in shock because her whole body was pressed against him in an ambiguous position. Suddenly, the memory of that fateful night came back. Alicia remembered her suggestive words. Brother-in-law, our sisters aren't here now. That memory of that night, why is it coming back now? Returning to reality, Alicia shyly asked, hey, Karin, my sister, what do you think of her? Karin, devoid of emotion, honestly replied, Lunia? Oh, she's a wonderful person. I have a good impression of her. Hearing this, Alicia blushed and blurted out, a good impression? Karin quickly added, a good and talented person, likable, and beautiful. What man wouldn't? She lowered her head and stammered, really? He frowned slightly and said, anyway, let's finish this. The day after tomorrow is the solar eclipse, and the eclipse will only last for 2 hours. If we're not in time, Sky will get the sun through the official channels. As soon as Karin finished speaking, Alicia stood up, her face darkening. So that's it. At this moment, she looked up at the sky where there would be a star. No, it was the light of the sun. But wait, Karin. Alicia looked at it intently and said absent-mindedly, there's something strange. Karin also noticed the abnormality. What is it? Step aside a bit. Oh. Exactly. This is a place that can absorb sunlight during the day but can never access it at night. Reaching this conclusion, Karin had already partly realized, could it be a place where, during a solar eclipse, its power must weaken? Today is the day the half-moon will rise. Indeed, looking through the gap, it was facing a full moon without any flaws. The sun, Klaus Solus, was disguised as the moon. It was floating on an island in the sky. After a while, Karin revealed his discovery to everyone. During the day it's the sun. During the night it's the moon, floating on an island? Karin replied, it's probably not as far as the sun or the moon, but maintained by a barrier on a floating island. However, we certainly can't reach it by just reaching up. Yule wondered, is there any way to touch it? This was indeed a difficult question as even Karin hadn't figured it out. Who knows? For us right now, it's impossible, but since the eclipse is in 2 days, let's slowly find a way quietly. Yule hesitantly said, 2 days? At night, the full moon shone brightly. During the day, it was still shining brightly, just not as prominent as at night. Day turned into night, and another day passed just like that. The next morning everything was still the same. But Karin's group's plans were challenged by the fact that in 2 days, a way to reach the sky wouldn't be easy to find. Soon, Dune and Doomnorix would arrive. In the end, Our arrival 2 days earlier didn't bring any benefit. Suddenly, a high-level stone man's voice came from behind. Except for the druid, the rest can be eaten, right? Another one stopped him. Calm down. Maybe they are not what we think. But Karen was smart enough to understand, but based on their standards, they've been patient enough. The giants of Sky Citadel. Sharbin, the giant in the sky, has engraved in their lineage an order not to attack druids. Yule was also among them and could only hand over the sun to those who have the red magic tree fruit. The high-level stone man said with some interest, after giving the sun, we will be free. When the mission is over, we will climb down through the tree and hunt humans. Ha ha ha. The one next to him was no less joyful. Oh right, that Nuskin said that he has prepared presents. Didn't he bring along snakes and toads? At this moment, Corin, who was eavesdropping behind the door, assessed, anyway, coming early wasn't completely useless. The sky was close to dusk. As night fell, the moon was slowly being swallowed. A strange-looking man, with a smile revealing sharp teeth, said, "What is this? Cough. Hack. Ha, Sharbin isn't here. This place is too small for giants to live in, but..." He stood in front of a group of cloaked figures and said with glee, "My heart is pounding." The door slowly opened. "Now, let's go get the sun sword." Suddenly, a hurried voice came. "Stop. Catch them." The strange man frowned and stopped. "Wait a minute." Wicker Man suddenly appeared, opening the door wide. Then Karen's voice boomed, "Oh my great master, you have finally arrived." The strange man didn't understand what was happening. A big question mark appeared on his face. Karen stepped forward with a clownish face, knelt down and held up the hen from earlier. "My master, I have completed what you ordered." The strange man was motionless, staring at the hen. Then, the hen said, "Cluck, cluck." After freezing for 5 seconds, the strange man asked, "Hey, my friend, what is this? What is this?" Suddenly, a roar resounded. "You thieves!" A large sword slashed through the wicker man, cutting him in half. A group of stone men rushed forward, leaving destruction in their wake. "How dare you steal our treasure? Kill them all!" The stone men, with their faces out of control, rushed over. Suddenly, they realized their target and calmed down. "Oh oh oh." On the other side, Corin had cunningly placed the hen in the strange man's hand and shouted while stealing, "Oh, great Dune! Oh, mighty hero! As you commanded, I have stolen all the treasures of these foolish giants." He wore a bewildered expression. "Huh? Me? When?" At this moment, Karen no longer bothered with acting and revealed his sinister and perverted face. "Now, let's destroy these fools together." Doom Norik said calmly. "We've been played." Immediately, a battle erupted. The strong stone men rushed forward. "Kill them all. Eat them up." A single punch from a stone man shattered the ground beneath his feet. It was terrifying. Then members of the cult were grabbed and swallowed whole by the stone men. No matter how much they cried out, "Ah, spare me. Don't eat me." Another one put Dune in his mouth. "Hey hey, Dune Skiaki is mine." But before he could chew or swallow, he was stuck. Ugh. Then he vomited Dune out along with hundreds of poisonous snakes. Yuck yuck yuck. Doom Norix, seeing the unstable situation, frowned and turned to look back. "You." But no one could stop Karen. Because he had reached a state of madness, whether it is you, Dune, or Baltazar, no one. "If I can't have Klaus Solus, I'd rather turn it into ashes." He laughed gleefully as he ran wildly. "Ha ha ha, now let them kill each other. If they all die together, that would be even better." Lunia thought he was going too far. "Aren't you ashamed at all, Karen?" But shame was a word that didn't exist in Karen's dictionary. "Not ashamed at all, in my role as a great rock." Lunia was confused. "What's a great rock?" Corin stammered. "Well, it's something that exists, sister." Lunia looked at Corin impassively and said, "So embarrassing. Do I really have to accept these parts of my fiancé? I can't help but feel sad." On the other side, Alicia asked, "But if Dune defeats all the giants and gets the sun, what then?" Corin replied without hesitation, "No problem." Alicia was surprised. "Huh?" In response, she saw his horrifying face with a voice as deep as the abyss. "Once on the ground, I will chop down all the oak trees." Upon hearing that, even Yule's hair stood on end. So cruel? No, more like a demon. As he ran, Karen jumped up and down with excitement. History is only written by the victors. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, he was much more serious within his heart. "Of course, having Klaus Solus is the best, but if I go down first and chop down all the oak trees, I will leave those 2 henchmen of the king trapped on the floating island forever. Everything is in my plan." After running for a while, everyone stopped. Lunia asked in confusion, "Wait, what's that?" Everyone's hearts sank. Their faces drained of blood. Could it be? The beast yearns for the song of cold steel. A mysterious figure holding a blood-red sword appeared. The monster that appeared before them was known to cause heated bloodshed wherever he went. And that was where life and death were decided. It was none other than the Sword Devil. The Sword Devil was a beast that craved the cold melody of sharpened steel, where hot blood clashed. He exuded an extreme deathly aura in the life-or-death battle. His eyes suddenly flashed a bright red light, as if targeting an enemy. Karin's group immediately adopted a defensive stance. Lunia gripped her sword tightly, saying, "I'll go first." Lunia stepped forward and used her protective aura technique. However, the Sword Devil didn't even acknowledge her, passing right by her, which left her stunned. Does he look down on me? But immediately, Lunia realized the problem. Is he trying to take down the domain users first? Because the Sword Devil would become a close aide to the king in the future, the strongest swordsman in the legendary hero Arhan. But right now, he was just a monster, with nothing to do with the world's destruction. Karin was startled by the Sword Devil's sudden action, but fortunately, he was prepared. So, in this battle, they couldn't rely on each other. Karin went alone, using his unique dragon head attack to face the Sword Devil. The Sword Devil's slash was as red as blood. 1, 2, 3. He couldn't get a read on it. The sword slashed all around Karin, leaving him defenseless. The Sword Devil passed him by with the peerless 8 hands technique. Immediately, Karin's body spurted out red syrup. But it didn't stop there. The Sword Devil turned back and dealt him another blow, causing Karin immense pain. Cough. After the strike, Karin crashed straight into the wall, causing it to crack and crumble. Alicia was horrified and prepared to draw her sword to fight Karin. But Karin yelled, "Don't come near," which caused Alicia to freeze. On the other side, Karin was severely injured but still gritted his teeth and growled, "When fighting, only look forward." Here, he used all his might to yell even louder. Alicia anxiously turned to look at Karin, but carelessly forgot that the Sword Devil was behind her, waiting to devour her. Suddenly, Lunia's voice rang out, "Get away! You dare look down on me!" As she struggled to stand up, she muttered, "Once the domain ends, the next step will come. And you are still ignoring me." Lunia angrily shouted, I will move half a step later than the domain." Domain swordsmanship style, Lunia. Outside the domain, Lunia's abilities surpassed both Karin and Alicia combined. Even the Sword Devil struggled against Lunia outside of his domain. The Sword Devil angrily rushed forward, but it was another fake technique. The Sword Devil had fallen into Lunia's slicing domain technique, but she knew she was at a disadvantage against actual attacks. Even so, stepping into the domain once was already too much, yet the Sword Devil did it twice in a row, which shocked Lunia to the core. The Sword Devil rushed over and used his peerless 8 hands technique. At this moment, Lunia heightened her alertness. This time, is he aiming for the domain user instead of me? She was slightly worried. When this domain ends, I will use my half-step advantage to ensure I will slice the Sword Devil down. Then, Lunia observed Alicia and thought, but my sister can only block a maximum of 3 of his sword strikes. When the domain ended, Lunia quietly waited for her opportunity. Slash! Her eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The Sword Devil frowned, as he had encountered some trouble. Suddenly, a spray of tomato sauce landed on Alicia's face, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. It took her a moment to stammer, Right after, Alicia let out a piercing scream as she witnessed her sister struggling against the fierce Sword Devil. She tried her best to block his sword, trembling all over this domain. However, in this desperate situation, Lunia skillfully changed her sword style. Immediately, her sword pierced through the Sword Devil. He cried out in pain, as he was caught off guard. Of course, he wasn't going to be taken down so easily. He smashed himself against Lunia, knocking her off her feet. Ugh! Even Alicia behind her was shocked. Alicia quickly rushed forward to shield her sister. Then, she turned to ask worriedly, "Sister?" But Lunia said indifferently, "Cough, let go." Alicia stammered, "Right now? My body." Lunia glanced at her younger sister and reminded her, "Once you're in battle, don't look back, you silly girl." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed, unconscious. Alicia rushed forward to support her sister and screamed, "Sister!" However, this wasn't the time for grief, because she realized there was a more concerning threat. But, Alicia slowly looked up at the Sword Devil's contemptuous face. She was even more shocked. "How can I?" Suddenly, a voice spoke, and the Sword Devil's eyes changed. Wicker Man suddenly appeared behind him to block him. Yule limped over. "Alicia, now's the time, run." Alicia asked in confusion. Wicker Man? But without a sacrifice, how could he use it twice? On the other side, Wicker Man was preparing for battle. Wicker Man's large hand was about to crush the Sword Devil. Of course, the Sword Devil also sensed the danger above. Immediately, he raised his sword and prepared to use the ardent swordsmanship. Twin Dragon Demon Sky, Cold Evil Sword. That terrifying power scorched Wicker Man's arm. At this moment, Yule spat out a mouthful of black blood due to the pain of the link with Wicker Man. Then, even Yule could no longer resist, and he collapsed to the ground, leaving Alicia to moan in despair. Ugh, ugh. Witnessing her teammates and loved ones fall one by one was terrifying. It was so dreadful that she just wanted to run away. But the sword devil wouldn't let her go so easily. He quickly rushed toward her at lightning speed. Alicia still raised her sword to block his attack, knowing that she couldn't, but she couldn't run. She couldn't be cowardly and leave everyone behind. Even if she had to die, she would protect everyone until her last breath. As Alicia was trying to hold on, Corin had woken up and crawled towards Yule. He took out a glass vial. Damn it. Yule saw he was injured and asked worriedly, "Karen, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Get Lunia out of here." Corin saw Yule feeding medicine to Lunia, feeling a little disappointed. If only I had time, I could recover. But in this situation, there's no way to overcome it. Both my strength and speed are currently... Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, I bet you're severely injured." Just hearing that, Corin froze in fear. It was none other than Dune's group. There were too many of them, and they rushed down. Dune grabbed Karen's head and said with mockery, "Hee, you don't have time to worry about them." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw him over 8 meters away, causing Yule to yell in panic, "Corin?" And Dune was extremely satisfied and laughed gleefully. He. But his game didn't stop there. Dune kept grabbing Karen's head and playing with him. "The kid who killed Permac. Let's see what you've got, you bastard." Just when Karen thought he was about to kick the bucket, he suddenly grinned his familiar smile and said, "Thanks." At this moment, the system backed up, activated, and checked the sword's rules. Immediately, Karen turned defeat into victory. He reached out his hand and grabbed his spear. It was as if they were in sync. With just one glance he understood. Then, he used the seamless move, Heavenly Return, Chaotic Spear, slicing off Dune's limbs, splattering tomato sauce everywhere. Corin then supported himself on his spear as he landed on the ground. That move had taken its toll on him, and he dropped to one knee as he leaned against the wall. Suddenly, Dune's voice said, "Wow, a circus act." Corin turned and asked, "According to Jaius, aren't you not supposed to attack each other?" Dune, casually perched on a tree, replied, He, that's right, but, if we violate it, our heads will explode and we die, right?" His tone was calm, but his face was swelling like a ticking bomb. A second later, it exploded. He was even in the mood to joke. Well, something like that. Actually, the mission, the riddle, who solves it first or who gets the sun sword first, doesn't really matter. However, this guy was truly as resilient as a leech. Dune put on a hat and sneered, "Kill and plunder is all that matters." On his side, Corin calmly looked at his hand and replied, "I know." The next second, he raised his middle finger and smiled savagely. "That's more like it." Then, Corin launched the blood spear, leaving a large hole in Dune's stomach. Mariette said worriedly, "Corin, are you okay?" But she immediately froze, her mouth agape in shock. "What is that?" Dune, now in a grotesque form with snakes all around him, asked, "Friends?" causing Mariette and Warren to raise their hairs and scream, "How disgusting." Corin immediately rushed forward and stepped on him. Seeing him rush into danger, those two worriedly tried to stop him. "Corin." He turned to instruct them, "Don't worry about me, just go up, hurry." Dune, pinned under his foot, jeered, He, you want to save your teammates? But I'm a bit curious. As the Spear Queen, you must know, right? My master is willing to bestow a divine position on you at any time, so why are you resisting us?" Corin calmly replied, "Fermac, Dumerix, you, and even Baltazar, you're all doing it wrong. What's so great about being a god in a desolate world? My reason for defeating you? It's simple. First rule, I don't ignore the suffering of good people. Affinity A+. Second rule, Chains of Fate, I don't acknowledge souls. Save increases damage by 50%. Third rule, my vow, I will save the world. Dune Skies, Affinity A+, save increases state by 120%. Resilient recovery multiplies by 120%. Tam Thang, pain resistance, domain awareness. Right now was the perfect time to end it. Himero Karan Rock. The sword was enveloped by glowing snakes. Defeat evil and save the world. Looking at his face, Karan repeated once more, "Servant of the king, king of the beasts, Dune Sky." He snatched the sword and delivered a finishing blow, as well as his final answer to him, I want to see myself win." A voice echoed from old memories. Monster. The sword devil of the past was now standing at the foot of a mountain, and on the summit was a tall, muscular man. It was Alicia's grandfather, looking down with a smug smile and an enthusiastic voice, "That sword is mine." The sword devil's thoughts surfaced, that old monster's actions. The crescent moon shone brightly, and his thoughts drifted in the void. Unacceptable. Suddenly, the sword devil leaped up, appearing red in the middle of the white moon. Why did he teach him swordsmanship? Then, 2 decisive slashes descended, along with the sword devil's angry face. Back in reality, that slash was aimed at Alicia. Alicia blocked it, with great difficulty, to the point of letting out a soft sound, ugh. And the sword devil's inner thoughts continued. Does he know that what I inherited isn't just the sword? At that moment, a shock from the impact of the 2 slashes forced both him and Alicia to back away. The sword devil's eyes narrowed as he focused on his thoughts, but also the feeling he always carried when facing an enemy, the swordsmanship, the physical strength, the disappointment, and boredom he felt when excelling in every aspect. Unexpectedly, the sword devil swept around, creating many crimson swords surrounding his body. That's why I understand, even with such great power. A picture of Alicia's grandfather with that contemptuous smile appeared again. I still can't reach that monster. The sword devil's eyes widened, filled with a red light, creating a terrifying atmosphere. I can't reach him. Then, an attack with immense destructive power was unleashed, forming a crimson tornado that rushed straight towards Alicia. Alicia couldn't avoid the sword devil's attack, and she took the full brunt of it, her body in so much pain that she was stunned. A large explosion occurred with an eerie red light. The whole sky seemed to be covered by the sword devil's terrifying power. The sword devil still didn't let up, continuing to focus his attacks on Alicia while still pondering. But, climbing a tree for days to reach the sky, why am I like this? From within the red smoke, a figure still stood strong and approached the sword devil. It was Alicia, with a gentle voice. You. Despite taking the attack head-on, Alicia was unharmed. On the contrary, a confident expression and unusual blue eyes appeared. Alicia taunted, "You think I can't cut you down?" Before Alicia could act, the sword devil swiftly rushed forward with a series of slashes aimed at her. A slash to Alicia's shoulder caused blood to gush out, but Alicia still bravely used her sword to block another strike that was about to reach her neck. The sword devil thought, I can't accept this. Another resolute slash aimed at Alicia's body. A strange feeling. With his ruthlessness, the sword devil didn't hold back and was cruel in every blade to express himself. I am the hunter, the opponent is the prey, someone who can fall at any moment. Another sword slashed across Alicia's hair tie. Yet why? On Alicia's side, it was surprising that many hands suddenly appeared behind her, working together to block the sword devil's slashes, which shocked him. Why doesn't it break? Why isn't it cut? Why is she still? Alicia's face showed a triumphant smile, and her eyes glowed an eerie blue, causing the sword devil to question, smirking? Unexpectedly, Alicia unleashed her technique, Speed Slash, with her sword covered in a blue flame. One slash, Original Light, descended straight in front of the sword devil, forcing him to quickly dodge. Alicia calmly smiled confidently and threatened, "You were a little too slow." The sword devil was a bit frightened, so he hissed but still stubbornly thought, "I still have a lot of strength, I'm not slow at all." But it seemed the sword devil also recognized Alicia's abnormality. She seemed to be getting stronger and faster with her attacks. That prey has become faster. While the sword devil was still thinking, Alicia had already quickly rushed over and attacked. Twin Dragon Sky Descent, Swordsmanship Style Arden, Single Sword Form, Knockdown. Alicia's attack caused the sword devil immense pain, making him scream. But the sword devil quickly regained his composure and rushed over, unleashing a continuous series of attacks at Alicia. Domain Slash Sword, Peerless 8 slashes. A blood-red sword with a black core slashed past Alicia's neck. Then, a series of other blades were swiftly attacking Alicia. Alicia also didn't just stand there and dodge, but used her flexible body to both dodge and attack. At this moment, the sword devil was extremely angry at his disadvantage. For the first time after a sword domain slash, I can't feel anything. The movements are like she already knows how I'm going to attack. Lunia suddenly appeared and used Mind's Eye. But it turned out to be just an illusion of Lunia appearing as support for Alicia, who was using her technique, Alicia's swordsmanship. The space suddenly turned a gloomy green, and Alicia was rushing towards the sword devil with great speed. A slash straight down from the sword devil's face, along with Alicia's scream, Lunia's swordsmanship, fake domain slash sword. The sword devil was injured with blood flowing from his chest due to the deep slash. Ah, now I understand why I've come this far. At this moment, Alicia still pointed her sword at the sword devil, but behind her was another Alicia, still preparing to attack. With the image of Corrin standing behind her and a blue dragon surrounding them. Alicia's swordsmanship, Corrin's swordsmanship, dragon head attack, this person is my kind. The sword devil's thoughts became increasingly cunning as he thought of ways to defeat Alicia, a ghost obsessed with swordsmanship. I am here to cut down this person. If I can cut down this person, an image of Alicia's grandfather appeared once more. I will be able to reach that monster. Immediately, The sword devil crossed his two swords to block Alicia's attack. The images of Mariette and Warren appeared in the sword devil's mind as he was fighting a group of monsters. How boring, I'm bored with everything. The sword devil's eyes and thoughts focused on Alicia, who was extremely excited with a smile as if she was about to take his life, with everything except this one. The sword devil focused his power, causing his body to burn with a fiery heat. Your birth, your life, your efforts, all were prepared for me. The sword devil's form was now terrifying, with a red power radiating all around. And at this moment, I'm sure. Suddenly, the whole space turned dark, with only the red fire of hatred from the sword devil's side remaining. At this moment, only the determination to cut remains, which is the highest peak I can reach. Two swords were raised, emitting light and red lightning all around. The sword devil used his technique, Ultimate Realm. The red lightning surrounding the sword devil increased, Arden-style swordsmanship, sword soul form. Suddenly, many arms appeared behind him, each holding a long sword, celestial sword. A series of arms attacked simultaneously, creating a scene of red and black intertwined by the flashing blades, peerless celestial slash. The blades randomly slashed everywhere, causing everything they passed to be hit painfully. The sword devil, after attacking, stood and smiled gleefully at his victory. But he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes as he saw something. The sword devil slowly turned around and realized Alicia was still standing unharmed behind him. Immediately, Alicia charged straight at the large monster behind him, using a blue sword to take down everything in an instant. The monsters were defeated, much to the sword devil's shock. Seeing his soldiers defeated and being injured himself made him extremely angry and surprised. Beyond the determination to cut, is there a realm even further? Alicia's figure emerged with a strange thoughtfulness. The image of Lunia appeared with her words, like a source of motivation for Alicia. Once you enter battle, never look back. Karin also appeared in Alicia's thoughts with a very profound saying, when fighting, always look forward. Lunia's image always stayed behind, like a huge support for Alicia. She suddenly gritted her teeth when she thought of the people who had always been by her side helping her. Then, each of her steps was moved with great determination. Move forward, Alicia continued to charge toward the remaining large monsters. And even the sword devil was defeated by her rapid slashes. Ardent swordsmanship, Alicia style, celestial sword, this is a realm that humans can never reach. Alicia's foot landed lightly after defeating her opponent, an opponent she had only met once in her lifetime, Sword Soul. A step beyond that would create a moment of miracle. The final light appeared, shining brilliantly like Alicia's pride in winning this battle. Infinite sword domain, shattered. The sword devil, now in pain, uttered his last words. I understand now. I learned swordsmanship for this moment. The image of Alicia happily smiling brightly under the sun made the sword devil think, to take another step. In another place, the space was still extremely dark, with large trees falling listlessly. The cruel image of a battle was taking place with extreme ferocity. Karin was being chased by Dune with his snakes. Karin was severely injured, and his mind immediately thought of a plan. Just climbing up is already too difficult. Dune's snake lunged at him, only to be sliced in half by Karin's sword. He yelled, "Stay calm." Dune, behind him, was very excited, chasing him and saying, "Hee, you seem to be struggling." The image of a cruel Dune from the past appeared. The reason Dun Skies is called the Beast King isn't just because he's a unique living entity. His death is meaningless. He is a bottomless abyss of darkness. A large snake with a purple light appeared and roared loudly. Inside were countless snakes and toads and a gathering of 3 dragons. That alone is already one of the 4 great treasures. Then, a series of other small snakes rushed out, wanting to devour anyone who stood in their way. Endless vipers. Karin ran, looking back and observing the situation. Then he suddenly said, I understand now. A smug smile flashed on Karin's face as he said, the soul of a weak beast can't compare to me. Karin's sword suddenly glowed purple, surrounded by lightning. A message appeared, Soul Requiem, never miss, separating the body and soul, ignoring all defenses. Karin looked at Dune, who was extremely excited with a cruel smile, then said, so, you're a soul reaper. Dune didn't care much about what Karin was saying. He just rushed at him and boastfully said, but you know, I can still keep going. Do you have enough magical power? Karin also rushed towards Dune at the same time and said, you know a lot, but you don't understand anything, right? Dune, sensing something was wrong, looked down at his feet, which were emitting a golden light. Don't tell me that is. An image of a tall tree reaching into the sky appeared. Using the only fertilizer in the world, an oak tree reaches into the sky. Below, a series of roots appeared. Then the roots of the oak tree absorbed infinite magical power. You think it'll spread where? A foot stepped on the sword that was floating in midair. This whole area was nurtured and developed by me, my sword domain. It was Karin, in a very confident posture. It provides me with infinite magical power. A voice rang out, causing Karen to be startled. The first spear of Queen Karen Lork. Dune had now transformed his body into something grotesque, with a conceited smile. Hee, I will admit, in this form, I definitely can't win. A voice spoke while Dune was still transforming. How long has it been? A Dune with the face of a serpent appeared, since the whole army became one. Karen looked at his opponent, smiled but was sweating from fear. One of the last forms of Dun skies. This is too much. In front of Karen, a giant snake appeared with a huge source of power. Great Snake Commander, King of the 8 families. Votian roared, Great Serpent General. Serpent manifestation. Immediately, his body began to transform. His eyes glowed red, sharp as if piercing through everything. Patches of his skin turned into hard, glossy scales, and in an instant, he became a giant serpent. Votian exuded a powerful purple aura that spread throughout the space. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and the air felt compressed by that terrifying power. His sharp jaws slightly parted, creating a gruesome smile. Faced with that scene, Karen couldn't help but sweat profusely. His face forced a smile as he tried to remain calm, but his eyes couldn't hide his tension. This is one of Votian's final forms. Truly, there seems to be no end to it. His voice, deep and mournful, echoed as if from a distant, dark place. The Queen sealed me in darkness. She imprisoned me in a narrow cauldron. But now, the Queen is imprisoned and the throne is vacant. Like a wolf devouring sheep outside the fence, I will not show mercy, and I will swallow everything she wants to protect. Votian raised his head, opened his powerful mouth wide, and his eyes flashed with deep hatred. His voice turned cold as he continued. The first royal spear, Karen Lork, and that woman, the descendant of the last goddess, Erendanua. Karen stood there, looking bored, and frowned as he asked, Are you just going to keep talking about yourself? As soon as the words were out, Karen unexpectedly tiptoed and jumped high like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He yelled, asserting, I told you, this place is my territory. He quickly activated the rune resonance magic. A source of red power erupted, standing opposite Votian's massive body. Karen confidently teased his opponent, You should pick a place to lie down before you fall. Votian stared wide-eyed at the chaos in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. The power from Karen was unlike anything he had ever seen. His face twisted as he roared, What is this? You fool! Are you crazy? The images he had engraved now suddenly lit up. From the moment he started climbing the Oak Mountain, he had engraved all the runes, and now, they would all be activated when exposed to a large amount of mana. With that thought, he yelled, Kenas Suilo! Everything around him was engulfed in flames. The immense power created a terrifying explosion. The ground shook violently, and ashen red light filled the scene. Votian's huge body was burned by the fierce flames. His hard scales scorched, revealing bloody cracks. He cried out in pain. Ah! Karen took the opportunity to turn and run. His agile legs moved quickly across the still smoldering land. But as soon as he had run a short distance, Votian's voice came from behind, still arrogant and contemptuous. You created this hellhole and you think you can safely escape from here? He stopped and smirked. So you want to fight me now? That's just what I wanted. Votian suddenly opened his mouth wide, his eyes widening in extreme horror, as if he had just realized something extremely dangerous. He stammered, his voice filled with panic. Don't tell me that. But Karen completely ignored his question. He stomped hard on the ground, creating a resounding boom, and launched himself high into the air, towards where the black moon of the solar eclipse was shining in the red sky. Because Karen knew that the 4 legendary treasures could only be obtained during a solar eclipse, and the solar sword, Clayam Saleh, anyone who possessed its power would win this battle. Reaching the peak, Karen's hand tightly gripped a brilliant light, and then, from that light, a sparkling spear appeared, containing terrifying power. He looked down at Votian, his voice cold, and the loser must accept death, is that right? He smugly said in a challenging tone, If you want to live, then fly up here. Votian, upon hearing that, was filled with anger. He yelled, cursing, You bastard! But unfortunately, he was still trapped by the red flames surrounding him, unable to escape and move. Suddenly, a pair of black wings appeared from within him. Karen used his light speed to fly straight at Votian. He was beaten by Karen and then cried out in pain. Karen Lork. He glared at him with an unyielding expression. Votian roared fiercely, focusing his last strength into a desperate counterattack. The scorched scales on his body exuded a dense killing intent. Each tail lash and claw swing tore through the space, aimed directly at Karen. He had no idea how much time had passed. His whole body was scorched into a lump of black charcoal. Mariette, below, excitedly exclaimed, Phew, I think it's over now. Suddenly, she turned her head, looking back in surprise and softly called, "Karin." She changed her view of him and praised him. "For a mere human, you've held up pretty well." Karin didn't reply, just clenched his teeth. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. He focused his power into the spear in his hand, and his voice resolute as he said, "Let's end this." After being defeated in his serpent form, Vo Tian immediately used another form, his second final form, mythical, and transformed into a huge dragon. But Karin, even when faced with such a powerful monster, showed no fear. He gently closed his eyes, calming himself. In his mind, he quickly calculated and devised a plan. Use my ultimate technique, activate the third core. He was confident that he would defeat that mythical creature. With that, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Karin bravely dashed forward like a god, his eyes glowing red as if trying to pierce through his opponent. He yelled, "First demon spear, black domain." Vo Tian's eyes widened, clearly showing his confusion. Suddenly, he spread his large wings, easily soaring into the sky. He exclaimed in joy, "Caught him." The space was filled with thunderous rumbles. The battle was becoming increasingly tense. Karin's face showed confusion as he wondered, did he change forms to avoid that attack? He stretched out a ghostly purple hand, carrying terrifying power as it moved toward Karin. He confidently said, "Just wait and see." A sharp light attacked Karin relentlessly. He struggled to block the attacks with his shield. By this point, he was severely injured, his face covered in cuts. He gritted his teeth and worriedly cursed, "TCH, damn it, my ultimate move was easily broken." Ba Tian, with a smug tone, asked, "The conditions for the red hawthorn fruit to sprout, what could it be?" This angered Karin, but he couldn't do anything. In his hand, the tiny red hawthorn seeds glowed. He explained, "In the darkness, the red hawthorn seeds sprout when they absorb the negative energy of the night." In the sky, the solar eclipse shone continuously, round and eerie. The image of a tree soaring up appeared. Vo Tian roared, "Solar eclipse!" The hawthorn tree continued to grow, with lush branches, covering the solar eclipse and absorbing its strong light. A miracle happened. Around the hawthorn trees, giant monster snakes were continuously appearing. And there was something else. Suddenly, a dazzling sword appeared inside. Someone had taken it. "This is the legendary treasure. I got the solar sword." At the same time, in the middle of the burning flames, the image of a beast appeared. Looking like a bull with sharp horns, it roared loudly and looked very brave. Karin sweated profusely when he saw this terrifying scene. Having to face the sun for the second time, this is my luck in this society. The atmosphere around them was extremely stifling, silent on the outside, but on the inside, a fierce battle was taking place. A large flame erupted fiercely. He launched a powerful attack at Karin, sending him flying. Thick smoke and dust covered the space, and the surrounding rocks were also affected and shattered into pieces. Karin lay sprawled on the ground, battered and seemingly unable to stand up. He moaned in pain. But Karin did not give in. He yelled again, "Kenaz!" His opponent opened his mouth wide and laughed, "You prepared this here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the weapon in his hand on the ground, creating a slight tremor. An incredible source of power spread around him. He said scornfully, "It must have taken you a whole day, right?" He spread his wings and soared into the sky, accompanied by fierce flames. Simultaneously, he gripped the shining sword tightly, raised it high and roared again, "But it's useless." He was like a superhuman, without hesitation, rushing towards Karin. When faced with the sun, any flame must bow its head. Karin clenched the spear in his hand, his face showing clear frustration. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I don't even have enough time anymore." The power he created formed a large pillar of fire. Karin stood there dumbfounded, helplessly watching. It slammed straight down, forming a massive explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Everything was engulfed by it, with smoke billowing everywhere. Karin supported himself on the ground with one hand, the other hand gripping the spear tightly. He had luckily escaped death by a hair's breadth. His opponent didn't give up, determined to pursue him to the end, rushing at him once again, strong and decisive. He shouted, "Die!" But Karin was quick, dodging to the left and then to the right, which infuriated him. Vo Tian, with his purple eyes, chased after him, his mouth roaring with challenge, "You think you can run forever?" Karin was also not to be outdone. He sneered, "You're the one who's more ridiculous. A monster using a weapon. That's exactly what makes a sword devil a unique existence." The battle became increasingly fierce. The two chased each other like cat and mouse. Vo Tian laughed wildly, "Ha ha! You little brat, you're about to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he swept forcefully towards Karin and then yelled, "Die!" The attack was relentless and fierce, but Karin always managed to dodge it in time. Domain. The two great powers collided again, creating a terrifying explosion that flickered across the sky. Ba Tian hissed, unleashing a new move, Serpent Advance. Dragon descends. Karin was caught by him, unable to break free. And with just one blow, he lost his weapon. He let go of Karin, and the two of them stared at each other. At this moment, Karin was extremely worried. The two cores inside his body were completely drained. Vo Tian glanced at Karin, suspicious. Now for the final move. A spear that can tear through even the invincible ancestors of the Vajra. A move that can be considered a suicide attempt by betting my life. With that thought, Karin yelled, his voice filled with determination echoing through the space, Black Domain, unbeatable yin-yang fist. Another resounding explosion was formed, and the surrounding buildings were shattered because of it. Smoke and dust once again covered everything. Everything gradually disappeared. A white bullhorn lay scattered on the ground. Karin's fist was clenched tight, covered in fresh blood. He lay on top of Vo Tian with his weak body, coughing and choking. Cough. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Haha, my whole body is completely unharmed." He lamented in despair, this monster. Even when he had used all his strength, he still couldn't win. At this moment, his eyes wanted to close, and his breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. His face was covered in blood. In the gloomy sky, continuous explosions echoed, shaking the space violently. The giants in the aerial fortress, those creatures, were classified as giants because upon reaching adulthood, they would possess strength at least equal to that of a Class I demon. Their bodies were massive, each step causing the fortress to tremble. Their white eyes were full of murderous intent. They were fiercely gritting their teeth, tightening their grip on the giant weapons in their hands, ready to crush any enemy that stood in their way. Of course, a powerful blow landed on the face of one of the giants. While fighting, Mariette loudly urged, "Warren, we have to hurry so we can go help Karin." She was also facing two special class monsters. Warren, with her sharp eyes, assessed the situation before her and hesitantly replied, "That's right," but the giant was disoriented by the blow to his face. He struggled to adjust himself, and then he coldly snorted. He looked at the huge size difference. Warren, as small as an ant, felt the danger and muttered, "It won't be easy." The two girls began to worry when they realized the situation. There must have been at least 50 giants in the aerial fortress. Warren and Mariette were now surrounded by them, and their only escape route seemed to be blocked. Besides, Alicia had created a miracle by taking down almost half of the giants in a single slash, but those were only the fodder sent by Vo Tian. And all of their leaders, who were all at the special class level, were still inside the aerial fortress. Their eyes looked at them as if they were nothing more than prey. In a situation where neither could guarantee their survival, escaping this place was impossible. The sky was also as dark as ink. After all, now, they were in a situation where they couldn't expect help from anyone. Even Karin had been battered by the giant, covered in injuries. It coldly placed him on the cold ground, not bothering to look back before turning and walking away. Karin lay motionless in a pool of blood, his breathing weak. Even the persistent regeneration ability of a warrior had its limits. His eyes became blurred as he thought, recovery can't happen quickly. Inside my aura core, there isn't even a trace of power left. At this moment, he felt his body becoming heavy and his eyes were gradually closing. He wondered, could it be? Am I dying? Karin struggled to sit up and vomited up mouthfuls of fresh red blood. While he was struggling with his injuries, a person slowly approached and stood right in front of him. He smirked and said in a very complacent tone, "See? I told you, you become stronger based on the number of people I've killed." He glanced at the giant and proudly said, "At least I made it to the final battle. But you? What the hell is this? You're about to die because of one of Tate's underlings?" He exuded a purple aura that covered his entire body and grinned, "Do you understand now? Everything you've done so far has been meaningless." Suddenly, Karin spoke, his powerful voice refuting his words, "You're wrong." The opponent was startled, widening his eyes and stopping. Karin weakly struggled to his feet, his face tired as he lowered his head and continued, "You clearly have more experience than me, so why don't you know this?" He laughed mockingly, "Ha, I guess you've never witnessed it firsthand." Karin spoke of Mariette with proud eyes. Even though she's a vampire, she still has a smile that can make everyone around her happy. Someone who just started accepting herself, a child who is still growing, is truly as I said. Even though the battle is difficult and dangerous, they are still fighting with all their might. He looked at the two girls. Mariette was being weakly carried on Warren's back. His voice trembled but still had a hint of hope. Little by little, they're pushing their limits. Upon hearing that, Vo Tian moved closer to his face and grinned, showing his teeth that were as hard as corn. "Ha, it seems like you've had a good time, right? Well, just give up now." He was arrogant, believing that he had done all that he could. But he was met with a sudden punch from Karin. He slowly stood up, saying, "If I had known all of that, then I wouldn't have lived so easily." Finally, he could recover. knocking his opponent away and standing there as cool as possible. He transformed back into his ugly beast form, surprised and asking, "You still have the ability to recover?" He didn't answer but instead shouted, "Rune return." The spear appeared immediately. Karin charged straight ahead, aimed at his target, but Votien was still very strong. He only used one hand to grab Karin, and his face showed a bored look as he sighed, "Not again." His red eyes narrowed, and his teeth clenched as he growled, "If you want this spear that badly, then try to grab it." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully swung the spear away. It flew through the air with great speed, heading straight ahead. The spear pierced through Karin's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. A source of golden power erupted fiercely like the flames of hell. He yelled, "It's over!" The battle was extremely fierce. It seemed Karin had no power to resist as his opponent continued to attack relentlessly. A loud explosion rang out, and everything was engulfed in smoke, dust, and flames. Karin lay inside, screaming in despair. He looked extremely pathetic. The flames became more intense, burning everything in their path, lighting up the sky. Karin, covered in injuries, lay there barely breathing like a dead man. His opponent clenched the blazing sword in his hand and laughed gleefully, "Ho ho!" He put his sword on his shoulder, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head towards Karin. He saw Karin struggling to sit up. Without any hesitation, he grabbed him high into the air, angrily questioning, "Ha! You're still not dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw him away. Karin's entire body was flying in the air. His opponent was furious. His whole body turned into a source of purple energy. He swung the shining sword by his side and asked, "If I burn every inch of your skin, then you won't be able to resurrect again, right?" Then, he flew up at lightning speed. Karin reached out his hand to use his spear, but he mocked him. "Are you going to rely on that spear until the end? Stop!" Burned to ashes in the flames of hell. Then, he threw a fierce flame at him, as if sweeping everything away. Suddenly, in the center, a bright spot appeared. The fierce flame was being sucked into it, causing Votien to have a big question mark. In a blink of an eye, a large flame was almost completely sucked in, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? My flames? They are being sucked in?" He angrily opened his mouth wide and continued to spew fire. "No way!" Karin grabbed his spear. It showed a source of dazzling power. He yelled powerfully, "Rune resurrection!" Votien screamed in despair. He was completely unable to resist the destructive power of the spear. With his last bit of consciousness, he softly said, "It's that time again?" Karin's face was cold as he breathed heavily. "Ha, ha. Snakes? Toads? Cows? And now a dragon?" He mocked. "After all, you're just an underling of the king, Votien." He suddenly laughed maniacally, glaring at his opponent and asking, "And who am I?" Votien opened his mouth wide and roared back, as if he still couldn't accept the reality of his defeat. You're just a boring guy." He then said resolutely, "Just die quickly." Karin remembered that in his previous life, he and Park Sihu had successfully met the final boss. This meant that the king's attendants, and those who used the 4 great treasures, had somehow been defeated. He thought as he pointed the sharp tip of his spear towards Votien. Karin couldn't help but wonder, then what happened to the 4 great treasures? The more he thought, the more power was poured into the tip of his spear. An image of a ghostly hand appeared, supporting the sphere of light. Karin confidently asserted, "That's right, I am the first royal spear." The only one who knew the true power of Clayam Saleh was the previous owner of Clayam. At this moment, that large hand also grasped that source of light. Karin's eyes became intense as he yelled his name, "Karin Lork." Following that was a fierce fire that erupted, so powerful that it scorched everything around. At this time, the system also frantically showed a series of notifications. Clayam has been absorbed. Clayam is choosing its user. Clayam recognizes you as a great warrior. And finally, it concluded, "Divine Solar Core Karin Lork Argatlam. You have received the light of the solar agatram. You will receive blessings when the sun is shining." Bao Tian, below, was still using all his strength to spew fire to resist it. Inside the red fire, a special small light appeared, sucking all the powerful flames inside. He looked up, and began to sweat cold sweat. His eyes were panicked as if he was seeing something terrifying. With a brilliant aura and flickering flames, the scene was indescribably majestic. Karin had now transformed. He appeared extremely cool with white hair, along with bulging muscles that were very impressive. His face became serious as he admired, "This is the second time I've used the power of the sun, huh?" At this moment, Votien angrily rushed to attack him from behind, not forgetting to curse, "You bastard!" He punched down hard, but Karin was quick to dodge, escaping death by a hair's breadth. The punch was extremely powerful, shattering the surrounding rocks. He clenched his teeth and softly said, "Kenaz?" Suilo. A few special characters suddenly glowed strangely. The two stood opposite each other, with the flames around them burning fiercely. Votian furiously roared in despair, "That lowly bastard, it's mine." Karin's spear glowed, Clayam with the ability to absorb all the heat and flames around it. Condense the sun. The fire created by the rune magic would condense in one place. He yelled again, "Clayam." The intense flame was aimed straight at Votian. The entire space seemed to freeze. Only a blurry black and white image remained. His body was beaten to the point of being pulverized. His eerie face was blurry as he laughed maniacally. Hee. In his last breath, his image completely disappeared. Everything was burned to ashes. In just a moment, everything returned to normal. Only Karin was standing there. In front of him was a pile of ruins. Just like that, Votian had become ashes, gently blown away by the wind. Karin was also very tired. His legs seemed to be about to collapse, but he still showed extreme determination. Whether it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or millions of times. As many times as you want, I will not stop. His chest was full of wounds. Dust covered his muscled body. His eyes were determined as he asserted, "Until I save this world." On this side, Warren was fighting in a rage. Her face was tense, her eyes were blazing, and the giant monsters were like a fierce army charging towards her. The attacks from both sides collided, creating powerful explosions that shook the ground. She swung her fists and kicked mercilessly, each blow tearing through the air. She roared, angered by the attack on her comrades, "Damn it, my comrades!" Suddenly, a series of sharp, red weapons came flying from above, so fast that only a streak of light could be seen, blood magic prison arrows. The monster also sensed the danger and turned its head to look behind. But he didn't have time to react before he was skewered like a piece of large meat. Sharp metal arrows pierced through his flesh, causing him to writhe in pain. Mariette shouted worriedly, "Warren!" The vampire and her red companion immediately landed and asked, "Warren, you can feel it too, right?" "Something's wrong with Karin." She frowned, her eyes cold but not hiding her unease. "But the problem is, they were too many." She glanced at the monsters that were relentlessly approaching. "In this critical situation," Mariette said resolutely, "then I'll clear the way, so you should." Suddenly, the monsters froze. Their eyes widened. One of them opened its mouth, and its voice trembled as it called out, "Captain." He gritted his teeth, not believing his eyes. "That is impossible." From a distance, a faint red light gradually approached, like a flame burning through the night. Someone's feet slowly landed on the ground, and under the dazzling golden light, everyone's gaze turned toward him. It was Karin. In his hand, he held a bright golden object, emitting a powerful light. Karin stood proudly, as if his power could swallow the entire world. He glared at the monsters, power of the sun. Faced with his overwhelming aura, they had no choice but to submit instinctively. They bowed their heads to the power of the sun that had imprisoned them here. Warren looked around and suddenly realized Mariette had disappeared. She was shocked, her eyes widened, and she murmured, "That is." In an instant, Mariette had rushed over and embraced Karin, calling his name emotionally. His voice was calm and concerned as he asked, "Even if you're a mature vampire, this light intensity must be uncomfortable for you. Are you okay?" Mariette, her eyes filled with tears, couldn't hide her concern. "Does that matter? Why are you injured like this?" "I can't stand it. I can't stand it." Faced with this awkward scene, Warren didn't know how to react and finally just hesitantly asked, "You're injured?" He used his bloodied hands to pat her head reassuringly. "Yeah, I know," causing her to flinch. Karin smirked and said, "But we're fine now." While Karin's group was talking and busy with questions and mixed emotions, the monsters were still kneeling before them. Suddenly, the monsters' red eyes all turned to him at once. Everyone in the group immediately sensed the danger. A cold air filled the space, causing everyone to sweat profusely. The battle was starting to get tense again. Karin's face darkened, and he forced a smile. "Actually, things aren't that okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters fiercely charged forward. The captain shouted, "Kill them! This is the perfect time." And just like that, everyone ran for their lives using any means necessary. Karin's face was tired as he complained, "It's starting to fade." Warren angrily exclaimed, "These monsters, they had very long strides. Their speed didn't slow down at all. With each step, they got closer. It was as if they were catching up with everyone simply by lifting their feet." He waved his hand frantically, warning, "I will kill all of you, then go down there and swallow all the humans on the ground," he said with an extremely confident tone. Karin clenched his teeth, worriedly looking at the monsters that were charging toward them. "We're going to be caught." Unexpectedly, a sharp sword slashed off the arm of the leading monster. He cried out in pain. His red eyes flashed with anger as he searched for the one who had launched the surprise attack. Karin also recognized the opponent and regained his spirits, smiling and teasing. "Don't you think you're a bit late, sir?" The opponent laughed loudly and replied, "Haha, it seems my old body has become too slow." Alicia's grandfather appeared impressively, exuding a strong power that seemed to compress the surrounding air. Muscular and sturdy, he carried a large sword on his shoulder and said, half jokingly, "Climbing trees with this old body isn't easy at all." He remembered the recent battle and told Karen that there had been a rather large tremor during their duel. He smirked confidently. "Go, kid. I'll play with these guys." The monsters behind him roared and charged, but they were all sent to meet their ancestors with one slash from him. Karen also didn't forget to look back as he ran. He agreed, "Okay, good luck, sir." He grinned, his teeth as hard as corn, and said with an amused tone, "That's right, Sword Devil. Even though he was still young, you managed to kill him. I missed quite a few good scenes, but finally, a swordsman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me has been born." And just like that, the monsters were all cut in half by him. He exclaimed, "To think that there's something on this earth that's taller than Mount Tai." He killed everyone, leaving no survivors. This was truly the most wonderful harmony. Sword Emperor Garand Arden Day appeared at the perfect time. Everyone ran for their lives. Mariette asked, "Can I ask you a favor on the way down?" He turned back and questioned, "What is it?" "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape." He thought to himself, "I must repay this favor." Corin said, "That tree, chop it down," causing both girls to be puzzled. He painfully remembered, "Every time I think about how I almost died because of what that swordsman created, I shudder. And I suddenly thought of what the elders told me, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years isn't too late. Today is the day for revenge." Corin smiled perversely, thinking, "That old man isn't of much use to this world, so I'll just leave him stuck on this aerial island for a year." Mariette enthusiastically said, "Okay, if Karen says so, then it's fine." Warren ran forward with a determined face. The chase was extremely intense. A red meteorite suddenly came down, lighting up the sky. Finally, the tree was also destroyed. A terrifying explosion was created, and the surrounding rocks shattered. Alicia's grandfather, startled, widened his eyes and looked back. The tree was slowly being destroyed in mid-air. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. A series of tree fragments flew everywhere, causing him to angrily roar, "You brat!" At this time, the sky was also dusk, and everything had calmed down. After an unknown period of time, Warren woke up and slowly opened her eyes. She got out of bed and went outside. Karen was sitting on a large tree branch. When he saw her, he asked, "You're awake?" She was flustered and didn't know how to respond, so she just stuttered a few words. He smiled, his face brightening, and asked again, "Is your body okay?" Warren sat down next to him and replied, "My whole body is numb, but at least I can move. But my thoughts are a mess." She shared sadly, "When I joined the academy, I thought I would enjoy a normal youth, staying up all night, dozing off in class, or debating what to eat in the cafeteria." She clenched her fist as she spoke, "But I'm too far from that normalcy. With the sword? No. When I kill someone, my eyes are filled with excitement." She felt afraid. "I must be someone who's attracted to killing people." Karen spoke to comfort her. "Feeling like that isn't necessarily a bad thing." Warren turned to look at him in surprise. "Huh?" He looked up at the sky, his tone becoming meaningful. "The issue here is your faith and choices. Even when you're tempted by the sword, you don't swing it at just anyone." Images of a few people flashed through his mind, and he softly said, "There are many strange people in the world, and most of them make equally strange choices. But you, even with such power, still want to live a normal life, right?" Karen looked at her with affectionate eyes, advising her, "So be more proud of yourself." She blushed and shyly said, "Then promise me." Warren leaned against his chest, her cheeks flushed red. She seemed vulnerable as she said, "I'm a very strange person, so promise that you'll take care of me." She confessed her desires. "Sometimes I'll get lost. So help me continue to do normal things, like strolling around the streets, eating snacks on the weekends, watching the latest plays, going shopping, eating sweets at a nice cafe, and then going for a walk," she said with hope. "Just those normal things." Without hesitation, Karen nodded in agreement. "I'll do it with you." Warren smiled happily. Hee, that's good. So the story of the aerial island has come to an end. Of course, things in life rarely end as happily as that. The next morning, the sky outside was clear, and the sun shone down on the large house. Corin scratched his head and announced with a bright smile, "I'm going to have an engagement ceremony." As soon as he said those words, Warren and Mariette's mouths dropped open in shock, as if they had been struck by lightning. Mariette didn't believe what she had just heard and questioned, "What did you just say, Corin? An engagement ceremony?" The two of them immediately asked, "Is it someone from our class?" At that moment, Lunia walked in with a stunning figure. She put her hands on her hips and continued, In a week, I will have an engagement ceremony with my fiancé. Upon hearing these words, Mariette's eyes widened as she murmured, Fiancé? Oui? Lunia calmly said, if the eldest daughter of the Duner family and the prelate of the Zion Cathedral would be the bridesmaids, Arden would welcome you both. Karan glanced at the two girls, who were stunned and speechless. He thought, how surprising. I'll tease them for another 5 minutes, then I'll say, Tada! Hidden camera. He then switched to acting mode, adding, putting 2 fingers on his chin and vowing, that's when I madly fell in love with Lunia. She blushed, her heart pounding as she said, even though he's still young, his integrity is very attractive. Karan raised his head and pretended to ask, so, it was on the night of the full moon when we confessed our feelings, huh, senior? After hearing the story, Mariette didn't say anything more, just bowed and said, I'm leaving. An old image appeared, Mariette looking at him with deep emotion when he was lying on the ground at that time. The more she thought, the more her eyes reddened. Empty. 100 years. Karan noticed that everyone's attitude was a bit off, so he frantically looked around. What is it? He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Warren was also crying softly, her voice trembling as she said, congratulations, may you be happy. Seeing that things were starting to get out of hand, he sweated profusely and yelled to explain, no, Warren, it's actually a lie. But she didn't listen and ran out, her face flushed with embarrassment, the sound of her crying echoing everywhere. Karan sat down on the floor in despair and asked, what do I do now? Lunia was enjoying herself, laughing happily. Haha, I really am a cruel person. She couldn't help but laugh and tease, and so is my fiancé. The sky was as dark as ink. Karan ran outside to look for the girls, blaming himself. Where did they go? If I see them again, I'll bow and apologize right away. He slowly walked into the room, rubbing the back of his neck tiredly. But if they run away again, what do I do now? With their physical abilities, I won't be able to catch them. Suddenly, Warren appeared behind him with her sparkling blue eyes, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Karan guessed who it was, and then awkwardly turned around, quickly explaining, Warren, I have something. Before he could finish his sentence, she took off her outer clothes and said angrily, I don't want to talk to you. Her white legs slowly approached him. Karan, seeing this, fearfully backed away a few steps. Warren, wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, called out, you. Karan, sweating profusely, asked in confusion, this is, without any hesitation, with a cold face, she pointed at him and ordered, tonight, I'm sleeping here. He was suspicious as he asked, Warren, you're not Wa right now, are you? During the dark night, Warren sat up and raised her hand to gesture, whispering, tonight, I'll sleep here. Karan suddenly thought, it's Lan, not Wa anymore. He blankly muttered to himself, she was just saying such scary things. Then Warren nestled into Karan's arms. He looked at her, gently taking her hand, and said, still a child, aren't you? Wanting to hold hands to sleep. Thinking about the many opportunities he had, he grudgingly sighed, consoling himself, well, I should probably feel lucky. Then the night quietly passed with the bright moonlight, and both of them gradually fell asleep. The next day, the sky was bright with morning sunshine. Karan had already woken up. Seeing Warren, he panicked and stammered, Lan, oh no. Wah, you're up early. She raised both hands, expressing her anger. It didn't come. He was utterly confused and asked, what? She frowned and shouted, her face revealing disappointment. The stork. Why didn't it come? The atmosphere gradually became tense. Karan casually stretched, saying, there are no storks in this area. You have to go north to find them, near the northern kingdom. They might live there. Let's have breakfast first. Inside the house, Warren yelled, a fake engagement? Karan, with a bruised eye from her punch, said helplessly, I was just trying to scare you a little, but I guess I was insensitive. Say that to Lan for me, okay? She continued to calmly pick up fish. When she picked up a piece, he praised, you're doing well now. She replied, I'm always busy. Warren held a spoonful of rice in one hand and picked up fish with the other, looking at Karan with an embarrassed expression. Eat. And if something like this happens again, go with me, she said, offering him the spoonful of rice. He stared blankly. Karan stared at the spoonful of rice, his face confused. After a moment, he ate and cheerfully replied, yeah, thanks. Now I have to find Marie. Even the servants at the Arden main house don't know her whereabouts. If so, the only one who might know where Marie is Dio-gu, the cool, black sunglass-wearing red dog. Dio-gu confidently howled, "Awoo." Karan, seeing how arrogant he was and how much the other dogs loved him, thought, why is this guy so popular? If I ever get back, I'll buy you a top-quality black ox from the south as thanks, but now you need to help me find Marie. Dio-gu, with a smug look, crossed his arms. The red dog then grinned slyly, holding a leaf of cheat. Karin then thought, how is this dog richer than me? I'm risking my life to make money. After some mocking and disdain, Dioku revealed Marie's location. Inside the house, a voice echoed, if so, why didn't you say so earlier? A flustered person earnestly replied, I'm sorry. The subsidiary house is hidden in the Arden main house. Karin looked blankly, scratching his head towards the blanket. After the senior knew the whole truth, she seemed embarrassed, kicking the blanket repeatedly. Mariette Duneleft, wrapped in a yellow blanket, bent down and stammered, Karin. He replied, yes? She flattered him, I always believe what Karen says, I've never doubted you. If Karen says he'll triple the gold, I'll believe you. If he says there will be a meteor shower tomorrow, I'll believe you. So. Then the vampire sat up, the blanket falling away to reveal her hot body. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Karin. Karin, you absolutely mustn't lie to me. She thought slyly, no matter what, no matter the outcome, she'll be mine in 100 years. The girls who once had feelings for Karen now knew the truth, seeing Karen waving goodbye to Lunia, that the engagement between Karen and Runia was fake. Thanks to that, they also understood that their dates were just a disguise to fool others. Karin looked cheerful, while Lunia didn't. Now, they could safely let go of their emotions. Except for her, Alicia Arden, who sat observing them, hiding her face behind a book. Sweat poured down her face, her eyebrows furrowed as she wondered, why am I here? Alicia Arden recalled her intimate moments with Karen, the strange feelings that had persisted since the beginning of the semester. Was it from the fight with the black sword, when she and he sat talking? She suddenly thought, or was it from the serial killer case in Miss City, the image of Karin covered in blood? Or was it from when he said he would always be by her side, the scene of them sitting and watching the moon, so romantic? Alicia Arden didn't know what her relationship with Karin really was. While she was hesitating, she seemed to see something, her eyes widening as she said, huh? It turned out she saw Lunea standing up and kissing Karen. As their lips were about to touch, Karen was surprised and asked, Runia? She replied, because someone's watching, so let's create a sweet scene. Seeing that, he leaned in, playing along, taking her hand, thinking her hand was quite rough, right? She replied, indeed, a hand not very suitable for a woman. Karin intertwined his fingers with Lunea's, saying, why? I think it's great, and it looks so loving. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Good taste, but terrible intuition. He asked, puzzled, intuition? Did I miss something? Lunea, seeing that Alicia Arden had left, replied, no, it's okay now. I'll go first. Karin blankly said, huh? Didn't this final date satisfy you? Lunea stammered, well, if you wanted to keep me here like this, it wouldn't be bad, so sweet, my fiancé. She looked so beautiful in that moment. The scene at the engagement ceremony, guests dressed in fancy clothes attended. Everyone smiled brightly, marveling at the beauty of the bride. The bride was radiant in her dress, the guests cheering. Karin couldn't help but compliment, so beautiful. He looked at Lunea, who shyly lowered her head and laughed, haha, you certainly know how to make a person happy. He replied, I'm telling the truth. The MC's voice boomed. The engagement ceremony of Karin Locke and Runia Arden officially begins. As soon as the words were out, Karin embraced Lunea, laughing happily. The two of them looking at each other happily like a real couple. The guests were cheering. Suddenly, a voice shouted, wait! Startling Karen. It was Alicia Arden, who entered the hall, angrily shouting, this engagement ceremony. She spoke while crying. Everyone was shocked, whispering and pointing. Alicia Arden couldn't control her emotions and continued to shout, I object. Whispers and insults arose. Filthy bastard. Lunea recalled embracing Alicia Arden as a baby, who was still a little girl with milky breath. She said, filthy? No way. This beautiful girl. In a moment of anger, she loudly affirmed, she's my sister, since she was a tiny infant, weighing only 2 to 3 kilograms. Memories flooded back. Lunea recalled when her sister was young, holding a candy and innocently saying, sister, I'm tall now. I'm over 100 centimeters now. Sister, I'll become a great knight like you. Do you want some honey candy? A little girl with round sparkling eyes, who would now shyly lower her head and stammer, sister, I'm going to the academy tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lunea felt a little sad. The grown-up child now looked at the ground more often than at other people. Back in reality, Lunea smiled and asked, isn't it only been half a year at the academy? Back then or now, you're still clumsy, unable to take care of your things, but you've grown up. Have you finally made up your mind? Karin was suddenly startled when Alicia Arden pulled him away, asking, Alicia, what are you doing? She cried, holding his hand, shouting, Come with me. The red-haired guy witnessed everything, his eyes tearing up. An old lady standing nearby angrily shouted, "What are you waiting for? Chase after them." Lunia felt a sharp pain, so she clutched her head, her voice tired. "Oh dear, madam, I'm so dizzy." The old lady frantically asked, "Are you all right?" That old lady came forward to support Lunia, her mouth calling, "Corin." Suddenly, an eagle flew over. Everyone whispering, "What's happening now?" Warren reached out from above, calling, "Come here." Alicia Arden turned to look, thinking. Meanwhile, Lunia was hugging the red-clad old lady, shocking her and preventing her from moving. Alicia Arden bit her lip, taking a deep breath, and without hesitation, she grabbed Warren's hand. Corin, still clueless, was unlucky enough to be dragged along, panicking and asking, What is this?" The eagle carried the three of them away. Alicia shouted, "Goodbye." Lunia below, still pretending to hold her head, appeared pained and said, "This shock has made me not want to meet men anymore." The old lady slumped to the ground, wailing, "What?" And so, the simple engagement ceremony at the Eastern swordsmanship family, Arden, ended in chaos, but Lunia smiled happily, as if today's situation was within her calculations. As the eagle flew, Karen spoke. "Hey," he asked blankly, "what is this situation?" Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from his person. Corin picked up the paper and read, "I will officially come to pick you up later, my fiancé." Alicia Arden appeared behind Karen. She gently asked, "Sister knew, didn't she?" He laughed it off. "Haha, that's it. I found some reliable comrades." Mariette Dunaleft happily said, "Corin, where are we going now?" He adjusted his clothes, casually replying, "Let's just keep moving forward. There's still a lot to do." He looked quite excited. And so, our vacation, from the academy to the east, came to an end. The eagle continued to carry them through the blue sky, with endless stretches of grass below. It was getting dark, and the ancient house appeared. He did not know for how long he's been repeating. The image of the demons tearing at each other appeared. This was the third night. The skeleton asked, "Why are you laughing?" Erin Danua replied, holding her sword, "Do I have a reason not to laugh?" Suddenly, an explosion appeared, forming a raging fire. The skeleton with purple eyes thought, "The immortal king's legion is getting stronger and stronger, and you're reaching your limit. If you don't fulfill your promise to cleanse this place, that boy's life will end too." He continued in a reminding tone, "The expiration date is approaching, aren't you worried?" Erin Danua stepped down, her toes lightly touching the ground. He felt, on the contrary, "You seem very happy." She casually replied, "Yes, that's right." Erin Danua's cheeks flushed, smiling as she continued, "Because that's a sign that Karen is coming back."